Chapter 505. Meanwhile, a worker from the Dragon and Phoenix Academy walked out of the inner hall with large strides. He went to prepare fine wine and delicacies for Duan Lingtian. Using a cultivation at the first level of the void prying stage and half-step advanced lightning force to defeat Chaijin. The scene from before was practically replicating the scene of Sword Young Master defeating Chaijin. As far as the worker of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy was concerned, the strength of this violet-clothed young man wasn't inferior to Sword Young Master. It was even to the extent that because the violet-clothed young man had comprehended the force of nature, in terms of strength, he might even surpass Sword Young Master. After all, even though Sword Young Master's sword force was at the half-step advanced stage as well, it could only be utilized in attacks. Whereas as the force of nature, the violet-clothed young man's lightning force could be utilized in both attacks and movement techniques, thus affecting one's speed. Could be said to possess both attack and speed. If they were to really fight, Sword Young Master's chances of winning were extremely small, because Sword Young Master's speed was bound to be inferior to this violet-clothed young man. So, even though the violet-clothed young man hadn't officially challenged an inner hall student, he still obediently went to prepare fine wine and delicacies for the violet-clothed young man. Only because the violet-clothed young man had become an inner hall student without the slightest suspense. Freak! The corners of Ji Feng's mouth twitched, and he felt the center of his back go slightly cold. When he thought of how he almost offended this maleficent existence in the restaurant today, he felt a slight lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, he was sufficiently careful and prudent. He concealed his strength when he was outside earlier. Sword Young Master's gaze was extremely complicated. Even though he didn't doubt in the slightest that Duan Lingtian would surpass him in the future after witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength at the entrance of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. But that was only in the future. What he never imagined was that there was utterly no need to wait for the future, as Duan Lingtian's current strength had already firmly surpassed him. Half-step advanced lightning force. When he thought of the strands of light violet-colored energy that leaped about within the raging origin energy when Duan Lingtian swung out his arm earlier, he couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. He originally thought that even in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, it would be difficult for there to be someone that could compare to him since he'd comprehended half-step advanced sword force at the first level of the void prying stage. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian execute half-step advanced lightning force, he was shocked. The complacency in his heart had completely vanished. In the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, besides him, there was another person that was capable of comprehending half-step advanced force at the first level of the void prying stage. Moreover, what he had comprehended was the half-step advanced stage force of nature. The force of nature was superior to the force of equipment to begin with. It possessed both attack and speed, and it was the force of kings. If the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect knew of the strength Duan Lingtian revealed today, they would probably be unable to sleep or eat. Sword Young Master thought in his heart and observed a moment of silence for the Azure Forest Trisect. Monster! Sima Yang held back for a long time and finally squeezed out these two words. Besides Ji Feng, Sword Young Master, and Sima Yang, the first to recover from their shock was the crazy young master. Luozhan looked at the proud and aloof figure of Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. For the first time, an indescribable bitterness rose in his heart. What 5 great young masters? That's just a joke. Before this young man, the 5 great young masters, including him, weren't worth mentioning at all. Right at this moment, the remaining people recovered from their shock as well. Whoosh! For a time, it was like a stone that gave rise to 1,000 ripples. Abnormal. Too abnormal. Exactly. Too abnormal. No wonder he was so confident and was the first to throw away the rice soup and steamed buns that belonged to the outer hall students. So it turns out that he possesses such a terrifying strength. First level of the void prying stage, half-step advanced lightning force. His strength isn't inferior to Sword Young Master. How old is he? Even if he takes good care of himself, he surely wouldn't be older than Sword Young Master, right? Many outer hall students discussed animatedly. They felt extremely astounded towards Duan Lingtian being able to obtain such accomplishments at such an age. take good care of himself? Let me tell all of you, his true age is no different from what he looks like. Exactly. He isn't more than 25 this year. Take good care of himself? To think all of you can think of that. Those outer hall students that had seen Duan Lingtian make a move at the entrance of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy earlier and knew of Duan Lingtian's ability couldn't help but speak out. What do all of you mean by this? Could it be that all of you know him? Instantly, the group of outer hall students that didn't know asked curiously. Of course, do all of you know who he is? Let me tell all of you. He's the 7-star sword sex genius disciple, Duan Lingtian, that gave rise to much discussion in our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom earlier. Duan Lingtian, all of you have heard of him, right? In next to no time, the group of outer hall students that knew of Duan Lingtian's ability exposed him one after another. Instantly, the entire Dragon and Phoenix Academy's outer hall was completely stirred. He's that Duan Lingtian? Oh my god, so it's him. I was wondering why such a little freak would suddenly appear in our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. So it turns out that he's the 7-star sword sex genius disciple, Duan Lingtian. I heard long ago that the 7-star sword sex genius disciple, Duan Lingtian, is an unprecedented monstrous genius in the martial Dao in the history of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Now that I've seen him today, he really deserves his reputation. The burning gazes of the outer hall students descended onto Duan Lingtian one after another, and they weren't stingy with their praise in the slightest. He's Duan Lingtian. Besides Sword Young Master, Ji Feng and Sima Yang, the gazes the other inner hall students shot at Duan Lingtian had completely changed. Duan Lingtian. Especially the crazy young master, Luo Zhan, he'd heard of Duan Lingtian since long ago, and he even knew that Duan Lingtian had once defeated Saber Young Master and Zither Young Master successively. Moreover, he was publicly acknowledged by the members of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom as a peerless genius that surpassed the 5 great young masters. Not more than 25 years of age, a cultivation at the first level of the void prying stage, and he's comprehended half-step advanced lightning force. This Duan Lingtian has indeed surpassed the 5 of us. Crazy young master sighed in his heart. Of course, he wasn't discouraged because of this. His gaze became even more burning. This Duan Lingtian isn't a match for me now. What I have to do now is continue forward and not allow him to catch up. Perhaps, even Duan Lingtian himself didn't know that he'd actually caused the leader of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Crazy Young Master, to feel pressured. Presently, Duan Lingtian had a carefree expression and remained unmoved when faced with the gazes of admiration of the crowd of outer hall students. All this was unable to cause great waves in his heart. So he's that Duan Lingtian, neither servile nor overbearing. He's indeed a rare genius. Outside the exquisite little house that was like a guard tower, the old man nodded with satisfaction, and the eyes he looked at Duan Lingtian with were filled with smiles. Duan Lingtian's appearance in the Dragon and Phoenix Academy was undoubtedly a great pleasant surprise to him. If His Majesty knows that Duan Lingtian has come to the Dragon and Phoenix Academy and even possesses such shocking strength, I'm afraid he'll be interested in him as well. The old man thought in his heart. Duan Lingtian. He's actually Duan Lingtian. Chai Jin looked at Duan Lingtian's figure that had turned around, and his heart trembled. He suddenly felt that his defeat wasn't unjust. After all, this Duan Lingtian had defeated Zither Young Master, who was ranked 3rd amongst the 5 great young masters, over a year ago. Defeating him now wasn't surprising. However, when he thought of the humiliation Duan Lingtian gave him earlier, his eyes couldn't help but emit a vicious sheen. Duan Lingtian, so what if your strength is stronger than mine? We Black Fiend sect disciples don't only rely on our strength when doing things. Don't let me find a chance otherwise. I'll make you die a graveless death. Chai Jin's face was covered in icy cold killing intent. Although Duan Lingtian's back was facing Chai Jin, as a weapon specialist that walked out from a sea of blood and a mountain of corpses in his previous life, he had a special perception towards killing intent. At the first moment he felt Chai Jin's killing intent. Instantly, Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold. Humph! The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into an evil smile as killing intent arose in his heart. If this Chai Jin continues to be stubborn, he'll die without a doubt. Subsequently, under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian walked towards the group of inner hall students. Duan Lingtian is going to challenge an inner hall student? The group of outer hall students seemed as if they'd discovered a new continent when they saw this scene. I really hope he'll challenge Crazy Young Master or Sword Young Master. Yeah, if he battles Crazy Young Master or Sword Young Master, it would surely be extremely exciting. Many outer hall students looked at Duan Lingtian with expressions of anticipation. Unlike the outer hall students, the group of inner hall students whose strength was at the bottom of the inner hall started to feel nervous when they saw Duan Lingtian walking over. If Duan Lingtian chose them, they would probably have no fate with the inner hall, although they knew that this moment would arrive since long ago. After all, the young geniuses from all over the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom would gather in these few days, and there was no lack of people with strengths that surpassed them. But when the moment really arrived, their hearts were still filled with unwillingness. Leaving the inner hall meant that they would once again be reduced to an outer hall student. Once they were reduced to an outer hall student, they would no longer have spacious courtyards and could only live in those tattered tents. They would no longer be able to enjoy fine wine and delicacies, and could only eat rice soup and moldy mantus. Such a huge drop was something that they were unwilling to face. At this moment, they hoped so much that Duan Lingtian wouldn't choose them. I'll choose you. Under the disappointed gazes of the crowd of outer hall students, Duan Lingtian casually chose an inner hall student with a cultivation at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Although this inner hall student wasn't enraged when he was chosen, he had a bitter smile on his face. He never imagined that he would be so unlucky. Do you still want to fight me? Duan Lingtian looked at this inner hall student and squeezed out a trace of an indistinct smile on his face. The inner hall student hurriedly shook his head. Then, thank you. Duan Lingtian smiled amicably, causing this inner hall student to feel as if he was bathed in a spring breeze. Subsequently, this inner hall student knew his limits and left the inner hall, and he passed through the door between the inner hall and outer hall to once again enter the outer hall. But no one laughed at him. Everyone had seen Duan Lingtian's strength earlier, and it was something that was difficult for an ordinary person to reach. Chapter 506. Duan Lingtian got his wish and entered the courtyard of the inner hall. Very quickly, the 4 staff members of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy brought over fine wine and delicacies for Duan Lingtian, Sword Young Master, Jifeng, and Sima Yang. The fine wine and delicacies had just been brought in by Duan Lingtian. Squeak squeak. Before Duan Lingtian even walked into the outer hall, the little gold mouse that had already fallen asleep woke up at the first possible moment upon smelling the fragrance. Big brother Lingtian, where did the meat come from? Didn't they only give you a bowl of water and a lousy mantu? The little gold mouse leaped down and bluntly helped Duan Lingtian clean up, and in a short while, she'd cleaned up more than half of it. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but laugh as he scolded. You little fellow, you just woke up and you already snatched my food. This is everything I've obtained with great difficulty. Shaking his head, Duan Lingtian walked out of the courtyard and looked at the staff member of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy that was guarding outside. Big brother, can you help me prepare 2 more portions of delicacies? The staff member couldn't help but be startled. So much is still not enough? It can't be helped. I have a foodie by my side. Duan Lingtian glanced helplessly at the little gold mouse in the courtyard, and he spread out his hands as he spoke. At this moment, the staff member noticed as well. I can't make the decision on this. The staff member was slightly troubled. According to the rules of our Dragon and Phoenix Academy, every inner hall student, besides when they've just entered the inner hall, can request for a full meal. At other times, only when it's mealtime can we deliver fine wine and delicacies to you. There's such a rule. Duan Lingtian's expression froze. Then he raised his hand and took out a gold bill of 1,000. Big brother, you? Duan Lingtian hadn't finished speaking when the staff member's expression changed. Quickly put it away. If the Vice Dean sees it, I've already seen it. Right at this moment, an indifferent voice sounded out. Duan Lingtian raised his head to look at the old man in front of the house that stood like a sentry tower, and he was slightly embarrassed. Vice Dean Qi, Enough! The old man raised his hand to stop Duan Lingtian and said with a sullen face, I forgot to tell you just now. In our Dragon and Phoenix Academy, besides not being allowed to change the food without permission, you are also not allowed to bribe the staff. This time, since this is your first offense, I won't hold it against you. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard the first half of the old man's sentence. When the old man finished speaking, Duan Lingtian let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, Vice Dean Qi. After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian bitterly smiled. His heart was filled with helplessness. Sigh. That foodie little gold actually ate my delicacies. It seems that I can only starve for this meal. Then, Duan Lingtian turned around and prepared to return to the courtyard. Right at this moment. In the future, give him 2 more servings of good wine and food for every meal. When the sudden voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel excited. Thank you, Vice Dean Qi. Duan Lingtian hurriedly turned around to express his thanks. The staff member was slightly surprised when he heard Qi Ming, as he never imagined that the Vice Dean would take care of Duan Lingtian like this. With a quick thought, he came to an understanding. This Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Tao was extraordinary, peerless, and unparalleled. 1 year later, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom would probably have to rely on him to be in the limelight on the stage of the Darkstone Empire. A person like this had sufficient qualifications to obtain different treatment. Now go prepare 2 more servings of good wine and delicacies for him. The old man instructed. Yes, Vice Dean. The staff member replied and left. With the special care of the Vice Dean, Duan Lingtian was finally able to eat his fill. After the meal, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth couldn't help but twitch as he looked at the little gold mouse that lay there with a round belly. This little gold is really a complete foodie. 3 servings of delicacies. I'm full after eating 1, whereas she ate an entire 2 servings. Big brother Lingtian, I like it here. The stir-fried meat and roasted meat here are much more delicious than those in restaurants. The little gold mouse propped up her round body with difficulty and blinked her jade-green eyes as she spoke via voice transmission. Of course, behind this Dragon and Phoenix Academy is the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family. The chefs that prepare delicacies for the inner hall are very likely imperial chefs that came from the imperial palace. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised by this. After eating his fill, Duan Lingtian returned to his room and silently cultivated 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Lightning WYRM form. The origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body was ceaselessly strengthening. The pressing matter at hand was to improve his cultivation as soon as possible so that he would have sufficient capital to look down upon the young geniuses of the various dynasties in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties 4 years from now. After an unknown period of time, Duan Lingtian felt the increase of his origin energy was almost full and he stopped. More haste, less speed. Duan Lingtian knew this principle. But even if he didn't cultivate, Duan Lingtian still had many things he could do. Hiss! With a raise of his hand, a strand of raging and restless flames appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. This was a strand of blue-colored flames. If a weapons craftsman was here, the weapons craftsman would surely be able to recognize with a glance that this was a Grade 4 weapon flame. A Grade 4 weapon flame that only a Grade 4 alchemist was capable of condensing. Exactly, Duan Lingtian was already a Grade 4 weapons craftsman now. Grade 4 weapons craftsman. Not to mention the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, even the Darkstone Empire didn't have one. Only the Darkhan dynasty had an extremely small number of Grade 4 weapons craftsmen. As for Grade 3 weapons craftsmen, they were probably only found in the foreign lands that were as numerous as the clouds. Alas, the materials in my possession aren't able to improve the grade of my offensive spirit weapon. It's temporarily impossible to improve Little Gold and my Grade 5 spirit sword to a Grade 4 spirit sword. Duan Lingtian shook his head and sighed, and then he withdrew the cauldron he used to refine pills. This cauldron had been improved to the level of a grade 5 spirit weapon by Duan Lingtian earlier. Now that my cultivation has broken through to the void prying stage, I'm able to condense pill flame and weapon flame with my origin energy to condense into a grade 4 flame. But if I want to refine a grade 4 medicinal pill, I still require a grade 4 spirit weapon cauldron. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the cauldron. Fortunately, the materials required for an auxiliary spirit weapon like the cauldron can't be considered to be rare. There's sufficient materials within my collection to be able to refine it into a grade 4 spirit weapon. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian withdrew a pile of weapon refinement materials. After an hour, Duan Lingtian used a profound technique combined with a grade 4 weapon flame to successfully improve the cauldron to the level of a grade 4 spirit weapon. Big brother Lingtian, you're able to refine a grade 4 spirit weapon? Duan Lingtian's movements weren't small, and it alarmed the little gold mouse, and the little gold mouse's eyes glowed. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded. Squeak! The little gold mouse cried out happily when she heard this, and her jade-green eyes were filled with joy as she raised her little claw and withdrew her pocket grade 5 spirit sword from the spatial ring on her neck. Big brother Lingtian, quickly help me improve the grade of my spirit sword. The little gold mouse spoke to Duan Lingtian via voice transmission, and she was extremely excited. After she found out about the great disparity between every grade of spirit sword, the little gold mouse was filled with yearning towards high-grade spirit swords. In the past, she'd always yearned for Duan Lingtian to be able to improve her grade 5 spirit sword to a grade 4 spirit sword. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Little gold, I temporarily don't have any materials in my possession that can improve the grade of an offensive spirit weapon to grade 4. I can only wait for an opportunity and go to the Imperial City's Weapons Craftsman Guild to try my luck. The materials required for a grade 4 offensive spirit weapon were much rarer than the materials required for a grade 4 auxiliary spirit weapon. At the same time, they were extremely precious. In the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, they were absolutely not something that could be found anywhere. The little gold mouse instantly drooped her head when she heard this, and she was slightly disappointed. All right, come. These are the 2 drops of Monkey King wine that I promised you earlier. After you consume them, it ought to be sufficient to break through to the 7th level of the void prying stage. At that time, your spiritual force ought to be able to advance along with your breakthrough in cultivation. Duan Lingtian withdrew the 2 drops of Monkey King wine and passed it to the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse's eyes shone when she heard this, and she swallowed the 2 drops of Monkey King wine into her stomach. At the same time, she said via voice transmission, Big brother Lingtian, I'll surely be able to break through this time. So long as I break through to the 7th level of the void prying stage, my spiritual force will surely be pushed to the void initiation stage. At that time, I'll be able to awaken my soul brand and comprehend soul skills. As she finished speaking, the little gold mouse was extremely excited. Duan Lingtian nodded. He couldn't help but shake his head and laugh bitterly when he saw the little gold mouse lying down and falling into deep sleep. At that time, after the little gold mouse consumed the nether soul fruit, her spiritual force had increased by a few levels. Now, along with the increase of her cultivation, her spiritual force would increase appropriately as well. This was different from Duan Lingtian. In the past, although Duan Lingtian's spiritual force was strong, it wasn't the effect of the spirit fruit. It was even to the extent that he hadn't consumed a spirit fruit that increased the level of his spiritual force. So, along with the increase of his cultivation, his spiritual force slowly merged with his, and in the end it was at the same level as his cultivation. Just like now. Whereas after the little gold mouse consumed the spirit fruit, she truly opened up the potential of her spiritual force. In the future, so long as her cultivation increased, her spiritual force would be able to obtain a corresponding increase. Duan Lingtian was filled with anticipation. What sort of soul skill would the soul brand Little Gold Awaken bestow upon her? Logically speaking, the descendant of the jade-eyed heavenly mouse and the soul brand inherited from the jade-eyed heavenly mouse ought to not be simple. So long as the level of Little Gold's spiritual force increases to the void initiation stage, In the future, I don't have to be overly fearful when walking in the Imperial City. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. When he saw Little Gold wouldn't wake up for a while, Duan Lingtian left the room and arrived at the courtyard. Tempest Point. With a raise of his hand, wind force and lightning force appeared at the same time. The force of the Tempest Point tore through the sky and descended onto a stone pillar in the courtyard, directly penetrating it. Duan Lingtian silently cultivated the Tempest Point, trying his best to comprehend a higher level of wind force and lightning force. At this moment, the outside of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy was in complete uproar because of Duan Lingtian's appearance. Firstly, it was the Yin clan, Yin Zhe, the #1 genius of the Yin clan's younger generation, the next successor to the Yin clan's patriarch position. He actually had one of his arms crippled, his most important arm. The entire Yin clan instantly seemed as if an earthquake had occurred, and it shook. Yin clan estate. Within the audience hall, many Yin clan higher-ups were gathered together. Chapter 507. In next to no time, the Yin clan higher-ups were gathered together. The Yin clan's patriarch, Yin Zhang, had a gloomy expression. I presume all of you already know the ins and outs of the matter. The reason I've gathered everyone back is mainly because of this matter. I want to seek everyone's opinion and give Zhe justice. The Zhe that Yin Zhang spoke of was precisely Yin Zhe. Yin Zhe was his own son, and his most outstanding son. Patriarch, that Duan Lingtian dared make a move against young Master Zhe. He simply ate the gall of a leopard. I suggest that we immediately head to the Dragon and Phoenix Academy to ask for Duan Lingtian. A curly-bearded man was filled with righteous indignation as he spoke with a sonorous voice. Exactly. A surviving bastard of the 7-Star Sword sect actually dares provoke our Yin clan. He's simply courting death. Many people agreed with the curly-bearded man. Grand Elder, what do you think? Yin Zheng's gaze descended onto the old man below, and he asked with slight respect. The old man's eyes had always been closed, and only when he heard Yin Zhang did he slowly open his pair of muddy eyes. It's best for our Yin clan to wait and see in this matter. Wait and see? Many people shook their heads with unwilling expressions. Grand Elder, could it be that we're just going to let this matter go like this? Young Master Zhe is the future hope of our Yin clan. Now that young Master Zhe has been crippled, if our Yin clan doesn't take any action, then outsiders would think that our Yin clan is afraid of that Duan Lingtian. Yeah. Grand Elder, the honor of the Yin clan surpasses everything. For a time, the Yin clan audience hall was in an uproar. Honor surpasses everything? The old man slowly raised his head, and his pair of muddy eyes abruptly flashed with a strand of bright light. Are you sure that the rise and fall of the clan is inferior to that illusory honor? The rise and fall of the clan? The old man's words caused most of the people present to be puzzled. Grand Elder, what do you mean by this? Of course, there were many people that understood the meaning behind the old man's words. Grand Elder, you're afraid of that Duan Lingtian's natural talent? Yin Zhang took a deep breath as he asked. The old man nodded and said slowly, I just obtained news that Duan Lingtian isn't only a first-level void-prying stage martial artist. He's even comprehended half-step advanced lightning force. All of you should know what this means. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the expressions of all the Yin clan higher-ups, including Yin Zhang, went grim. They'd heard of the matter of Duan Lingtian stepping into the first level of the void-prying stage, so they weren't surprised. But half-step advanced lightning force? Yin Zhang felt his heartbeat quicken. Great Elder, is what you said true? My grandson used the opportunity to leave the Dragon Phoenix Academy once a month to inform me of this matter. The old man had a serious expression on his face. Immediately, the others no longer had any doubts. Although the Grand Elder's grandson wasn't as talented as the Patriarch's son, Yin Zhe, he wasn't bad either. He was also one of the Yin clan's disciples who had been recommended to enter the Dragon Phoenix Academy. First level of the void-prying stage and half-step advanced lightning force before the age of 25. I originally thought that the survivor of the 7-Star Sword sect only had monstrous natural talent, but I never imagined that his comprehension ability would be so monstrous as well. The words of many Yin clan higher-ups were filled with fear. Great Elder, do we have no choice but to swallow this insult? There were also Yin family higher-ups who were extremely unwilling. Could it be that you have some wise opinion? The old man asked indifferently, causing the latter to be speechless. The old man continued. That Duan Lingtian is a survivor of the Seven-Star Sword Sect, and he's a person that the Azure Forest Trisect wishes for nothing more than to get rid of. Do all of you think that the Azure Forest Trisect would sit idly by after finding out about Duan Lingtian's appearance? The old man's words caused the gazes of the Yin clan higher-ups to light up. The strength of the Azure Forest Trisect far surpasses our Yin clan. If the Azure Forest Trisect is unable to do anything to that Duan Lingtian, then do all of you think our Yin clan can do anything to that Duan Lingtian? Instead of taking the risk to offend a great enemy in the future, why don't we sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight? The old man's words obtained the agreement of everyone. Patriarch, I'm afraid someone has already sent the news of Duan Lingtian's appearance to the Azure Forest Trisect, but the person that sent the news probably doesn't know that Duan Lingtian has comprehended half-step advanced lightning force. The old man looked at Yin Zheng, and his muddy eyes flashed with a strand of cold light. Patriarch, send someone to notify the Azure Forest Trisect of Duan Lingtian comprehending half-step advanced lightning force. Great Elder is wise. Yin Zheng guessed the old man's plan when he heard this, and his gaze lit up. Great Elder is wise. All the Yin clan higher-ups sensed this, and all of their faces revealed evil smiles. If the Azure Forest Trisect knew that not only had this potential threat, Duan Lingtian, broken through to the first level of the void prying stage and even comprehended half-step advanced lightning force, they would probably risk their lives to eliminate Duan Lingtian. This was something that they didn't doubt in the slightest. In next to no time, an enormous hawk soared into the sky within the Yin clan estate, and it carried along a person to transform into a bolt of lightning that headed out of the Imperial City. Based on its speed, this hawk was obviously a demon beast. The Azure Forest Trisect was formed from the merger of the former Origin Convergence Sect, Demonic Lotus Blade Sect, and Snow Moon Sect, whereas the original Snow Moon Sect was the closest to the Imperial City of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The original Snow Moon Sect was located north of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and it was a world of ice and snow that was covered in white snow all year round. Today, however, an uninvited guest had arrived. Whoosh! A black figure flashed past the horizon, and it was especially conspicuous in the world of ice and snow. In next to no time, the black figure stopped and revealed its true appearance. A flying demon beast that had the appearance of a hawk. The reason why this flying beast had stopped was because a figure had appeared in front of it, blocking its path. When facing the middle-aged scholar with a graceful bearing before it, the sharp eyes of the flying demon beast revealed slight terror. Who's trespassing into my Azure Forest Trisect's branch sect? The middle-aged scholar wore a silk scarf on his head and held a feather fan in his hand, and he had a calm expression, yet slight cold lights flickered in the depths of his eyes. Sect Leader Shui. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man that sat on the back of the flying demon beast abruptly stood up and respectfully bowed to the middle-aged scholar. Who are you? The middle-aged scholar was precisely the former sect leader of the Snow Moon Sect, Shui Rui, and he was one of the 3 great sect leaders of the Azure Forest Trisect today. As a higher-up of the Yin clan, the middle-aged man had once seen Shui Rui, so he recognized Shui Rui. Sect Leader Shui. I'm a member of the Yin clan of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City. I've come here under the orders of the Patriarch to pass on a message to Sect Leader Shui. The middle-aged man spoke respectfully to Shui Rui. Yin clan? The Yin clan that's capable of comparing with a first-rate sect? Shui Rui's brows raised as he asked indifferently. Exactly. The middle-aged man nodded. Speak, what's the matter? Shui Rui didn't take the Yin clan seriously. As far as he was concerned, a clan that was comparable to a first-rate sect would at most have 1 or 2 void initiation stage martial artists that weren't up to standard, and it was difficult for them to ascend to the top. Not to mention being unable to compare with the current Azure Forest Trisect, Even the former Snow Moon sect wasn't something the Yin clan could compare to. Sect leader Shui. The Patriarch asked me to tell you that the surviving member of the Seven-Star Sword sect that your Azure Forest Trisect wishes for nothing more than to get rid of has already appeared in the Imperial City's Dragon and Phoenix Academy. The middle-aged man said. Surviving member of the Seven-Star Sword sect. At the beginning, Shui Rui didn't react, but after a short moment, his face went grim. You're talking about Duan Lingtian? Obviously, Shui Rui still didn't know about the news of Duan Lingtian's appearance. Exactly. The middle-aged man hurriedly nodded. Duan Lingtian, I never imagined that you really dared to leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Shui Rui's eyes were piercingly cold, and his mood surged exceedingly. That day, when his personal disciple, Lu Yu, found out about Duan Lingtian, he originally thought that with the 3 guardian elders making a move, Duan Lingtian would die for sure. Unexpectedly, their Azure Forest Trisect sent 3 guardian elders, yet only 2 returned in the end. Only at that time did he know that a mysterious expert with an extremely terrifying strength was actually concealed within the tiny Crimson Sky Kingdom. That mysterious expert didn't even make an appearance before directly annihilating one of their guardian elders. Even if it was in their Azure Forest Trisect, the strength of that guardian elder was a top existence, and he was a 6th-level Void Initiation Stage expert. Since that time, he knew that it was impossible for their Azure Forest Trisect to kill Duan Lingtian in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. They could only wait for Duan Lingtian to come out himself. They'd always been waiting for an opportunity. Whereas now, this opportunity seemed to have already arrived. Sect leader Shui. The Yin clan member continued. That Duan Lingtian has already stepped into the 1st level of the Void Prying stage now. Not only that, but he hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted. What? You said he's already broken through to the Void Prying stage? Shui Rui's face went grim, and the imposing aura on his body shot into the sky like a rainbow as it swept out. Instantly, the bodies of the Yin clan member and the flying demon beast that carried him over shivered, and it was even to the extent that they had the risk of losing their strength and falling to their deaths at any moment. Sect leader Shui, I haven't finished speaking. The Yin clan member struggled as he spoke. Finally, Shui Rui's imposing aura was restrained, whereas the Yin clan member and the flying demon beast seemed to have lost their strength. When it caught its breath, the flying demon beast flapped its wings and retreated over 10 meters. Speak! Cold lights flickered within Shui Rui's eyes, and his voice was incomparably chilly. The matter of Duan Lingtian breaking through to the Void Prying stage had caused him to be extremely shocked, and it was as if he was facing a great enemy. Duan Lingtian seems to not be 25 years old this year, right? Sect leader Shui. Not only has that Duan Lingtian's cultivation broken through to the Void Prying stage, he's even comprehended half-step Advanced Lightning Force. As soon as the Yin clan member finished speaking, he urged the flying demon beast to tear through the sky. Sect leader Shui. Farewell. Shui Rui didn't pay attention to the Yin clan member, and his body unconsciously started trembling as he stood in the sky. 1st level of the Void Prying stage. Half-step Advanced Lightning Force? A trace of coldness arose within Shui Rui's heart. If that Duan Lingtian doesn't die, then my Azure Forest Trisect will surely perish in the future. No matter what price I have to pay, I must eliminate that Duan Lingtian so as to avoid future troubles. Shui Rui's figure flashed to transform into a white waterfall that instantly left the Snow Moon sect. He wanted to tell this matter to the other 2 sect leaders of the Azure Forest Trisect. Chapter 508. Duan Lingtian was naturally completely unaware of what was happening outside. Presently, he was silently cultivating in the inner hall of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. At the same time that he improved his cultivation, he didn't forget to cultivate his martial skills and comprehend a higher level of force. 1st level of the Void Prying stage, comprehending half-step Advanced Wind Force and half-step Advanced Lightning Force. Even the Emperor Wu of Samsara didn't have such accomplishments all those years ago. Duan Lingtian searched through the memories of the Emperor Wu of Samsara, and he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. according to the memories of the Emperor Wu of Samsara. Even though the Emperor Wu of Samsara had comprehended two types of force when he stepped into the first level of the void-prying stage in his second lifetime, he only comprehended one type of force, the advanced force. The other type of force was only the seed of force. Today seems to be the last day of registration for the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. Duan Lingtian walked out of his room and arrived at the courtyard. Presently, the inner hall was extremely bustling. Occasionally, outer hall students would enter the inner hall to challenge the inner hall students, as they wanted to win better treatment. Ji Feng! Suddenly, an explosive shout sounded out, and it drew Duan Lingtian's gaze. Presently, there was a young man around the age of 35 standing outside a courtyard in the inner hall. Duan Lingtian had an impression of that courtyard. It was precisely the courtyard that the Ji clan's Ji Feng stayed in. Ji Feng was the first person Duan Lingtian got to know after arriving at the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial city. Although they couldn't be considered to have any friendship, now that someone had challenged him, Duan Lingtian was still interested to watch. Instantly, his spiritual force stretched out to sweep towards the young man. At the first possible moment, he noticed this person's cultivation. Half-step void stage? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he thought in his heart. Looks like Ji Feng is probably going to be kicked out of the inner hall, right at this moment. Humph! A cold snort sounded out from the courtyard Ji Feng was in. Subsequently, Ji Feng's figure appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Zi Gang! Ji Feng walked out of the courtyard and looked at the young man outside the courtyard. You think you're worthy of challenging me? If it was your Zi clan's zither young master, Zi Shang, I might be slightly afraid. As for you, I don't take you seriously. Shameless boasting. Zi Gang sneered and suddenly took a step forward. Instantly, 1,500 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky. Half-step void stage. Instantly, many of the surrounding outer hall students couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Half-step void stage? Ji Feng's indifferent expression tensed up slightly when he saw the cultivation Zi Gang revealed. I truly never imagined that you've actually broken through to the half-step void stage. But do you think you can defeat me just because you've broken through to the half-step void stage? As he finished speaking, Ji Feng also took a step forward. In the sky, the energy of heaven and earth roiled as 1,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes similarly appeared, and they accumulated force while waiting to be deployed. Half-step void stage. Duan Lingtian was greatly surprised when he saw this scene, as he never imagined that Ji Feng had actually broken through to the half-step void stage in these few days. Zi Gang, who was originally filled with confidence, had a slightly gloomy expression. How about it? Do you still want to challenge me? Ji Feng asked indifferently. Humph! The origin energy on Zi Gang's body raged, and it seemed to have transformed into a ball of white flames that enveloped his entire body within it. He used his actions to reply to Ji Feng. Then I'll play with you. Ji Feng's figure flashed out as if transforming into a bolt of lightning that shot towards Zi Gang. After a short moment, the two of them were locked in a fierce battle. At the beginning, both of them didn't use spirit weapons and only relied on their origin energy to fight. In next to no time, both of them utilized grade 6 spirit weapons at the same time. For a time, both of them were equally matched. I truly never imagined that in only a few days, Ji Feng has broken through to the half-step void stage as well. The two of them are equally matched, and it's probably difficult to decide a victor. Many outer hall students whispered in discussion. Some of the inner hall students that were spectating the battle had similar thoughts. Only Duan Lingtian's gaze never left Ji Feng from the beginning until the end, and unknowingly, the corners of his mouth curled into a wisp of a smile. This Ji Feng really concealed his strength deeply. Practically at the same time Duan Lingtian's thoughts had just finished sounding out, the grade 6 spirit sword in Ji Feng's hand emitted a strand of a peerlessly sharp aura. Instantly, another 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the ancient mammoth silhouettes that were amplified by the spirit sword in the sky above him. But these additional ancient mammoth silhouettes weren't stable, and it would occasionally fluctuate to 60 or 70 ancient mammoth silhouettes. But even then, He still relied on the strength of almost 100 ancient mammoths to defeat Zgang in one go. Pooh! Zgang was blasted flying and spat out a mouthful of blood. When he descended to the ground, his body swayed and he seemed to be in a sorry state. You've actually comprehended a sword force seed. Zgang's voice seemed to contain slight terror mixed within. Sword force seed. The surroundings were in an uproar, and the gazes of everyone descended onto Ji Feng, as they obviously never imagined that Ji Feng still had such ability. This Ji Feng's comprehension ability isn't bad, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. The sword force seed Ji Feng comprehended was undoubtedly slightly superior to the saber force seed Saber Young Master executed when he fought the Saber Young Master that day. Of course, this didn't mean that Ji Feng was stronger than the Saber Young Master. After all, more than 2 years had already passed since the last battle between him and the Saber Young Master. The current Saber Young Master's strength had surely advanced by leaps and bounds. It was even to the extent that he might have already broken through to the void prying stage. Saber Young Master, Demonic Lotus Blade Sect. When he thought of the Saber Young Master, Long Yun, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but recall the Demonic Lotus Blade Sect of the past. The Demonic Lotus Blade Sect was one of the culprits that annihilated the 7-Star Sword Sect. The Saber Young Master was the foster son of the Demonic Lotus Blade Sect's leader. Besides Zishang, there isn't a second person in the younger generation of your Z clan that I take seriously. Ji Feng looked at Zgang and ridiculed. Zgang's face went grim as his body lightly trembled, and he felt humiliated to the extreme. Right at this moment, a chilly voice abruptly sounded out. Then let me, this person that you don't take seriously, properly experience your ability. Along with this chilly voice sounding out, a violet-colored beautiful figure accompanied by a wave of fragrant wind appeared in the inner hall, and she stood before Zgang. Whoosh! A fair wrist slowly stretched out from beneath the sleeve that was inlaid with gold, and a medicinal pill shot out with a flick of her finger that flashed directly towards Zgang. Zgang received the medicinal pill and swallowed it before bowing respectfully to the person that had arrived. Young Miss Ziyen. Meanwhile, the beautiful figure turned around, and a graceful and charming figure and a face that was beautiful like an angel appeared before the eyes of everyone. Even Duan Lingtian's eyes couldn't help but light up. In terms of appearance, this young woman wasn't inferior to his 2 fiancés. The young woman wore violet clothes, and as she stood there, she first emitted an otherworldly aura, and then she emitted a charming aura. The contradictory combination of otherworldly and charming caused this violet-clothed young woman to seem even more difficult to fathom. Young Miss Ziyen? She's the younger sister of Zither Young Master, Flute Fairy Ziyen? Instantly, someone couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. I heard long ago that Flute Fairy Ziyen is the #1 beauty in our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City. Now that I've seen her today, she really deserves her reputation. The speed she entered the inner hall earlier was so swift. I've only heard that Flute Fairy Ziyen possesses extremely high attainments in music, and she even frequently plays the zither and flute together with her brother, Zither Young Master, and it can be said to be the sound of nature. Looks like this young Miss Ziyen's cultivation in the martial Dao isn't low as well. The Z clan only has 2 recommendation positions. Since young Miss Ziyen is able to occupy one of the positions, I presume her cultivation is extraordinary as well. In the past, I actually didn't know that young Miss Ziyen possessed such high natural talent in the martial Dao. Young Miss Ziyen has an elder brother like Zither Young Master, so even if her natural talent in the martial Dao isn't bad, it would surely be concealed by Zither Young Master's brilliance and cause us to be completely unaware. After all, our gazes are mostly on Zither Young Master. The crowd of outer hall students discussed animatedly. Young Miss Ziyen. Ji Feng still had a calm expression when facing Ziyen. Swords have no eyes. Please don't be rash, young Miss Ziyen. Otherwise, if I accidentally injure young Miss Ziyen, then it would be difficult for me to give Zither Young Master an explanation. Who in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City didn't know that Zither Young Master was extremely fond of this younger sister of his? If he were to injure Ziyen, then Zither Young Master would surely not let the matter go. Since you look down on members of our Z-clan so much, then I'll prove to you that what you said isn't right. Ziyan's white wrist once again stretched out from within her sleeve, and a crystalline and translucent jade flute appeared out of thin air in her hand. Grade 5 Spirit Weapon. At this moment, Duan Lingtian just happened to be using his spiritual force to detect Ziyan's cultivation, and his spiritual force flashed past the jade flute in Flute Fairy's hand. Yet he noticed that it was a Grade 5 Spirit Weapon. Looks like Ji Feng is going to suffer, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He'd noticed earlier that this Flute Fairy, Ziyan, was in existence at the half-step void stage just like Ji Feng. Since young Miss Ziyan insists, then Ji Feng can only be impolite. Ji Feng took a deep breath as the Grade 6 spirit sword in his hand shook, and his gaze gradually became cold. Young Miss Ziyan, make your move. Under the gazes of everyone present, Flute Fairy slowly raised her hand and placed the Grade 5 spirit flute horizontally above her red lips. Then her hands lightly moved rhythmically on the spirit flute as she exhaled and chi entered the spirit flute. Whereas the spirit flute started to emit strands of origin energy that grew more and more profound. Instantly, the sound of the flute sounded out, and it was filled with killing intent. This was a tune of killing intent. In an instant, 1,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes gradually condensed and took form in the sky. Half-step void stage. This Flute Fairy, Ziyan, is actually at the half-step void stage as well. Instantly, the crowd of outer hall students were greatly shocked. In next to no time, when everyone saw another 720 ancient mammoth silhouettes appear beside the 1,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes, their faces went grim. Grade 5 Spirit Weapon. Oh my god! This Flute Fairy, Ziyan, is similar to her brother, Zither Young Master, and they both possess Grade 5 Spirit Weapons. Chapter 509. At this moment, besides the 1,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes possessed by a half-step void stage martial artist, there were 720 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky above Flute Fairy, compared to the additional 570 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky above Ji Feng. It formed an extremely great contrast. This was the difference between a Grade 5 spirit weapon and a Grade 6 spirit weapon. An ordinary Grade 5 spirit weapon was able to provide an amplification of 48%, whereas an ordinary Grade 6 spirit weapon was only able to provide an amplification of 38%. An entire 10% difference. To a half-step void stage martial artist, 10% was equivalent to the strength of 150 ancient mammoths. So what if it's a Grade 5 spirit weapon? I've comprehended a sword force seed. I'm not much inferior to you. Ji Feng's slightly shocked expression instantly focused as his figure flashed out, and he chose to gain the initiative by striking first. After all, even if the energy contained within his sword force seed fluctuated to the limit, it was still inferior to Flute Fairy by the strength of a few tens of ancient mammoths. If he wanted to obtain victory, then he had to take her by surprise. But would Ji Feng be able to succeed? Suddenly, the tune emitted from the Grade 5 spirit flute that Flute Fairy held before her red lips became more and more hurried, and the origin energy within it had even completely condensed into material form. Swish! As Ji Feng's figure flashed out, his sword flashed out like a shooting star that flashed in the night sky, and its target was the Grade 5 spirit flute in Flute Fairy's hand. As far as he was concerned, so long as he struck down Flute Fairy's Grade 5 spirit flute, it would be sufficient for him to firmly grasp victory. In this way, he wouldn't harm Flute Fairy. Right at this moment, the tune that Flute Fairy played that contained killing intent abruptly changed, and it became exceedingly high-spirited. It was at this moment that Yi Zichen's eyes widened. Swish! 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 Flute Fairy's breath was like orchids as origin energy condensed on the spirit flute in her hand, and along with the rhythm of the tune, numerous blades of light condensed from origin energy whistled out to intercept Ji Feng. The following scene caused everyone to be dumbstruck. This Flute Fairy is actually able to condense her origin energy into blades and execute an attack through the spirit flute. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled at the sight before him. The flute fairy stood before his eyes. The purple clothes on her body fluttered without any wind, and the slender fingertips of her hands were constantly pressing on the spirit flute. Numerous light blades condensed from origin energy whistled out and flashed towards Jifeng, who was attacking. These light blades were like raindrops that would never stop falling, constantly falling on Jifeng's body. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The grade 6 spirit sword in Jifeng's hand had been swung countless times, and every time it was swung out, it would disperse a blade of light. However, there were simply too many light blades. When he arrived, his movements became somewhat awkward. On the other hand, Flute Fairy stood there leisurely, and along with an ear-piercing tune of slaughter, the numerous blades of light that flashed out seemed to be peerlessly fierce. Ah! Suddenly, Jifeng shouted out explosively as the origin energy on his body skyrocketed, and the grade 6 spirit sword in his hand was withdrawn before starting to revolve around his body, transforming into numerous sword lights that coiled around his body. Subsequently, Jifeng's figure flashed out, and he actually relied on the protective barrier formed by these sword lights to charge towards Flute Fairy. Those light blades descended onto the protective barrier around Jifeng's body bit by bit before transforming into nothingness. It's the Ji clan's Earth rank defensive martial skill, Iron Wall Sword Body. Instantly, many people recognized the martial skill Jifeng executed now. Earth rank defensive martial skill? Duan Lingtian was shocked. According to his knowledge, Earth rank defensive martial skills mostly relied on Earth force and Earth concept to be executed. For example, the high-grade Earth rank defensive martial skill that came with the 6th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique was a set of defensive martial skills executed with Earth concept. Earth rank defensive martial skills and Profound rank defensive martial skills were two completely different concepts. Profound rank defensive martial skills had very little effect after the origin core stage. On the other hand, because Earth rank defensive martial skills were fused with force and concept, if one was able to cultivate it to a certain extent, then even though it was unable to completely block off the opponent's attack, it was able to temporarily block off the opponent's attack and buy time for oneself. This was the charm of an Earth rank defensive martial skill. Whereas now, when Jifeng executed the Earth rank defensive martial skill Iron Wall Sword Body, even though it was difficult to continuously withstand Flute Fairy's light blade attacks, he relied on the Iron Wall Sword Body to buy some time. At the very least, he'd already approached Flute Fairy before the Iron Wall Sword Body was destroyed. Bang! Finally, the sword light defense around Jifeng that was condensed from the Iron Wall Sword Body was completely shattered by the light blades that covered the sky that descended from Flute Fairy. Meanwhile, Jifeng had already arrived nearby Flute Fairy. Swish! Jifeng made a move. His sword flashed out, and after shattering the numerous light blades, it seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that pierced towards Flute Fairy. This Jifeng has obviously seen through Flute Fairy's weakness. Flute Fairy uses the Tune of Slaughter to condense origin energy light blades to attack, and she's even more adept in long-range attacks. Allowing him to get close to her, it's only the advantage of the strength of a few tens of ancient mammoths, and it's difficult for her to block a single sword strike of his. The scene before him caused Duan Lingtian's eyes to light up. He originally thought that Jifeng would lose, but never had he imagined that Jifeng would give him such a great surprise. Jifeng's actual combat experience had exceeded his expectations. Just when most of the people were worried about Flute Fairy, a cold sweat suddenly appeared on their foreheads. Flute Fairy's slender fingers moved faster and faster on the spirit flute. Whereas that tune of slaughter became more and more urgent, it was like a lofty mountain and flowing water. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's acute spiritual force noticed the change in the origin energy that was coiled around the spirit flute in Flute Fairy's hand at the first possible moment. There seemed to be something extra within the origin energy. Duan Lingtian still hadn't recovered from his shock. Flute Fairy exhaled, and through the spirit flute, numerous light blades were condensed once again. Swish! 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 Numerous light blades were arranged in an orderly line as they moved to intercept Jifeng's sword that pierced over. Break! Jifeng's eyes were crimson red as he shouted out explosively, desiring to shatter these light blades and defeat Flute Fairy. But in next to no time his expression went grim. Because the light blades that were arranged in a straight line were completely different from the light blades from before, and there seemed to be traces of light azure-colored energy that were extremely gorgeous. Whereas now, in the sky above Flute Fairy, another 120 ancient mammoth silhouettes had been added beside the 2,220 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Of course, these 120 ancient mammoth silhouettes weren't stable, and they fluctuated to 70 or 80 at times. Clang! The first light blade collided with the grade 6 spirit sword in Ji Feng's hand, causing Ji Feng's body to tremble slightly. Clang! The second light blade continued blasting over, and Ji Feng's face instantly went ghastly pale. Clang! The third light blade caused Ji Feng's face to instantly flush red. Clang! The fourth light blade caused Ji Feng to spit out a mouthful of blood. Up until the sixth light blade, the space between Ji Feng's thumb and index finger split open and dripped with blood, and the grade 6 spirit sword in his hand was blasted flying before dropping to the ground with a clang. Whereas the remaining 3 light blades were about to pierce into Ji Feng's chest and annihilate him. Whoosh! The violet-colored figure was like a violet-colored specter that arrived like a shadow, and with a raise of her hand, she annihilated the 3 light blades. Bang! The crystalline and translucent jade flute descended onto Ji Feng's chest and blasted Ji Feng flying. Bang! Ji Feng fell to the ground in a sorry state with a miserable expression. As for the purple specter-like figure, it finally stopped moving and revealed the true appearance of the Flute Fairy Ziyen. What a formidable woman! Duan Lingtian gasped. This Flute Fairy is the younger sister of Zither Young Master? Based on her age, she's much younger than Zither Young Master from over a year ago. In other words, her natural talent obviously surpassed Zither Young Master, especially comprehension ability. Flute Fairy had already comprehended the Wind Force Seed to the limit. Earlier, when facing Ji Feng's attack that could be said to be perfect, she'd utilized the Wind Force Seed in time to defeat Ji Feng in one go without the slightest hesitation. Wind Force Seed. No matter if it was the outer hall students or inner hall students, all of them were shocked by Flute Fairy's ability. Your strength isn't bad. A half-step void stage martial artist was able to force me to utilize the Wind Force Seed. If I didn't have a grade 5 spirit flute, I might not be a match for you. Flute Fairy glanced indifferently at Ji Feng. Ji Feng took a deep breath. There are no ifs. Even if I had a grade 5 spirit weapon, I would not use it. A loss is a loss. But I never imagined that as the younger sister of Zither Young Master, Flute Fairy would actually possess such formidable natural talent and comprehension ability. In my opinion, even if you're compared to Zither Young Master, Flute Fairy isn't inferior. Ji Feng's words were sincere, but Flute Fairy didn't appreciate his kindness. Humph, my brother is much stronger than me. If you dare speak ill of my brother again, I'll absolutely not forgive you. Instantly, Flute Fairy's face seemed to be covered in a layer of frost, icy cold to the extreme. Her words were extremely protective of Zither Young Master. For a time, those outer hall students that originally wanted to say similar words shut their mouths obediently. That Zither Young Master actually has a younger sister like this? I really wonder how many lifetimes of fortune she's accumulated. Duan Lingtian sighed with emotion in his heart as he looked at Flute Fairy, who seemed to have transformed into a lioness in an instant. You're Duan Lingtian? Right at the instant Duan Lingtian was dazed. A chilly voice sounded out by his ears. Duan Lingtian raised his head, and only now did he notice that Flute Fairy had suddenly looked at him, and her beautiful eyes contained slight coldness mixed within and were filled with hostility. Exactly, I'm Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded, and wasn't surprised by Flute Fairy's hostility. After all, he'd caused Zither Young Master to lose all face on the 7-star sword sect's Dubhe Peak over a year ago. Perhaps this matter wasn't spread out along with the 7-star sword sect being annihilated. But as the younger sister of Zither Young Master, Flute Fairy ought to know. The facts proved that Duan Lingtian's guess wasn't wrong. I heard from my brother that you know demonic techniques? Flute Fairy's gaze was cold and fierce as she stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. I want to experience that demonic technique of yours. demonic technique? As soon as Flute Fairy said this, everyone present looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian knows demonic techniques? Many people were dumbstruck. Sorry, I don't know any demonic techniques. Chapter 510. Don't move. Duan Lingtian had just turned around when he heard a light shout from behind him. At the same time, a gust of strong wind assaulted him. Duan Lingtian frowned as he lightly exerted force with his feet. Whirlwind. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind, and he instantly dodged Flute Fairy's sneak attack. Flute Fairy wasn't surprised that Duan Lingtian was able to dodge her attack, and her pair of cold eyes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. Didn't you use demonic techniques to defeat my brother that day? What? You dare to do it but don't dare admit it? Flute Fairy's words caused an uproar in the surroundings. Duan Lingtian used demonic techniques to defeat Zither Young Master that day? Although they didn't know what demonic techniques were, they faintly realized that Duan Lingtian might have won in a dishonorable manner. Otherwise, Flute Fairy ought to not go on and on like this. You're not sick, right? Duan Lingtian's face sank from Flute Fairy's sneak attack. Now, when he heard Flute Fairy's overbearing words, he couldn't help but frown. Duan Lingtian's words caused everyone present to be speechless. They'd never imagined that Duan Lingtian would actually be able to speak such words to such a beauty. Although this beauty had indeed gone slightly too far earlier. But as a man, shouldn't he at least have some bearing when facing a beauty? Of course, all of this was only their personal thoughts. Duan Lingtian wouldn't take care of Flute Fairy because she was beautiful. Not to mention that Duan Lingtian himself had two fiancées whose appearances and bearings weren't inferior to Flute Fairy. Even if he didn't, he still wouldn't pretend to be petty and lowly to treat an impolite woman. In his eyes, Flute Fairy's beauty and ugliness were unable to affect him. You! Flute Fairy was angered to the point her beautiful face flushed red. Then she stepped gracefully on the ground and raised her hand to actually place the grade 5 spirit flute above her red lips once more. Suddenly, the tune of slaughter sounded out once more. At the same time that her origin energy coiled around the spirit flute, strands of wind force seeds suffused out. When facing Duan Lingtian, Flute Fairy used her full strength as soon as she attacked. Swish! Whoosh! 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 Numerous blades of light condensed from origin energy whistled out and lined up in a straight line as they swept towards Duan Lingtian. It was as if they wanted to pierce through Duan Lingtian's body. Within the origin energy light blade, the wind force seed followed like a shadow. Humph! Duan Lingtian's face sank as he listened to waves of high-pitched sounds of slaughter while facing Flute Fairy's attack, and at the same time he grunted coldly, he raised his hand. Wind Thunder Finger. Duan Lingtian pointed out with his finger as his origin energy raged, and he only utilized half-step advanced lightning force to condense into an incomplete tempest point to intercept Flute Fairy's blade of light attack. In terms of speed, Duan Lingtian's tempest finger was far superior to the numerous blades of light condensed from Flute Fairy's voice of slaughter and origin energy. In terms of strength, Duan Lingtian's tempest point carried the strength of 2,500 ancient mammoths, and it completely crushed Flute Fairy's strength of 2,300 ancient mammoths. Swish! The tempest point tore through the sky, piercing to the point the airflow in the air flashed as it pointed towards the origin energy light blades that were arranged in a line. Swish! 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 Waves of shattering sounds sounded out, and it was the tempest point shot out by Duan Lingtian's finger that easily penetrated the numerous origin energy light blades and crushed Flute Fairy's attack. Subsequently, the tempest point's momentum didn't reduce in the slightest as it brushed past Flute Fairy's beautiful face, and it pierced through the wall at the side with a bang. Pooh! At this moment, Flute Fairy's face was ghastly pale as well, and her beautiful face flushed red as she spat out a mouthful of blood. After spitting out blood, Flute Fairy's beautiful body trembled slightly as she was on the verge of collapse, and her face was ghastly pale to the extreme, causing her to seem delicate and pitiable. Duan Lingtian is too ruthless. He's actually able to do this to such a beauty. If it was me, I would surely not talk back or fight back when facing Flute Fairy. Waves of booing sounded out by his ears, and it caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but laugh bitterly. These outer hall students have never seen a woman in their entire lifetimes? Duan Lingtian, you actually dare be disrespectful to young Miss Ziyan? I'll kill you. An explosive shout sounded out. It was the Z gang that was defeated by Ji Feng earlier, and he charged towards Duan Lingtian before smashing out with his fist towards Duan Lingtian's head. You're courting death. Duan Lingtian's face sank as his figure shook, and he left behind an afterimage on the spot he stood. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out, and everyone present only felt something flash before their eyes. It was Duan Lingtian that had kicked Z gang flying with a single kick, causing Z gang to collide with the distant wall and directly fall unconscious. This scene caused everyone present to be unable to help but feel their hearts go cold. Some outer hall students that were fighting for justice for Flute Fairy earlier directly shut their mouths and didn't dare speak another word. Who knew if this Duan Lingtian would suddenly make a move against them as well? They were afraid when they saw Z Gang's end. Duan Lingtian was able to notice that even though Flute Fairy was injured by his tempest point and her beautiful face was ghastly pale, her pair of cold eyes were exceedingly firm, and she still stared fixedly at him. Why didn't you use that demonic technique of yours? Flute Fairy's voice was filled with slight unwillingness. She wanted to prove to everyone that the reason her older brother, Zither Young Master, lost at the hands of Duan Lingtian 1 year ago was because Duan Lingtian had used a demonic technique. And it wasn't like the news spread out by the members of the Azure Forest Trisect that Duan Lingtian had used his own strength to defeat her older brother. She wanted to redress her older brother's reputation. Duan Lingtian never imagined that this Flute Fairy would be so stubborn, and for a time, he looked at her in a new light. Demonic technique? Duan Lingtian glanced at Flute Fairy with a spurious smile. You really want to experience my demonic technique? Although he didn't feel that his soul skill was any demonic technique. But since she said it like this, he couldn't be bothered to refute. Exactly. Flute Fairy nodded, and her chilly eyes were exceedingly firm. Then watch carefully. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, an imperceptible dim light slowly floated into appearance in the depths of his eyes. Subsequently, his spiritual force fused into the soul brand. 1,000 illusions. Instantly, Duan Lingtian executed the soul skill he possessed, and an illusory space was constructed at the place Flute Fairy was at. Presently, Flute Fairy was enveloped by the illusory space, and the scene before her eyes flashed as she noticed that the place she was at had completely changed. The sudden change caused Flute Fairy's beautiful face to go slightly pale, and her body shivered. That Duan Lingtian really knows demonic techniques? How did he send me here? Flute Fairy sized up the surroundings and noticed that this was a desert, and not a trace of human habitation could be seen in the surroundings. What's this place? Flute Fairy's face was ghastly pale, and she couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Whereas now, everyone in the inner hall was astounded when they saw Flute Fairy lose her composure. What's Flute Fairy doing? Isn't this the Dragon Phoenix Academy's inner hall? Could it be that she's possessed? She was fine earlier, yet at this moment, she seems to have suddenly become a different person. No matter if it was the group of outer hall students or the group of inner hall students, all of them were dumbstruck at this moment. The scene before their eyes had completely exceeded their imaginations. What's going on? Presently, even Crazy Young Master, Sword Young Master, Ji Feng, and Sima Yang had dumbstruck expressions. Earlier, Flute Fairy said Duan Lingtian knows some demonic technique. Could it be that this is Duan Lingtian's demonic technique? Ji Feng's gaze quickly cleared up, and he thought in his heart as an unbelievable thought appeared in his mind. Even he himself didn't dare believe this thought. This Flute Fairy wouldn't be joining forces with Duan Lingtian to put on a show, right? Ji Feng thought to himself. He didn't dare believe it, nor was he willing to believe that such a strange thing could exist in this world. What demonic technique? As far as he was concerned, all of this was nonsense. In next to no time, the group of people that had just recovered from their shock were stunned once more. Heavens! What did we see? Under the gazes of everyone present, Flute Fairy's movements were like the wind, and she lost her composure as she dashed towards Duan Lingtian. Big brother, don't go. Big brother, don't go. Don't leave Ziyen alone. Ziyen is afraid, Ziyen is afraid. Everyone saw that when Flute Fairy arrived nearby Duan Lingtian. She suddenly stopped moving, and grief and despair appeared on her face as she muttered, Big brother, how can you be so heartless as to leave Ziyen alone here? Big brother. Suddenly, 2 streams of clear tears fell from Flute Fairy's face. This scene caused everyone present to be dumbstruck. This is a show? This thought abruptly emerged in the hearts of everyone present. Yet they didn't know that everything Flute Fairy was facing now was completely different from everything they'd seen. Within the illusory space, Flute Fairy was in a boundless desert that she was unable to find a way out of, and she was extremely dazed. She'd searched for a long time, yet was unable to find the way out. Gradually, she felt despair. Right at this moment, she saw Zither Young Master, the big brother that doted on her the most. But Zither Young Master was extremely cold and indifferent towards her, and he'd even walked towards the distance. She wanted to chase after him, but after chasing for a while, Zither Young Master had completely vanished before her eyes. In the end, she could only grieve by herself. Are you satisfied now? Right when Flute Fairy felt extreme despair, an indifferent voice sounded out by her ears, and it caused her to wake up from her dream. When she returned to her senses, she noticed that the surrounding environment had changed, and she'd returned to the inner hall of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. Whereas before her, the violet-clothed young man stood there and looked at her with an expressionless face. Flute Fairy recalled the scene from before, and her face went pale. Just a moment ago, in that desolate desert. At the beginning, she was curious about how Duan Lingtian had sent her there, but along with the passage of time in that place, she'd completely forgotten everything that had happened in the inner hall of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. She'd even forgotten that Duan Lingtian was executing a demonic technique on her. Meanwhile, Flute Fairy noticed that the gazes everyone present were looking at her with were extremely strange. What exactly happened earlier? Flute Fairy's gaze descended onto Jifeng, and then she asked via voice transmission. Jifeng, what did you see earlier? Jifeng cursed in his heart when he heard Flute Fairy's voice transmission. If you're acting, then act, yet make it so realistic. Could it be that you don't know better than me what you've done? Of course, Jifeng only thought like this in his heart. Chapter 5:11. Jifeng's voice transmission entered into Flute Fairy's ears, and it caused Flute Fairy to be dumbstruck. She cried and made a fuss under the gazes of everyone earlier as if she'd gone mad. Earlier, her entire performance in that strange desert was seen by everyone present. Instantly, Flute Fairy's face went ghastly pale, and boundless shame and resentment arose in her heart. She wished for nothing more than to dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. Jifeng had a disdainful expression when he saw Flute Fairy's expression, and he cursed in his heart. Continue acting. Do you really think I'm unable to discern that you were acting earlier? Now, there were many people that thought the same as Jifeng. They only thought that everything that happened earlier had completely exceeded the scope of their understanding. You really know demonic techniques. Flute Fairy stretched out her hand to point at Duan Lingtian with shame and resentment, and her slender jade-like fingers lightly trembled as she was extremely agitated. Duan Lingtian glanced at Flute Fairy with waning interest, and then he shrugged. If you think it's demonic techniques, then it's demonic techniques. Now, I've allowed you to experience the demonic techniques that you wanted to experience, so don't disturb me. After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian returned to his courtyard, walked into the room within the courtyard, and neatly closed the door behind him. Only Flute Fairy was left behind to the point her beautiful face flushed red, and her eyes were filled with traces of shame and resentment. This Duan Lingtian had actually made her make a fool of herself in public. But when she thought of how she'd made Duan Lingtian utilize demonic techniques, she couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Her efforts weren't without reward. At the very least, it proved the fact that Duan Lingtian knew demonic techniques. Humph! If it wasn't for this Duan Lingtian relying on his demonic techniques, how could he be a match for my brother that day? Flute Fairy's voice rose slightly, and she wanted to use the mouths of everyone present to spread this fact and vindicate her brother. But she quickly noticed. Most of the people present looked at her as if they were looking at an idiot, and they obviously didn't believe what she said. All of you. Flute Fairy was anxious. She'd racked her brains to make Duan Lingtian utilize demonic techniques, and she'd even lost her composure in public. Yet the outcome she obtained was actually this. She was unwilling. I'm speaking the truth that Duan Lingtian really knows demonic techniques. Earlier, I don't know how I arrived at a desolate desert. When she spoke up to hear, Flute Fairy didn't continue, because she noticed that the gazes of the people present had become even stranger. Young Miss Ziyan, so long as it's a normal person, they'll be able to discern that you and Duan Lingtian have joined forces to put on an act. Although I don't know what the two of you intend by doing this, I still have to tell you that unless there's something wrong with the head, otherwise no one will believe you. Ji Feng looked at Fairy Flute and spoke, kindly via voice transmission. Flute Fairy's delicate body trembled slightly, and her pretty face flushed red. Flute Fairy said it, she's it Fairy speak she, Flute she, Duan Lingtian, come out. In next to no time, Flute Fairy walked forward and arrived before Duan Lingtian's courtyard, and she shouted with a clear and cold voice. Duan Lingtian walked into the room and had just sat down cross-legged with the intention of cultivating when he heard Flute Fairy's cold shout. He instantly frowned as he opened the door and walked out of the courtyard. Woman, are you done yet? Duan Lingtian's face seemed to be covered in a layer of frost as he spoke impatiently. You asked me to show you demonic techniques, so I did. Now you're taking advantage of me? Duan Lingtian, tell them that I'm not lying. You do indeed know how to utilize demonic techniques and can send me to a strange place. Flute Fairy spoke to Duan Lingtian with an extremely anxious tone. So long as I tell you, you won't disturb me any longer? Duan Lingtian asked cautiously. He didn't want to be bothered by this woman, otherwise, he would basically be unable to cultivate. Yes. Flute Fairy didn't hesitate in the slightest and hurriedly nodded. As far as she was concerned, so long as Duan Lingtian was willing to admit it, it ought to be sufficient to make everyone present believe and not think that she was lying. I hope you keep your promise. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Flute Fairy, and his icy cold and fierce gaze caused Flute Fairy to be unable to refrain from shivering. Everyone, Flute Fairy didn't lie to all of you. I do indeed know how to utilize demonic techniques. If all of you are interested, I can let you have a taste of being an emperor, and it wouldn't be a problem even if you were Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian glanced at the inner hall and outer hall students present as he spoke in all seriousness. However, his serious words caused the group of Dragon Phoenix Academy students to laugh involuntarily. Remember your promise. After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian glanced coldly and indifferently at Flute Fairy before returning to the house in the courtyard and cultivating. Flute Fairy heaved a sigh of relief, but in next to no time she was dumbstruck. All of you? She noticed that not only did the gazes the people present look at her with not change, it was even stranger. At this moment she finally realized. If she didn't allow these people to experience it themselves, it would be impossible for them to believe that Duan Lingtian knew demonic techniques. In the end, she could only walk into the courtyard that originally belonged to Ji Feng and now belonged to her with a bitter expression, and return to her room. Duan Lingtian, I'll sooner or later make everyone believe the fact that you know demonic techniques. After Flute Fairy returned to her room, she leaned her back against the door, and tears of grievance flowed down her beautiful face as she spoke with an angry expression. Since she was born, it was the first time she'd suffered such a great grievance. The feeling of being misunderstood by everyone caused her to be extremely uncomfortable. Now, she finally understood the meaning of what her brother said to her when he left the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom 1 year ago. Yen, I'm gonna follow Master to cultivate. I'll surely find a way to deal with Duan Lingtian's demonic technique and wash away my humiliation. He caused me to lose all face, and caused me to suffer the questioning of everyone in the 7-star sword sect. Those were the words her brother, the Zither young master Zishang, said to her before he left the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. At that time, it was difficult for her to understand the grievance and rage in her brother's heart. But now she completely understood it, because she'd lost all face before the crowd of Dragon and Phoenix Academy students, and at the same time, suffered the questioning of a group of people. Duan Ling Tian, I'll surely help my brother find a way to deal with your demonic technique. Zi Yen lightly bit her white teeth, and her peerlessly beautiful face was incomparably firm. Duan Ling Tian was naturally unaware of everything that was happening outside. Presently, he was silently cultivating the 5th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. The lightning WIRM form time silently flowed by. After an unknown amount of time, Duan Ling Tian only awoke when he felt the origin energy in his body had once again reached saturation. Squeak, squeak. Right at this moment, a wave of familiar cries sounded out. Subsequently, he saw a golden bolt of lightning flash before his eyes, and his shoulder slightly sank as a golden furry little thing appeared there. It was precisely the infant jade-eyed heavenly mouse. Little Gold, you're awake? Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised. Hee, big brother Ling Tian, I've finally broken through. The little gold mouse's voice transmission entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears, and it was filled with excitement and joy. Duan Ling Tian's gaze shone brightly when he heard this, and his spiritual force stretched out to detect the little gold mouse's current cultivation at the first possible moment. 7th level of the void prying stage. Little Gold had finally broken through to the 7th level of the void prying stage. Little Gold, your spiritual force? Duan Ling Tian seemed to have thought of something, and his gaze emitted burning desire as he looked at the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse's jade-green eyes that were originally shining instantly dimmed down, and she drooped her little head as she said via voice transmission. Big brother Ling Tian, I'm still unable to awaken my soul brand, and was unable to comprehend the elementary soul skill of our jade-eyed heavenly mouse clan. A trace of a sense of loss imperceptibly flashed within Duan Ling Tian's eyes when he heard this. But he still persuaded. It's fine, work hard on cultivating, and allow your cultivation and spiritual force to advance a few more levels. You'll surely be able to awaken your soul brand. Unexpectedly, right at this moment, an unexpected event abruptly occurred. Duan Ling Tian saw the little gold mouse abruptly raise her head, and her pair of originally dim jade-green eyes abruptly lit up. Not only that, he even saw a strand of imperceptible golden flames appear within each of the little gold mouse's jade-green eyes. What's that? Right when Duan Ling Tian was bewildered in his heart. He only felt a formidable spiritual force that was swift to the extreme sweep over, and before he even had the time to react, it had already pierced into his soul. In the next moment, his soul shook, and the little gold mouse before him and everything within his field of vision became blurry. Not only that, he even noticed, at this moment, the origin energy that he'd mobilized throughout his entire body showed signs of gradually collapsing along with the shaking of his soul. After a short moment, he noticed that the formidable spiritual force that attacked him had completely vanished, whereas his consciousness gradually became clear as well. Everything returned to normal. Little Gold, you little fellow, you actually deceived me. Duan Ling Tian returned to his senses and glared angrily at the little gold mouse. He'd naturally guessed what had happened earlier. Obviously, the little gold mouse had relied on the soul brand she'd awakened to execute a soul skill to trick him. Big brother Ling Tian, I'm formidable, right? The little gold mouse proudly raised her little head and asked with slight complacency. Formidable. When he recalled the scene from before, Duan Ling Tian nodded with a slight lingering fear in his heart, and at the same time he asked curiously, Little Gold, what soul skill did you execute earlier? What happened in that instant earlier was something he wasn't willing to experience a second time in his lifetime. At that moment, he even had the feeling that his life had left his control. Big brother Ling Tian, That was the first soul brand I awakened after my spiritual force broke through to the void initiation stage. The soul skill that matches this soul brand is called Soul Shaker. The little gold mouse's voice transmission slowly entered Duan Lingtian's ears, causing Duan Lingtian's mind to shake. Soul Shaker. What an overbearing soul skill. This soul skill, Soul Shaker, ought to be an offensive soul skill, right? Duan Lingtian asked. Chapter 512. Yes, it's an offensive soul skill. The little gold mouse replied, then continued via voice transmission. But it's only an elementary soul skill, and it's unable to directly crush the soul of another. It can only cause the mind of another to fall into chaos for a short period of time. Fall into chaos. When he recalled the scene of the little gold mouse's spiritual force piercing into his soul and the torment he suffered at that instant, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel a wave of lingering fear in his heart. At that instant, even if it was a body-tempering stage martial artist, the martial artist would probably be able to kill him by relying on a sharp weapon. At that moment, he was undoubtedly at his weakest. Freak! Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. In next to no time, after he conversed with the little gold mouse, he had a certain understanding of the little gold mouse's soul skill, Soul Shaker. Soul Shaker's range of effect was similar to his soul skill, Thousand Illusions. Besides being unable to be effective against existences with spiritual force that were stronger than him, even if he encountered an inscription master with a similar spiritual force or a demon beast that had similarly awakened a soul brand, it would be unable to be effective. In other words, so long as it isn't an inscription master, and so long as it isn't a demon beast that has awakened a soul brand, Little Gold Soul Shaker is able to be effective against a person or demon beast with a similar spiritual force. Duan Lingtian completely understood. Little Gold's current spiritual force is at the first level of the void initiation stage. In other words, so long as it isn't an inscription master, even if it's an ordinary first-level void initiation stage martial artist, Little Gold is able to use her soul skill, Soul Shaker, to cause the martial artist to fall into chaos. When he thought up to here, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into an evil smile. If I attack that first-level void initiation stage martial artist now, he'll die for sure. In other words, so long as I cooperate with Little Gold now, so long as I don't encounter someone with a spiritual force that's higher than Little Gold, and so long as I don't encounter an inscription master with a spiritual force that's equal to Little Gold, I'll be able to move unhindered in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of excitement in his heart. Big brother Lingtian, I'm tired. I want to rest for a while. Right at this moment, the little gold mouse's voice transmission entered Duan Lingtian's ears. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian noticed that the little gold mouse had fallen asleep. The little gold mouse slept for an entire day and night. Xiao Jin, what happened to you yesterday? After the little gold mouse woke up, Duan Lingtian asked impatiently. Big brother Lingtian, after I used the soul skill Soul Shaker, my spiritual power seemed to have been sucked dry. Even now, I haven't fully recovered. The little gold mouse's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and it caused Duan Lingtian's heart to jerk. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian asked, Little Jean, can you use that soul skill Soul Shaker now? The little gold mouse shook her head. This won't do. My spiritual force must reach its peak before I can execute the soul skill Soul Shaker. How long will it take for you to recover after using Soul Shaker once? Duan Lingtian asked again. At this moment, Duan Lingtian suddenly realized that perhaps he'd been happy too early. Little Jin's soul skill, Soul Shaker, seemed to have some limitations. It'll take around half a month. The little gold mouse spoke via voice transmission. Half a month? Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Looks like he'd indeed been happy too early. In this way, Little Jin's soul skill, Soul Shaker, can only be used once every half a month. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart and was slightly disappointed. With a quick thought, he came to an understanding. As expected, a man whose heart is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Even if it's used once every half a month, it's sufficient to cause shock. After all, Little Jean is only a 7th level void-prying stage demon beast now, and being able to use a soul skill to affect ordinary 1st level void initiation stage martial artists and demon beasts is already extremely abnormal. Little Jean, tell me when your spiritual force recovers to its peak. At that time, I intend to use this month's chance to go out. Duan Lingtian said to the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse's jade-green eyes lit up when she heard this, and they were like 2 dazzling and resplendent gems. Big brother Lingtian, you want to look for materials that can improve the grade of your spirit sword? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Not only do I want to look for materials that can improve the grade of my spirit sword, I also want to buy some materials required for medicinal pills that assist void-prying stage martial artists in their cultivation. The little gold mouse was extremely excited when she heard Duan Lingtian. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. 20 days had already passed since Duan Lingtian arrived at the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. Although outer hall students would occasionally enter the inner hall to challenge them, it wasn't as bustling as it was half a month ago. Now, the 10 inner hall students had basically been decided. Big brother Lingtian, my spiritual force has recovered to its peak. Let's go out. Early in the morning, the little gold mouse spoke excitedly via voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded, then brought the little gold mouse along and left the courtyard. The inner hall was completely silent. The 10 inner hall students were either cultivating in their rooms or not in the inner hall. Besides the path that led to the outer hall, there was another shortcut that led directly to the Dragon and Phoenix Academy's entrance. Duan Lingtian chose the shortcut. After a short moment, he arrived at the Dragon and Phoenix Academy's entrance. There were 2 old men standing at the 2 sides like door gods, and they were motionless like mountains, like 2 statues. Whereas behind the stone table at the side of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy's entrance sat an old man. This old man was precisely the person in charge of registering the entry and exit of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy students. Senior, Duan Lingtian noticed that the old man behind the stone table was precisely the old man that registered him 20 days ago. Duan Lingtian. The old man frowned when he saw Duan Lingtian. Didn't I tell you that it's best if you don't casually go out in the Dragon and Phoenix Academy? Senior, I have something to do and must go out. Duan Lingtian knew that the old man had good intentions, and his heart felt warm. The old man persuaded Duan Lingtian for a while, and after he noticed that he was unable to persuade Duan Lingtian, he could only compromise and register Duan Lingtian. Before Duan Lingtian left, the old man reminded. Duan Lingtian, the matter of you coming to our Dragon and Phoenix Academy has probably spread to the ears of the Azure Forest Trisect since long ago. If you're going out, then return as soon as possible so as to avoid causing trouble. Yes, Senior. Duan Lingtian replied before leaving the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. Not long after he left, Duan Lingtian relied on his acute spiritual force and anti-tracking ability to notice that 2 concealed gazes had locked onto him. They're not together? What caused Duan Lingtian to be surprised was that these 2 people were actually not together. One of them was a 1st level void-prying stage martial artist. The other person was a 9th level void-prying stage martial artist. It's not that I'm unable to deal with this 9th level void-prying stage martial artist by relying on Little Gold's soul skill, Soul Shaker, but Soul Shaker can only be used once every half a month, and I can't waste it like this. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian made a decision in his heart. Avoid that 9th level void-prying stage martial artist. As for that 1st level void-prying stage martial artist, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed, seeming to have transformed into the wind and vanished at the end of the road in the blink of an eye. Whereas in the shadows, 2 figures appeared and chased after Duan Lingtian. In next to no time, they noticed that they'd lost track of their target. Where's he? Both of them were at different places, and both of them had bewildered expressions. Yes, go report the news of Duan Lingtian leaving the Dragon and Phoenix Academy to the 2 Guardian Elders first. I presume that with the ability of the 2 Guardian Elders, it isn't difficult to stop that Duan Lingtian from returning to the Academy. One of them was a middle-aged man, and he muttered to himself before intending to leave the remote small alley he was in now. But when he walked forward, he instead noticed a figure had appeared ahead. This figure was so familiar to him. Duan Lingtian. The middle-aged man recognized the person that had arrived, and his heart shook as his face went grim. He was able to discern that this Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed him since long ago, and had intentionally lured him here. Flee! Without the slightest hesitation, he directly soared into the sky. What a joke! Even though he and Duan Lingtian were both first-level void-prying stage martial artists, he knew his limits. He was absolutely not a match for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was an existence that had comprehended half-step advanced lightning force. Squeak squeak. The middle-aged man had just soared into the sky when he heard a wave of ear-piercing howls of the wind by his ears. Subsequently, he saw a fluffy and chubby little gold mouse appear not far ahead. The little gold mouse stood in the sky, seeming harmless and cute to the extreme. However, at this moment, his body unconsciously stopped moving, and his pupils constricted as his face was filled with astonishment, because an enormous silhouette that coiled down condensed into form above the little gold mouse that had appeared before him, and it bared its fangs and brandished its claws. An ancient horned dragon silhouette. Seventh level of the void-prying stage. The middle-aged man's voice was filled with trembling. Whoosh! Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian had arrived behind the middle-aged man. You're a member of the Azure Forest Trisect? Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man that was first shaken off by him, then pursued by him, and asked indifferently. No, I'm not a member of the Azure Forest Trisect. You've mistaken me for someone else. The middle-aged man hurriedly shook his head. What a joke! At this moment, how could he dare admit that he was a member of the Azure Forest Trisect? As an elder of the Azure Forest Trisect that had helped in the process of annihilating the Seven-Star Sword Sect, he was extremely clear of the enmity between the Azure Forest Trisect and Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian knew that he was an elder of the Azure Forest Trisect, then he would die for sure. Mistaken me for someone else? Duan Lingtian smiled and said indifferently, If I'm not wrong, you were present when our Seven-Star Sword Sect was annihilated by your Azure Forest Trisect. Let me think. At that time, you ought to have been in the demonic Lotus Blade Sect's camp. When did the elders of the Azure Forest Trisect not dare admit their identities? As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he had a ridiculing smile on his face. Although he might not be able to remember the faces of all the members of the Azure Forest Trisect that invaded the Seven-Star Sword Sect that day, but he clearly remembered the faces of the group of elders of the Azure Forest Trisect, and it was engraved deeply into his heart. This middle-aged man was one of them. The middle-aged man's face went gloomy when he saw Duan Lingtian had recognized him, and his gaze was difficult to unravel. Sometimes it swept towards the east, sometimes it swept towards the west. If you dare flee, it will tear you apart. Duan Lingtian's voice was filled with extreme coldness. Chapter 513. How many people has your Azure Forest Trisect sent for the sake of eliminating me? Duan Lingtian's voice slowly sounded out, and it didn't contain the slightest emotion and was extremely empty. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a wisp of coldness when he saw the middle-aged man keeping silent, and he threatened. If you don't cooperate, then I'll kill you right now. If I cooperate, then you won't kill me? The middle-aged man's body imperceptibly trembled, and he took a deep breath before asking with a low voice. If you cooperate, then I won't kill you. Duan Lingtian nodded. The middle-aged man heaved a sigh of relief when he obtained Duan Lingtian's agreement. I came with the two guardian elders. Normally, the two guardian elders are waiting for news in the inn, and I came out to monitor your whereabouts. The two guardian elders ordered that so long as they notice you leave the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, they should be notified at the first possible moment. The middle-aged man continued. So in this way, the guardian elders of your Azure Forest Trisect don't dare barge into the Dragon and Phoenix Academy? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a wisp of a cold smile. The middle-aged man went silent. The Dragon and Phoenix Academy was an academy established by the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family, and it received the protection of the imperial family. Even though their Azure Forest trisect was like the scorching sun in the midday sky in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom now, it hadn't reached the point of being able to go against the imperial family, so they naturally didn't dare offend the imperial family. Who are the two guardian elders that came this time? Duan Lingtian asked. Actually, Duan Lingtian already had a guess in his heart, and he only wanted to confirm it a step further. It's Elder Hua and Elder Ming. The middle-aged man hurriedly spoke. Say their names. Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold, and at this instant, the temperature of the surrounding air seemed to have dropped slightly. The middle-aged man's body trembled as he hurriedly added. It's Elder Tang Hua and Elder Zhao Ming. Tang Hua? Zhao Ming? It really is them. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a ridiculing smile, and then he glanced indifferently at the middle-aged man. This time, when the Azure Forest trisect obtained the news of me appearing in the Imperial City, it ought to be Tang Hua and Zhao Ming that took the initiative to come kill me, right? Yes. The middle-aged man nodded. Although he was curious as to how Duan Lingtian knew about this, he didn't dare to ask. Zhong Lin didn't come? Duan Lingtian asked again. The appearance of Tang Hua and Zhao Ming was within his expectations. Presumably, the two of them were constantly thinking about the 10,000-year stalactite milk. However, Zhong Lin not coming was out of his expectations. He still remembered that when he spoke of the 10,000-year stalactite milk that day, the guardian elder called Zhong Lin from the Azure Forest trisect was present as well. Logically speaking, Zhong Lin should not miss this good opportunity to capture him. Elder Zhong Lin died a year ago, the middle-aged man said. Dead? Duan Lingtian was stunned. How did he die? Duan Lingtian was a little curious. Zhong Lin was a 6th-level Void Initiation Stage expert at any rate, and there were only a few people in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that were capable of killing him. I heard that he was killed in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. I'm not too sure about the specifics. The middle-aged man continued. Crimson Sky Kingdom? Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he thought of the mysterious expert from that day at the first possible moment. That mysterious expert hadn't made an appearance, yet merely his peerlessly formidable imposing aura deterred the 3 great guardian elders of the Azure Forest trisect to flee in panic. Could it be that it was that senior that did it? Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. Which inn in the Imperial City did Tang Hua and Zhao Ming stay in? After Duan Lingtian obtained the final answer he wanted to know from the middle-aged man, he looked at the little gold mouse. Little gold, I'll leave it to you. Duan Lingtian's voice abruptly became chilly. Squeak, squeak. The little gold mouse cried out excitedly, and her jade-green eyes locked onto the middle-aged man tightly. You lied to me. You said you wouldn't kill me. The middle-aged man felt coldness in his heart when he was stared at by the little gold mouse, and his body shivered as he pointed at Duan Lingtian and was at a loss for what to do. I only said I wouldn't kill you. I didn't say I wouldn't let it kill you. Duan Lingtian's tone was calm and didn't contain the slightest emotion. The middle-aged man revealed despair, and his figure flashed, intending to flee. But he hadn't even had the time to move when a fine sword light that was swift like a bolt of lightning had already tore through the sky and swept past his throat. Dead. Squeak, squeak. When she saw the middle-aged man taking his last breath and his body crashing down, Little Gold waved the pocket-sized spirit sword in her hand and was extremely excited. Hiss! With a raise of his hand, a strand of blue-colored flames leaped about in the center of Duan Lingtian's palm. Subsequently, the flames descended onto the middle-aged man's corpse. The middle-aged man's corpse didn't even have the time to fall to the ground before transforming into ash that covered the sky and dispersed with the wind. Grade 4 pill fire was incomparably overbearing. Little Gold, let's go. We're going to the Weapons Craftsman Guild. Duan Lingtian called out to the little gold mouse. After asking someone for directions, Duan Lingtian quickly found the Weapons Craftsman Guild. This Weapons Craftsman Guild was the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Weapons Craftsman Guild headquarters. As the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Weapons Craftsman Guild headquarters, it was extremely bustling, and there was an endless stream of people entering and leaving. Duan Lingtian saw many weapons craftsmen. Looking at the badges on the chests of these weapons craftsmen, most of them were grade 8 and grade 9 weapons craftsmen, and he could occasionally see 1 or 2 grade 7 weapons craftsmen. As for grade 6 weapons craftsmen, Duan Lingtian didn't see a single one. Grade 6 weapons craftsmen can be considered to be an extremely rare existence in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. After all, because there aren't any grade 5 weapons craftsmen in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, grade 6 weapons craftsmen can be revered. Duan Lingtian quickly came to an understanding. The Alchemist Guild's main hall was extremely spacious. When Duan Lingtian entered, he noticed that the counters at the various corners of the hall were practically filled with people. A portion of these people were weapons craftsmen that had come to accept assignments or buy materials, and another portion were ordinary martial artists that had come to issue assignments. The latter had come to the Weapons Craftsman Guild for the sake of issuing assignments for custom-made spirit weapons. The clamorous atmosphere in the hall caused Duan Lingtian to be slightly unaccustomed to it. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian arrived before a counter that had just been vacated, and he went straight to the point. "I want to see your guild master." The worker behind the counter was a beautiful woman that was dressed coquettishly, and she was stunned when she heard Duan Lingtian. Then she said, "Little brother, our guild master is extremely busy, and he isn't someone that you can meet just because you want to. Normally, even if it's me." The beautiful woman hadn't finished speaking when she'd already stopped abruptly. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared wide open at this moment. Her proud, delicate figure lightly trembled, and it was filled with charm, giving others the desire to pounce on her and press her down on the ground to ravage her. All of this originated from Duan Lingtian's actions. Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and from an angle that only the beautiful woman could see, a strand of raging and soaring flames lit up. Weapon flame. If it was only an ordinary weapon flame, the beautiful woman naturally wouldn't have such a reaction. The problem was that the weapon flame in Duan Lingtian's hand was blue in color. Grade for weapon flame? The beautiful woman fiercely swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and her light voice started to intensely tremble. What did a grade 4 weapon flame represent? As a worker of the Alchemist Guild, she couldn't be any clearer about it. Grade 4 weapon flame, even she had only heard of it and had never seen it before. Only when Duan Lingtian extinguished the grade 4 weapon flame in his hand did the beautiful woman return to her senses, and the gaze she looked at Duan Lingtian with was completely different. She didn't dare look down on Duan Lingtian because of his young age any longer. Duan Lingtian. She knew that this was an esteemed grade 4 weapons craftsman. "Now, do I have the qualifications to see your guild master?" Duan Lingtian asked. "Esteemed 4th guest, please follow me." The beautiful woman originally wanted to respectfully address Duan Lingtian as Lord Grade 4 weapons craftsman. But when she saw the fierce gaze that Duan Lingtian swept over, she instantly changed her words. She discerned that this grade 4 alchemist didn't wish for others to know of his identity. The Alchemist Guild's main hall was extremely large, so when Duan Lingtian and the beautiful woman left, it didn't draw the attention of others. Duan Lingtian followed behind the beautiful woman and walked into the inner room behind the Alchemist Guild's main hall. Within the inner room was a flight of stairs that led upstairs. The beautiful woman led the way in the front, and Duan Lingtian followed behind. All along the way, the shock in the beautiful woman's eyes was difficult to restrain for a long time. Grade 4 weapons craftsman was sufficient to cause her to be shocked. But now, what truly caused her to be shocked was the age of the young man behind her. The young man looked to be not more than 25 years old. Even if he took good care of himself, he wouldn't be more than 30 years old. Such a young grade 4 weapons craftsman had completely overturned her past knowledge. Not to mention the Tao of weapons refinement, the further one goes, the harder it is. If one wants to condense a grade 4 pillfire, one would at least need a cultivation at the first level of the void prying stage. Since this young man is able to condense a grade 4 pillfire, I presume his cultivation has already stepped into the void prying stage. The beautiful woman was able to sense it. Her heartbeat was ceaselessly speeding up. In our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, The number of young geniuses below the age of 30 that have stepped into the void-prying stage can be counted with one hand, not to mention a person that has such attainments in the Tao of weapons refinement at the same time. The beautiful woman took a deep breath and secretly guessed the identity of the young man behind her. Could it be that he's from the Darkhan dynasty? Or perhaps, he's from the foreign lands? Under the beautiful woman's various guesses, they'd finally arrived at their destination. Duan Lingtian followed behind the beautiful woman and arrived at the 3rd floor. Guild Master. The beautiful woman stood at the entrance of the 3rd floor staircase and respectfully bowed towards the inside. Inside was a door that was covered by a curtain. Come in. Behind the curtains, an old voice came from an old man. Guest, please. The beautiful woman walked forward in large strides and pulled open the curtain to welcome Duan Lingtian in. At the instant Duan Lingtian took a step in, he noticed a formidable spiritual force instantly sweeping over and locking onto him. At this instant, he even had the feeling of being stripped naked. This spiritual force seemed to be able to see through everything. What a formidable spiritual force. Even if it's compared to Elder Kong, I feel that it's not much weaker. Duan Lingtian's heart shook. Elder Kong was precisely the old man he knew in the Darkstone Empire's Phoenix Nest City's city governor's estate. It was an inscription master. Chapter 514. Duan Lingtian raised his head to look at the owner of the formidable spiritual force from before. This was an old man in a green robe. His figure and face were emaciated, but his eyes were instead brimming with expression and flickered with a frightening bright light. Presently, the old man's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and his brows knit tightly. Guild Master. Meanwhile, the beautiful woman walked in behind Duan Lingtian and respectfully said, "This guest says he's looking for you." "Looking for me?" The green-robed old man's white brows slightly frowned, and he had a displeased expression as he said in a low voice, "Is this your first day at the Alchemist Guild? Didn't I tell you long ago not to bring just anyone to my place?" The beautiful woman laughed bitterly. She wasn't surprised by the old man's reaction. "Guild Master, this guest is rather special." The beautiful woman added, "Special?" A trace of bewilderment appeared on the old man's face. "Guild Master, this guest." The beautiful woman had just opened her mouth when she shut it, because she'd already seen a strand of restless blue-colored flames burn within the young man's palm with a flip of his hand. She knew. At this moment, there was no need for her to introduce him, whereas the old man's pupils abruptly constricted at this moment. His emaciated face lightly twitched. Grade 4 weapon flame. You're a grade 4 weapons craftsman?" The old man's voice contained slight trembling mixed within, and within the trembling, it was filled with shock. "Didn't you see it, Guild Master?" Duan Lingtian had a calm expression when faced with the old man's question, and with a flip of his hand, he extinguished the grade 4 weapon flame in his hand. The old man finally recovered from his shock when he saw the grade 4 weapon flame vanish before his eyes, and he took a deep breath before looking at the beautiful woman. "You can leave. You're not allowed to mention the matter of this master to anyone." As he finished speaking, the old man's tone became heavier. "Yes, Guild Master." The beautiful woman didn't dare hesitate and hurriedly replied before turning around and leaving. For a time, only Duan Lingtian and the old man remained at the scene. Luo Rong, Guild Master of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Weapons Craftsman Guild, greets the master. The old man lightly bowed to Duan Lingtian. In the Tao of weapons refinement, those who are skilled are first. Although in terms of age, the young man before him could even be his grandson. But in terms of refining, he was a junior. "Guild Leader Luo, you're too polite." Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. He could understand Luo Rong's feelings. Even if a grade 6 weapons craftsman met a grade 5 weapons craftsman, he would still have to respectfully address them as master. Not to mention he was a grade 4 weapons craftsman that was even higher than a grade 5 alchemist. Luo Rongli stood up with a complicated look in his eyes. "How should I address you, master?" Luo Rong asked respectfully. "President Luo, just call me Duan Lingtian." Duan Lingtian said slowly. Duan Lingtian. Luo Rong's face froze, his body shook, and even his voice slightly trembled. You're that genius disciple of the Seven-Star Sword Sect, Duan Lingtian? Seven-Star Sword Sect? Duan Lingtian shook his head and laughed in self-ridicule. The Seven-Star Sword Sect doesn't exist anymore. The current me is at most a disciple of a perished sect. You're really that Duan Lingtian. Luo Rong was completely dumbstruck when he obtained Duan Lingtian's confirmation. Never had he imagined it. This grade 4 weapons craftsman was actually that genius disciple of the Seven-Star Sword Sect that gave rise to much discussion in the recent years. An existence that was publicly acknowledged to be above the 5 great young masters. Looks like the rumors aren't false. The 5 great young masters are utterly unable to compare to him. Luo Rong sucked in a breath of cold air. As far as he was concerned, the 5 great young masters were utterly not on the same level as Duan Lingtian. Not to mention Duan Lingtian's monstrous natural talent in the martial Dao. Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the Dao of weapons refinement caused him to feel ashamed. He'd studied the Dao of weapons refinement for a few tens of years in his lifetime, but until now, he was still only a grade 6 weapons craftsman. He suddenly felt that he'd lived all these years in vain. Could it be that Duan Lingtian is even worth pretending to be? Duan Lingtian was speechless when he saw the old man with a dumbstruck expression. Luo Rong was slightly embarrassed, and then he said, "Master, don't blame me. I'm only slightly surprised. All right, Guild Leader Luo, don't call me Master in the future, just call me Duan Lingtian." Duan Lingtian waved his hand as he spoke. Luo Rong doesn't dare. Luo Rong had a terrified expression when he heard Duan Lingtian. As the guild leader of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Alchemist Guild's main guild, Luo Rong's obsession with the Dao of weapons refinement was unimaginable to an ordinary person. The Dao of weapons refinement was extremely sacred in his eyes. A grade 4 weapons craftsman was worthy of him giving the highest respect. Duan Lingtian didn't say anything further when he saw Luo Rong persisting. "Master, do you need something from me?" Luo Rong asked. He believed that a grade 4 weapons craftsman wouldn't come looking for him for no reason. "Guild Leader Luo, I'll get straight to the point. I came here today mainly to ask for some materials from Guild Leader Luo." Duan Lingtian went straight to the point. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian spoke of a few materials, and all of them were the main materials used to refine a grade 4 spirit weapon. These few materials were sufficient to improve the grade 5 spirit swords in his and the little gold mouse's possession to grade 4. At that time, his and the little gold mouse's strength would obtain an extremely great increase. These materials, Master, you're intending to refine a grade 4 spirit weapon? Luo Rong's eyes shone brightly, and even his breathing became slightly hurried. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. "Master." Luo Rong's face flushed red as he looked at Duan Lingtian, and he hesitated to speak. Duan Lingtian said, "So long as you help me find the materials I need, I can allow you to watch with your own 2 eyes when I refine a grade 4 spirit weapon. Not only that, I can even guide you and allow you to become a grade 5 weapons craftsman within a year." Earlier, when Luo Rong's formidable spiritual force flashed over, he'd sensed a trace of a faint aura from Luo Rong's spiritual force. That trace of aura was precisely related to weapons craftsmen. From that trace of aura, he clearly sensed that Luo Rong had already touched the threshold of a grade 5 weapons craftsman. But because there was no one to guide him, Luo Rong had been unable to break through until now. "Master, is this true?" Luo Rong's breathing became hurried. His chest rose and fell like a bellows, and he was unable to calm down for a long time. "I'll come again a month from now. I hope you're already prepared by then." Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Luo Rong, who was exceedingly excited, then turned around and left, only leaving behind a graceful figure to Luo Rong. Luo Rong's mood gradually calmed down only when Duan Lingtian's figure vanished before his eyes. After a short moment, he hurriedly left to prepare. He only had a month's time. He knew that this was his chance, and he couldn't afford to lose it. If it was another person that said he could become a grade 5 weapons craftsman within a year, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. But Duan Lingtian was different. Not to mention Duan Lingtian himself was a grade 4 weapons craftsman. Just Duan Lingtian being able to possess such high attainments in the Tao of weapons refinement at such an age was sufficient to cause him to firmly believe Duan Lingtian's words without the slightest doubt. So, during this 1 month, even if he had to risk his life, he would still gather those materials for Duan Lingtian. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian had already left the Weapons Craftsman Guild. He naturally didn't know that after he left, Luo Rong had lost his composure. Squeak squee! The little gold mouse stood on Duan Lingtian's shoulder and cried out twice. Big brother Lingtian, will that old man be able to gather the materials you want in a month's time? Don't worry. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly when he heard the little gold mouse's voice transmission, and he wasn't worried in the slightest. So long as he wants to break through to become a grade 5 weapons craftsman, then he'll prepare those materials for me in time. This is his chance, he won't miss it. The little gold mouse nodded, seeming to understand yet not fully. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian brought the little gold mouse along to walk into the largest trade market at the center of the Imperial City. As the Imperial City of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the degree of prosperity of the largest trade market in the Imperial City exceeded Duan Lingtian's imagination. Within the trade market, horses and carriages moved like dragons, flowing endlessly. Duan Lingtian went to a few medicine stores and finally bought most of the medicinal materials, and he only lacked the main medicinal material. Although that jade wave grass can't be considered to be a rare treasure, it's still extremely rare. Perhaps I have to go to a large medicine store to buy it. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and he continued to move back and forth within the trade market. Half an hour later, he found the large medicine store he wanted to find. The scale of this large medicine store was a few times larger than an ordinary small medicine store, no matter if it was the area it occupied or the number of floors it had. Customer, may I know what you need? Duan Lingtian had only just walked into the medicine store's entrance when an attendant welcomed him in. Do you have jade wave grass here? Duan Lingtian asked. The attendant's gaze lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he confirmed a step further. Sir, you need jade wave grass? Jade wave grass was the main medicinal material required to refine void condensation pills. A single jade wave grass was sufficient to refine 100 void condensation pills, whereas void condensation pills were a necessity for void prying stage martial artists to cultivate, and this caused the price of jade wave grass to be slightly higher. Merely a single jade wave grass was worth 10 million gold. Does your store have it? Duan Lingtian asked once more. Customer, your luck isn't bad. We just happen to have a single jade wave grass left in our store. The attendant's face revealed a brilliant smile, and he brought Duan Lingtian up the stairs. He was able to obtain quite a bit of commission from selling a single jade wave grass. Before long, Duan Lingtian followed the attendant to arrive before the counter on the east side of the second floor of the medicine store. Manager Wang, this customer needs jade wave grass. The attendant spoke to the old man behind the counter. The old man raised his head to glance at Duan Lingtian when he heard this. Customer, a single jade wave grass requires 10 million gold. I wonder if you'll pay on the spot, or do you want our people to go get it with you? The reason the old man said this was because Duan Lingtian was young, and he felt that Duan Lingtian ought to not have so much money on him. After all, it was extremely dangerous for a young man to carry so much money. No need. I'll pay on the spot. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Then he raised his hand and intended to withdraw the gold. Right at this moment. I want this jade wave grass. A sonorous voice sounded out, and it was filled with an overbearing tone. Chapter 5:15. This was a robust middle-aged man that wore embroidered clothes, and he obviously had an extraordinary background. Fifth Master Yin. Whereas the attendant by Duan Lingtian's side instead went pale with fright, and he respectfully bowed to the middle-aged man. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian withdrew his gaze, and a stack of gold appeared out of thin air in his hand, and he counted out 10 million from within it. Slap! The thick stack of 10,000 gold was pressed down by Duan Lingtian on the counter. Manager Wang, this is 10 million gold. Count it. Manager Wang nodded and stretched out his hand to pick up the stack of gold on the table. Right at this moment. Kid, are you deaf? I've already said that I want that jade wave grass. The middle-aged man's face sank as he shouted in a grim voice. Duan Lingtian instead seemed as if he didn't hear what the middle-aged man said, and he silently looked at the old man behind the counter as he counted his gold, whereas the middle-aged man seemed as if he didn't dare flare up at the old man. He only targeted Duan Lingtian, and his eyes flickered with cold lights. Kid, do you know who I am? Duan Lingtian still remained indifferent. 10 million gold, that's right. Meanwhile, the old man behind the counter nodded, and after he put away the gold, he withdrew a spirit herb that flowed with jade lights with a raise of his hand, and he passed it to Duan Lingtian. It was precisely the jade wave grass. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand to receive it, and under the gaze of the middle-aged man that was filled with killing intent, he put the jade wave grass away into his spatial ring. Thank you, Manager Wang. After he put away the jade wave grass, Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he thanked the old man. The old man knew what Duan Lingtian was thanking him for. There's a first-come, first-served rule for everything. Since you're able to produce 10 million gold, this jade wave grass is naturally yours. Duan Lingtian nodded and bid farewell to the old man before leaving. Little brother, this person is the Yin clan's fifth master, Yin Zhong. After you leave, try your best to find a place with more people. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll lose both your wealth and your life. Duan Lingtian had only taken a few steps when he received a wave of voice transmission. He could tell that Steward Wang was reminding him. Thank you. Duan Lingtian remained calm and collected as he expressed his gratitude. Then he left the medicine store. Of course, when he left, Duan Lingtian noticed that someone was following him. It was the sturdy middle-aged man, the fifth master of the Yin clan. Could it be that he's the fifth uncle of Yinjia that I crippled at the entrance of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy 20 days ago? Duan Lingtian had a strange look in his eyes. Humph, daring to snatch my jade wave grass. Fine, I can even save that 10 million taels of gold. Not only that, I should be able to make a fortune from it. Yin Zhong silently followed behind Duan Lingtian, and a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Just now, this person actually dared to ignore him. He would kill this person and seize the jade wave grass, seizing everything that belonged to him. Creak, creak. Duan Lingtian heard the little gold mouse's voice. Big brother Lingtian, that guy is following us. Little gold, you only noticed now? Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard the little gold mouse's voice transmission. It looked like even though the little gold mouse had awakened her soul brand and comprehended a soul skill, her utilization of spiritual force was far inferior to him, an inscription master. But unfortunately, even though I'm able to inscribe offensive inscriptions that annihilate all void-prying stage martial artists, but the materials required for those inscriptions are truly too difficult to come by, and can only be chanced upon by luck. Duan Lingtian sighed and said to himself, otherwise, I'd be able to kill this Yin clan's fifth master with just inscriptions. Duan Lingtian, who'd fused with the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu, had extremely profound attainments in the Tao of inscriptions. So long as it was an inscription that required spiritual force to satisfy the conditions, he could easily inscribe it. But the higher the grade and might of the inscription, the more precious the materials required would be. Duan Lingtian was currently capable of inscribing many formidable offensive inscriptions, but because he didn't have the materials, he was unable to inscribe them. But, even though the materials required for a high-grade offensive inscription are rare, but the materials required for many high-grade supplementary inscriptions, even though they're rare, aren't impossible to obtain. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, perhaps, I should find some time to obtain some materials and inscribe some supplementary inscriptions. Not long after, Duan Lingtian left the trade market. He turned a corner and circled into a remote area. As soon as he entered the remote area, whoosh, an ear-piercing howl of the wind flashed from behind, and it was like a bloodthirsty fierce beast that opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Duan Lingtian. At the instant the howl of the wind sounded out, Duan Lingtian seemed to have predicted it, and his feet moved. Whirlwind. He moved to the side in time. He caused the person that launched a surprise attack from behind to miss. First level of the void prying stage. The person that launched a surprise attack was precisely the Yin clan's fifth master, Yin Zhong, and he was slightly surprised as he looked at the 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes above the violet-clothed young man that dodged in time. Subsequently, his gaze descended onto the little gold mouse on the violet-clothed young man's shoulder. A flash of inspiration appeared in his mind. You're Duan Lingtian? Yin Zhong's eyes emitted bright lights, and his tone was filled with excitement. I'm truly honored. Fifth Master Yin actually knows me. Duan Lingtian looked at Yin Zhong with a calm expression. You know me? Yin Zhong frowned, then grunted. It's surely that old bastard, Wang Ping, who told you. That old bastard is really a busybody. Does he really think I don't dare touch him? The Wang Ping Yin Zhong spoke of was precisely the manager Wang that was on the second floor of the medicine store earlier. But that old bastard, Wang Ping, probably never imagined that you wouldn't listen to his advice, right? Ha ha ha. As he finished speaking, Yin Zhong started laughing loudly. Duan Lingtian had a calm expression when facing Yin Zhong, who laughed wildly, and he said with a cold voice, Have you laughed enough? Duan Lingtian. Finally, Yin Zhong restrained his smile, and his eyes that were suffused with cold lights stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. I truly never imagined that I would encounter you under such circumstances. Looks like even the heavens want me to take revenge for my pitiful nephew. You crippled my nephew's arm and destroyed his entire life. Today, I'll take your life. Yin Zhong's ruthless words had only just sounded out when his entire body had already shot out. Everywhere he passed, dust suffused the air. In the sky, 800 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. This Yin Zhong was obviously a 6th-level void-prying stage martial artist. Bang! Yin Zhong seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that instantly arrived before Duan Lingtian, and his iron fist smashed out like a cannonball that fiercely smashed towards Duan Lingtian's head. It seemed as if he wanted to smash Duan Lingtian's head apart with a single punch. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of swift and fierce wind sweep over, and it scraped past him to the point his cheeks hurt. But he maintained his composure from the beginning until the end when facing Yin Zhong's fist. He didn't even blink his eyes. The corners of Yin Zhong's mouth curled into a cold smile, and he thought that Duan Lingtian had given up on resisting. Yin Zhong's iron fist was about to collide with Duan Lingtian's head. Squeak! An ear-piercing cry tore through the sky. Subsequently, Yin Zhong saw a golden light flash out from Duan Lingtian's shoulder and fiercely collide with his fist that shot out. He didn't have the time to react. His fist had already been collided with by the golden light. Crack! Instantly, a wave of ear-piercing sounds of bones breaking sounded out. Subsequently, he felt a wave of intense pain come from his fist, causing him to be torn apart, and he couldn't help but emit a miserable shrill cry. At the same time, a terrifying force blasted his entire body flying. In his daze, he clearly saw the golden light that was swift like a bolt of lightning transform into a cute and fluffy little gold mouse. In the sky above the little gold mouse, an ancient horned dragon silhouette was circling around there, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, and it was lifelike. Seventh level of the void prying stage. At the instant his body fell to the ground in a sorry state, Yin Zhong reacted to what had happened, and his face went ghastly pale. You planned this since long ago? You intentionally drew me here? After Yin Zhong consumed a healing medicinal pill, he struggled to stand up, and he gnashed his teeth as he stared at Duan Lingtian. What do you think? Duan Lingtian's expression remained calm as he replied with a question. I never imagined that I, Yin Zhong, who roamed freely throughout my life, would be destroyed by a kid like you in the end. But you won't be complacent for long. The Azure Forest Trisect will spare no expense to kill you. Yin Zhong seemed to have realized that a great calamity was about to befall him, and he simply let go. But he wasn't able to finish speaking these words in the end. This was because a tiny ray of sword light had completely ended his life. Squeak, squeak. After the little gold mouse's sword pierced through Yin Zhong's throat, its fluffy body flashed out as its but collided with Yin Zhong's face, and it knocked Yin Zhong down. Subsequently, the little gold mouse swooped down and skillfully removed Yin Zhong's spatial ring before sending it to Duan Lingtian's hand, and then it asked for credit. Big brother Lingtian, I want to eat a feast. I want to eat a feast. In the past, during the days of training with Duan Lingtian, the little gold mouse had helped Duan Lingtian gather the spoils of the battle. All right, you can eat however you want. Duan Lingtian spoke generously. After establishing ownership of Yin Zhong's spatial ring, Duan Lingtian noticed that there was actually 30 million gold within it. As for the other things like low-purity medicinal pills, low-grade spirit weapons, and so on and so forth, they were all useless things to him. 30 million gold. My gains aren't bad. With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian lit up a strand of grade 4 pill fire, and after he directly incinerated Yin Zhong's corpse, he found a nearby restaurant to eat. Duan Lingtian pondered as he looked at the little gold mouse wolfing down her food. According to what that Azure Forest Trisect elder said, besides him, there's only Tanghua and Zhao Ming from the Azure Forest Trisect that came to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City this time. Duan Lingtian frowned. Who would that 9th-level void-prying stage martial artist be? Duan Lingtian still remembered. When he'd just left the Dragon and Phoenix Academy today, besides that Azure Forest Trisect elder, he'd noticed another person. That person was a 9th-level void-prying stage martial artist. After thinking for a long time, Duan Lingtian was unable to think of a reason. He simply stopped thinking about it, and after he ate and drank to his heart's content, he brought the little gold mouse along and returned to the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. Duan Lingtian had only just entered the inner hall when he noticed a handsome young man in red clothes silently standing there with his eyes closed in meditation. Suddenly, the red-clothed young man raised his head and looked at Duan Lingtian with a fierce gaze. You're Duan Lingtian? Chapter 5:16. Exactly, I'm Duan Lingtian. Do you need something? Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, his spiritual force stretched out. At the first possible moment, he noticed that this red-clothed young man was actually a 2nd-level void-prying stage martial artist. This person looks to be a little over 30. In terms of natural talent, he's even able to compare with figures like the 5 great young masters. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. I've seen 4 of the 5 great young masters. Could it be that he's the Flame Young Master that's ranked 2nd? Flame Young Master Zhang Yan, the 3rd prince of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family, and the most outstanding genius in the martial Dao in the younger generation of the imperial family. Duan Lingtian had once heard of Zhang Yan when he wandered the world outside. I heard you bullied Ziyan? When the red-clothed young man mentioned Ziyan, the depths of his sharp eyes seemed to contain slight tenderness mixed within. Flute fairy? Duan Lingtian was stunned, and he frowned. When did I bully her? Humph, you still dare quibble? The red-clothed young man's face sank, and a fierce light flickered within his eyes. You bullied Ziyan, and that's equivalent to going against me, Zhang Yan. I heard that not only have you broken through to the 1st level of the void-prying stage, you've even comprehended half-step advanced lightning force. Today, I'll properly experience your brilliant moves. I only hope that you don't disappoint me. Zhang Yan took a step forward as the origin energy on his body soared, and his sharp eyes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. It really is him. When he heard Zhang Yan report his name, Duan Lingtian completely confirmed it. He was able to discern that Zhang Yan was interested in Flute Fairy, and he was standing up for Flute Fairy now. I've already said that I didn't bully her. As for the incident from before, she only has herself to blame. Duan Lingtian was able to discern that even though Zhang Yan had enmity towards him, it was only limited to teaching him a lesson and didn't arouse any ill intent towards him. Therefore, he explained patiently. As for whether Zhang Yan listened or not, it wasn't something he could interfere with. If Zhang Yan really wanted to fight, he would not be afraid. This Zhang Yan is a second-level void-prying stage martial artist, and he's able to exert the strength of 3,000 ancient mammoths by relying solely on his origin energy. Even if the force he comprehended is only elementary force, his strength still slightly surpasses me. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's thoughts suddenly changed. However, it won't be that easy for him to defeat me. Duan Lingtian only felt the blood in his body showing signs of boiling when faced with an opponent who was on par with him. Fight? Duan Lingtian, have nothing to fear. If you want to fight, then let's fight. No matter what, you've made her lose face in front of so many people. Today, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. Sharp lights flickered within Zhang Yan's eyes as he shouted out in a low voice. Out of consideration that you're only a first-level void-prying stage martial artist, I won't use force to battle you today. Not using force? Zhang Yan's words caused Duan Lingtian to be taken aback. Soon after, he could not help but laugh. This Zhang Yan was slightly interesting. Perhaps as far as Zhang Yan was concerned, even if Zhang Yan didn't use force, he would still be able to completely crush him. Although the commotion between Zhang Yan and Duan Lingtian couldn't be considered to be great, and it didn't alarm the outer hall. But the other 9 students in the inner hall had come out when they heard the commotion. Crazy Young Master, Sword Young Master, Jifeng, Sima Yang, and the others were shockingly amongst them. It's Flame Young Master. Flame Young Master has come? A few inner hall students couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. 1 or 2 students with cultivations at the bottom of the inner hall frowned tightly, and they had worried and perturbed expressions. The arrival of Flame Young Master meant that another person would be eliminated from the inner hall. Although Flame Young Master and Duan Lingtian were at daggers drawn, they didn't think that the person eliminated would be Duan Lingtian. Even if Duan Lingtian lost at the hands of Flame Young Master and had his position in the inner hall seized away, he could once again challenge an inner hall student and once again occupy a position in the inner hall. Zhang Yan, a figure that was like a violet-colored fairy, walked out from one of the courtyards, and it was precisely a beautiful woman. The woman's figure was graceful, and as she stood there, she was extremely charming and drew the attention of everyone. It was precisely Flute Fairy Ziyan. Along with Flute Fairy walking out, Zhang Yan turned around, and the coldness on his face vanished without a trace, and replacing it was a warm smile. Ziyan, watch me teach this Duan Lingtian a lesson for you. Zhang Yan, you don't have to interfere in my matters. Flute Fairy didn't appreciate his kindness and spoke indifferently. This scene caused Duan Lingtian to be astounded. After all this time, it turned out that Flame Young Master's feelings were one-sided. Ziyan, you're my fiancé. If I don't interfere in your matters, who will? Zhang Yan didn't get angry because of Flute Fairy's coldness, and a smile hung on his face from the beginning until the end, and his eyes were filled with gentleness that was like water. He seemed as if he'd been possessed as he looked at the woman with infatuation. Who's your fiancé? Flute Fairy's voice became slightly colder. I told you long ago, don't expect me to agree to that marriage contract. Even if I die, I won't marry you. Ziyan, I'll make you fall in love with me. Flame Young Master spoke extremely patiently. You two take your time to chat. When he saw Flame Young Master and Flute Fairy chatting happily, Duan Lingtian yawned and intended to return to his room to rest. Stop. However, Duan Lingtian had only taken a few steps when he was stopped by a figure that had transformed into the wind. At this moment, Zhang Yan didn't have the lowly appearance he had before Flute Fairy, and his face was cold as if he'd become a different person. Duan Lingtian, I must properly vent Ziyan's resentment today. Zhang Yan lightly shouted as he pounced towards Duan Lingtian, and his moving figure was incomparably agile. At this instant, Duan Lingtian had a misconception. Flame Young Master seemed to have transformed into an agile loach, and it was difficult for others to touch him in the slightest. Whoosh! When Flame Young Master flashed towards Duan Lingtian, 3,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed in the air and dashed out with an imposing aura that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Instantly, Flame Young Master raised his hand and pointed out, his finger breaking through the air as he pointed towards Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! A condensed origin energy finger force shot towards Duan Lingtian, causing a piercing howl. Finger martial skill? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised, as he didn't expect Flame Young Master to execute a finger martial skill as well. Whirlwind. Long before Flame Young Master made his move, Duan Lingtian had already accumulated strength. Now, his entire body shot out, accompanied by the turbulence of wind and thunder, and dodged Flame Young Master's menacing origin energy finger force. Whoosh! The origin energy finger force didn't lose its momentum as it shot into the ground and easily pierced a bottomless hole. However, no one noticed this at this moment. Everyone's gazes seemed to have discussed beforehand as they uniformly descended onto the space above Duan Lingtian's head. 3,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes floated there. Duan Lingtian has broken through to the second level of the void prying stage as well? An inner hall student couldn't help but be shocked. No, it's force. Duan Lingtian used force earlier. He's still a first-level void prying stage martial artist. An inner hall student that was comparatively more discerning said, Force? What force is able to bestow the strength of 1,000 ancient mammoths to Duan Lingtian? Many people were deeply bewildered. Force was divided into 3 levels. Normally speaking, elementary force was able to bestow upon a martial artist the strength of 200 ancient mammoths. Half-step advanced force was able to bestow upon a martial artist the strength of 500 ancient mammoths. Advanced force was able to bestow upon a martial artist the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths. Only force that didn't bestow upon a martial artist the strength of 1,000 ancient mammoths. The bewilderment of the people present was Zhang Yan's bewilderment at the same time. Duan Lingtian, I never imagined that you're actually able to exert the strength of 3,000 ancient mammoths. I've really underestimated you. However, I said I wouldn't use force, so I won't. I'll use a similar strength to defeat you. As soon as Zhang Yan finished speaking, his figure shook once more, and he seemed to have transformed into a slippery loach that flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian moved as well. In terms of speed, he wasn't inferior to Flame Young Master. Unlike the pure origin energy beneath Flame Young Master's feet. At the same time that Duan Lingtian's feet flashed out, besides origin energy, there was also force. This time, Duan Lingtian's force was truly and vividly displayed before the eyes of the crowd of inner hall students. It's not just one type of force. Crazy Young Master, Luo Zhan, who was spectating the battle, was the first to react, and his gaze was completely focused on Duan Lingtian's legs. Besides half-step advanced lightning force, there's another type of half-step advanced force. Wind. It's wind force. Half-step advanced wind force. After he discerned the ability Duan Lingtian executed now, Luo Zhan's heart shook, and a wisp of bitterness unknowingly appeared on the corners of his mouth. A first-level void prying stage martial artist comprehending a type of half-step advanced force was already sufficient to cause shock. This Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, had comprehended 2 types of half-step advanced force. I feel that my natural talent and comprehension ability can be considered to be at the top in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, but now, I haven't even comprehended half-step advanced fire force. A strand of bitterness that was difficult to notice flashed deep within Luo Zhan's gaze, whereas now all the inner hall students were dumbstruck as they looked at the 2 figures that flashed swiftly before them. Duan Lingtian actually didn't fall into a disadvantageous position in the slightest when facing a second-level void prying stage martial artist. Half-step advanced wind force? Outside the exquisite house that stood there like a sentry tower, the old man stared blankly at the scene in the inner hall and was slightly absent-minded. When the violet-colored figure flashed out, the 2 types of half-step advanced forces that appeared at the same time caused his heart to tremble greatly. Duan Lingtian, take this! Zhang Yan shouted out lightly, and with a raise of his hand, he pointed out with his finger. Swish! The origin energy finger tore through the sky with a piercing howl that exploded out in the ears as it shot towards Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian abruptly turned around and copied Zhang Yan as he pointed out with his finger. Tempest Point. Instantly, a material origin energy finger force shot out from the tip of Duan Lingtian's finger. Not only that, accompanying the origin energy finger force was a strand of light violet-colored energy and a strand of light azure-colored energy. Half-step advanced lightning force. Half-step advanced wind force. Swish! The two origin energy finger forces tore through the sky and collided with each other. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out as the two formidable origin energies collided with each other. And in the end, they canceled each other out and transformed into nothingness. Right when the bodies of Duan Lingtian and Zhang Yan trembled at the same time and retreated a few steps. Whoosh! At the place where the two origin energy finger forces collided, the airflow flashed and gave rise to a gust of strong wind that swept out in all directions, and it slapped the clothes of the group of inner hall students to the point it fluttered with the wind. But now no one paid attention to this. Chapter 517. Perhaps, when Duan Lingtian executed his movement technique earlier, most of the inner hall students didn't notice his wind force. However, the origin energy finger force that Duan Lingtian shot out with his finger earlier and the wind force that coiled around the surroundings were all noticed by them. When Duan Lingtian executed his finger technique earlier, besides half-step advanced lightning force, there was actually half-step advanced wind force within that finger force. An inner hall student couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. A single stone gave rise to 1,000 ripples. His words caused all the inner hall students present to return to their senses. This Duan Lingtian, sword young master, had a complicated gaze. Only now did he realize that Duan Lingtian's strength actually surpassed him by so much. He's really abnormal. Ji Feng and Sima Yang gasped. Humph! Chai Jin's face was gloomy, and his eyes emitted a vicious expression. He actually comprehended two types of half-step advanced forces. Flute Fairy stood there with a moved expression on her beautiful face, and her clear eyes that were like water contained disbelief mixed within. Even the person involved, Zhang Yan, one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Flame Young Master, was dumbstruck. Duan Lingtian's methods had exceeded his expectations. He was originally a favored child of the heavens and had always been unconvinced by others. Even if it was the head of the 5 great young masters, Crazy Young Master, he still didn't feel that he was weaker than Duan Lingtian. But now, before this violet-clothed young man before him, he couldn't help but feel a wave of powerlessness in his heart. Let's end it here. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Zhang Yan, then walked into the courtyard with large strides and returned to his room. This time, Zhang Yan didn't stop Duan Lingtian. After this battle, the group of Dragon and Phoenix Academy's inner hall students could be considered to have completely understood Duan Lingtian's strength. The degree of monstrous genius of the 7-star sword sect exceeded their imaginations. After a short moment, Zhang Yan challenged an inner hall student, and the inner hall student directly admitted defeat. The remaining inner hall students gradually dispersed. The inner hall returned to calm. Time flowed by, and dusk quickly descended. In an inn in the imperial city, 2 old men were gathered together. What's going on? Healy actually hasn't returned. Did something happen? If Duan Lingtian were here, he would definitely recognize him. These 2 old men were precisely the 2 guardian elders of the Azure Forest Trisect. Tang Hua Zhao Ming. Did that Duan Lingtian find out? Tang Hua's face sank. Cold lights flickered within Zhao Ming's eyes as he said in a low voice, Tang Hua, we should think of a way to capture that Duan Lingtian as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to refrain from killing him. Although Zhao Ming urgently wanted to obtain the 10,000-year stalactite milk. But when he thought about how Duan Lingtian had destroyed his son and grandson, he couldn't help but feel a burst of evil fire in his heart. Don't worry, Elder Ming. We will find an opportunity. Cold lights flickered within Tang Hua's eyes as he said slowly. It wouldn't be long before the Dragon and Phoenix Academy should be issuing experience assignments to a group of students At that time, with our Azure Forest Trisex disciples spreading the news, would you be afraid we wouldn't be able to find an opportunity to capture that Duan Lingtian? Hearing this, Zhao Ming's expression softened a little, but his eyes still flashed with a frightening cold light. 1 month of time. Duan Lingtian remained in the Dragon and Phoenix Academy's inner hall to cultivate and not leave. During this 1 month, the news of him and Flame Young Master coming to a draw swept through the entire Dragon and Phoenix Academy like a gale, causing most of the Academy's students to be filled with adoration towards him. 1 month later, Duan Lingtian walked out of his room and enjoyed the bathing of sunlight. I hope that Luo Rong has already prepared the materials I need. Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with anticipation. Grade 4 Spirit Sword. Just thinking about it caused him to be unable to refrain from feeling excited in his heart. Once he successfully refined a Grade 4 Spirit Sword, he was confident that he would be able to allow the Grade 4 Spirit Sword to possess the ability to provide an amplification of 60%. What sort of concept was 60% of strength? Take Little Gold as an example. Little Gold was a 7th level Void Prying Stage Demon Beast, and she was able to exert the strength of an ancient horned dragon by relying solely on her origin energy. The strength of an ancient horned dragon was equivalent to the strength of 10,000 ancient mammoths. If it was amplified by the Grade 4 Spirit Sword he refined, it would be able to increase the strength of an entire 6,000 ancient mammoths. In other words, once Little Gold relied on the Grade 4 Spirit Sword to attack, she would be able to exert the strength of an ancient horned dragon and 6,000 ancient mammoths. If Little Gold were to use Advanced Lightning Force again, then her strength would be even more terrifying. At that time, even if it was compared to the strength of the 2 ancient horned dragons, it would only lack the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths. Little Gold, let's go. After Duan Lingtian called out to the Little Gold Mouse, he brought her along and left the inner hall. When he was registering at the entrance of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, Duan Lingtian intentionally observed for a while, and in the end, he noticed that there was only a 9th level Void Prying Stage martial artist staring at him from the shadows. Looks like it's still that person from before. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. He was really worried that the 2 old fellows from the Azure Forest Trisect would personally come to monitor the activity at the entrance of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. The facts proved that those 2 old fellows didn't do this. Otherwise, he would really not dare leave the Dragon and Phoenix Academy like this. After he finished registering, Duan Lingtian sped up his footsteps. In next to no time, he shook off the 9th level Void Prying Stage martial artist once more. Humph, I'll properly deal with you once I've finished refining a Grade 4 Spirit Sword for Little Gold. Duan Lingtian floated high above in the sky as he looked down at the azure-clothed middle-aged man that was looking around at a low altitude and seemed to be searching for something, and his face sank slightly. The azure-clothed middle-aged man searched nearby for a while before going to look elsewhere. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian descended from the sky and returned to the place where he shook off the azure-clothed middle-aged man earlier. Subsequently, he directly headed to the Weapons Craftsman Guild. The Weapons Craftsman Guild was bustling as before. After Duan Lingtian entered, he headed towards the counter that the beautiful woman was at the last time. The beautiful woman was helping a weapons craftsman register his assignment when she noticed a gaze focused on her, and she instinctively looked over. Just a single glance caused her delicate figure to tremble. Finish what you're doing first. When he saw the beautiful woman wanting to stop helping the weapons craftsman register his assignment, Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to stop her. The beautiful woman nodded, and after she finished, she looked at Duan Lingtian and said via voice transmission, "Respected Grade 4 weapons craftsman, the guild master instructed that if you come, I'll directly invite you up to see him." "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. Under the lead of the beautiful woman, Duan Lingtian once again arrived at the 3rd floor of the Weapons Craftsman Guild. "Guild Master, the Grade 4 weapons craftsman has arrived." The beautiful woman stood before the staircase and spoke respectfully towards the inside. Unlike the last time, no voice sounded out from within this time. Whoosh! A figure that was like the wind arrived before the door and pulled open the door curtain. "Master, please enter." The old man that pulled open the door curtain was precisely the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Weapons Craftsman Guild's guild master, Luo Rong. Presently, Luo Rong was looking respectfully and reverently at Duan Lingtian. The beautiful woman's delicate figure trembled when she saw this scene, although she was mentally prepared since long ago. But she never imagined that the guild master of their Weapons Craftsman Guild would actually be so humble before this Grade 4 weapons craftsman. After all, even if it was the Emperor of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, their guild master would only nod indifferently in greeting. Duan Lingtian nodded and walked in. "You can leave." After Luo Rong instructed the beautiful woman, he turned around and followed Duan Lingtian. "Guildmaster Luo, have you found the thing I asked you to find?" Duan Lingtian stopped moving and turned around to look at Luo Rong. "Fortunately, I didn't fail you." Luo Rong nodded with an expression of excitement that was difficult to restrain. During this 1 month, he'd practically used all the connections he could use. In the end, he was finally able to gather all the materials 3 days ago. He still remembered that at that moment, his heart almost leaped out of his chest. That was excitement, because once he gathered these materials, he would be able to witness the birth of a Grade 4 spirit weapon with his own 2 eyes. To him, this was something he yearned for even in his dreams. Duan Lingtian nodded, and after he received the materials from Luo Rong, he withdrew his violet myrtle flexible sword. "Little Gold, your sword." Duan Lingtian looked at the little gold mouse on his shoulder. Duan Lingtian suddenly spoke out, causing Luo Rong to be unable to refrain from being stunned, and his gaze descended onto the little gold mouse. When Duan Lingtian came the last time, his spiritual force had noticed that this little gold mouse wasn't simple, and he knew that this was a demon beast. As for its specific cultivation, he didn't know. After all, he couldn't compare to Duan Lingtian. Besides being able to use his spiritual force to detect the cultivation of others, Duan Lingtian was also able to rely on the lifetime experience of Samsara Emperor Wu to deduce the cultivation of others. When Luo Rong saw a pocket-sized spirit sword appear in the little gold mouse's claw with a raise of its paw, he was completely dumbstruck. He knew that it was impossible for him to refine such a small spirit sword. Squeak squee! The little gold mouse excitedly passed the spirit sword into Duan Lingtian's hand, and its jade-green eyes were filled with anticipation. "Master, Master, this spirit sword was refined by you?" Luo Rong fiercely gulped down a mouthful of saliva and asked Duan Lingtian with slight hesitation. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded and casually combined the little gold mouse's pocket-sized spirit sword with his violet myrtle flexible sword. "Master, what grade is this spirit sword?" As far as Luo Rong was concerned, even if it was only a grade 9 spirit sword, such a small spirit sword was already extremely shocking. After all, there were very few weapons craftsmen that were capable of refining such a small spirit sword. At the very least, even if it was him, it was impossible for him to refine such a small grade 9 spirit sword. Grade 5 spirit sword. After Duan Lingtian answered Luo Rong, his expression became serious. "I'm going to start refining. Watch carefully." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a strand of blue-colored flames lit up in his hand. Grade 4 weapon flame. The Grade 4 weapon flame raged restlessly, and in the blink of an eye, it melted the violet myrtle flexible sword and the pocket-sized spirit sword into liquid before fusing together. Luo Rong took a deep breath as he watched without blinking his eyes. At this moment, his feelings were incomparably agitated. Grade 5 spirit sword? That small spirit sword was actually a Grade 5 spirit sword. According to my understanding of the Tao of weapons refinement, even a Grade 1 weapons craftsman might not be able to refine such a small Grade 4 spirit sword. Where exactly did this master learn this method of weapons refinement from? Luo Rong's heartbeat grew faster and faster. Fortunately, his cultivation was profound. Chapter 518. Along with Duan Lingtian withdrawing a pile of materials, he merged them with the materials Luo Rong had prepared. Hiss! The Grade 4 weapon flame skyrocketed, fusing all the materials into liquid and merging them together. Not only that, Under Duan Lingtian's urging, the liquid formed from the materials and the liquid formed from the two grade 5 spirit swords slowly merged together, attempting to merge. But the merging of these two pools of liquid was obviously slightly difficult. How could they possibly merge together? Luo Rong frowned when he saw Duan Lingtian's actions. The scene before him was completely different from the Tao of weapons refinement he knew. According to his knowledge, the greatest taboo in the Tao of weapons refinement was to be greedy and hasty, fusing the liquid formed from the finished spirit weapon and the liquid formed from the materials. If it was him who wanted to upgrade a grade 7 spirit weapon to a grade 6 spirit weapon, the first step he had to do was to fuse the grade 7 spirit weapon into liquid, then try his best to remove the impurities within. Otherwise, it was practically impossible to fuse the liquid formed from the spirit weapon and the liquid formed from the materials, only because there were too many impurities that would affect the fusion. However, after a short moment, Luo Rong was dumbstruck, only because he clearly saw that Duan Lingtian had really fused the two liquids together. He didn't remove the impurities within the two grade 5 spirit swords first. How could this be possible? Luo Rong revealed a shocked expression. The scene before him had completely overturned his understanding of the Tao of weapons refinement. If he didn't see it with his own two eyes, he wouldn't dare believe that someone was able to accomplish this. Along with the passage of time, the shock on Luo Rong's face eased up. However, Luo Rong's shock didn't even have the time to fade before his face flushed red. Only because Duan Lingtian had already started weapon refinement. Whoosh! 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 Perhaps for the sake of taking care of Luo Rong, Duan Lingtian intentionally slowed down his weapon refinement speed. An extremely profound weapon refinement technique was easily executed by Duan Lingtian. But even if Duan Lingtian intentionally slowed down, Luo Rong was still dazzled. Wonderful! Wonderful! Too wonderful! At this moment, Luo Rong could almost hear his own heartbeat. He had never seen or heard of such a profound method of refining artifacts before. He suddenly felt, compared to the refining technique of this young man in front of him, the refining technique that he had mastered was simply inferior to trash. It seems like Grandmaster's blacksmithing heritage is not simple at all, Luo Rong thought to himself. In his opinion, given how the young man before him was able to possess such proficiency in smithing at such a young age, there was bound to be a master teacher backing him. And that master teacher of his was at least a grade 3 blacksmith. Perhaps Grandmaster's teacher in the Tao of weapons refinement came from the foreign lands. When Luo Rong thought of this, his heart trembled. The reverence in the depths of his eyes grew. Time passed quietly. In order to take care of Luo Rong, Duan Lingtian deliberately slowed down. After 3 hours, the Duan Lingtian finally began to separate the liquid that was dancing on the weapon flame and had perfectly merged into one body into two pools. One of the pools was extremely small. Master wants to refine 2 grade 4 spirit swords? Luo Rong felt that he was slightly numb, as if anything that happened in the hands of the young man before him wasn't surprising at all. Refining 2 grade 4 spirit weapons at the same time. He didn't even know how to describe the young man before him. Luo Rong was right. Duan Lingtian was precisely intending to refine 2 grade 4 spirit swords at the same time. One for him and the other for the little gold mouse. With a raise of his hand, the 2 pools of liquid gradually condensed into form. The profound refining technique appeared once more. After an hour, the 2 sword embryos of different sizes had started to take shape, and they emitted traces of a fierce aura. That was the sharp aura of a sword. The spirit sword isn't complete, yet it's able to emit such an aura. Looks like the amplification ability of the spirit sword that Master is about to refine is extremely extraordinary. As a grade 6 weapons craftsman and the guild master of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Weapons Craftsman Guild, Luo Rong naturally knew the reason why such signs appeared. The 2 grade 4 spirit swords that Master is refining are probably able to provide at least an amplification of 59%. A grade 4 spirit sword that provided an amplification of 59% could be considered to be a top grade spirit sword. Of course, this top grade was only relative to grade 4 spirit swords. An ordinary grade 4 spirit sword would at most provide an amplification of 57% or 58%, whereas a top-grade grade 4 spirit sword was instead able to provide an amplification of 59%. In Duan Ling Tian's hands, the profound methods of weapons refinement were easily grasped without end. The speed became faster and faster. This caused Luo Rong to be unable to help but laugh bitterly. Presently, he was already completely unable to catch the traces of the refining technique in Duan Lingtian's hands. Of course, he knew that Duan Lingtian had to speed up at this moment. Otherwise, it would be difficult for the sword embryos to truly take form. Another hour passed. The two sword embryos had finally taken form, and the fierce aura emitted from them was even purer. Once the sword embryos were formed, the subsequent refinement was simple. After an hour, Duan Lingtian had successfully refined the two grade 4 spirit swords. One was a dark purple regular spiritual sword, while the other was a dark purple pocket-sized spiritual sword. Little gold. With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian tossed the pocket spirit sword to Little Gold and said with a smile, "Try it." Squeak squeak. When Duan Lingtian was refining, the little gold mouse didn't dare make a sound to disturb him and had long since been bored to death. Now, when it received the pocket spirit sword, it leaped for joy. Squeak! The little gold mouse let out a sharp cry as an ancient horned dragon silhouette appeared in the sky above it, and it spiraled down to the ground, seeming lifelike. The strength of an ancient horned dragon? Luo Rong's pupils constricted. Never had he imagined that this little gold mouse was actually a 7th-level void-prying stage demon beast. It was utterly impossible to discern from its outer appearance. In the next moment, his constricted pupils hadn't even had the time to withdraw when his face went pale. Heavens! What did I see? In the sky, numerous ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the surroundings of the ancient horned dragon silhouette, and they grew more and more numerous. 1, 0, 0, 0, 2,000, 3,000. It had arrived at 5,000 and was still increasing ceaselessly. In the end, the number of ancient mammoth silhouettes stopped at 6,000. Using the strength of an ancient horned dragon as the base to amplify the strength of 6,000 ancient mammoths? 60%. An amplification of 60%. Luo Rong had a dumbstruck expression as he muttered to himself. He naturally knew clearly what a grade 4 spirit sword that provided an amplification of 60% meant. If it was said that a grade 4 spirit sword that provided an amplification of 59% was a top-grade spirit sword amongst grade 4 spirit swords, then a grade 4 spirit sword that provided an amplification of 60% was a top-grade spirit sword amongst top-grade spirit swords. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse's jade-green eyes flickered with a sheen of excitement when it witnessed the might of the grade 4 spirit sword, and it didn't fade away for a long time. Yes, it's passable. Duan Lingtian nodded and wasn't too pleasantly surprised. He wasn't surprised that he was able to refine a grade 4 spirit sword that provided an amplification of 60%. After all, when he refined the grade 4 spirit sword earlier, he'd completely refined it according to the weapons refinement method of Emperor Wu of Samsara. There wasn't much difference when it was personally refined by Emperor Wu of Samsara himself. If there was a difference, then Duan Lingtian's current weapon flame was far inferior to the weapon flame of Emperor Wu of Samsara at his peak. The weapon flame of Emperor Wu of Samsara at his peak was a royal grade weapon flame. It was capable of refining royal grade spirit weapons. Royal grade spirit weapons. If I want to refine one, I wonder how long it would take. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. According to the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, if he wanted to condense a quasi-royal grade weapon flame and refine a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon, then his origin energy had to attain the martial monarch stage. The martial monarch stage was a stage that surpassed the void transformation stage. If he wanted to condense a royal grade weapon flame and refine a royal grade spirit weapon, then his origin energy had to attain the Emperor Wu stage. In other words, only by attaining the Emperor Wu stage would I be able to condense a royal grade weapon flame and refine a royal grade spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian shook his head inwardly. He did not know how long it would take for him to become the Emperor Wu. However, suddenly, as though he had recalled something, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. When the Samsara Emperor Wu of Samsara went through his second reincarnation, there were a few royal-grade spirit weapons in the great treasure that he intended to leave for his third reincarnation. Once I reach the foreign lands, I'll be able to retrieve the great treasure through the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu and obtain the royal-grade spirit weapons. Duan Lingtian was excited when he thought up to this point. Royal-grade spirit weapon. The amplification of strength was more than double of his own strength. After all, a grade 1 spirit weapon could amplify strength by 90%. A quasi-royal grade spirit weapon could amplify strength by 100%. Guild leader Luo, how much did you see earlier? After Duan Lingtian put away the other grade 4 spirit sword, he looked at Luo Rong and asked. However, he soon noticed. Luo Rong was in a daze. Passable? Luo Rong was stunned on the ground as he recalled what Duan Lingtian had casually said earlier, and the corners of his mouth twitched intensely. Refining a grade 4 spirit sword that amplified strength by 60% could be said to be the best of the best. Only passable? He felt that this young man was intentionally infuriating him. Guild leader Luo. Luo Rong only returned to his senses when Duan Lingtian called out to him again, and he said in terror, "Master, what instructions do you have?" After witnessing Duan Lingtian's weapon refinement technique with his own 2 eyes, Luo Rong became even more respectful when facing Duan Lingtian. "Nothing. I just wanted to ask you, how much of my weapon refinement technique did you see clearly?" Duan Lingtian repeated. Luo Rong laughed bitterly when he heard this. "Master, forgive Luo Rong for being slow-witted and unable to follow your movements." Duan Lingtian nodded. Luo Rong's reply was within his expectations. "How about this? In the future, I'll make a trip here every month and teach you some weapon refinement techniques," Duan Lingtian said to Luo Rong. Since Luo Rong had helped him find the materials, he would naturally keep his promise and help Luo Rong become a grade 5 weapons craftsman. "Thank you, Master." Luo Rong's eyes shone. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian spent the entire afternoon guiding Luo Rong. Dusk arrived, and when he saw Luo Rong still in deep thought, Duan Lingtian silently left the Alchemist Guild's headquarters. "Little Gold, get ready, get ready. Someone has delivered themselves to your door to offer a sacrifice to your sword." After Duan Lingtian passed through a few streets, the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Chapter 519. In a remote alley, the azure-clothed middle-aged man looked left and right for a moment before soaring up into the sky. "Where's he?" The azure-clothed middle-aged man frowned. "This is the 3rd time. Could it be that he's noticed me?" Right at this moment, an awe-inspiring sound of the wind sounded out from behind, causing the azure-clothed middle-aged man's face to go pale and his mind to tense up. At the same time, he heard an indifferent voice sound out from behind him. "You're looking for me?" Duan Lingtian stood in the sky, and he had a calm expression as he looked at the azure-clothed middle-aged man that slowly turned around, and he asked indifferently. This azure-clothed middle-aged man was precisely the 9th-level void-prying stage martial artist that followed him earlier. "Duan Lingtian, you've really noticed me." The azure-clothed middle-aged man gasped when he saw Duan Lingtian. "Who exactly are you?" Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised that the azure-clothed middle-aged man recognized him, and his gaze abruptly became fierce. "Little Gold, prepare to annihilate him at any moment." Duan Lingtian's voice transmission entered into the little gold mouse's ears in a timely manner. "Squeak squeak." The little gold mouse nodded. Then she raised her claw and a spirit sword that emitted a sharp aura appeared. It was precisely the grade 4 spirit sword that Duan Lingtian had just refined for her. Seeming to have noticed Duan Lingtian's hostility, the azure-clothed middle-aged man laughed bitterly. "Don't misunderstand. I'm a member of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. It was the Vice Dean that instructed me to protect you in secret." "A member of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy?" Duan Lingtian frowned. "Do you have proof?" With a raise of his hand, a command token appeared. "You ought to recognize this command token, right?" Duan Lingtian looked at the command token, Duan Lingtian had a slight impression of this command token. The command token of a staff member of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy is exactly similar to this command token. Duan Lingtian confirmed the identity of the azure-clothed middle-aged man. The azure-clothed middle-aged man was a friend and not an enemy. Yes. After Duan Lingtian confirmed the identity of the azure-clothed middle-aged man, he nodded to him before slowly descending from the sky. Seeing that Duan Lingtian was about to leave, the middle-aged man followed him. However, after a few blocks, he was dumped by Duan Lingtian again. What kind of assignment did the vice principal give me? This Duan Lingtian has ditched me time and time again. What's the point of following him? The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. As night fell, Duan Lingtian returned to the Dragon Phoenix Academy. There was a rule in the Dragon Phoenix Academy. Every month, Dragon Phoenix Academy students would have the opportunity to leave the academy, but they were not allowed to spend the night outside. After returning to the inner hall, Duan Lingtian sat down cross-legged in his room. After consuming the void condensing pill, he began to cultivate 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Lightning WYRM Transformation. The purity of the void condensing pill that Duan Lingtian refined was over 90%, and it was far from what an ordinary void condensing pill could compare to. With the help of the void condensing pill, Duan Lingtian relied on his extreme talent, and the speed at which the essence energy in his body increased practically reached a shocking level. Boundless origin energy ceaselessly flashed about within Duan Lingtian's body. According to this speed, it wouldn't be long before I ought to be able to break through to the second level of the void prying stage. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. 3 days later, early in the morning, Duan Lingtian was jolted awake by the clamorous sounds outside. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian heard someone calling out to him. After opening the door and walking into the courtyard, Duan Lingtian noticed that the person that called out to him was Jifeng. Is something the matter? Duan Lingtian asked. Duan Lingtian, the academy is going to issue experience assignments for us. Look, everyone's heading towards the academy's central square now. Jifeng said. Only now did Duan Lingtian notice that the group of inner hall students were all gone. He only had time to see numerous figures disappearing into the distance. Let's go. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he brought along the little gold mouse and followed along with Jifeng. Besides the inner hall and outer hall occupying a vast area, the central square occupied an extremely vast area as well. Presently, many people were gathered at the central square. Amongst these people, 8 inner hall students stood at the front. The others were all outer hall students. Unlike the inner hall students that were in high spirits, all the outer hall students had miserable expressions and seemed as if they were malnourished. Obviously, this had something to do with their usual diet. Every meal of the inner hall students was filled with fine wine and delicacies, and it could be considered to be the enjoyment of gods. Whereas the outer hall students only had rice soup and steamed buns every meal, and compared to the treatment of the inner hall students, it was simply like the difference between the heavens and the earth. It's Duan Lingtian. It was unknown who cried out in surprise, but the gazes of the crowd of outer hall students descended onto Duan Lingtian, and their gazes were filled with burning gazes. Duan Lingtian, a legendary figure in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Before Duan Lingtian, it was difficult for them to arouse feelings of comparison, and there was only reverence in their hearts. Of course, there were also a small number of outer hall students that had gloomy expressions. These people were precisely the people that the Azure Forest Trisect had recommended to Paladin Academy, and they were the comparatively outstanding disciples of the Azure Forest Trisect. Lu Yu. Duan Lingtian's gaze was quickly attracted by a figure. The young woman before him wasn't unfamiliar to him. At that time, the 7-Star Sword Sect hadn't been annihilated and the Azure Forest Trisect hadn't ceased to exist. He'd seen this young woman during the martial competition held by the demonic Lotus Blade Sect. The former personal disciple of the Snow Moon Sect's master, Lu Yu. When Duan Lingtian was looking at Lu Yu was looking at Duan Lingtian as well. Lu Yu had a complicated gaze. That day, during the martial competition of the 5 great sects, Duan Lingtian had defeated the saber young master, Long Yun, in one go, causing her to feel powerless. At that time, she decided in her heart that she would surely surpass Duan Lingtian one day. However, when she arrived at Paladin Academy and heard of Duan Lingtian's current strength, her heart of competing with Duan Lingtian shattered. She knew that it would be difficult for her to surpass Duan Lingtian in her entire lifetime. Lu Yu, on that day, my 7-star sword sect was annihilated. If I'm not wrong, you and the people by your side were there as well, and you even killed many people of my 7-star sword sect. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a ghastly cold smile, and his voice transmission pierced into Lu Yu's ears. Perhaps he didn't have any impression of the other Azure Forest Trisect disciples. But Lu Yu and the others were all elite disciples of the Azure Forest Trisect, and countless 7-star sword sect disciples had died at their hands when they made a move. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. So long as he found an opportunity, he would absolutely not let Lu Yu and the others off. Lu Yu's face went grim when she heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. She was able to discern the killing intent contained within Duan Lingtian's voice. A trace of coldness arose within her heart for no reason or rhyme. When he saw Duan Lingtian stop and stare at Lu Yu, Jifeng, who recognized that Lu Yu was an Azure Forest Trisect disciple, could feel the smell of gunpowder between the two of them. Suddenly, a figure appeared within Jifeng's field of vision from afar. Duan Lingtian, Vice Dean Qi has arrived. Jifeng reminded Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and nodded before walking towards the inner hall students. He utterly didn't take Lu Yu seriously. An Azure Forest Trisect disciple that had merely stepped into the half-step void stage, yet was unable to occupy a place in the Dragon and Phoenix Academy's inner hall. As far as he was concerned, Lu Yu didn't constitute the slightest threat to him. Duan Lingtian walked into the ranks of the inner hall students, and he could notice 2 sharp gazes looking at him at the same time. The owners of these 2 gazes were respectively the Flute Fairy, Zi Yan, and the Flame Young Master, Zhang Yan. Duan Lingtian, I hope you don't disappoint me in the genius competition 10 months from now. At that time, not only will I use force, I'll also use a spirit weapon to fight you with all my might. Zhang Yan's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and it was filled with traces of gunpowder. I'll accompany you until the end. Duan Lingtian shrugged and was indifferent. Meanwhile, the crowd of outer hall students had noticed the vice dean, Qi Ming, and they discussed animatedly. I wonder what training assignment the academy will issue. No matter what it is, I'll try my best. Supposedly, if I'm able to obtain sufficient assignment points, I'm even able to exchange for grade 6 spirit weapons, earth rank martial skills, and even high-grade medicinal pills and spirit fruits. Hee. I've utterly never considered the genius competition when I came to the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. My objective is to obtain assignment points and exchange for the things I want. Yeah, the genius competition supposedly only has 5 positions, and it isn't something we can encroach upon. The whispers of the crowd of outer hall students were heard by Duan Lingtian. Assignment points, exchange for grade 6 spirit weapons, earth rank martial skills, and even high-grade medicinal pills and spirit fruits. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. No wonder the various powers of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom recommended so many people to the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. It turned out that most of the powers had an ulterior motive. They didn't have any intentions towards the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. What they truly cared about was the various rewards that could be exchanged for with assignment points in the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. Whereas assignment points were obtained from training assignments. There's even spirit fruits? I wonder what spirit fruit it is. It would be great if it's a spirit fruit that increases my spiritual force or increases the cultivation of a void-prying stage martial artist. Duan Lingtian had a beautiful dream in his heart. Quiet! Meanwhile, the vice dean of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, Qi Ming, arrived before the crowd of students and shouted loudly. After the crowd of outer hall students quietened down, Qi Ming said, "In the next half a month, all of you will leave the Dragon and Phoenix Academy to complete a training assignment. Training assignment. Including Duan Lingtian, everyone held their breaths. They were all curious about what training assignment it would be. Qi Ming continued. Recently, a group of ferocious bandits of unknown origin have appeared in the Blackwind Ridge east of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City. Many small towns and villages in the surroundings of Blackwind Ridge have been tormented by this group of bandits, causing them to suffer miserably. Your assignment is to be responsible for annihilating these bandits, and allow the towns and villages in the vicinity of Blackwind Ridge to avoid being implicated. Qi Ming finished speaking in a single breath. Bandits? Duan Lingtian's face sank slightly. When he was training outside earlier, the thing he hated the most was those bandits. Those bandits were utterly devoid of conscience, and they easily slaughtered villages and towns. So every time he encountered them, he would punish them. So it's bandits. Qi Ming's words caused many people to heave a sigh of relief. As far as they were concerned, how strong could mere bandits be? There was no lack of existences at the void-prying stage amongst them. Wouldn't killing a few horse bandits be as easy as flipping his hand? Humph. Chapter 520. No less than 10 bandits at the void-prying stage or above. No matter if it was outer hall students or inner hall students, all the Dragon and Phoenix Academy students present went pale when they heard Qi Ming. Duan Lingtian's expression became serious as well. Vice Dean Qi, since those bandits are so ferocious, then why doesn't our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom directly dispatch an army to annihilate them? Crazy young Master Luozhan asked with a low voice. Army? Qi Ming shook his head. According to my knowledge, even the weakest member of that group of bandits is in existence at the nascent soul stage or above. Moreover, they're extremely skilled in concealment and have completely taken Blackwind Ridge to be their home. So, the army is utterly unable to deal with them. Originally, His Majesty intended to dispatch experts to annihilate them, but in the end, he thought of all of you and intended to pass this mission to all of you. As he finished speaking, Qi Ming's gaze abruptly lit up. Besides being able to exchange for various rare and precious things when the mission points reach a certain level. Besides that, out of consideration of the difficulty of the mission this time, His Majesty has prepared an additional reward for the person that's ranked first in terms of mission points. Additional reward. Qi Ming's words caused the gazes of the void-prying stage inner hall students, including Duan Lingtian, to light up, because they had the highest chance of obtaining the first in terms of mission points this time. After all, their strengths were the strongest. The additional reward is a void refining fruit. Void refining fruit. As soon as Qi Ming finished speaking, the expressions of everyone present went pale. Void refining fruit. An extremely rare spirit fruit that was able to greatly increase the cultivation of a void-prying stage martial artist. Supposedly, once a 9th-level void-prying stage martial artist that had comprehended concept consumed a void refining fruit, the martial artist would be able to break through to the void initiation stage in a short period of time. If an ordinary void-prying stage martial artist consumed it, the martial artist would at least be able to break through a level. If one's natural talent was good, then it was even possible to break through 2 levels in a short period of time. The eyes of the outer hall students went red. But they knew that no matter how good the void refining fruit was, it wasn't something they could encroach upon. Void refining fruit. Duan Lingtian's breathing became hurried. He never imagined that the Emperor of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom would actually be so generous to take out a void refining fruit as an additional reward for the person that obtained the first in terms of mission points. First, the eyes of the crazy young master, Luozhan, and the sword young master, Qian Xiao Shui, were filled with desire. They were determined to win first place. First place is definitely mine. Flame young Master Zhang Yan narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists. As the third son of the current emperor of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Zhang Yan naturally knew that the imperial family had obtained the void refining fruit some time ago. If it were any other time, this void refining fruit would definitely be his. However, as luck would have it, they encountered the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time. Even though the young geniuses of their Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom might not be able to kill their way to the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. But even if they were able to smoothly advance in the Darkstone Empire, their Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom would surely be able to obtain the rewards of the Darkstone Empire. It was precisely because of this that the Void Refining Fruit was taken out as an additional reward for the Academy's first mission. He had known this for a long time. He did not blame his father. This was because he knew that his father was doing this for the sake of the overall situation. What he needed to do now was to rely on his own strength to seize first place in this mission. In this way, he would be able to legitimately obtain the Void Refining Fruit. Once he obtained the Void Refining Fruit, he would be able to directly break through to the 3rd level of the Void Prying stage, and he would even be able to charge into the 4th level of the Void Prying stage in a short period of time. At that time, he might be able to stand out in the Darkstone Empire and ascend onto the stage of the Darkhan dynasty. Just thinking about it caused him to feel a wave of excitement in his heart. First, I must get first place in this training mission. Chai Jin took a deep breath as a fierce light flickered within his eyes. His gaze imperceptibly descended onto Duan Ling Tian, and it flickered with slight viciousness. Once I obtain the Void Refining Fruit, my cultivation will break through in a short period of time. At that time, I'll return all the humiliation this Duan Ling Tian gave me back to him in full detail. I'm taking first place for sure. Duan Ling Tian didn't notice Chai Jin's gaze. At this moment, his eyes were similarly filled with yearning. So long as he obtained the Void Refining Fruit, his cultivation would be able to obtain a swift improvement in a short period of time, and this was something he yearned for even in his dreams. My current goal is to break through to the Void Initiation stage as soon as possible. At that time, I'll be able to use the key to the Sword Monarch's treasure, that Jade Sword, to contact the other 8 people and open the Sword Monarch's treasure together. Duan Ling Tian made a plan for his future. He kept having the feeling that the Sword Monarch's treasure would be a turning point for him. Presently, there are only 4 years of time before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. If I don't obtain a great fortuitous encounter in these 4 years of time, it would be extremely difficult for me to compete with the most outstanding geniuses in the younger generation of the various dynasties. This was something Duan Ling Tian knew clearly in his heart. Not to mention those that were far away. Just take his big brother Zhang Shouyong for example. Zhang Shouyong had already broken through to the 4th level of the Void Initiation stage 1 year ago, and he'd even comprehended 5th level Earth concept. If he cultivated according to normal standards, then not to mention 4 years. Even if he was given 5 or 6 years, he might not be able to catch up to Zhang Shouyong. So he needed a turning point now, a fortuitous encounter. A fortuitous encounter could be a spirit fruit, but it could also be something else. Vice Dean Qi, how are the points of the mission this time calculated? Duan Ling Tian looked at Qi Ming and asked curiously. Your experienced mission this time will obtain different points by killing different targets. Bandits below the 7th level of the Nascent Soul Stage 1 point. Bandits at the 7th level of the Nascent Soul Stage 2 points. Bandits at the 8th level of the Nascent Soul Stage 3 points. Bandits at the 9th level of the Nascent Soul Stage 5 points. Half-step Void Stage Bandits 8 points. Bandits at the 1st level of the Void Prying Stage 15 points. Bandits at the 2nd level of the Void Prying Stage 30 points. Bandits at the 3rd level of the Void Prying Stage 50 points. When he spoke up to hear, Qi Ming paused for a moment before continuing. Killing bandits at the 4th level of the Void Prying Stage or above, 200 points. Qi Ming's words caused all the students present to go silent, including Duan Ling Tian and the other Void Prying Stage Inner Hall students. The group of Outer Hall students drooped their heads and hung their heads in dejection. They knew that the number 1 point of the mission this time was bound to have nothing to do with them. Even if it's a half-step Void Stage Bandit, it's only 8 points. Many people shook their heads and sighed. Vice Dean Qi, what you mean is, there's an existence at the 4th level of the Void Prying Stage or above amongst the 10+ Void Prying Stage martial artists in that group of bandits. Crazy young master frowned as he asked. Qi Ming nodded. According to the information we received, the leader of that group of bandits is a 4th level Void Prying Stage martial artist. His strength is the strongest amongst all the bandits. Fourth level of the void-prying stage. Qi Ming's words caused all the void-prying stage inner hall students, including Duan Lingtian, to be unable to refrain from laughing bitterly. Fourth level of the void-prying stage. How would they kill them? Seeming to have seen through the helplessness of Duan Lingtian and the others, Qi Ming continued. If you really encounter bandits that you're unable to defeat by yourselves, all of you can choose to join forces. But once you join forces, it also means that all of you have to split the points equally. Split the points equally? Qi Ming's words caused all the void-prying stage inner hall students to be unable to refrain from frowning. Once they split the points equally, it also meant that the person that joined forces with them would stand on the same starting line as them. They wouldn't occupy any advantage. If there's no need, we'll absolutely not join forces. All the void-prying stage inner hall students, including Duan Lingtian, thought to themselves. You can choose to hunt bandits by yourself during the experience mission this time, or you can choose to form a small team with others. But once a small team is formed, the points obtained from hunting bandits will be counted as team points, and it'll be freely distributed by the members of the team. Qi Ming continued. Besides Duan Lingtian and the other void-prying stage inner hall students, Qi Ming's words were indifferent. The gazes of most people lit up. Sima, how about we join forces? Ji Feng looked at Sima Yang and suggested. We'll split the points equally. Sima Yang said. Deal. Ji Feng didn't agree. He and Sima Yang were both at the half-step void stage, and their strengths were equal, so no one took advantage of the other. Meanwhile, many outer hall students started to form small teams as well. Besides that, during the experience mission this time, there'll be someone specially assigned to secretly calculate your results. So don't even think of cheating. Besides that, besides spirit weapons, you're not allowed to rely on any external source of strength. Qi Ming added. Most people didn't have any objections towards this point. External source of strength? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he thought to himself. In this way, Little Gold can at most execute its soul skill, Soul Shaker, to help me. After all, if it were to directly attack, it would be equivalent to me relying on external sources of strength besides spirit weapons. As for the soul skill, Soul Shaker, unless one was an inscription master, otherwise, it was practically impossible to sense that Little Gold had utilized a spiritual force attack. All right. All of you return and prepare yourselves. We'll set out after lunch. After Qi Ming finished his last sentence, he left. Whereas Duan Lingtian, Crazy Young Master, and Sword Young Master left after him and returned to the inner hall. As for Flame Young Master, Zhang Yan, he walked with large strides towards the beautiful woman, Flute Fairy. Ziyen, I'm determined to obtain that void refining fruit. Forgive me for being unable to form a team with you. Zhang Yan's words contained slight regret mixed within. Humph. Flute Fairy grunted lightly and said with slight disgust, even if you want to form a team with me, I'm still unwilling. After she finished speaking, she didn't pay any further attention to Zhang Yan before turning around and leaving. Even if Flute Fairy didn't give Zhang Yan any face, Zhang Yan's face still carried a smile from the beginning until the end, and his eyes were filled with infatuation as he looked at Flute Fairy's beautiful figure that disappeared into the distance. Ziyen, there'll be a day when I make you fall in love with me. Zhang Yan silently thought in his heart. You make a trip to the inn and inform the 2 guardian elders of the experience mission this time. At the corner, Lu Yu gave out orders. An Azure Forest Trisect disciple acknowledged and left, and he headed towards the entrance of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. Chapter 521. The morning passed quickly. At noon, Duan Lingtian left the courtyard after he finished eating the fine wine and delicacies that the staff of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy brought over. Squeak squee. The chubby little gold mouse lay on Duan Lingtian's shoulder with a round stomach. In next to no time, the inner hall students successively walked out of the courtyard. At the Dragon and Phoenix Academy's central square, 10 inner hall students and a group of outer hall students once again gathered together. Let's go! The Vice Dean, Qi Ming, personally led the group of Dragon and Phoenix Academy students to leave the academy. Blackwind Ridge was situated not far east of the Imperial City. After only spending an hour of time, the group of Dragon and Phoenix Academy students that dashed like the wind had arrived at the surroundings of Blackwind Ridge. Within Blackwind Ridge, all of you better act according to your ability. If you encounter bandits that you can't defeat and face a situation of near death, there will be someone to save you. The person that is saved will be considered to have failed the mission, and their points will be reset to 0. Qi Ming spoke with a serious expression. This was also the final rule he announced. Points reset to 0? The group of Dragon and Phoenix Academy students couldn't help but shudder. Alright, let's split up now. Along with Qi Ming's loud shout, the group of Dragon and Phoenix Academy students swarmed towards Blackwind Ridge. Amongst these people there were lone wolves, and there were also many small teams. Duan Lingtian followed behind the group of people and entered Blackwind Ridge. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian was able to clearly notice. After the group of Dragon and Phoenix Academy students entered Blackwind Ridge, a group of martial artists with cultivations at the void-prying stage or above followed over. These void-prying stage martial artists were obviously in charge of recording the results and protecting the group of Dragon and Phoenix Academy students. The resources and reserves of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial family are truly shocking. All these void-prying stage martial artists are at least close to 100 people, right? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be astounded. Although these void-prying stage martial artists were mostly at the first, second, and third level of the void-prying stage. However, the sheer number of them was still shocking. After they entered Blackwind Ridge, the group of Dragon and Phoenix Academy students split up. Not long after, Duan Lingtian went deep into the Blackwind Ridge alone. At this moment, Duan Lingtian realized that there was only one person left. Moreover, this person was no stranger to Duan Lingtian. It was precisely the Vice Dean of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, Qi Ming. I didn't think that my reputation would be so great that Vice School Head Qi would personally record my results for me. Duan Lingtian was flattered. Of course, he was clear in his heart. The reason this Qi Ming followed him, other than to record his results, was more to protect him. After all, the natural talent and strength he revealed now ought to have already received the attention of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial family. As for Qi Ming, it was impossible for anything to happen to him before he participated in the competition between the geniuses. Otherwise, Qi Ming wouldn't have sent people to protect him when he left the Dragon Phoenix Academy. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian's figure moved at full speed, shooting into the depths of Blackwind Ridge in the blink of an eye. Not long after, Duan Lingtian discovered a small lake. There's actually a lake in this Blackwind Ridge? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. As Duan Lingtian soared up into the sky and looked down at the large area beneath his feet, he noticed that besides the lake he discovered, there wasn't a second lake in the nearby area. Those bandits are hiding in Blackwind Ridge, so they'll surely need to replenish their food at ordinary times. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Water is something they must have. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian dove down and concealed himself behind an enormous mountain rock behind the lake. Waiting in ambush. This was Duan Lingtian's current plan. Squeak squee. When the little gold mouse saw Duan Lingtian leaning on the mountain rock to rest, she couldn't help but ask curiously via voice transmission, "Big brother Lingtian, what are you hiding here for?" "Little gold, I'm waiting for those bandits to come." Duan Lingtian smiled. Waiting for the bandits to come? The little gold mouse was slightly puzzled, and her jade-green eyes were filled with bewilderment. "Big brother Lingtian, you're not going to look for those bandits. Could it be that those bandits would take the initiative to deliver themselves to you?" Duan Lingtian smiled. "Little gold, Blackwind Ridge occupies a vast area. Even if I were to search everywhere, I would at least need to spend 1 or 2 months of time to completely search it. Moreover, those bandits are extremely cunning, and they might not always stay in one place. Whereas this place, so long as there are bandits hiding in the nearby area, they'll surely come." Duan Lingtian finished speaking in a single breath. "Why? The little gold mouse still didn't understand. Big brother Ling Tian, why are you so sure that they'll surely come? You'll know very soon. Duan Ling Tian smiled mysteriously as he hid behind the mountain rock and looked at the nearby movements in the surroundings of the small lake. Time silently flowed by. At dusk, a red glow filled the sky, causing the entire Black Wind Ridge to seem as if it had transformed into an ocean of flames. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse lay on Duan Lingtian's shoulder and was drowsy, and she asked impatiently, Big brother Ling Tian, how long more do we have to wait? You little fellow, you've come. Duan Ling Tian hadn't even had the time to speak to the little gold mouse when he noticed there was movement ahead. After a short moment, 3 robust middle-aged men walked out from the nearby forest and arrived nearby the small lake. Damn it, I'm dying of thirst. A middle-aged man stood before the lake and stretched out his hand to scoop up some water before pouring it into his mouth. The other 2 people took out kettles to draw water as well. 9th leader as well. Our brothers are dying of thirst in broad daylight, yet he doesn't allow us to draw water. He must only allow us to come out in the evening, when the sky is almost dark. Another middle-aged man grumbled. All right, stop complaining. The 9th leader did this because he was worried that the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family would send people over. Only by being careful and prudent would our brothers be able to live for a long time. The last middle-aged man spoke out. Quickly draw the water, then we'll leave. In next to no time, the 3 middle-aged men finished drawing the water and intended to leave. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse cried out lightly by Duan Lingtian's ears. Big brother Ling Tian, are you going to let them leave? The little gold mouse asked via voice transmission. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded, then lightly followed them. These 3 people were only 9th level nascent soul stage martial artists, and if he wanted to kill them, he would be able to slaughter them in the blink of an eye. Now, Duan Lingtian was following them precisely because he wanted to find their hiding place. Duan Lingtian followed behind the 3 of them, and the 3 of them didn't notice in the slightest as they continued chatting. I heard the 7th leader has brought over 10 brothers to slaughter 2 villages these past few days and seized many women. Truly enviable. A middle-aged man spoke as he drooled, and his eyes flickered with a lustful sheen. If I knew earlier, I would have gone with the 7th leader that day. Although the 9th leader is loyal, he's been busy breaking through recently, and hasn't brought his brothers to leave Blackwind Ridge to rob for a long time. Another middle-aged man sighed. Alas, I haven't tasted a woman for half a month. But, when I think of that woman from half a month ago, it really felt good. But unfortunately, her temper was too fierce, and she committed suicide after I played with her once. How unlucky. As the last middle-aged man finished speaking, he had an expression of pity. You still have the nerve to say, you killed her husband and son before her. It would be strange if she didn't commit suicide. Duan Lingtian followed behind the 3 of them and listened to them ceaselessly speak of their respective glorious deeds. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian's fists had already tightly clenched. His eyes even flickered with frightening cold lights. Now, he wished for nothing more than to directly make a move and kill the 3 of them. But he endured it in the end. According to what they said, they have a total of 9 leaders. In other words, this bandit group has a total of 9 leaders? Now, they've divided into 9 groups and are scattered all over Blackwind Ridge? Duan Ling Tian obtained some information from the conversation between the 3 of them. 9th leader, 1st level of the void prying stage? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a wisp of an evil smile. I never imagined that I would encounter a big fish on the first day I arrived at Blackwind Ridge. Little gold. Duan Lingtian looked at the little gold mouse on his shoulder that was eager to make a move, and he warned, Don't interfere when I make a move later, otherwise don't think of eating meat in the future. Duan Lingtian's words caused the little gold mouse to seem like a deflated ball, and she drooped her little head as she said via voice transmission, Then I'll sleep. The little gold mouse fell asleep right away, and she grabbed onto the clothes on Duan Lingtian's shoulder before falling asleep in next to no time. This caused Duan Lingtian to be speechless. This little gold is just like little black and little white. They're simply like the reincarnation of pigs. Duan Lingtian shook his head and laughed bitterly. When he thought of the two little pythons, Duan Lingtian's gaze became slightly misty. I wonder how little black and little white are now. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's thoughts were pulled back, because the three bandits he'd followed all along the way had returned to the place they were hiding. This place was an inconspicuous gorge. The entrance was a line in the sky, and it was extremely narrow and could only allow a person to enter from the side. After the three bandits entered, Duan Lingtian followed in and concealed himself at the side. Ninth leader, we've returned. After the three bandits entered the gorge, they shouted out loudly, "Water! Water!" Instantly, the group of bandits swarmed over and took the water from the hands of the three bandits before fiercely pouring it down their throats. You didn't notice anything wrong, right? Right at this moment, a voice that was like muffled thunder abruptly sounded out and reverberated within the gorge. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian, who was concealed on a large tree at the side of the gorge's entrance, saw it. A robust man that wore worn-out armor walked out from the wooden house at the center of the gorge. The robust man had thick brows and large eyes, and there were 3 scars on his face that were like 3 centipedes. The most ferocious scar even passed right under his nose. Just a little bit more and it would have crippled one of his eyes. No, ninth leader, water. One of the 3 bandits that went out to get water walked out and respectfully passed over the kettle. That's good. The robust man nodded and received the water before drinking it in large gulps. After he finished drinking, he tossed the kettle to the side and turned around to look at the group of bandits under him. Chapter 522. A wisp of coldness appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth when he heard the words of the 9th leader of the bandits. Breakthrough in 3 days at most? In other words, the 9th leader of this bandit group was still a first-level void-prying stage martial artist. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out and detected the number of bandits within the gorge at the first possible moment. There were an entire 30-plus people. Amongst them, the 9th leader was the strongest. The 9th leader was the one and only void-prying stage martial artist amongst these 30-plus people. Whoosh! After he detected everything, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out to descend from the tree. He was completely exposed before the group of bandits. The group of bandits were all dumbstruck when they saw a stranger suddenly appear within the gorge they were hiding in. Moreover, it was a young man. Kid, where did you come from? A bandit's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian as he asked with a low voice. He's probably some young master that came to Blackwind Ridge to play and got lost. Some bandits saw the little gold mouse on Duan Lingtian's shoulder and thought it was a pet mouse, and all of them couldn't refrain from laughing. Old Wang, don't you like this type of young master with tender skin? This one that delivered himself to your door ought to be to your liking, right? A mounted bandit looked at another rugged mounted bandit and said with a smile. Instantly, the group of bandits started jeering. They completely didn't realize the arrival of danger. Even the 9th leader of the bandit group didn't take Duan Lingtian seriously. After all, in his eyes, the violet-clothed young man before him was a young man that looked to be not more than 25 years old. A young man like this was unable to pose any threat to him. He's indeed not bad. His appearance is rather handsome, but I wonder how he'll... The rugged bandit walked towards Duan Lingtian with a lewd smile, but he hadn't finished speaking when he'd already stopped abruptly, because a solid finger force of origin energy tore through the sky and interrupted him. Bang! The rugged bandit's body crashed down. A hideous bloody hole appeared between his brows, and it was still ceaselessly spraying out gorgeous and resplendent fresh blood. After a while, his head was completely soaked in blood. First level void-prying stage. A bandit was the first to react, and he just happened to see the 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Duan Lingtian. 2,000 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. It gave off an extremely oppressive feeling. Many bandits turned pale and their legs trembled. A void-prying stage expert wasn't someone they could go against. Currently, among the people present, only the ninth master of the mounted bandits and the 3 mounted bandits standing behind him were relatively calm. These 3 bandits were all existences at the half-step void stage. Your cultivation has already stepped into the void-prying stage at such a young age. I wonder which of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom are you? The face of the 9th master of the horse gang darkened as he asked loudly. 5 great young masters? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and shrugged. I'm neither. Not one of the 5 young masters. The 9th master of the mounted bandits sneered when he heard this. No matter if you are or not, since you killed my brother today, you're dead for sure. As soon as the 9th master finished speaking, his entire body moved. Whoosh! The 9th master's figure swayed like the wind, and a saber appeared in his hand. Origin energy suffused within it, skyrocketing and raging in the sky. Another 560 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air beside the 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes that dashed out. This was the amplification ability of the spirit saber. The 9th Master Saber was a Grade 7 Spirit Saber, along with the 9th Master transforming into a fierce beast that opened its bloody mouth and pounced towards Duan Lingtian. Another strand of majestic aura appeared on the Grade 7 Spirit Saber in his hand. This strand of aura was extremely faint, and if one didn't sense it carefully, one would be unable to notice it. Instantly, another 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 2,560 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Elementary Saber Force. Die! The 9th Master shouted out explosively as he exerted his full strength, and his saber descended towards Duan Lingtian, carrying along a might that could split mountains and split rocks. It seemed as if it wanted to split Duan Lingtian into 2. Terrifying origin energy leaped about on the saber before crashing down, and saber force suffused within it. Kill him! The other 3 half-step void stage mounted bandits followed behind the 9th Master as they charged towards Duan Lingtian. In the sky above them, 1,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared respectively. Subsequently, they withdrew their respective spirit sabers. OM! OM! Another 2 sabers descended, seeming to have transformed into the bloody mouth of a fierce beast that bit towards Duan Lingtian. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a wisp of disdain when facing the 9th Master's saber strike that contained the strength of 2,760 ancient mammoths, and he shouted coldly, Tempest Point. Subsequently, with a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian's origin energy once again condensed into a finger force that tore through the sky. Swish! The origin energy finger force flashed out to intercept the 9th Master's saber strike that could split mountains and split rocks. Along with the surroundings of the origin energy finger force, strands of azure-colored energy and violet-colored energy intertwined with each other, and they were like a little azure-colored snake and a little violet-colored snake that were jumping about Tempest Point. Instantly, another 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky above Duan Lingtian. Presently, what Duan Lingtian executed was precisely the Tempest Point at the Mastery stage. It contained half-step Advanced Wind Force and half-step Advanced Lightning Force. No! Impossible! The 9th Master's saber descended towards Duan Lingtian's head, and his gaze never left Duan Lingtian from the beginning until the end. At the beginning, when he saw Duan Lingtian condensing an origin energy finger force that flashed over with the intention of blocking his saber strike, slight disdain arose in his heart. However, when he saw the 3,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes that had suddenly merged together in the sky above Duan Lingtian, he felt coldness surge up from the bottom of his feet and directly into his head. Clang! The Tempest Point tore through the sky, and relying on the strength of 3,000 ancient mammoths, it blasted the spirit saber in the 9th Master's hand flying. As expected, the hand the 9th Master used to hold the saber split open and dripped with fresh blood. You? After the 9th Master was blasted back a few steps, he looked at Duan Lingtian in terror. But he didn't have the chance to continue speaking. Swish! Another material tempest point flashed over and easily penetrated the space between his brows. Bang! The ninth master's body fell to the ground, dead. He followed in the footsteps of the rugged bandit. Take revenge for the ninth master. The eyes of the three bandits that charged towards Duan Lingtian were crimson red, and their origin energy skyrocketed on the sabers in their hands that descended towards Duan Lingtian. The three of them attacked with rage and used their full strength. But, no matter how furious they were, it couldn't change the fact that they were only at the half-step void stage. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed, as if transforming into a gale, and he easily dodged the attacks of the three people. Tempest point. As his body shook, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and hastily pointed out 3 fingers. Swish! 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 3 tempest points tore through the sky and pierced through the chests of the 3 half-step void stage bandits, killing them. Along with the 3 bandits crashing onto the ground, the gorge was deathly silent. In the blink of an eye, a first-level void-prying stage martial artist and 3 half-step void stage martial artists had all died. The 4 bandits that were killed were the strongest amongst the group of bandits present. For a time, the expressions of the remaining bandits went pale. "My lord, spare us! My lord, spare us!" Instantly, many bandits knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Duan Lingtian, and their bodies shivered. When they realized that death was approaching, they were afraid. With someone taking the lead, the remaining bandits knelt on the ground and begged for mercy with sorrowful voices. They knew clearly that unless the violet-clothed young man before them showed mercy, otherwise they would be unable to escape death. Duan Lingtian stood before the group of bandits with a calm expression, and his gaze was incomparably cold and indifferent. "All of you know to be afraid now." Finally, Duan Lingtian spoke with a tone that was filled with extreme coldness. "When the sabers in your hands descended onto the innocent villagers time and time again, have all of you thought about their feelings? Have all of you thought about the feelings of their families?" Duan Lingtian's voice was filled with extremely icy cold killing intent. It caused the group of bandits to go pale. "My lord, spare us. So long as you spare us, I guarantee that I won't be a bandit in the future." "Yeah, my lord, spare us. I won't be a bandit as well." The group of bandits made their promises one after another. Not only did Duan Lingtian not feel pity in his heart when he heard the promises of these bandits, he instead felt slight disgust. The scene before him. If it was in his previous life, then what was the difference between this and a murderer promising to the judge after killing someone, "I won't kill anyone in the future, let me live"? Everyone had to be responsible for what they did. Out of all of you, only one can live. Duan Lingtian took a few steps back and stood at the entrance of the canyon. After blocking the path of the bandits, he said indifferently. Just as Duan Lingtian finished his words, "Buzz!" Before many bandits could react, a bandit swung his saber and beheaded his former companion beside him. This bandit's action awakened all the bandits. "Kill! Kill!" In order to survive, the group of bandits raised their sabers and attacked their former companions one after another. In a short while, blood flowed like a river in the canyon. In the blink of an eye, there were only 5 or 6 bandits left standing. These bandits were not in a good condition either. More or less, they were all injured. Soon, as if they had discussed beforehand, the bandits attacked at the same time and started a chaotic battle. Duan Lingtian watched coldly from the side. At this moment, he suddenly remembered something. Vice Dean Qi, they're killing each other like this. It ought to be able to be counted into my assignment points, right? The old man that stood in midair and concealed behind the clouds and mist above the canyon received Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. He actually noticed me? The old man was slightly moved and was shocked in his heart. No wonder he saw through me when I sent people to follow and protect him. This Duan Lingtian was actually even able to notice where I was hiding. The old man was precisely the vice dean of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, Qi Ming. You didn't rely on external forces, whereas they killed each other because of a single sentence of yours. These dead bandits naturally have to be counted into your assignment points. Qi Ming replied to Duan Lingtian via voice transmission. That's good. Chapter 523. When Duan Lingtian returned to his senses once more, he noticed that the remaining bandits had all fallen. Only a single bandit remained, and he was struggling at death's door. Obviously, he wouldn't live for long. My lord, save me. The bandit struggled as he asked Duan Lingtian for help. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at him and asked, "Do you know where your other leaders are?" I don't know. The bandit shook his head with difficulty. Even if he consumed a healing medicinal pill, he was still out of breath. His injuries were too heavy, and the low-grade healing medicinal pills in his possession were of no use. Little gold. Duan Lingtian paid no further attention to the bandit and woke up the little gold mouse. Squeak squee. After the little gold mouse awoke, she cried out in shock when she noticed the miserable state within the gorge. Big brother Lingtian, when did you become so bloody? The little gold mouse's innocent voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. I'm bloody. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he heard the little gold mouse. Even if there was someone in this world that had the qualifications to call him bloody, that person would absolutely not be the little gold mouse. In terms of brutality and bloody, he asked himself if he was able to catch up to this little fellow. Little gold, help me collect the spoils of the battle. Under the sweeping of Duan Lingtian and the little gold mouse, the spatial rings of the group of bandits had become Duan Lingtian's. Whereas the bandit that survived had died during this period of time because of his heavy injuries. This time, Duan Lingtian could be considered to have a great harvest. When these bandits are added together, my mission points ought to have broken through 100, right? Before Duan Lingtian left, he indifferently swept the pile of bandits' corpses within the gorge with his gaze as he thought to himself. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian brought along the little gold mouse and left the gorge. As soon as he left the gorge, Duan Lingtian's face went pale, because he noticed that two extremely familiar auras were approaching at an extremely swift speed. Shit! Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. His figure flashed as he prepared to flee. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian stepped on half-step advanced wind force and half-step advanced lightning force, and he seemed to have transformed into the wind as he flashed towards the distance. Duan Lingtian, you think you can escape from the two of us? At this moment, two old figures appeared in front of Duan Lingtian out of thin air. Of course, they did not appear out of thin air. Instead, they were so fast that it was difficult for Duan Lingtian to catch sight of them. Zhao Ming, Tang Hua. Looking at the two old men floating in front of him, Duan Lingtian's expression turned ugly. Never had he imagined that Zhao Ming and Tang Hua would actually appear in Blackwind Ridge. Lu Yu must have told them about the Dragon Phoenix Academy students going out to train. Soon, Duan Lingtian guessed the reason. Duan Lingtian, we were unable to do anything to you in the Crimson Sky Kingdom that day. Let me see who can help you today. The corners of Tang Hua's mouth held a wisp of a cold smile. Zhao Ming stared at Duan Lingtian with an icy cold gaze, and he didn't say a word. Whoosh! Right at this moment, another old figure appeared and stood before Duan Lingtian, and he protected Duan Lingtian behind him. It was precisely the vice dean of the Dragon Phoenix Academy, Qi Ming. Qi Ming couldn't help but be slightly moved when he saw Tang Hua and Zhao Ming. He wasn't surprised that the members of the Azure Forest Trisect wanted to look for trouble with Duan Lingtian. But what surprised him was that the Azure Forest Trisect had actually dispatched two guardian elders for the sake of Duan Lingtian. It was truly inconceivable. Even if the Azure Forest Trisect thinks highly of Duan Lingtian, it wouldn't be to the extent of dispatching two guardian elders, right? Qi Ming kept having the feeling that there was surely a secret behind this. Elder Tang Hua, Elder Zhao Ming. Qi Ming calmly looked Tang Hua and Zhao Ming in the eye, and he said with a low voice, Duan Lingtian is now an inner hall student of our Dragon and Phoenix Academy, and he's currently undergoing a training assignment. Both of you, please leave swiftly. Qi Ming, could it be that you think you can stop the two of us by yourself? Tang Hua obviously knew Qi Ming, and he sneered. Qi Ming's face went grim. Tang Hua, don't forget, Duan Lingtian is now a member of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, and he receives the protection of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial family. If you dare touch him, then you're going against the Imperial family. As far as Qi Ming was concerned, the Imperial family was sufficient to suppress Tang Hua and Zhao Ming to the point they were unable to catch their breath. However, the development of the matter exceeded his expectations. Imperial family? Tang Hua and Zhao Ming glanced at each other when they heard Qi Ming, and they couldn't help but laugh. What? After your Azure Forest Trisect merged, you don't even take our Imperial family seriously? Qi Ming said with a low voice. Qi Ming, leave quickly if you're sensible. Today we're taking this Duan Lingtian. Tang Hua's words didn't leave the slightest room for discussion. Imperial family? Perhaps. He had to restrain himself slightly in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City. But now the Imperial family was far away, and Duan Lingtian was right before his eyes, and he was about to become his prey. How could he miss this opportunity? After all, once he captured Duan Lingtian, it would mean that he would obtain the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Once he consumed the 10,000-year stalactite milk, he had the confidence to charge into the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage. At that time, so what if it was the Imperial family? Wasn't the reason the Imperial family was able to dominate the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom all because of that 7th level Void Initiation stage expert? So long as he captured Duan Lingtian and forced out the whereabouts of the 10,000-year stalactite milk, a 7th level Void Initiation stage expert would appear in their Azure Forest Trisect. Moreover, it wouldn't just be a single person. At that time, their Azure Forest Trisect wouldn't be afraid of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial family. Duan Lingtian stood there and silently watched the development of the situation. He noticed that the development didn't seem to be smooth. Tang Hua and Zhao Ming seemed to want to take him away at the risk of offending the Imperial family. As for the reason the two of them did this, Duan Lingtian was able to roughly guess it. Do they really think that I'll bring them to look for the 10,000-year stalactite milk if they capture me? Duan Lingtian sneered in his heart towards Tang Hua and Zhao Ming's naivety. Humph! Finally, Qi Ming grunted coldly, and the origin energy on his body roiled, causing his clothes to flutter without wind. Whoosh! In the sky, 8 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form. Qi Ming had displayed the full extent of his cultivation base. 6th level of the Void Initiation stage. It wasn't inferior to either Tang Hua or Zhao Ming. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised by Qi Ming revealing such a cultivation. His spiritual force had seen through Qi Ming's cultivation since long ago. Qi Ming, if you really want to get involved in this mess, then don't blame me and Elder Ming for being ruthless. I presume you ought to be clearly aware that you're not a match for us when we join forces. As Tang Hua spoke, 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above him. On the other hand, 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes gradually condensed into form in the sky above Zhao Ming before coiling down. Whoosh! In next to no time, strands of material blue-colored energy leaped about within the origin energy on Qi Ming's body. Subsequently, another 5 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above Qi Ming. 5th level water concept? A wisp of disdain appeared on the corners of Tang Hua's mouth. Strands of crimson-red colored energy leaped about within the origin energy on his body, and the scorching aura caused the air to stagnate. 6 ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form in the sky. 6th level fire concept. At the same time, 5th level wind concept appeared within Zhao Ming's origin energy. The 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes above him had become 13. The two of you really want to make a move against someone protected by our imperial family? Qi Ming's expression was gloomy, and he felt a wave of powerlessness in his heart. He never imagined that Tang Hua had actually comprehended 6th level fire concept. 6th-level fire concept wasn't restrained by his 5th-level water concept any longer. So it turned out that he intended to use water concept to restrain Tang Hua's fire concept, and then draw Zhao Ming into the battle to fight for a chance for Duan Lingtian to flee. But now it would seem that his thoughts had come to nothing. Just Tang Hua alone was superior to him, and he utterly didn't have the time to divert his attention to deal with Zhao Ming. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's thoughts spun abruptly. Even if I lend my grade 4 spirit sword to Weisdien Qi now, I'm afraid he might not be able to suppress Tang Hua and Zhao Ming. Looks like I'm bound to suffer misfortune today. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth unconsciously curled into a wisp of helplessness. He didn't flee because he knew that it was impossible for him to flee under the eyes of Tang Hua and Zhao Ming. Elder Ming. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian heard an explosive shout. Subsequently, he saw it. Zhao Ming's azure clothes fluttered as his speed was swift to the limit, and he transformed into a gust of wind that flashed directly towards Qi Ming. He started battling Qi Ming. In terms of attack, both of them were on par. In terms of speed, because what Zhao Ming comprehended was wind concept, and it surpassed Qi Ming. Swoosh! Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian heard the sound of the sky being torn apart sweep over, and it grew closer and closer. A scorching hot aura enveloped down. Shit! Duan Lingtian's face went grim when he saw Tang Hua pouncing towards him. A large and powerful hand landed on his shoulder, and a powerful elemental force restrained the elemental force in his body. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian was brought along by Tang Hua to soar on the clouds and fly off swiftly into the distance. In Duan Lingtian's field of vision, Qi Ming and Zhao Ming went further and further away, and in the end, they transformed into two small black dots that gradually vanished before his eyes. During this period of time, Qi Ming wanted to save him many times, yet he was stopped by Zhao Ming. Duan Lingtian, you've fallen into my hands in the end. Tang Hua's voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Elder Tang Hua, you better be gentle. If you hurt me and I accidentally forget the location of the 10,000-year stalactite milk, then it wouldn't be fun. Duan Lingtian glanced at Tang Hua's hand that grabbed onto his shoulder and spoke indifferently. Humph! Tang Hua's face sank when he was threatened by Duan Lingtian. However, his hand still loosened a little. When he saw Tang Hua being so cooperative, Duan Lingtian knew that his guess from before wasn't wrong. Tang Hua and Zhao Ming utterly never thought of directly taking his life. Their target was indeed the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Elder Tang Hua, where do you intend to bring me? Duan Lingtian noticed that Tang Hua was actually bringing him all the way east, and he couldn't help but ask curiously. Tang Hua paid no attention to Duan Lingtian. Tang Hua only stopped when they arrived at a precipitous mountain at the eastern border of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and he grabbed onto Duan Lingtian's shoulder as he stood in the sky. Chapter 524. After a while, Duan Lingtian saw a person flashing over swiftly from the west. Zhao Ming. Duan Lingtian's face sank when he saw the person that had arrived. He understood that this was the place where Tang Hua and Zhao Ming met. After a short moment, Zhao Ming arrived by Tang Hua's side, and his eyes that were filled with hatred stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian as he said coldly, Duan Lingtian, don't play any tricks, otherwise, I'll kill you at the first possible moment. Duan Lingtian shrugged when he heard Zhao Ming's threat, and he said with an indifferent expression, Then Elder Zhao Ming, you can just kill me? There's no need to look for that 10,000-year stalactite milk. Do you think I don't dare? Zhao Ming exploded into rage, and with a raise of his hand, his origin energy raged. 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes coiled down and accumulated force while waiting to attack. Elder Ming. Tang Hua frowned and stopped Zhao Ming. Then he said via voice transmission, So long as we find the 10,000-year stalactite milk, would you still be worried about not having a chance to kill this Duan Lingtian? He's infuriating you, don't fall for his trick. Zhao Ming took a deep breath when he heard Tang Hua, and he suppressed the rage in his heart. Duan Lingtian, where's the 10,000-year stalactite milk? Tang Hua looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a low voice, Elder Tang Hua, you'll let me go if I bring all of you to find the 10,000-year stalactite milk? Duan Lingtian asked with a vigilant expression. Sure. Tang Hua wasn't surprised by Duan Lingtian's request, and he didn't even think before agreeing. What about Elder Zhao Ming? You're willing to let me go as well? Duan Lingtian looked at Zhao Ming. Humph. Zhao Ming grunted coldly and paid no attention to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, don't worry. So long as you bring us to find the 10,000-year stalactite milk, Elder Ming and I will let you go. Tang Hua said to Duan Lingtian. Then all of you swear on the tribulation of oaths, the 99 heavenly tribulation. Otherwise, I'd rather die than bring all of you to look for the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Duan Lingtian looked like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. You! Zhao Ming's expression changed greatly. Elder Ming. Tang Hua frowned and persuaded via voice transmission. So what if we make an oath according to what he said? So long as we obtain the 10,000-year stalactite milk, we'll surely be able to smoothly break through to the 7th level of the void initiation stage. At that time, with our strength, even if we forcefully charge into the Dragon and Phoenix Academy and kill Duan Lingtian, I presume the Imperial family wouldn't say anything. As Tang Hua finished speaking, his face was filled with confidence. It was as if he could already see the scene of himself breaking through to the 7th level of the void initiation stage. Hearing this, Zhao Ming pondered for a moment before agreeing. Then, under the gaze of Duan Lingtian, Tang Hua and Zhao Ming both pinched open their fingers and used their own blood to allow the 99 heavenly tribulation to bear witness as they made an oath. Once they found the 10,000-year stalactite milk with the help of Duan Lingtian, they would let Duan Lingtian leave and wouldn't make things difficult for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised when he saw Tang Hua and Zhao Ming making an oath. He was able to sense their yearning towards the 10,000-year stalactite milk, so he was confident in his backing. Squeak squee. The little gold mouse cried out lightly by Duan Lingtian's ears, and she said via voice transmission, Big Brother Lingtian, do you really intend to bring them to the stalactite cave? Duan Lingtian replied via voice transmission, I naturally won't bring them there. Then what's the use of making them make this oath? The little gold mouse asked curiously. I made them make this oath only because I wanted to give them a preconceived impression and make them feel that I'm really willing to bring them to look for the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Duan Lingtian explained via voice transmission. Otherwise, if I didn't make them make the oath, then perhaps they would think that I would play some trick. In that way, it would be difficult for my plan to be carried out. Plan? The little gold mouse's voice transmission was filled with bewilderment. You'll know very soon. Duan Lingtian's voice transmission was filled with mystery. The little gold mouse lay on Duan Lingtian's shoulder, and her jade-green eyes flickered with slight anticipation. We've already made the oath. Now, you can bring us to look for the 10,000-year stalactite milk, right? Tang Hua asked Duan Lingtian with a low voice. Duan Lingtian, don't think of playing any tricks. Otherwise, I'll surely kill you. Zhao Ming spoke out in a timely manner and echoed Tang Hua. What tricks can I play? Duan Lingtian shrugged. All of you are 6th-level void initiation stage experts. Could it be that all of you are afraid of a tiny 1st-level void prying stage martial artist like me playing any tricks? Subsequently, under Duan Lingtian's guidance, Tang Hua and Zhao Ming brought him along to flash out at full speed towards the northwest. When they arrived near the ancient city of Everlast, Duan Lingtian pointed towards the north. Over there. Duan Lingtian, the area of the Darkstone Empire is ahead. Are you sure the 10,000-year stalactite milk is in the Darkstone Empire? Tang Hua looked at Duan Lingtian with slight suspicion. Elder Hua, if you don't believe me, then how about you kill me now? Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently. Tang Hua instantly went silent. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a wisp of disdain. So what if he's a 6th-level void initiation stage martial artist? Wasn't he still fooled by him? I almost forgot that place when I was in the Crimson Sky Kingdom the other day. If I was able to recall it at that time, then even if that mysterious expert didn't exist, I would still be able to escape them. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Duan Lingtian believed. Once Tang Hua and Zhao Ming were trapped at that place, they would most probably be trapped to death within Phoenix Nest City. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian flashed through the sky above Phoenix Nest City under the lead of Tang Hua and Zhao Ming. I wonder if Tian Wu, City Governor Feng, Elder Kong, Grandma Su, and the others have already left, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Not long after, under the lead of Duan Lingtian, Tang Hua and Zhao Ming brought along Duan Lingtian to descend into a spacious gorge. Within the gorge, a ball of cloud and mist condensed together, and the situation within couldn't be seen clearly. What's this place? Tang Hua and Zhao Ming curiously sized up the surroundings. In the end, their gazes descended into the ball of cloud and mist before them in unison. The cloud and mist revealed various mysteries, and it caused them to feel that it wasn't simple. Elder Tang Hua, can you let me go now? How would I lead the way if you don't let me go? Duan Lingtian looked at the hand Tang Hua held on his shoulder as he spoke indifferently. Tang Hua paid no attention to him. Then both of you can look for it yourselves. Duan Lingtian shrugged, and he had an appearance as if he didn't care and wasn't in a hurry. Duan Lingtian, I hope you don't play tricks on us, otherwise, you ought to know the consequences. Tang Hua threatened with a low voice. At the same time, he let go of the hand he held on Duan Lingtian's shoulder. Even if I want to play tricks on all of you, I need to have the strength to do so. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian noticed that Zhao Ming had approached the ball of cloud and mist ahead, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a wisp of disdain. Unless Zhao Ming was an inscription master as well. Otherwise, he could only dream of recognizing the inscription formation. Inscription formation. This place was precisely the place that Duan Lingtian, Feng Wu Dao, and Elder Kong had come to that day. That ball of cloud and mist was precisely the inscription formation. As for within the inscription formation, it was the former soul cleanse pool. But because the nether soul fruit had already been eaten by little gold, the pool of water had become ordinary water as well. Squeak, squeak. The little gold mouse stood on Duan Lingtian's shoulder as she cried out lightly, and then she said via voice transmission, Big brother Lingtian, why did you bring them here? Little fellow, you still haven't guessed what I want to do? Duan Lingtian replied via voice transmission. You're too stupid? Squeak, squeak. The little gold mouse was instantly unhappy when she heard Duan Lingtian. Elders, please come with me. Duan Lingtian called out to Tang Hua and Zhao Ming. Then he walked towards the ball of cloud and mist with the intention of entering it. Humph! It's utterly impossible to enter that place. Zhao Ming couldn't help but ridicule when he saw Duan Lingtian's actions. Earlier, he tried to walk into the ball of cloud and mist, yet he noticed that there was a shapeless force that obstructed him outside. It was as if someone had set up some sort of restriction here. But in the next moment, when he saw the ball of cloud and mist actually split open to the side as Duan Lingtian walked out, he was completely dumbstruck. What's going on? Tang Hua was stunned as well. They naturally didn't know that this ball of cloud and mist was the appearance formed from the inscription formation. At this moment, it was precisely Duan Lingtian that had stretched out his spiritual force and successfully opened up the inscription formation. Elders, the 10,000-year stalactite milk is inside. Duan Lingtian was the first to walk towards the split-open ball of cloud and mist, and his figure slowly fused into the gray and hazy mist. Duan Lingtian's figure was about to vanish before their eyes. Let's go in. Tang Hua called out to Zhao Ming, and the two of them followed in. After the two of them entered, they were stunned on the spot. Their faces were covered in shock as they looked at the spacious lake before them. They'd never imagined that there would actually be such a scene behind the clouds and mist in the gorge. At this moment, they completely didn't notice that the cloud and mist behind them was swiftly closing up, and it wasn't long before it completely closed up. Beside them, a wisp of an evil smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth as he took 2 steps back. In the next moment, whirlwind. At practically the instant Duan Lingtian's figure moved, An exit that only allowed him to leave appeared in the expanse of cloud and mist he charged towards. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that charged out through this exit and returned to the gorge. Meanwhile, the exit instantly closed up. Meanwhile, Tang Hua and Zhao Ming, who were behind the cloud and mist and within the inscription formation, were jolted awake. Duan Lingtian has fled. Their faces went grim as their figures flashed to arrive at the position Duan Lingtian stood before he fled. They wanted to leave this place, yet they noticed a shapeless force had sealed them within, causing them to be unable to leave. Damn it! We've been tricked by that Duan Lingtian. Tang Hua was slightly exasperated. Duan Lingtian! Zhao Ming shouted out in shock as the origin energy on his body skyrocketed. A spirit sword appeared out of thin air in his hand, and his fifth-level wind concept roiled as he stabbed it towards the barrier formed from the shapeless force before him. Bang! However, only a muffled bang replied to Zhao Ming. Chapter 525. What the hell is this place? Zhao Ming's face went grim. From the beginning until the end, Zhao Ming's actions were noticed by Tang Hua. He originally thought that if Zhao Ming exerted his full strength, he would be able to easily destroy the barrier condensed from the shapeless energy before him. However, the outcome exceeded his expectations. Zhao Ming exerted his full strength, yet was actually unable to break through this barrier. Zhao Ming, let's join forces. Tang Hua shouted out coldly, and his face was filled with rage. He never imagined that he'd lived for more than half his life, yet was actually played by a little fellow around the age of 20. This was absolutely an extraordinary shame and humiliation. All right, Zhao Ming replied. Subsequently, the two sixth-level Void Initiation Stage experts joined forces and blasted towards a certain point on the barrier. However, the outcome was the same. The barrier didn't move in the slightest. Damn it! How did that Duan Lingtian leave? Zhao Ming gnashed his teeth as he spoke. He charged out from here. I didn't pay attention to the specifics of how he left. Tang Hua's expression was extremely unsightly. Let's look around and see if there's an exit. Subsequently, Tang Hua and Zhao Ming looked around with the intention of finding an exit. In the end, they noticed that the lake they were at was completely enveloped by the barrier formed from the shapeless energy. That barrier even penetrated deep into the ground. It caused them to be unable to dig a hole to leave. Damn it! What the hell is this place? How exactly was that barrier formed? Zhao Ming had an exasperated expression. Subsequently, Zhao Ming looked at Tang Hua and almost roared. It's all your fault. If we directly killed that Duan Lingtian, all of this wouldn't have happened. Tang Hua's face sank. Zhao Ming, get it straight. If it wasn't for you coveting the 10,000-year stalactite milk as well, would you allow me to spare his life? At the bottom of it all of this was because of our greed. Greed. Zhao Ming's body shook, and he was speechless. Yeah. If it wasn't for him coveting the 10,000-year stalactite milk that Duan Lingtian spoke of, all of this wouldn't have happened. At this moment, he only felt extreme regret. However, there was no medicine for regret in the world. Once I get out of here, I will definitely grind that Duan Lingtian's bones to dust. What 10,000-year stalactite milk? I Zhao Ming don't want it anymore. Zhao Ming said with an ugly expression. Humph. Whether or not we can get out of here is still uncertain. But, if we can, I won't let that Duan Lingtian live another moment in front of me. Tang Hua was also infuriated, and his eyes burned with extreme fury. Within the inscription formation, Zhao Ming and Tang Hua were exasperated. Outside the inscription pattern array, on a large tree in the spacious canyon, Duan Lingtian lay there with his legs crossed as he basked in the sun. Big brother Lingtian, you're so bad. You actually tricked them into going inside. The little gold mouse stood on the tree trunk at the side, and its body swayed up and down as if it was on a swing. Bad? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, then stretched out his hand to block the scorching sunlight. If I didn't do this, I would have been killed by them sooner or later. Even if I really brought them to the stalactite cave on Migres Peak, they would abide by their oath and let me off for a while. but it wouldn't be long before they would surely make a move against me once more. Hee hee. I was wondering earlier why Big Brother Ling Tian brought them here, so it turns out that you wanted to trick them. The little gold mouse's jade-green eyes flickered with a sly smile. They can only blame themselves for being stupid. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled slightly, and a wisp of disdain suffused it. Everything that happened today was smooth to the point it caused him to feel slight disbelief. Of course, he knew as well. All of this was because Tang Hua and Zhao Ming didn't have any knowledge of the Tao of inscriptions. Otherwise, they wouldn't have fallen for it so easily. Big Brother Ling Tian, they wouldn't forcefully charge out, right? Should we leave quickly? The little gold mouse's voice transmission contained slight fear mixed within. No matter if it was Tang Hua or Zhao Ming, they were both 6th-level void initiation stage experts, and they were far from someone the little gold mouse could go against. There's no need. The senior that left behind that inscription formation is in existence at the void transformation stage or above. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Unless a void transformation stage expert makes a move, or many 7th-level void interpretation stage experts join forces, otherwise, don't even think of breaking through this inscription formation. Doesn't that mean they're going to be trapped to death within? The little gold mouse was shocked. If nothing unexpected happens, they'll surely be trapped to death within. Of course, if they're able to find that abode and obtain the experiences in the Tao of inscriptions that Senior left behind, then perhaps they'll have a chance to break out of the formation. Duan Lingtian spoke slowly. They have a chance to come out? The little gold mouse was slightly afraid. Don't worry. What sort of divine temple is the Tao of inscriptions? They want to have some achievements in the Tao of inscriptions and obtain the ability to break out of the formation. They'll at least need to spend over 10 years of time to study it. Duan Lingtian wasn't worried in the slightest. If I'm still afraid of them after 10 years, then I might as well take a blade and commit suicide. 10 years. Not to mention 10 years. Even if it was the martial competition of the 10 dynasties 4 years from now, if he didn't possess a cultivation at the 7th level of the void initiation stage or above, it would probably be difficult for him to stand out. The little gold mouse felt at ease when she heard this. I'll go greet them. Then we'll return to Blackwind Ridge. No matter what, I must obtain the most points in the mission this time. Only by being ranked first would I be able to obtain the void refining fruit. Duan Lingtian stood up, and his gaze descended onto the ball of clouds and mist within the gorge. Subsequently, his spiritual force fused into it and opened up a small gap on the inscription formation. Subsequently, his voice transmission passed through this inconspicuous small gap and entered into the ears of Tang Hua and Zhao Ming, who were trapped within. Elder Tang Hua, Elder Zhao Ming, both of you properly live in seclusion within in the future. There are many small fishes within the lake. It ought to not be to the extent of starving both of you to death. Ha 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 ha. Duan Lingtian's voice transmission was filled with ridicule. Right at the instant Duan Lingtian's voice transmission was interrupted by the small gap on the inscription formation that was closed up. Duan Lingtian. The flames of rage of Tang Hua and Zhao Ming were once again ignited by Duan Lingtian. However, no matter how they vented, it was of no use. They were unable to forcefully break open the inscription formation in the end. Little gold, let's go. At this moment, Duan Lingtian sat on the back of the little gold mouse that had become larger and headed all the way to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The current little gold mouse wasn't the little gold mouse of the past. As a demon beast that had broken through to the 7th level of the void prying stage, the little gold mouse's speed was extremely swift. In only 3 days of time, she'd brought Duan Lingtian back to Blackwind Ridge. Those two old fellows wasted so much of my time. I wonder if anyone has surpassed the points I obtained earlier. Duan Lingtian muttered with an unhappy expression on his face. If Duan Lingtian's muttering was heard by Tang Hua and Zhao Ming, who were still trapped within the inscription formation, the expressions of Tang Hua and Zhao Ming would surely be extremely interesting. The important matter at hand is to find Vice Dean Qi first. Otherwise, if no one records my results, then it's useless no matter how many bandits I kill. After spending half a day, Duan Lingtian finally found Qiming. When he found Qiming was sighing. Vice Dean Qi. Only when Duan Lingtian greeted him did Qiming's thoughts that had drifted out pull back. Duan Lingtian. Qiming was completely dumbstruck when he saw Duan Lingtian. At the beginning, he thought he was seeing things. In next to no time, he confirmed it. The person that stood before him was indeed Duan Lingtian without a doubt. Duan Lingtian. How did you escape from the hands of those two old fellows? Qiming asked curiously. It's a long story. I'll slowly tell Vice Dean Qi when I have time in the future. Now that I speak of it, they wasted 3 days of my time. Vice Dean Qi, is there anyone that surpassed my points now? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. Qiming nodded and said slowly. Not long ago, crazy young master was like you. He found the lair of the 7th leader of the bandit group and wiped out 50+ bandits. Besides that, the 7th leader is a 2nd-level void-prying stage martial artist. 7th leader? 50 bandits? Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted as he exclaimed with admiration. I never imagined that crazy young master's luck would be so good. 7th leader, 2nd-level void-prying stage. It was equivalent to 30 points, coupled with the 50+ bandits. It's very likely that crazy young master's current points have already exceeded 200. Duan Lingtian felt pressured. Vice Dean Qi, I want to continue now. Duan Lingtian said to Qiming. Qiming nodded. Go on. Qiming had a complicated gaze when he saw Duan Lingtian transform into a violet bolt of lightning that vanished before his eyes. Duan Lingtian's sudden return had exceeded his expectations. Now, I slightly hope that this Duan Lingtian will be able to seize the first in the experience assignment this time. If he were to consume the void refining fruit, his cultivation would surpass all the inner hall students. At the same time that Qiming followed Duan Lingtian, his gaze flickered. Moreover, he's extremely mysterious. Perhaps he has many unexpected abilities. The reason Qiming guessed like this, it was still because Duan Lingtian was able to shake off those 2 guardian elders of the Azure Forest Trisect and return safely. After all, those 2 guardian elders of the Azure Forest Trisect were 6th-level void initiation stage experts, and being able to return under their noses was sufficient to show that Duan Lingtian wasn't simple. Chapter 526. Qiming believed. Under the assistance of the void refining fruit, Duan Lingtian would be able to go even higher and further. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know what Qiming was thinking. Presently, he was madly searching for the tracks of the bandits in Blackwind Ridge. Swoosh! It wasn't only Duan Lingtian who was searching. The little gold mouse was helping as well. The little gold mouse was unable to help Duan Lingtian kill the bandits, but she was still able to help Duan Lingtian find the bandits and make Duan Lingtian personally make a move. Even Qiming didn't say anything about this. After all, this wasn't considered to be breaking the rules. The tempering this time only had half a month of time. Yet now, 4 days had already passed. 11 more days. After searching for 3 days, Duan Lingtian didn't notice the tracks of a single bandit. No matter if it was him searching on the ground or searching from high above. But unfortunately, the area my spiritual force can extend out is limited. If my spiritual force is able to cover the entire Blackwind Ridge, then those bandits would surely have nowhere to hide. Of course, this was only Duan Lingtian's thoughts. Blackwind Ridge was so large that even when the Samsara Emperor Wu was at his prime, he might be able to cover the entire Blackwind Ridge with his spiritual force. When the Samsara Emperor Wu was at his prime, he was in existence at the Emperor Wu stage. Now, not to mention the highest level of cultivation in Cloud Continent, the Emperor Wu stage, Duan Lingtian was still quite a distance away from the Void Initiation stage. Suddenly, the commotion ahead drew Duan Lingtian's attention. Duan Lingtian approached and looked from afar, and he noticed a few familiar figures. These people weren't bandits. But Duan Lingtian's face sank slightly. Lu Yu. The people that appeared within Duan Lingtian's line of sight were precisely the few people from the Azure Forest Trisect. When he recalled Tang Hua and Zhao Ming, He recalled the 7-star sword sect disciples that died at their hands. Duan Lingtian's chest was almost filled with rage. Vice Dean Qi. Duan Lingtian didn't meet with Lu Yu and the others, and he didn't even allow the void-prying stage martial artist behind Lu Yu and the others to notice him as he took the initiative to hide at the side. What is it? Qi Ming was slightly puzzled when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. Those Azure Forest Trisect disciples. Can you sell me a favor? Duan Lingtian's voice transmission was filled with boundless killing intent. Qi Ming was first stunned when he heard this, and then he noticed Lu Yu and the others. Naturally, he knew what Duan Lingtian meant. Duan Lingtian was none other than wanting him to be biased and allow him to kill these Azure Forest Trisect disciples. If it was in the past, Qi Ming would have rejected him directly. But now, when he thought of how the 2 guardian elders of the Azure Forest Trisect didn't take the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family seriously. As one of the 5 great revered elders of the imperial family, a trace of evil flames arose in the heart of Qi Ming for no reason or rhyme. Qi Ming was a human as well, and he had emotions and desires. Because of the actions of Tang Hua and Zhao Ming from a few days ago, he didn't have the slightest good impression of the Azure Forest Trisect. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had said it extremely clearly now. He wanted him to sell him a favor. Perhaps Duan Lingtian's favor was nothing now. What about in the future? He looked extremely favorably upon Duan Lingtian's future. In the end, Qi Ming gritted his teeth and agreed to Duan Lingtian. Then you deal with it cleanly. I'll instruct the person following behind them that he won't interfere in the matter between you and them. At this moment, Qi Ming felt slightly guilty. But when he recalled how arrogant Tang Hua and Zhao Ming were before him that day, his guilt vanished without a trace. The members of the Azure Forest Trisect weren't worthy of the protection of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family. Thank you. Vice Dean Qi. Duan Lingtian accepts this favor of yours. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when Qi Ming agreed. He was really worried that Qi Ming wouldn't agree. In this way, even if he hated Lu Yu and the others to the extreme, he wouldn't know where to start. Of course, he was able to guess the reason. Since Qi Ming was able to agree so readily, it was surely because of the reason Tang Hua and Zhao Ming had captured him a few days ago. At that time, Tang Hua and Zhao Ming had caused Vice Dean Qi to lose face. Senior Sister Lu Yu, it has already been 4 days. Yet we haven't encountered a single bandit. Where exactly are they hiding? An Azure Forest Trisect disciple laughed bitterly as he asked Lu Yu. How would I know if you're asking me? Lu Yu spoke angrily. Senior Sister Lu Yu, don't be angry. So what if we didn't gain anything from coming to Blackwind Ridge this time? Now, the 2 guardian elders have probably already killed Duan Lingtian, and that would be a great merit. Another Azure Forest Trisect disciple grinned. You're right. The 3 sect leaders would surely be extremely happy with the death of Duan Lingtian. At that time, we'll all be meritorious and will be able to obtain the sect's rewards. After all, it was us that told the 2 guardian elders about the whereabouts of Duan Lingtian. The eyes of the last Azure Forest Trisect disciple lit up as if he'd already seen the rewards bestowed by the sect. Lu Yu's expression eased up when she heard this. Indeed, there was nothing that was more delightful than this matter. She couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when she thought of how Duan Lingtian was already dead. A few days ago in the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, the icy cold gaze Duan Lingtian looked at her had caused her to successively have nightmares for a few days. In her nightmares, she was killed by Duan Lingtian numerous times. I can finally have a good sleep tonight. Lu Yu was rather happy in her heart. The depression from being unable to find bandits was completely tossed to the back of her mind. Right at this moment, it really was all of you that leaked the news. A voice that was like a ghost sounded out, and it caused the expressions of Lu Yu and the others to go grim. Especially Lu Yu. This voice was something she'd heard countless times in her dreams a few days ago. Of course, they were all nightmares. Duan Lingtian had approached Lu Yu and the others since long ago, and he'd clearly heard the words of Lu Yu and the others. He'd originally suspected that it was Lu Yu and the others that leaked the news of the Blackwind Ridge training. Now, Lu Yu and the others had admitted it themselves. So it turns out that Tang Hua and Zhao Ming were found by them. Duan Lingtian, you deal with this matter as you please. Right at this moment, a voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and it contained traces of rage mixed within. It was precisely Qi Ming. Obviously, Qi Ming had heard the conversation of the Azure Forest Trisect disciples as well. Whoosh! As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his figure flashed to appear before Lu Yu and the others. Squeak squee! The jade-green eyes of the little gold mouse on Duan Lingtian's shoulder flickered with cold lights as she stared at Lu Yu and the others. Duan Lingtian! Duan Lingtian! Besides Lu Yu, who was mentally prepared, the expressions of the other 3 Azure Forest Trisect disciples went grim when they saw Duan Lingtian. What they said earlier was heard by Duan Lingtian. Also, this Duan Lingtian actually didn't die? Could it be that the 2 guardian elders haven't made a move? Lu Yu and the 3 of you, you killed my 7-star sword sect disciples that day, and you owe my 7-star sword sect numerous debts of blood. Today, it's time for you to repay it. Duan Lingtian stared coldly at Lu Yu's group of 3 as he spoke indifferently. His tone didn't contain the slightest emotion. However, the killing intent that swept out from Duan Lingtian's body was something that anyone could sense. Along with the terrifying killing intent sweeping out from Duan Lingtian's body, it enveloped Lu Yu's group of 4 and caused their expressions to go grim. Duan Lingtian's killing intent was created from his life of bloodshed in his previous life. How could it be something that Lu Yu's group of 4 could endure? Duan Lingtian, don't forget that we're currently undergoing the tempering of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, and there's someone following behind us to record our results. If you dare kill us, the Dragon and Phoenix Academy won't let you off. Lu Yu took a deep breath, and she could feel her heartbeat ceaselessly speeding up. Is that so? Duan Lingtian started laughing. Are you sure that the Dragon and Phoenix Academy won't let me off? Duan Lingtian's words caused Lu Yu's group of 4 to be dazed. Right at this instant, Duan Lingtian attacked. Tempest Point. Duan Lingtian pointed out with his finger, and a material origin energy point force whistled out. Swish! A piercing howl sounded out, and an Azure Forest Trisect disciple by Lu Yu's side directly fell down. A hideous bloody hole appeared on his forehead, and blood flowed out without end. Ah! A fellow disciple of the same sect being suddenly killed shocked Lu Yu's group of 3, and their faces instantly went ghastly pale. Duan Lingtian, you really dared to make a move. Lu Yu's voice was slightly trembling. As far as she was concerned, this Duan Lingtian was simply a madman. But in next to no time, when they noticed there wasn't any movement behind them, terror suffused the faces of Lu Yu's group of 3. Where's the Dragon and Phoenix Academy member? Isn't there someone following us to record our results? The 3 of them took the Dragon and Phoenix Academy member that was in charge of recording their results to be their lifesaver. However, that Dragon and Phoenix Academy member didn't make an appearance all along. There's no need to look. The 3 of you dying here today is bound to have died in vain. After the experience ends, the Dragon and Phoenix Academy will announce that the Azure Forest Trisect disciples didn't listen to advice and trespassed into Blackwind Ridge, and have gone missing henceforth. Duan Lingtian saw Lu Yu's group of 3 looking left and right, and he mocked. The faces of Lu Yu's group of 3 went grim. Swish! Duan Lingtian pointed out with his finger once more, and his origin energy point force whistled out to kill another Azure Forest Trisect disciple. Another Azure Forest Trisect disciple was penetrated between his brows, and he died in the same manner as the last Azure Forest Trisect disciple. Duan Lingtian remained expressionless from the beginning until the end when he successively killed 2 Azure Forest Trisect disciples. These 2 Azure Forest Trisect disciples had killed countless 7-star sword sect disciples that day. Today, he only wanted them to pay a debt of blood with blood. Flee! Besides Lu Yu, the remaining Azure Forest Trisect disciple went grim when he saw his 2 senior brothers fall, and he turned around and fled. But would he be able to flee? After all, even Lu Yu couldn't arouse the thought of fleeing now, because Lu Yu knew that it was impossible for them to flee under Duan Lingtian's nose. Flee! The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth couldn't help but curl into a cold smile when he saw the Azure Forest Trisect disciple turning around and intending to flee into the distance. Tempest Point. With a raise of his hand, 2 Origin Energy Point forces whistled out and struck the legs of the Azure Forest Trisect disciple. Bang! The body of the Azure Forest Trisect disciple that had 2 bloody holes pierced through his legs trembled before crashing down. He fell beside Lu Yu's feet. Senior sister. Save me. The Azure Forest Trisect disciple struggled to stretch out his hand to hug Lu Yu's legs, and he said in panic, Senior sister, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Lu Yu had a bitter expression. Save. Chapter 527. You don't want to die? Duan Lingtian glanced coldly and indifferently at the Azure Forest Trisect disciple that prostrated himself before Lu Yu's feet, and he sneered. Do you think those 7-star sword sect disciples that died at your hands, they wanted to die? The body of the Azure Forest Trisect disciple trembled when he heard Duan Lingtian. Then he turned around and prostrated himself before Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, let me off. Let me off. I beg you. I beg you. The 7-star sword sect disciples that died at your hands, they were in despair like you at the instant they were killed by you. If there's a next life, remember properly, you'll have to pay for what you did. Duan Lingtian glanced at the Azure Forest Trisect disciple with disgust. Then he abruptly raised his hand. Tempest Point, an extremely condensed Origin Energy Point force flashed out. In the next moment, the begging of the Azure Forest Trisect disciple stopped abruptly. Bang! His body fell to the ground, and there was no longer any movement. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto Lu Yu. Duan Lingtian, even if you kill me now, it's of no use. The 2 guardian elders of our Azure Forest Trisect already know of your whereabouts. And you're dead for sure. Lu Yu realized that a great calamity was about to befall her, and she simply shed all pretenses without any scruples. You're talking about Tang Hua and Zhao Ming? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Tang Hua and Zhao Ming already came looking for me 4 days ago. No! Impossible! The complacent smile on Lu Yu's face instantly froze. Then she almost roared. You're lying to me, you're surely lying to me. As far as she was concerned, if the 2 guardian elders had come looking for Duan Lingtian 4 days ago, now it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to be standing here. She didn't believe Duan Lingtian's words. Lie to you? Do you think there's a need? Duan Lingtian laughed, and he laughed extremely brilliantly. Lu Yu's body shook. Right? Duan Lingtian seemed to have no need to lie to me. However, she still couldn't figure it out. How did this Duan Lingtian escape this calamity? Unfortunately, Lu Yu would never know. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's Origin Energy Finger Force tore through the sky and entered between Lu Yu's brows as if it was crushing dry leaves. Facing Duan Lingtian, Lu Yu had no power to fight back. Boom! Lu Yu's corpse lay on the ground, her eyes wide open. At this moment, when he recalled the scene when he met Lu Yu for the first time in the demonic Lotus Blade sect, Duan Lingtian felt as if a lifetime had passed. Considering that Qi Ming was hiding at the side, Duan Lingtian did not use his pill fire or weapon fire. He casually took out a match and burned the corpses of the 4 Azure Forest Trisect disciples, including Lu Yu. Not long after, the 4 of them completely disappeared from this world. From the beginning to the end, Duan Lingtian watched calmly without any emotion in his eyes. Azure Forest Trisect. This is only the beginning. When he recalled the horrifying scene of blood flowing like rivers in the 7-star sword sect, the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with awe-inspiring killing intent. Feisteen Qi, thank you. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and thanked Qi Ming via voice transmission. If it wasn't for Qi Ming, it would be impossible for him to take revenge for those brothers and sisters that had died today. He remembered this favor in his heart. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out. There are still 8 days of time. I must find the next bandit lair. According to Duan Lingtian's knowledge, the target of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy's training assignment this time, the bandit group, was divided into a total of 9 waves that were scattered all over Blackwind Ridge. They were each led by a leader. The wave of bandits led by the 9th leader was annihilated by Duan Lingtian a few days ago. Besides that, Crazy Young Master had annihilated the wave of bandits led by the 7th leader. Presently, there were still 7 waves of bandits remaining. Needless to say, Duan Lingtian's luck wasn't bad. 2 hours later, he encountered a middle-aged man that was entering from outside Blackwind Ridge. The middle-aged man wore the attire of an ordinary villager, had a thin and small figure, and he walked carefully all along the way. There's something strange about this person. Duan Lingtian concealed himself at the side, and his eyes squinted. In his previous life, as a mercenary that walked out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, Duan Lingtian had an especially acute sense of smell towards the smell of blood. Now, he smelled an extremely dense smell of blood on the body of this thin and small middle-aged man. He could be sure that this person that wore the attire of a villager was absolutely not an ordinary villager. What a joke! Just the smell of blood on this person's body was at least created by killing over 100 people. If I'm not wrong, he ought to be a bandit without a doubt. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he silently followed behind. Squeak, squee! The little gold mouse on Duan Lingtian's shoulder cried out. Big brother Lingtian, isn't he a villager? Why are you following him? The little gold mouse had followed Duan Lingtian to gain experience for a period of time, and her experience wasn't inferior to a human, so she recognized the attire of the middle-aged man with a single glance. Villager! Duan Lingtian shook his head. Little gold, you'll know in a while. Under the little gold mouse's bewildered gaze, Duan Lingtian followed the thin and small middle-aged man through the dense forest. Needless to say, this thin and small middle-aged man was extremely cautious. They went around an entire few rounds before returning. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian followed the thin and small middle-aged man into a small gorge. Weeds grew all around the mountain walls of the small gorge, and some weeds were even taller than a person. Eh! Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted and he had a surprised expression. Not far away, the thin and small middle-aged man pushed aside the weeds that were taller than a person. Then he concealed himself within and vanished. Squeak, squee! The little gold mouse cried out and asked Duan Lingtian via voice transmission. Big brother Lingtian, where's he? Let's go. Duan Lingtian used his actions to reply to the little gold mouse. At the place where the thin and small middle-aged man had pushed aside the weeds earlier, he lifted up the weeds before him. A cave passageway that could accommodate a person appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. It's really concealed. If I were to look for it myself, I would surely be unable to find this place. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he brought the little gold mouse along and entered the pitch-black cave passageway. Not long after, a small dot of light appeared at the other end of the cave passageway. Along with Duan Lingtian walking forward, the small dot of light grew larger and larger. An exit appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Duan Lingtian walked to the exit and looked out. An enormous cave that was brightly lit appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. In the surroundings of this enormous cave, there were another 50 to 60 small caves, and it was a completely different world. Within the enormous cave, along with the return of the thin and small middle-aged man, a group of people walked out from the various small caves, and all of them looked at him excitedly. Thin Monkey, how's the situation outside? A thin old man walked out from a cave at the center, and the old man's voice was hoarse and unpleasant to the ear. 6th leader. The appearance of the old man caused the group of people, including the thin and small middle-aged man, to respectfully greet him. 6th leader? Duan Lingtian's gaze shone brightly, although he'd guessed that the thin and small middle-aged man was a member of the bandits. Duan Lingtian never imagined that there was actually a big fish behind the thin and small middle-aged man. Let's see how their cultivations are. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and his spiritual force stretched out. After a short moment, under the detection of his spiritual force, the cultivations of the group of bandits were unable to be concealed. The sixth leader of the bandits was a second-level void-prying stage martial artist. Besides the sixth leader, there was another first-level void-prying stage bandit. As for the others, they were all martial artists below the void-prying stage, and they weren't of any threat to Duan Lingtian. Second-level void-prying stage martial artist capable of exerting the strength of 3,000 ancient mammoths. His spirit weapon ought to be a grade 7 spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian started to calculate the strength of his enemies in his heart. When he utilizes a grade 7 spirit weapon, his attack wouldn't exceed the strength of 3,800 ancient mammoths. Whereas my strength is comparable to the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths, and through the amplification of a grade 4 spirit sword, my attack is able to attain the strength of 3,200 ancient mammoths. In terms of force, I'm inferior to him. Whereas in terms of force, unless he's comprehended half-step advanced force. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to compare to me. Looking at his age, he probably doesn't have any comprehension ability, and it's not very likely for him to comprehend half-step advanced force. When he thought up to here, a cold light flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes. In other words, it isn't difficult for me to kill him. Right when Duan Lingtian's thoughts spun abruptly. Sixth leader. It's calm outside, and I didn't notice anything amiss. Besides that, I noticed a village that not only has plenty of food, there are many women as well. As the thin and small middle-aged bandit finished speaking, an evil smile appeared on his face. Women. Instantly, the gazes of the other bandits lit up. Motherfucker. I've held it in for a month. I must sleep with a few more this time. Many bandits wished for nothing more than to slaughter their way into that village right now. Slaughter the village, seize the food, seize the women. Skinny monkey, you've done well. After dealing with that village, I'll let you choose the women inside first. The sixth leader nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, sixth leader. The thin and small middle-aged bandit had an excited expression. The other bandits instead had expressions of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Sixth leader, when are we leaving? A man with a scar on his face spoke with a bright light in his eyes. The sixth leader didn't have the time to reply. All of you don't have to leave. A cold and indifferent voice suddenly sounded out, and it resounded throughout the entire cave. Who? The sixth leader was the first to react, and his face went ghastly pale. Right at the instant the sixth leader spoke. Swish! A violet-colored sword light that was difficult to catch tore through the sky like a swift shooting star that tore through the night sky. Pooh! The scarred man that asked the sixth leader earlier didn't even have the time to react when his throat was pierced by the sword, and fresh blood splattered out. Dead. The person that attacked was naturally Duan Lingtian. After killing this first-level void-prying stage martial artist, only the second-level void-prying stage sixth leader remains. When Duan Lingtian withdrew his sword, he heard the sixth leader's panicked and fierce shout. Whirlwind. After Duan Lingtian succeeded, he didn't hesitate in the slightest, and he seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that blew towards the sixth leader. Duan Lingtian, who exploded out with his entire strength and stepped on half-step advanced wind force and half-step advanced lightning force. Instantly, he'd arrived before the sixth leader. You're courting death. The sixth leader was enraged. With a raise of his hand, origin energy raged on the saber, and elementary saber force suffused it. OM! The saber tore through the sky and slashed towards Duan Lingtian. Under the urging of the strength of 4,000 ancient mammoths, the saber's speed was extremely swift. But unfortunately, Duan Lingtian's sword was even swifter, sword-drawing arts. Chapter 528. Swish! A sword light that was swift to the extreme flashed before vanishing. Right at this instant, above Duan Lingtian, 4,200 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Within the sword light, besides the white color that belonged to origin energy, there was also a strand of azure and violet. This sword strike of Duan Lingtian's. The Grade 4 Spirit Sword provided an amplification of 60% on the basis of his strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths. The strength of 1,200 ancient mammoths. Besides that, half-step advanced wind force and half-step advanced lightning force endowed Duan Lingtian with the strength of 1,000 ancient mammoths. Added together, it was the strength of 4,200 ancient mammoths. In terms of strength, even stronger than the sixth leader. Most importantly, the sword-drawing arts Duan Lingtian executed now was adept in speed. His strength was stronger than the sixth leader, and coupled with the speed of the sword-drawing arts. The speed of the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand completely crushed the speed of the saber in the sixth leader's hand. Swish! A clear sound echoed out, and the group of bandits present practically didn't see Duan Lingtian's movements clearly. Right at this moment, whirlwind, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed to the side. Whereas the sixth leader fiercely flashed the saber in his hand towards the place Duan Lingtian stood earlier. But, after Duan Lingtian left, his movements still didn't change in the slightest. Of course, it wasn't that the sixth leader's reaction was slow. Instead, a fine crack had suddenly appeared on the sixth leader's throat, and then dazzling and resplendent fresh blood started to spray out. The blood sprayed all over the ground, and it seemed to have transformed into numerous red roses. Clang! The sixth leader was fiercely dragged out by inertia along with his saber, and he scraped the ground all the way out. After a short moment, the sixth leader lay there completely without any signs of life. Dead. Silence. Within the spacious cave, it was deathly silent. All the bandits were dumbstruck. In the blink of an eye, the strongest amongst them, the sixth leader, and the first-level void-prying stage right-hand man by the sixth leader's side had been killed. The scene before their eyes was swift to the point they were unable to react. After a long while, the expressions of the group of mounted bandits changed when they regained their senses. Run! Run! When faced with the violet-clothed young man that killed two void-prying stage experts in the blink of an eye, they didn't have the slightest intention to do battle, and they only wanted to leave this place immediately. However, could they escape? Whoosh! 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 As Duan Lingtian swung the Grade 4 Spirit Sword in his hand, the mounted bandits died one by one. Your Excellency, please spare my life. Spare me, my lord. One by one, the bandits begged for mercy. However, the current Duan Lingtian was like a bloodthirsty Azura that had crawled out of hell, reaping the lives of the horse gang to his heart's content. It didn't take long for the spacious cave to regain its tranquility. All the mounted bandits were dead. Grade 4 Spirit Sword. Qi Ming, who had followed Duan Lingtian in and was hiding at the side, finally regained his senses. When the Duan Lingtian killed the sixth master, Duan Lingtian had already killed the sixth master. He guessed that the spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand might be a Grade 4 Spirit Sword, but he didn't dare confirm it. After all, a Grade 4 Spirit Sword was too shocking. Normally speaking, Grade 4 weapons craftsmen were only present in the dynasties. Moreover, they were extremely rare. Duan Lingtian knows a Grade 4 weapons craftsman? Qi Ming's heart shook greatly, and he secretly gasped. As far as he was concerned, since Duan Lingtian possessed a Grade 4 Spirit Sword, it also meant that his relationship with the Grade 4 weapons craftsman wasn't bad. I originally thought he was only a 7-star sword sect disciple, but I never imagined that he'd be related to a Grade 4 weapons craftsman. Qi Ming sighed in his heart. Vice Dean Qi, please count the spoils. After collecting all the spoils of the battle, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto Qi Ming at the first possible moment. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian left the cave and followed the cave passageway to arrive outside the cave. Duan Lingtian wasn't in a rush to leave. He counted the spoils of the battle as he waited for Qi Ming. First, Duan Lingtian withdrew the spatial ring of the bandit's sixth leader. Similar to the ninth leader's spatial ring, there were many gold and silver bills within it, however. These weren't too tempting to Duan Lingtian. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed a dark green pearl within the 6th leader's spatial ring. The reason this pearl was noticed by Duan Lingtian was entirely because when Duan Lingtian's spiritual force touched the pearl, a faint spiritual force fluctuation was emitted from the pearl. Of course, the spiritual force fluctuation within the pearl was ownerless. What's going on? Not only that, Duan Lingtian also noticed. When his spiritual force touched the dark green pearl, the spiritual force within it actually gradually fused into his spiritual force and ceaselessly strengthened his spiritual force. What exactly is this pearl? Under his curiosity, Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and searched through the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. He wanted to see if there were any records related to this pearl. Soul Pearl? In next to no time, Duan Lingtian found records related to this pearl. The soul pearl was an existence similar to a spirit fruit. Generally speaking, if one used a special method to collect the moonlight energy, then after a few tens of years, there would be a chance to condense it into a soul pearl. The moonlight energy was the energy of the moon at night. The soul pearl came from the pure moonlight energy, and the spiritual force contained within it could easily fuse into the spiritual force of a human. Generally speaking, there are many methods to collect the moonlight energy and condense it into a soul pearl, and an inscription formation is one of them. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. It was precisely because of this that the reincarnation Emperor Wu knew of the existence of the soul pearl. When the reincarnation Emperor Wu was at his prime, he'd once used an inscription formation to collect the moonlight energy and condense it into a soul pearl before bestowing it to his personal disciple. The soul pearl was able to improve one's spiritual force. Although the effect wasn't great, it wouldn't be like a spirit fruit, where the medicinal effect would gradually decrease after consuming it many times. So long as one possessed sufficient soul pearls, one could allow one's spiritual force to constantly improve. Of course, a heaven-defying thing like the soul pearl still had a limit. The soul pearl could at most improve the spiritual force of martial artists and demon beasts below the martial monarch stage. Once one's spiritual force stepped into the martial monarch stage, the soul pearl would no longer have any effect. My spiritual force has broken through? When Duan Lingtian returned to his senses, he noticed that his spiritual force had actually broken through. He'd broken through to the 3rd level of the void prying stage. Although it was only a breakthrough in his spiritual force, Duan Lingtian was still overjoyed. Although the soul pearl has slightly different characteristics from a spirit fruit, but in terms of the subsequent advancement in the spiritual force level, it's no different to a spirit fruit. In the future, once my cultivation breaks through to the 2nd level of the void prying stage, my spiritual force will be pushed to the 4th level of the void prying stage. It'll always maintain 2 levels higher than my cultivation. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the soul pearl. Presently, the dark green soul pearl had become a crystalline and translucent crystal pearl. Right at this moment, slap! The crystal pearl was enveloped by Duan Lingtian's spiritual force, and it instantly shattered into pieces before vanishing without a trace. As a miraculous thing that's capable of improving the spiritual force of a void transformation stage expert, the effect of the soul pearl is really not great. My spiritual force was only at the 1st level of the void prying stage earlier, and after consuming a soul pearl, it actually advanced to the 3rd level of the void prying stage. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. He could imagine that the higher the level of one's spiritual force, the more soul pearls one would have to absorb to break through. I wonder where the 6th young master obtained the soul orb. Duan Lingtian noticed. There was only a soul pearl within the 6th leader's spatial ring. This caused him to be unable to help but be slightly disappointed. However, my spiritual force advancing to the 3rd level of the void prying stage can be considered to be a pleasant surprise. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. He felt that he was too greedy. With my current spiritual force, so long as I don't encounter the 1st leader of the bandits, then even if it's a 3rd level void prying stage martial artist, so long as it isn't an inscription master, I'll be able to easily obtain victory with my soul skill 1000 illusions. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's mood surged. Right at this moment, Qi Ming walked out from within the cave. Vice Dean Qi, how many points did this wave of bandits give me? Duan Lingtian looked at Qi Ming and asked. Qi Ming looked at Duan Lingtian as if he was looking at a freak, and he said after a short moment, 236 points. When added together with the previous points, it's 378 points. 378 points? Duan Lingtian nodded. Continue. When he saw Duan Lingtian walking out, Qi Ming followed. Vice Dean Qi, you? Duan Lingtian noticed that Qi Ming didn't conceal himself, and he couldn't help but be slightly curious. At the same time, he noticed that Qi Ming seemed to have something that was difficult to speak of. Vice Dean Qi, speak frankly if you have something to say. Duan Lingtian smiled. He owed Qi Ming a favor, and he remembered it in his heart. As far as he was concerned, if he had the chance to repay this favor as soon as possible, then his heart would be slightly more comfortable. He wasn't willing to owe favors. Qi Ming took a deep breath and asked, Duan Lingtian, you used a grade 4 spirit sword earlier? I thought Vice Dean Qi had something to say. Yes, I did indeed use a grade 4 spirit sword earlier. Duan Lingtian nodded. You know a grade 4 weapons craftsman? Qi Ming stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian, and his gaze was unable to move in the slightest, as if it had taken root and sprouted on Duan Lingtian. We can be considered to know each other. Duan Lingtian nodded again. Considered to know each other? Qi Ming was stunned. How could Qi Ming have imagined that the grade 4 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was refined by Duan Lingtian himself, whereas the grade 4 weapons craftsman he spoke of was Duan Lingtian himself? Vice Dean Qi. Duan Lingtian discerned that Qi Ming was interested in a grade 4 spirit weapon, so he went straight to the point. If you're interested in a grade 4 spirit weapon, I can ask that grade 4 weapons craftsman to refine one for you. Take it as returning the favor I owe you. Of course, Vice Dean Qi has to prepare the materials yourself. Duan Lingtian added in the end. I can ask that grade 4 weapons craftsman to refine one for you. I can ask that grade 4 weapons craftsman to refine one for you. At this moment, only these words remained in Qi Ming's ears, and they ceaselessly reverberated in his mind. Gradually, Qi Ming's face flushed red as he asked, Really? Vice Dean Qi, why would I lie to you? Chapter 529. Duan Lingtian, you said it's an amplification of 60%? Are you sure? Duan Lingtian's words caused Qi Ming's body to tremble as he shuddered, and he had an expression of disbelief. A grade 4 spirit weapon that provided an amplification of 60%. That was a grade 4 spirit weapon that was the best amongst the best. Even in the entire Darkhan dynasty, it was an existence that could be called a precious treasure. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded. The grade 4 spirit weapons refined by that weapons refinement grandmaster are basically capable of attaining an amplification of 60%. But, Vice Dean Qi, are you sure you want to use the favor I owe you on this grade 4 spirit weapon? Duan Lingtian looked at Qi Ming and asked. Qi Ming went silent when he heard this. After a short moment, he took a deep breath and nodded. I understand. Duan Lingtian nodded. After we return from this experience, Vice Dean Qi, tell me what spirit weapon you want to refine. At that time, I'll contact that weapons refinement grandmaster and tailor a grade 4 spirit weapon for you. Of course, only when I see that weapons refinement grandmaster would I know what materials are required to refine your spirit weapon. As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He was extremely happy that he was able to repay the favor he owed Qi Ming so easily. As for the matter of him being a grade 4 alchemist, he didn't mention it. After all, that was too unbelievable. All right, Qi Ming nodded, and his face flushed red from excitement. Give me the list of materials at that time, and I'll be responsible for finding it for you. It wasn't that Qi Ming hadn't thought of the value of the favor Duan Lingtian owed him in the future. But the temptation of a grade 4 spirit weapon was truly too great. He was unable to endure the temptation. Of course, many years later, Every time Qi Ming thought of the decision he made today, he would be extremely regretful. All of this was a story for later. Duan Lingtian left the gorge and continued searching forward. Days passed by day by day. There were still 3 days left until the end of the experience. Whereas Duan Lingtian's mission points were still fixed at 378 points. Presently, the crazy young master, Luo Zhan, is in the lead this time. Luo Zhan's points are 462 points. Behind him was the sword young master, Chun Xiao Shui, with 422 points. Flame young master Zhang Yan, 406 points, ranked third. Qi Ming's voice transmission sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ear. You're currently ranked fourth. No matter if it's crazy young master, sword young master, or flame young master, they've all annihilated 2 groups of bandits just like you, Qi Ming added. Duan Lingtian stared blankly for a moment, then sighed. As expected of one of the 5 great young masters, he's really not simple. Duan Lingtian, you're actually not bad compared to them. You know nothing about the Black Wind Ridge. As for the 3 of them, they often fought with the beasts in the Black Wind Ridge to temper themselves. Qi Ming said, so, their understanding of Black Wind Ridge far surpasses yours. This is also the reason why they were able to find 2 groups of bandits. Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. Even though there were no demon beasts in Black Wind Ridge, fierce beasts gathered there. All along the way, fierce beasts that died at his hands could be found everywhere. But unfortunately, no matter how formidable a fierce beast was, it wasn't even worth a single point. If one wanted points, one must kill bandits. I, Crazy Young Master, Sword Young Master, and Flame Young Master have each annihilated 2 groups of bandits. Then wouldn't the others have no points? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. How could this be possible? Qi Ming shook his head. The others have killed many bandits that were alone as well. Not everyone has the courage like all of you, daring to directly attack the enemy and enter the bandit's lair to slaughter. That Chai Jin similarly found a bandit's lair, but unfortunately, he was extremely unfortunate, as the leader of that bandit's lair was a 2nd-level void-prying stage martial artist. Qi Ming said, in the end, he was almost killed. Fortunately, our people saved him. Duan Lingtian nodded. Chai Jin? He'd fought Chai Jin before and knew that even though Chai Jin was a 1st-level void-prying stage martial artist, he hadn't comprehended force. He was a 1st-level void-prying stage martial artist with a strength that was at the bottom. But that Chai Jin was indeed unfortunate. According to the rules of the experience this time, he was saved by someone and escaped with his life, so his points will be cleared to 0. Duan Lingtian felt sorrow for Chai Jin. Vice Dean Qi, could it be that the remaining group of bandits is led by the 1st leader of the bandits? Duan Lingtian asked. Exactly. Qi Ming replied, then reminded. Duan Lingtian, Crazy Young Master Luo Zhan and Flame Young Master Zhang Yan have already found the location of the 1st leader of the bandits and the group of bandits under him, but they're unwilling to join forces, so they've always been in a stalemate in the shadows. After all, if they join forces, then even if they kill the 1st leader of the bandits, the points would be split equally. Of course, most importantly, even if they join forces, they don't have the confidence to kill the 1st leader of the bandits. Qi Ming's words caused Duan Lingtian's body to shake. Crazy Young Master and Flame Young Master have already found the hiding place of the 1st leader of the bandits? Looks like I have to make the best use of my time. 2 days later, Duan Lingtian finally found the hiding place of the 1st leader of the bandits. Presently, outside the gorge where the 1st leader of the bandits was hiding. Besides Duan Lingtian, there were also Crazy Young Master, Sword Young Master, and Flame Young Master that were hiding. Besides Chai Jin, amongst all the void-prying stage hall students of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, all the other void-prying stage hall students were present. The other void-prying stage hall students were gathered together. We can't do it like this. There's still 1 more day before the experience this time ends. When he saw Duan Lingtian arriving late, Sword Young Master Chun Xiao Shui spoke out to break the silence. If the first leader of the bandits is a 4th-level void-prying stage martial artist, then unless the 4 of us join forces, otherwise it's utterly impossible to kill him. Crazy young Master Luozhan spoke out as well. I have no objections. Flame young Master Zhang Yan spoke out as well. In next to no time, the gazes of the 3 descended onto Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the 3 of them and shrugged. Sorry, I'm not interested. Not interested. Duan Lingtian's words caused the 3 of them to be stunned. Flame young Master's face sank. Duan Lingtian, even if the 4 of us have 1 less person than the first leader of the bandits, I'm afraid it's still difficult to take him down. Even if the 4 of us make a move, we don't have complete certainty. If you don't join forces with us, then even if the experience ends, the first leader of the bandits will surely still be alive and well. At that time, it's extremely likely that the Academy will judge us as having failed the assignment. Assignment failure. Flame young Master's words caused the expressions of Crazy young Master and Sword young Master to become serious. If the Dragon and Phoenix Academy really judged the assignment as a failure because the first leader of the bandits wasn't dead, then their earlier actions would be taken to be useless, not to mention seizing the void refining fruit. I know there's some conflict between us, but at this time, I hope you won't be narrow-minded. Flame young Master looked at Duan Lingtian with a fierce gaze. Narrow-minded? Duan Lingtian started laughing as he glanced deeply at Zhang Yan. Flame young Master, you're thinking too highly of yourself. The reason I didn't join forces with the 2 of you isn't because of the conflict between us. It's because I feel there's no need. I alone am sufficient to annihilate the first leader of the bandits. Duan Lingtian's voice was filled with confidence. It caused the expressions of Crazy young Master, Sword young Master, and Flame young Master to freeze. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was able to feel the doubtful gazes of the 3 of them. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, forming a faint smile. The facts would prove everything. Swoosh! In the next moment, Duan Lingtian moved. He flashed into the gorge that the first leader of the bandits and his group of bandits were hiding in. Swoosh! Subsequently, a figure followed up, and it was precisely the Vice Dean of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, Qi Ming. That Duan Lingtian is simply courting death. Flame young Master had an expression of disdain when he saw Duan Lingtian had really charged in. I'll go take a look as well. Sword young Master's figure flashed out and followed up. Crazy young Master followed closely behind. I want to properly watch the scene of Duan Lingtian being saved by Vice Dean Qi from the hands of the first leader of the bandits. At that time, Duan Lingtian's points will be cleared to 0. Flame young Master followed up with an expression of taking pleasure in Duan Lingtian's misfortune. He'd never thought that Duan Lingtian would be able to kill the first leader of the bandits, even though Duan Lingtian had fought him to a tie that day. But he didn't utilize his force and spirit weapon at that time. As far as he was concerned, perhaps his force was inferior to Duan Lingtian. However, his strength was on par with Duan Lingtian's strength and force when they were added together. Whereas, as the 3rd prince of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family, he possessed a grade 5 spirit weapon. This was something that was difficult for Duan Lingtian to attain. After Duan Lingtian entered the gorge, he noticed that besides Vice Dean Qi, Crazy young Master's group of 3 had followed up as well. He couldn't help but frown. Vice Dean Qi, if I kill the first leader of the bandits, would Crazy young Master's group of 3 be able to reap the benefits and slaughter those little bandits? Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Qi Ming, who was concealed at the side. No matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. Perhaps the mission points of a single bandit wasn't much, but when added together, it was undoubtedly an extremely considerable amount. Just like Duan Lingtian's current 378 points. Amongst these points, the 3 void-prying stage martial artists had only given him 60 points. The remaining points were all given to him by those little bandits. Even if it's the first leader of the bandits, he only has 200 points. Perhaps it isn't even as much as the group of little bandits under him added together. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He didn't wish for someone to reap the benefits of another bandit. Logically speaking, their actions aren't considered to have gone against the rules. If you have the confidence to kill the first leader of the bandits, then try your best to kill more bandits with slightly stronger strengths. Qi Ming replied via voice transmission, although he felt it was inconceivable that Duan Lingtian wanted to challenge the first leader of the bandits by himself. But when he thought of Duan Lingtian's mysteriousness, slight anticipation arose in his heart. I can only do this. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised when he obtained the answer. Kill. Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold as his figure flashed out, seeming to have transformed into a gale that swept towards the few little bandits that were near the gorge's entrance. As expected of a nest of bandits that was led by the first leader. Amongst these little bandits, there was one half-step void stage martial artist and two ninth-level nascent soul stage martial artists. These little bandits only reacted when Duan Lingtian appeared before them. They instantly attacked Duan Lingtian. Chapter 530. But unfortunately, their speeds were utterly not worth mentioning when compared to Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! With only a single sword strike, Duan Lingtian annihilated these bandits. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian charged into the gorge. The bandits within the gorge were all alarmed. Kill him! Kill! The bandits' eyes went red as they charged towards Duan Lingtian without any regard for their lives. The saber in his hand skyrocketed with origin energy as it fiercely flashed out. But unfortunately, no matter how many people there were, they were bound to become dead souls under Duan Lingtian's sword, killing a person every 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. These words were precisely describing the current Duan Lingtian. Kill! 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 The sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was like the scythe of the god of death, the brush of life and death of a judge. Every time he attacked, he would take the life of a bandit or a few bandits. Not long after, less than half of the bandits within the gorge were killed by Duan Lingtian. Because of Qi Ming's reminder, practically all the bandits Duan Lingtian killed were at the 8th level of the nascent soul stage or above. Amongst them, there were even 3 first-level void-prying stage elite bandits. Relying on his spiritual force to determine the cultivation of the group of bandits, the entire process was extremely easy. After a short moment, the strongest amongst the remaining group of bandits was only at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. These bandits were terrified by Duan Lingtian to the point of being terrified, and they retreated successively. Right at this moment. Who is it? Within a cave within the gorge, a swift figure dashed out. In the sky, 7,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out along with the figure. Waves of vast and boundless aura were emitted from the body of the person that arrived. These auras were precisely the strands of earthen yellow-colored energy that originated from the origin energy on the person's body. Earth Force. 5th level of the void-prying stage. Half-step advanced Earth Force. The person drew upon the energy of heaven and earth to condense 7,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Duan Lingtian could already see the strength of the person without using his spiritual power. Soon, a bearded man in a gray robe appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian knew that this person ought to be the first leader of the bandits. When the bearded man saw the corpses on the ground, his eyes turned red. Then, he glared at Duan Lingtian and roared, "Brat, you killed my brother. You deserve to die." Yet now, the expression of Qi Ming, who was concealed in the shadows, went grim. 5th level of the void-prying stage. This bandit leader has actually broken through? The breakthrough of the bandit leader was beyond his expectations. Although, even if the bandit leader had broken through, it was nothing in his eyes. But for Duan Lingtian, it was undoubtedly more difficult. Now, he had already accumulated his strength and was ready to make a move at any moment to save Duan Lingtian. In this way, Duan Lingtian's points would be reset to 0, and he might even miss the void refining fruit. But this was still better than being killed. Only by living would there be hope. 5th level of the void prying stage. The expressions of Crazy Young Master, Sword Young Master, and Flame Young Master, who were concealed in the shadows like Qi Ming, went grim. They originally thought that the bandit leader was only at the 4th level of the void prying stage, so they aroused the thought of joining forces with each other. But now, when they saw the bandit leader reveal a cultivation at the 5th level of the void prying stage, they were completely dumbstruck. At the same time, traces of coldness arose in their hearts for no reason or rhyme, as far as they were concerned. Since the bandit leader was at the 5th level of the void prying stage, then even if they joined forces with Duan Lingtian, it would be impossible for them to be a match for the bandit leader. At that time, they might even be on the verge of death and ask the person responsible for registering the results to make a move, whereas their points would be reset to 0. Duan Lingtian, I really have to thank you for protecting my points. Flame Young Master's eyes flashed, and he slightly took pleasure in Duan Lingtian's misfortune. But in the next moment he was dumbstruck. In his field of vision, the bandit leader's figure moved, and he went berserk as he attacked Duan Lingtian. In the sky, 7,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out. Right at this moment, the 7,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes seemed as if they'd discussed it beforehand, and they instantly dispersed at the same time and vanished without a trace. On the other hand, the bandit leader's figure stopped halfway and was stunned on the ground. Whoosh! In next to no time he saw Duan Lingtian attack. Tempest Point. With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian pointed out with his finger, and a piercing howl sounded out. Origin Energy Finger Force flashed out from the tip of his finger, and half-step Advanced Wind Force and half-step Advanced Lightning Force suffused it. Swish! Swish! Merely a single finger penetrated the throat of the bandit leader. Subsequently, bang! A bloody hole appeared on the throat of the bandit leader, and his entire body crashed down. You? He struggled to raise his head and point at Duan Lingtian, and his eyes were filled with despair and unwillingness. The bandit leader struggled for a moment before his head fiercely fell down, and he completely lost all signs of life. Dead. Duan Lingtian had a calm expression as he looked at the scene before him, and he wasn't surprised in the slightest. Big brother Lingtian, I'm tired, I want to sleep. Right at this moment, the little gold mouse's exhausted voice transmission sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Rest well. Duan Lingtian replied and rubbed the little gold mouse on his shoulder. Only he knew. The reason he was able to kill the bandit leader was all because of the little gold mouse's contribution. At the critical moment, the little gold mouse executed the soul skill, Soul Shaker, in a timely manner, causing the bandit leader to be instantly dazed and give him an opportunity to take advantage of. At the instant he was affected by the little gold mouse's soul skill, Soul Shaker, it was equivalent to the bandit leader losing all his defenses. He'd become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, a fish on the chopping block. With a single finger, Duan Lingtian killed him. This Qi Ming's eyes stared wide open, even though he had a trace of hope in his heart, and felt that perhaps Duan Lingtian would bring him a pleasant surprise. But he never imagined that this pleasant surprise would be so shocking. A 5th-level void prying stage expert. Duan Lingtian didn't even use a spirit sword or force, and only a pure finger force of origin energy had killed him. He saw it clearly. Duan Lingtian's finger force was only comparable to the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths. Using the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths to kill a 5th-level void prying stage martial artist that had comprehended half-step advanced earth force. If he didn't see it with his own 2 eyes, he wouldn't be willing to believe that all this was true even if he was beaten to death. As for the Saber Young Master, Sword Young Master, and Flame Young Master, they were completely dumbstruck. The same thought arose within the hearts of the 3 of them at the first possible moment. Was this King act? Otherwise, why would the first leader of the bandits suddenly stop moving and disperse the origin energy in his body? The scene from before caused them to feel disbelief. After a short moment, Crazy Young Master was the first to react, and he pounced towards the remaining bandits. There were still many bandits that remained. Duan Lingtian had only killed less than half of the bandits earlier. After Crazy Young Master made a move, Sword Young Master and Flame Young Master reacted as well, and they pounced towards the bandits successively. For a time, the shrill cries of the group of bandits sounded out without end, rising and falling continuously. Only Duan Lingtian turned around and walked out with slight disinterest. He allowed Crazy Young Master, Sword Young Master, and Flame Young Master to carry out a one-sided slaughter of the group of bandits. Duan Lingtian, aren't you afraid they'll surpass you? Qi Ming couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Duan Lingtian's actions. After all, although these were all bandits, they had the advantage in numbers. We'll talk about it after they surpass me. Duan Lingtian shrugged with an indifferent expression. At the beginning, Qi Ming didn't understand the meaning behind Duan Lingtian's words. In next to no time, he came to an understanding. He noticed to his astonishment. The strongest amongst the group of bandits that Crazy Young Master's group of 3 had killed was actually only at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage, when all the bandits had died at the hands of Crazy Young Master's group of 3. Qi Ming's heart shook. Could it be that Duan Lingtian killed all the bandits at the 8th level of the nascent soul stage and above? This absurd thought abruptly emerged within his heart. In the chaotic battle earlier, many bandits didn't have the time to make a move. It was difficult for him to imagine. Under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian was still able to kill all the bandits at the 8th level of the nascent soul stage and above. At this moment, he knew that Duan Lingtian was the well-deserved number 1 in the experience mission this time. They're actually all below the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. Flame Young Master's expression was unsightly, and he fiercely glanced at the distant Duan Lingtian. This Duan Lingtian's luck is really good. All the bandits with high cultivations were actually killed by him. During the experience mission this time, the lower the cultivation of the bandits killed, the lesser the points obtained. Especially bandits that hadn't even stepped into the 8th level of the nascent soul stage, they were even cheaper. Luck, Crazy Young Master and Sword Young Master disapproved when they heard Zhang Yan. They didn't feel that this was Duan Lingtian's luck. At this moment, the two of them looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes that were filled with fear. They knew Duan Lingtian was far more terrifying than they'd imagined. So long as they recalled the scene from before, they couldn't help but shudder. The leader of the bandits was a 5th-level void-prying stage martial artist. Moreover, he was a 5th-level void-prying stage martial artist that had comprehended half-step advanced earth force. Before Duan Lingtian, he actually didn't even have the chance to make a move. At that instant, the leader of the bandits suddenly seemed as if he'd lost his soul, and he was at the mercy of Duan Lingtian. In next to no time, the two of them seemed to have thought of something at the same time, and they glanced at each other. Could it be that it's Duan Lingtian's demonic technique? Looks like Flute Fairy wasn't putting on an act with Duan Lingtian that day. Perhaps Duan Lingtian really knows demonic techniques. Crazy Young Master and Sword Young Master communicated via voice transmission, and they quickly confirmed this fact. After all, the scene just now was truly inconceivable. If one looked at it according to conventional logic, that scene was something that was practically impossible to occur. So they could only determine that it was a demonic technique executed by Duan Lingtian. Moreover, it wasn't the first time that Duan Lingtian had executed a demonic technique. It was just that they didn't believe it the last time. This time, they had no choice but to believe it. At the instant that the leader of the bandits lost his soul, there wasn't a fluctuation of an inscription. In other words, Duan Lingtian didn't utilize an inscription. Qi Ming's heart shook. Could it be that he really knows demonic techniques? He'd seen the scene of Flute Fairy Ziyan losing her composure in the inner hall that day. At that time, just like the others, he didn't believe that Duan Lingtian knew demonic techniques. But now, Chapter 531. No matter what Qi Ming and the others thought, Duan Lingtian had indeed killed the first leader of the bandits who was at the 5th level of the void-prying stage. Even though the process was strange, they were unable to discern that Duan Lingtian had relied on external forces. Once the first leader of the bandits died, the remaining bandits were only scattered troops that were scattered all over the place, and they were unable to stir up any trouble. In next to no time, the experience this time had officially come to an end. The group of students once again gathered outside Blackwind Ridge and prepared to return to the Dragon and Phoenix Academy in the Imperial City. Where's the Azure Forest Trisects, Lu Yu and the others? In next to no time, some students noticed that someone was missing. Besides the few disciples of the Azure Forest Trisect, all the people present were present. It's true. Lu Yu and the others have vanished. Many students exclaimed in shock. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he imperceptibly glanced at Qi Ming. You're in charge of recording the results of Lu Yu's group of 4. What's going on? Qi Ming looked at a black-clothed middle-aged man and asked with a low voice. The black-clothed middle-aged man sighed. Vice Dean, early in the morning, those Azure Forest Trisect disciples didn't listen to my advice and randomly trespassed into Blackwind Ridge. I didn't follow them. Qi Ming frowned and said with a low voice, Go look for them with a few others. Yes. The few black-clothed middle-aged men left together. These black-clothed middle-aged men were all people that followed the group of Dragon and Phoenix Academy students into Blackwind Ridge and were in charge of recording the results of the experience of the various students. Let's return first. Under Qi Ming's call, Duan Lingtian's group left Blackwind Ridge and headed towards the Imperial City. All along the way, Duan Lingtian was able to notice gazes that descended onto him from time to time. Besides the Vice Dean, Qi Ming, the owners of these gazes were Crazy Young Master, Sword Young Master, Flame Young Master, and Flute Fairy. Especially Flute Fairy, Ziyen, the gaze she looked at him with was slightly complicated. Duan Lingtian was able to guess it. Perhaps Flute Fairy already knew of the matter of him killing the first leader of the bandits. Duan Lingtian wasn't wrong. Flute Fairy did indeed already know of this matter. It was Flame Young Master, Zhang Yan, who told her via voice transmission. His demonic technique is actually able to assist him in killing the first leader of the bandits at the 5th level of the Void Prying stage. Flute Fairy's heart shook. Flute Fairy was shocked to find out. Although she wasn't the only member of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy that acknowledged that Duan Lingtian knew demonic techniques. Flute. The stronger Duan Lingtian's strength was, the more dangerous her brother, Zither Young Master, was. After all, her brother's goal was precisely to break open Duan Lingtian's demonic technique and defeat Duan Lingtian. Flute leaders flutes flute te flute to flute young flute link young. A flute flube to return. Flute to the to be to return to the end to a end. They return to the flute to a. Besides the 4 people from the Azure Forest Trisect, all the students were gathered at the square at the center of the academy. Presently, the Vice Dean, Qi Ming, stood before the group and held a small book in his hand. Everyone's results were recorded on it. Presently, besides Crazy Young Master, Sword Young Master, Flame Young Master, and Flute Fairy, the others looked at Qi Ming with an expression of anticipation. They wanted to know who exactly obtained the first place in the mission this time. After all, the person that obtained the first place in the mission this time would be able to obtain a void refining fruit. I wonder which void prying stage inner hall student obtained the first place. In any case, it's surely not Chai Jin. You've heard of Chai Jin as well? Of course. Presently, I'm afraid there aren't many people present that don't know that Chai Jin accidentally entered the lair of bandits and almost died at the hands of the 5th leader of the bandits. Chai Jin is truly unfortunate. Almost 100 points were wasted just like this. Many outer hall students discussed animatedly. Chai Jin stood amongst the inner hall students, and when he heard these ear-piercing whispers, he was angered to the point his body trembled and his expression was extremely unsightly. At this moment, he felt ashamed to the point of being unable to show his face. As a void prying stage inner hall student, he'd obtained a 0 in the mission this time. He was bound to be a joke. This time, everyone's performance wasn't bad. besides some people that didn't listen to advice and trespassed into Blackwind Ridge. Qi Ming spoke slowly, and as he finished speaking, an expression of rage appeared on his face. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be dumbstruck when he saw this scene. If Lu Yu and the others were able to hear what Qi Ming said now, then even if they were on the path to hell, they would probably explode from rage, right? Vice Dean Qi, calm your anger. There's no need to get angry because of a few people that didn't abide by the rules. Many students persuaded Qi Ming. Qi Ming's expression gradually eased up. This caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but sigh with emotion. This Vice Dean Qi really knows how to act. Just from the surface, not the slightest flaw could be discerned. If it wasn't for him being the person involved, perhaps he would have been deceived. The person that obtained the first place in the mission this time has already appeared. Qi Ming spoke once more, and when he spoke of a critical point, he paused for a moment. He'd successfully drawn the gazes of everyone. The person that obtained the first place in the mission has obtained 736 points. It's precisely the inner hall student, Duan Lingtian. Qi Ming announced in one breath. Instantly, including Crazy Young Master and the others that were mentally prepared since long ago, the gazes of everyone descended onto Duan Lingtian. 736 points. Ranked first. As expected, Duan Lingtian had become the center of attention. 736 points. This Duan Lingtian is really abnormal. Yeah. I worked together with the members of my small team and worked desperately to gather 32 points. And it's even team points. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, obtained 736 points single-handedly. As expected of a rare genius martial artist of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, sounds of praise rose and fell one after another. The gazes that the numerous outer hall students looked at Duan Lingtian were filled with reverence. Perhaps if Duan Lingtian was only slightly stronger than them, and they had the chance to catch up, they would arouse feelings of jealousy towards Duan Lingtian. But now, Duan Lingtian's accomplishments were something that they were unable to catch up to, so they only had reverence when facing Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Tao was already extremely monstrous. After consuming the void refining fruit this time, I wonder how strong he'll become. At that time, Duan Lingtian might be able to obtain the opportunity to head to the Darkhan dynasty to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties on the stage of the Darkstone Empire. If he's really able to advance to the Darkhan dynasty, then our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom would gain face. At the same time that many outer hall students whispered in discussion, they had expressions of anticipation. As for the others, so long as they have points, they can head to the Roving Dragon Hall to exchange for various cultivation methods, martial skills, medicinal pills, spirit weapons, and so on and so forth. At that time, your points will be announced on the notice board at the entrance of the Roving Dragon Hall. As Qi Ming spoke up to hear, he waved his hand. Disperse. The crowd of students dispersed successively. For a time, only Qi Ming and Duan Lingtian remained. Duan Lingtian, I'll make a trip to the Imperial Palace to get the void refining fruit. I'll pass it to you in the afternoon. Qi Ming said to Duan Lingtian. Thank you, Vice Dean Qi. Duan Lingtian nodded, then asked, Vice Dean Qi, may I know what grade 4 spirit weapon you want? Grade 4 spirit weapon. Qi Ming's gaze burned, and with a raise of his hand, a glove appeared in his hand. Grade 6 spirit weapon. With a single glance, Duan Lingtian recognized the grade of this spirit weapon glove. The glove was dark gray in color, and its material was special and extremely extraordinary. If it's possible, please tell that weapons refinement master to help me refine a grade 4 spirit weapon according to this glove. Qi Ming passed the glove in his hand to Duan Lingtian. All right, Duan Lingtian nodded. I'll go look for that weapons refinement master in a few days and see what materials he needs. I'll be troubling you. Qi Ming lightly smiled, then bid his farewells before turning and leaving. When he left, Qi Ming's face revealed slight excitement. Although he was a revered elder of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family, He only possessed a grade 6 spirit weapon that provided a 38% amplification. Now, he had the chance to obtain a grade 4 spirit weapon that provided a 60% amplification. This caused him to be overjoyed. So long as he changed his spirit weapon, his strength would be able to increase by the strength of 2 ancient horned dragons. What sort of concept was that? After Qi Ming left, Duan Lingtian returned to the inner hall. He'd only just entered the inner hall when he noticed a burning gaze. It was precisely the flame young master Zhang Yan. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, a sonorous voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian noticed. Zhang Yan had left his courtyard and walked over to look at him. I'm extremely interested in that void refining fruit. State a price. Duan Lingtian stopped moving, then raised his head to look at Zhang Yan and said indifferently, I'm extremely interested in the void refining fruit as well. If you're able to find another one for me, then casually state a price as well. You? Zhang Yan's face sank, and he was slightly enraged from embarrassment. If there's nothing else, then don't block my way. Duan Lingtian's gaze seemed to be slightly cold and fierce. Zhang Yan's heart jerked. Only now did he recall the scene of Duan Lingtian killing the first leader of the bandits in Blackwind Ridge this morning. This Duan Lingtian was even capable of killing a 5th-level void-prying stage martial artist. At this moment, no matter how unwilling Zhang Yan was, he could only move to the side. After the first leader of the bandits was killed by Duan Lingtian this morning, he knew that he was far from being a match for Duan Lingtian. It was even to the extent that Duan Lingtian had already shown mercy when they fought the other day. Otherwise, once Duan Lingtian executed that demonic technique, he would probably be completely crushed by Duan Lingtian in a single move. Looks like Little Gold is really tired. After Duan Lingtian returned to his room, he grabbed the little gold mouse that lay on his shoulder and lightly placed it on the table. It's all thanks to Little Gold today. Otherwise, it would be impossible for me to kill the first leader of the bandits. I truly never imagined that the first leader of the bandits was actually a 5th-level void-prying stage martial artist. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh when he recalled the scene this morning. Chapter 532. After all, the little gold mouse's current spiritual force was only at the 1st level of the void initiation stage. The restriction was extremely great. That afternoon, Qi Ming came to Duan Lingtian's door and sent the void refining fruit to him. The void refining fruit was completely milky white, crystalline, and translucent. Just a glance at it caused one to covet it. Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the bed, and after he consumed the void refining fruit, he consumed a void-strengthening pill before starting to cultivate. Along with the medicinal strength of the void-refining fruit and void-strengthening pill fusing into his body, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body ceaselessly strengthened. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Lightning WYRM form. Duan Lingtian circulated his mental cultivation method, and the origin energy in his body ceaselessly strengthened and advanced, as if it would never know exhaustion. As he cultivated, Duan Lingtian forgot the time. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was undergoing an earth-shattering transformation as well. It wasn't long before his cultivation at the 1st level of the void-prying stage had arrived at the limit bottleneck. After that, it was to charge through the bottleneck. Step into the 2nd level of the void-prying stage. After breaking through to the 2nd level of the void-prying stage, the medicinal strength of the void-refining fruit and void-strengthening pill was still strong, and it fused with Duan Lingtian's origin energy to continue circulating with the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's Lightning WYRM form. After an unknown amount of time, only when Duan Lingtian felt the origin energy in his body had a feeling of being saturated did he stop cultivating. More haste, less speed. At the same time, he was able to clearly sense it. There were still many remnants of the void-refining fruit's medicinal strength that were hidden within his dantian, whereas the medicinal strength of the void-strengthening pill was completely absorbed. Once I completely digest the medicinal strength of the void-refining fruit, I ought to be able to break through to the third level of the void prying stage in a short period of time, or even higher. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, and flowing lights flashed within his eyes. My spiritual force has broken through a level along with the breakthrough of my cultivation. Presently, my spiritual force is still 2 levels higher than my cultivation. 4th level of the void prying stage. Duan Lingtian revealed a smile. It had to be said that they had gained a lot this time. Creak, creak. A wave of cries sounded out by his ears, and only now did Duan Lingtian notice that the little gold mouse had already awoken at an unknown time. Brother Lingtian, I'm hungry, I'm hungry. The little gold mouse's voice transmission was exceedingly urgent. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He got off the bed, opened the door and walked into the courtyard. I'll ask them to prepare some delicacies for us. Speaking of which, I'm hungry too. Whoosh! The little gold mouse transformed into a ray of golden light and firmly landed on Duan Lingtian's shoulder. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian and the little gold mouse ate the delicious delicacies. At this time, Duan Lingtian asked the staff about the time. The answer he received was out of Duan Lingtian's expectations. I actually cultivated for 10 days? In other words, I can go out now. At the first possible moment, Duan Lingtian thought of the Weapons Craftsman Guild's guild master, Luo Rong. According to the agreement between him and Luo Rong, he would guide Luo Rong in the Tao of weapons refinement every month. Little Gold, quickly finish eating. We're going out for a stroll. Duan Lingtian said to the little gold mouse. Squeak, squeak. The little gold mouse nodded excitedly and started wolfing down the food. After a short moment, she'd completely cleaned out the 2 delicacies. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian brought along the little gold mouse to leave the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. After leaving this time, Duan Lingtian felt refreshed. It wasn't only because his cultivation and spiritual force had broken through, but it was mostly because he noticed that no one was following him. There's still plenty of time. Let's walk around the Imperial City. Duan Lingtian knew clearly. Presently, the 2 guardian elders of the Azure Forest Trisect had been tricked into the inscription formation by him. The members of the Azure Forest Trisect ought to not make any big moves against him in a short period of time. So he had no scruples. Squeak, squeak. Suddenly, the little gold mouse cried out and asked curiously via voice transmission. Big brother Lingtian, where's this place? It smells so good. The little gold mouse stood on Duan Lingtian's shoulder and sized up the luxurious building before her with interest. Duan Lingtian glanced over and saw 3 large words on the signboard. Spring Night Pavilion. Presently, there was a group of young women with heavy makeup at the entrance of the Spring Night Pavilion, and they were ceaselessly pulling the passers-by that passed by. There was a common point in their target. All of them were men. Duan Lingtian naturally guessed where this place was. This was the Flower House, the land of fireworks for men to seek pleasure. Spring Night Pavilion. This name is rather similar to the Black Armor City's Spring Wind Pavilion. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a trace of reminiscence. At that time, when he was still in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Aurora City. For the sake of obtaining a spot in Paladin Academy, he joined the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp. During his days in the Genius Camp, he'd passed through various tests along the way. In the end, the final test he faced was to go to the neighboring Black Armor City and sow discord between the Black Armor Army and the Lien clan. At that time, he'd precisely utilized the weakness of the lecherous only son of the Black Armor Army's commander to successfully complete the mission. Genius Camp. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh. As he recalled the scenes from that year, it seemed as if it was only yesterday. But in reality, many years had passed. Young master, have you come to have fun? You're so handsome. How about I stick to you? A young woman with heavy makeup walked out from the Spring Night Pavilion and walked towards Duan Lingtian, and she smiled charmingly as she wanted to grab Duan Lingtian's hand. Duan Lingtian frowned, and his figure moved to dodge the young woman. Humph, if you're not here to have fun, then what are you daydreaming at the entrance of our Spring Night Pavilion for? Move aside. The young woman frowned as she snorted. Duan Lingtian didn't intend to fuss about it with her, and he turned around with the intention of leaving. Right at this moment, whoosh! Duan Lingtian only heard a wave of piercingly cold wind sound out from behind him. Subsequently, slap! A clear sound of a slap resounded out. Chen Xiaoyayu, why did you hit me? At the same time, Duan Lingtian heard the voice of the arrogant young woman from before. But the voice of the young woman now revealed humility that came from the bottom of her heart. Bitch, do you know who he is? Are you even qualified to mock him? Subsequently, a familiar voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian, who was originally intending to leave, heard this voice, and his body stopped before turning around. With a single glance, he saw Sword Young Master, Chen Xiaoshui, whose clothes were disheveled. Presently, there was a pretty and pleasant young woman hanging on Sword Young Master's body. This young woman was countless times more beautiful than the young woman with heavy makeup. The expression of the young woman with heavy makeup went pale when she heard Sword Young Master. Sword Young Master? Who is this young master? I'm extremely curious. The young woman that held Chen Xiaoshui's neck and hung on Sword Young Master asked in a light voice. His surname is Duan. What do you think? Sword Young Master lowered his head and kissed the young woman on the cheek. Duan. The young woman's face froze when she heard this, and she said in astonishment after a short moment, could it be that he's the 7-star sword sex genius disciple, Duan Lingtian? The publicly acknowledged most monstrous genius martial artist in the history of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Exactly. Sword Young Master lightly nodded, then looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, since you've come to the entrance of the Spring Night Pavilion, do you want to go in and have some fun? I'll treat you, how about it? Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently. Sword Young Master, I appreciate your good intentions. I don't really like this sort of place. Sword Young Master glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian when he heard this. Subsequently, Sword Young Master's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian's lower abdomen, and he asked with deep meaning. Duan Lingtian, it wouldn't be that you can't do it, right? K off. Duan Lingtian said angrily, you're the one who can't do it. You control yourself. Be careful of exhausting your body and affecting your cultivation. After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian turned around and left, and he didn't pay any further attention to Sword Young Master. However, the coincidental encounter today had imperceptibly closed the distance between the two of them. After the young woman with heavy makeup found out about Duan Lingtian's identity, she was terrified to the point her body started trembling. Although she was a prostitute, she'd heard of the rumors that gave rise to much discussion in the Imperial City recently. The original 7-star sword sex genius disciple, Duan Lingtian, had obtained the first in the first experience of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, and he'd obtained a spirit fruit that a void prying stage expert coveted. A great figure like this only needed a single word to make her die a graveless death. When she saw Duan Lingtian turn around and leave, he didn't fuss about it with her. Bang! She was unable to persist any longer and sat on the ground, and her extremely ghastly pale countenance recovered slightly. On the other hand, the surrounding spectators all recovered from their shock. So he's that Duan Lingtian. As expected of the publicly acknowledged #1 genius in the history of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Truly young. The group of people watched Duan Lingtian leave with their gazes. They only gradually dispersed when Duan Lingtian's figure vanished before their eyes. Little beauty, let's continue. Sword Young Master embraced the young woman in his embrace and fiercely kissed her. Then he flew up and entered the Spring Night Pavilion once again. The entrance of the Spring Night Pavilion once again returned to calm. K off. In the future, our Spring Night Pavilion doesn't have a figure like you anymore. Right at this moment, a woman that looked like a madam walked out of the Spring Night Pavilion, and she had an unsightly expression as she angrily rebuked the young woman that sat on the ground with heavy makeup. This is your indenture contract. Quickly K off. Consider me to be unlucky. Obviously, the madame was afraid Duan Lingtian would get even with her later. The young woman looked at the indenture contract in her hand and didn't recover from her shock for a long time. Never had she imagined that she would actually obtain a blessing in disguise. During these past few years, her greatest wish was to earn enough money to redeem herself. But until now, the money she'd saved up was still utterly inadequate. Today, a huge pie had smashed onto her head just like this. Under numerous strange gazes, the young woman with heavy makeup knelt on the ground and respectfully kowtowed 3 times towards the end of the street. Only she knew why she was kowtowing and who she was kowtowing to. Duan Lingtian was naturally unaware of all this. Duan Lingtian strolled around for the entire morning and found a restaurant to eat before once again arriving at the Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild. It was still that beautiful woman that respectfully and reverently brought Duan Lingtian to the 3rd floor. "Customer, you can go in yourself." The beautiful woman respectfully called out to Duan Lingtian before twisting her voluptuous and delicate body to leave. Duan Lingtian nodded, then pulled open the curtain to the 3rd floor and walked in with large strides. Duan Lingtian. Chapter 533. Duan Lingtian only needed to hear the voice and not see the person to confirm it. The owner of the voice wasn't the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Weapons Craftsman Guild's guild master, Luo Rong. It was the voice of a young man. Moreover, at this moment, Duan Lingtian felt the voice was very familiar. When Duan Lingtian looked up, he saw a familiar figure. Crazy young master? Looking at the young man in front of him, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be startled. The person standing in front of him now was not a bystander. It was precisely the crazy young master Luo Zhan, who was also an inner hall student of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. At the same time, he was the leader of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Duan Lingtian never thought that he would meet Luo Zhan here. Luo Zhan, Luo Rong? Could it be? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but guess. Duan Lingtian, why are you here? Are you here to ask my grandfather to refine a grade 6 spirit weapon? Crazy young master asked curiously after recovering from his shock. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head. It seemed that his guess was correct. Crazy young master Luo Zhan was precisely the grandson of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Weapons Craftsman Guild's guild master, Luo Rong. The grandson of the Weapons Craftsman Guild's guild master. In terms of status in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he isn't inferior to that flame young master, Zhang Yan. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The flame young master, Zhang Yan, was the 3rd son of the current emperor of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the 3rd prince of the imperial family. He had a lofty status in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, whereas the Weapons Craftsman Guild was instead an existence that had escaped the control of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. As the Alchemist Guild's guild master of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Alchemist Guild's main guild, even the emperor of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom would have to treat Luo Rong with respect and not dare slight him. No? Crazy young master was stunned. Then why are you looking for my grandfather? Master, you're here. At this moment, an aged voice came from the inner room. Subsequently, a doddering old man walked out with a refreshed expression and bowed respectfully to Duan Lingtian. At the side, crazy young master was completely dumbfounded. His grandfather bowed to Duan Lingtian? Moreover, to call Duan Lingtian master? At this moment, Luo Zhan felt that his brain was not enough. If Duan Lingtian had been replaced by a white-haired old man, he might not have been so surprised. However, Duan Lingtian was a young man who was even younger than him. President Luo. Duan Lingtian smiled back at Luo Rong. This scene caused the crazy young master, Luo Zhan, to be dumbstruck when he saw it. His grandfather, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Weapons Craftsman Guild's guild master, bowed to a young man that wasn't even 25 years old. He already felt incredulous. Now, the person his grandfather was bowing to, this frighteningly young man, had actually calmly accepted all of this? Who could tell him what the hell was going on? He was about to go crazy. Genre. Luo Rong saw Luo Zhan standing aside in a daze. He frowned and shouted in a deep voice, "Why aren't you coming over to salute the Grandmaster? Grandpa, are you sure you're not mistaken? He's the same as me, a student of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. How could he be a master?" Luo Zhan laughed bitterly. Slap! Unexpectedly, as soon as Luo Zhan finished speaking, Luo Rong seemed to have transformed into the wind and flashed to the side of Crazy Young Master before slapping the back of Crazy Young Master's head. Ah! Luo Zhan cried out in pain. Salute! Luo Rong's gaze became fierce, and it caused Luo Zhan's body to be unable to refrain from trembling. It was the first time in his life that he'd seen his grandfather so serious. Although he didn't know what was going on, he knew that if he disobeyed his grandfather again, he would absolutely not have a good ending. Master! Master! In the end, Luo Zhan braced himself and nodded to Duan Lingtian, and it could be considered to have saluted. This is considered saluting? Luo Rong's voice sounded out in a timely manner, and it was slightly heavier. It terrified Luo Zhan to the point his body trembled, and he hurriedly bowed to Duan Lingtian. Master! As he looked at the scene before him, Duan Lingtian felt that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Master! This grandson of mine has been rude. I hope you don't blame him. Luo Rong looked at Duan Lingtian with an apologetic expression. Guild leader Luo, you're too kind. Just as Crazy Young Master has said, I'm just like him. I'm only a student of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. In the future, we'll go our separate ways. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Great Master, what ability does this brat have to deserve you calling him Crazy Young Master? Great Master, you can just call him Little Zhan. Luo Rong spoke respectfully and reverently to Duan Lingtian. Luo Zhan stood at the side with a helpless and bitter expression. Duan Lingtian, what kind of bewitching potion did you feed my grandfather? Why do I suddenly feel that he's become muddle-headed? The slightly helpless voice transmission of Crazy Young Master sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Your grandfather isn't muddle-headed. He's extremely sober. Duan Lingtian replied in all seriousness. This is considered sober? The corners of Luo Zhan's mouth twitched when he heard this, yet he didn't dare say anything. In the end, Duan Lingtian used his actions to prove everything. Hiss! Along with Duan Lingtian raising his hand, a strand of blue-colored flames burned at the center of his palm with a flip of his palm. The blue-colored flames raged restlessly, seeming as if it could incinerate everything. Blue-colored weapon flame? This is a grade 4 weapon flame. Luo Zhan looked at the grade 4 weapon flame in Duan Lingtian's hand and was completely stunned on the spot, unable to believe that everything before his eyes was real. Only when Duan Lingtian put away the weapon flame did he recover from his shock. Now he finally understood. No wonder his grandfather was so respectful to Duan Lingtian and even respectfully addressed Duan Lingtian as master. So it turned out that not only was Duan Lingtian a genius martial artist, he was also a grade 4 weapons crafting grandmaster that was capable of condensing a grade 4 weapon flame. Grade 4 weapons crafting grandmaster. Just thinking about it caused his heart to be unable to help but tremble. As Luo Rong's grandson, he naturally knew how difficult the Tao of weapons refinement was. Even if it was him, because his natural talent in weapons refinement was insufficient, it was difficult for him to set foot in the Tao of weapons refinement all those years ago. This was the regret of his entire life. A cultivation at the void-prying stage before the age of 25. His attainments in the Tao of alchemy can even be said to be heaven-defying. Grade 4 weapons crafting grandmaster. Truly unbelievable. Luo Zhan's feelings surged, and he was unable to calm down for a long time. The shock that Duan Lingtian brought to him was too great. Let's begin. In next to no time, Luo Zhan heard Duan Lingtian's voice. Moreover, he noticed that along with Duan Lingtian speaking, his grandfather, the Alchemist Guild's guild master of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Alchemist Guild, stood at the side like an obedient student and silently listened to Duan Lingtian speak of the Tao of weapons refinement, although he knew nothing about it. But he was able to discern that his grandfather listened with great interest. Not only that, his grandfather even raised some questions from time to time, whereas Duan Lingtian was able to answer his grandfather at the first possible moment every single time, causing his grandfather to be suddenly enlightened. Mad, this world has surely gone mad. How could such an unimaginable thing happen? At this moment, Luo Zhan felt the heavens and the earth go dim. How could a monster like Duan Lingtian be born in this heaven and earth? If it was before today, he still had thoughts of comparing himself with Duan Lingtian. Now, he only felt a wave of powerlessness. Not only did Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Tao surpass him, his attainments in the Tao of weapons refinement had even caused his grandfather, who he respected the most, to be unable to compare to him. Grade 4 weapons crafting grandmaster. Normally speaking, this was an existence that only existed in the various dynasties. Now, Duan Lingtian had appeared before his eyes in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Most importantly, this was a young man that wasn't even 25 years old. An afternoon passed quickly. Your comprehension ability isn't bad, but unfortunately, you don't have the guidance of a great teacher and have taken many crooked paths. I can guarantee that you'll surely become a grade 5 weapons crafting grandmaster within half a year, Duan Lingtian said to Duan Rong. Luo Rong said with a modest expression, "It's all because of master's guidance. All right, it's getting late, I ought to leave as well." Duan Lingtian bid his farewells to Luo Rong before turning around and intending to leave. Zhan, accompany master back to the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. Remember to listen to master in the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. If I find out that you dared be disrespectful to master, I won't forgive you. Luo Rong looked at Luo Zhan and instructed. As he finished speaking, his tone became slightly heavier. "I know, grandfather." Luo Zhan smiled bitterly as he agreed. "On the way. Crazy young master, I hope you don't spread the matter of me being a grade 4 weapons crafting grandmaster." Duan Lingtian spoke slowly. "Don't worry, I'm not a talkative person. Besides that, don't call me crazy young master in the future. Otherwise, if my grandfather were to find out, I'm afraid he'd directly break my legs." As he finished speaking, Luo Zhan had a helpless expression. He wasn't afraid of anything. He was only afraid of his grandfather that he respected the most. Not crazy young master. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and a wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. "Then I'll call you Little Zhan in the future? That sounds pretty good." The corners of Luo Zhan's mouth twitched. "Can you directly call me by my name?" "What? You have an objection?" Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Luo Zhan. "Do you need me to help you raise an objection to your grandfather?" The corners of Luo Zhan's mouth twitched when he heard this, and he was speechless and completely terrified. "Duan Lingtian, you consumed the void refining fruit 10 days ago, and you ought to have broken through to the second level of the void prying stage now, right? How about we have a spar?" When he saw the Dragon and Phoenix Academy was right before his eyes, Luo Zhan took the initiative to challenge Duan Lingtian. "Anytime." Duan Lingtian shrugged with an indifferent expression. Subsequently, the two of them entered the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. They casually found an empty space in the academy and stood in confrontation with each other. "Let me say this first. You can't use demonic techniques," Luo Zhan added in advance before they even started. "Demonic techniques?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. "It's the technique you used to make the first leader of the bandits suddenly lose his soul 10 days ago," Luo Zhan said. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. So it turned out that Luo Zhan was talking about Little Gold's soul skill. "Could it be that you think you're a match for me after breaking through if I don't use demonic techniques?" Duan Lingtian started laughing. "We'll know if I'm a match for you in a battle." Strong confidence appeared on Luo Zhan's face. At the same time, he took a step forward, and the origin energy on his body raged and skyrocketed. It was like a strand of flames was rising whoosh. Chapter 534. Third level of the void-prying stage. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted as he looked at the 4,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky above Luozhan. Luozhan has actually broken through? Subsequently, whoosh! Accompanying the origin energy on the surface of Luozhan's body was a strand of light red-colored energy. The strength of another 200 ancient mammoths appeared in the sky. It was precisely the elementary fire force that Luozhan had comprehended. At this moment, Luozhan's figure flashed out like flames that sprayed out and swept towards Duan Lingtian, as if he wanted to burn Duan Lingtian into ash. Swoosh! When Luozhan arrived nearby Duan Lingtian, he abruptly raised his hand. A spear appeared in his hand, and accompanied by raging origin energy and fire force coiling around it. It was like a flaming dragon leaving its lair as it fiercely flashed towards Duan Lingtian. Another 1,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the sky. Obviously, the spear in Luozhan's hand was a grade 6 spirit spear. Luozhan's spear flashed out to arrive before Duan Lingtian, and the body of the spear shook as the tip of the spear swept out like raindrops. Swoosh! 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 The myriad of stars that covered the sky adorned the sky, and they instantly seemed to have transformed into numerous shooting stars that swept towards Duan Lingtian. Luozhan attacked with his full strength, utilizing his spirit weapon and fire force. His strength was comparable to the strength of 5,700 ancient mammoths. When he attacked with his full strength, Luozhan felt refreshed. Presently, his body moved out with his spear, and a wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth, as if he'd already seen the scene of him defeating Duan Lingtian. A good spear skill. Unfortunately, it's too flashy and has dispersed a great deal of strength. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian spoke out. At the same time that Duan Lingtian spoke, the violet myrtle flexible sword appeared in his hand. Origin energy suffused within it, and half-step advanced wind force and half-step advanced lightning force merged into it. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold. Sword drawing arts. Duan Lingtian stood on the spot, and with a raise of his hand and sword instantly vanished before Luozhan's eyes. So fast! Luozhan's pupils shrank. At this moment, Luozhan clearly saw that in the void above Duan Lingtian's head, there was actually 5,800 ancient mammoth silhouettes. The strength contained within this sword strike of Duan Lingtian's contained the strength of 100 ancient mammoths more than his full force spear strike. In an instant, Luozhan's pupils shrank, and he felt a little bitter. Only then did he remember. Duan Lingtian was not only a genius martial artist with monstrous innate talent in the martial Tao, but he was also a grade 4 weapons craftsman with extremely high attainments in the weapons refinement Tao. Obviously, the sword Duan Lingtian was using now was a grade 4 spirit sword. Presently, Duan Lingtian's cultivation is at the second level of the void-prying stage, and he's able to exert the strength of 3,000 ancient mammoths without using a grade 4 spirit sword or force. Once he uses force, he'll be able to increase his strength by another 1,000 ancient mammoths. In other words, Duan Lingtian can only exert the strength of 4,000 ancient mammoths when exerting his full strength without using a spirit weapon. But now, the corners of Luozhan's mouth twitched slightly as he looked at the strength of 5,800 ancient mammoths in the sky. The grade 4 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand actually amplified the strength of 1,800 ancient mammoths for him. With the strength of 3,000 ancient mammoths as the foundation, amplifying the strength of 1,800 ancient mammoths. If I calculate it backwards, Duan Lingtian's grade 4 spirit sword is actually able to amplify strength by 60%. Luozhan was greatly shocked in his heart. All these thoughts only lasted for the blink of an eye. When Luozhan recovered from his shock, he had a serious expression. Origin energy raged and flames roared on the grade 6 spirit spear in his hand. The tip of the spear swiftly pointed out, and it seemed to have transformed into a meteor shower that covered the sky. But even then, he still felt slightly lacking in confidence. Swish! An ear-piercing howl of the sword tore through the air and drew out a sword flower in the air. Clang, 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 clang. Everywhere the sword light passed, the ear-piercing sound of iron weapons colliding ceaselessly sounded out. It was Duan Lingtian's grade 4 spirit sword that circled around in the air and easily blocked Luo Zhan's spear lights that descended like specks of stars. The sword light ceaselessly revolved as it passed by, and its speed was so swift that it was shocking. Duan Lingtian, receive my spear strike. When he saw Duan Lingtian break through his spear skill so easily, Luo Zhan shouted out explosively, and his spear struck out like fire as it fiercely stabbed towards Duan Lingtian. Swoosh! A piercing howl exploded out and gave rise to a wave of continuous sounds of air exploding. Bring it on! Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and with a raise of his hand, the violet myrtle flexible sword in his hand abruptly stabbed out to intercept the tip of Luo Zhan's spear. At the same time, the origin energy on Duan Lingtian's violet myrtle flexible sword abruptly started trembling. Quake energy at the limit. Even though the quake energy at the limit was only comparable to the strength of 100 ancient mammoths. But under such circumstances, its effect was extremely great. After all, the strength on Duan Lingtian's sword was only the strength of 100 ancient mammoths stronger than the strength on Luo Zhan's spear. Even though he would surely be able to defeat Luo Zhan in a head-on collision. However, because Luo Zhan's strength wasn't much different to his, even if Luo Zhan was defeated by him, he would surely be injured. Now, utilizing the quake energy at the limit would not only be able to help him buffer the strength from Luo Zhan, he would also be able to end the battle with Luo Zhan as soon as possible. Swish! A sword howl sounded out, and when combined with the quake energy at the limit, it emitted a wave of woo-woo sounds. Finally, the sword and spear collided. The tip of the sword collided with the tip of the spear and emitted an ear-piercing sound. At the same time, it brought out a string of sparks. Clang! Duan Lingtian's hand shook, and the violet myrtle flexible sword fiercely rose up to smash onto the body of the spear in Luo Zhan's hand. Instantly, Luo Zhan's face went ghastly pale, and he hurriedly let go and threw away the spear in his hand. At this moment, his own spirit weapon was like a scourge to him. Whereas Luo Zhan's hand that held the spear had split open and was dripping with blood. What a terrifying force! When he thought of the scene from before, Luo Zhan had a slight lingering fear in his heart. Even though Duan Lingtian's origin energy was stronger than his, it wasn't much stronger, and he had the strength to go against Duan Lingtian. But earlier, the origin energy that gushed over from Duan Lingtian carried along an extremely terrifying trembling force, and it directly crushed his origin energy. Not only that, the trembling force that Duan Lingtian's origin energy carried along was even able to affect the flesh, bones, and even internal organs in his entire body. He believed that if he didn't resolutely throw away the grade 6 spirit spear, the hand that held the spear would probably be crippled. Duan Lingtian, what ability was that? After he put away the grade 6 spirit spear, Luo Zhan looked at Duan Lingtian with a slight lingering fear in his heart. Duan Lingtian smiled mysteriously and didn't answer Luo Zhan. After he put away the violet myrtle flexible sword, he headed towards the inner hall. Luo Zhan looked at Duan Lingtian's disappearing figure, and his gaze became even more complicated. After Duan Lingtian returned to the inner hall, he sent a voice transmission to Qi Ming, who stood outside the small house that was like a guard tower. Vice Dean Qi, I told that grade 4 weapons craftsman senior. He can help you refine a grade 4 spirit weapon glove. Moreover, it will be improved with your grade 6 spirit weapon glove as the foundation. What materials are needed? Qi Ming had an excited expression when he heard this. Compared to sharp weapons like blades and swords, the materials required for spirit weapon glove are even rarer. That senior said that if you want to improve your grade 6 spirit weapon glove to a grade 4 spirit weapon, then you must find. Duan Lingtian spoke of 7 materials in one go. He intentionally increased the number of materials slightly, because he intended to refine a grade 4 offensive spirit weapon that could complement the Tempest Point for himself. I'll gather all the materials as soon as possible. Qi Ming replied with a voice filled with excitement. Originally, according to Duan Lingtian's estimation, Qi Ming would at least need to spend a few months to find these materials. 1 month later, when Duan Lingtian saw the 7 materials within the spatial ring that Qi Ming gave him, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Weistin Qi, where did you find these materials? Of these 7 materials, 3 of them are extremely difficult to obtain. Duan Lingtian looked at Qi Ming with a slightly dazed expression. Qi Ming smiled. Don't forget that besides being the Vice Dean of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, I have another identity. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding when he heard this. Besides being the Vice Dean of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, Qi Ming was also one of the 5 great revered elders of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family. Presumably, he'd relied on the strength of the imperial family to find these materials. Or perhaps, he'd gone through the treasure vault of the imperial palace. Vice Dean Qi, I'll leave the Dragon and Phoenix Academy now and look for that senior to refine a grade 4 spirit weapon for you. Duan Lingtian bid his farewells to Qi Ming before leaving. He naturally didn't go look for any senior. Instead, he directly went to the Alchemist Guild's main guild. After ascending to the 3rd floor, he went straight to the point and said to Luo Rong, I intend to refine another 2 grade 4 spirit weapons. Stand at the side and watch properly. Luo Rong's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he had an excited expression. I can finally see a master refine a grade 4 spirit weapon. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian withdrew the grade 6 spirit weapon glove that Qi Ming gave him. Duan Lingtian wasn't in a rush to refine it, and instead looked at Luo Rong as he asked, Can you see any obvious flaws in this grade 6 spirit weapon? Luo Rong's gaze descended onto the glove in Duan Lingtian's hand when he heard this. Instantly, his pupils constricted imperceptibly. Duan Lingtian didn't notice this scene. Luo Rong is slow-witted. Please guide me, master. Luo Rong looked respectfully at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian said indifferently, The materials used to make this grade 6 spirit weapon glove are top-grade materials, and there's utterly no need for excessively high equipment refinement techniques to easily bestow upon it the ability to amplify strength by 39%. But unfortunately, the weapons refiner that refined this spirit weapon glove was truly too stupid. How could the 1,000-year ice silk be wrapped within the Arctic gold silk? Truly a reckless waste of God's given gifts. Duan Lingtian frowned as he said, This spirit weapon glove only needs to display the characteristics of the 1,000-year ice silk, and it's extremely easy to amplify strength by 39%. Too stupid. Too stupid. If the weapons refiner that refined this spirit weapon glove was before me, I would surely not hold back and call him an idiot. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian ceaselessly shook his head. Master. Meanwhile, Luo Rong looked at Duan Lingtian and hesitated to speak. Duan Lingtian was puzzled, as he didn't know what Luo Rong wanted to say. Master, I'm that idiot. Chapter 535. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched, and he was slightly embarrassed. Never had he imagined that the grade 6 spirit weapon glove of the Vice Dean of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, Qi Ming, was actually refined by Luo Rong, the guild master of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Weapons Craftsman Guild. Master, you're refining a grade 4 spirit weapon for Qi Ming? Luo Rong took a deep breath, and his eyes contained slight envy mixed within. Duan Lingtian nodded. Yes, I owe him a favor. Favor. Luo Rong came to a sudden understanding, even though he was curious about what favor Duan Lingtian owed Qi Ming. But he knew what he should ask and what he shouldn't ask. Let's begin. Duan Lingtian nodded to Luo Rong. Then he started to make his move. Profound weapon refinement techniques were easily grasped at his fingertips, as if he had the help of the gods. For the sake of taking care of Luo Rong, he intentionally slowed down his speed. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian withdrew a pile of materials, including the 7 materials that Qi Ming had found for him. This is 1,000-year mysterious ice? This is 10,000-year tortoiseshell? This is... As the guild master of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Weapons Craftsman Guild, Luo Rong's discerning gaze was unique, and he quickly recognized these rare materials. Looks like that old fellow Qi Ming took great pains for the sake of this grade 4 spirit weapon. Luo Rong thought in his heart. Luo Rong quickly returned to his senses, and he seriously watched Duan Lingtian refine the weapon. After spending an entire morning, Duan Lingtian finally finished refining the grade 4 spirit weapon glove that he promised Qi Ming. Whoosh! When Duan Lingtian wore the glove, his origin energy raged. In the sky, 4,800 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. It's another 60% amplification. Luo Rong's pupils constricted when he saw this scene. Duan Lingtian nodded with satisfaction, as he'd finally completed his promise to Qi Ming. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian put away the glove and wore a light azure ring on his right index finger. This wasn't a spatial ring. It was a grade 4 spirit weapon that Duan Lingtian had refined for himself. Suddenly, Wind Thunder Finger. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and condensed the Tempest Finger force, pierced through the window of the 3rd floor and shot out into the void outside. Above his head, 5,800 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. This time, the reason he was able to possess the strength of 1,000 ancient mammoths more than before was because Duan Lingtian had utilized the half-step advanced wind force and half-step advanced lightning force at the same time. This is an offensive spiritual artifact? Luo Rong was dumbfounded. Just now, when Duan Lingtian was refining this ring, he saw it clearly. He thought it was just a spatial ring. Unexpectedly, it was an offensive spirit weapon. Moreover, it was a grade 4 offensive spirit weapon with a 60% boost. Duan Lingtian rotated the cyan ring on his finger with satisfaction, and a smile appeared on his face. For the entire afternoon, Duan Lingtian continued to guide Luo Rong on the path of refining. Compared to before, Luo Rong's improvement was at a tremendous pace. At dusk, Luo Rong reluctantly sent Duan Lingtian to the stairway on the 3rd floor. "Master, take care." Duan Lingtian nodded. He left the Alchemist Guild and returned to the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. In the following days, besides cultivating in the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, Duan Lingtian would leave the Alchemist Guild every month. Then he would head to the Alchemist Guild to guide Luo Rong in the Tao of Weapons Refinement. The remaining time was practically spent on the various training assignments issued by the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. Duan Lingtian obtained first place every single time in the training assignments issued by the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. But unfortunately, the training assignments issued by the Dragon and Phoenix Academy later on didn't have a reward like the Void Refining Fruit. The points Duan Lingtian accumulated were all exchanged for various materials. As for cultivation methods, martial skills, spirit weapons, and medicinal pills, he utterly didn't need them. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, only half a month remained before the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Genius Competition. Half a month later, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Genius Competition would begin. At that time, the people that were ranked in the top 5 of the Genius Competition would obtain the qualifications to head to the Darkstone Empire's Imperial City to compete with the young geniuses of the Empire and the various Imperial Kingdoms. If one was able to stand out in the Darkstone Empire, then one would be able to head to the Darkhan Dynasty and compete for the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. There was a vast ground in the north of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City. This ground was like a sunken gorge. In the surroundings of the gorge were rows of orderly seats, and they were precisely the spectating area. Presently, the spectating area was filled with people, and people surged about. On the flat ground of the gorge was an enormous specially made iron cage that enveloped the entire gorge within it. 2 figures could be faintly seen flickering within the iron cage. Presently, there were 3 figures on the stairway that led outside the spectating area. Cage Battle Arena? The brows of the violet-clothed young man raised. What's so special about this cage battle arena? Squeak squeak. Presently, the little gold mouse that stood on the violet-clothed young man's shoulder looked at the other 2 people with interest. Amongst these 2 people, one carried a sheathed sword on his back, and the other was handsome and extraordinary. The two of them had a common point. Both of them were young men that were a little over 30. Duan Lingtian. The cage battle arena is a place that's filled with hot blood and is able to foster courage. The young man that carried a sheathed sword on his back lightly smiled. Exactly. I believe that you'll like that place. The handsome and extraordinary young man nodded. Both of you are still keeping me in suspense? The violet-clothed young man was precisely Duan Lingtian. Today he was forcefully dragged here by the crazy young master, Luo Zhan, and the sword young master, Chen Xiao Shui. Duan Lingtian, you'll naturally know what sort of place the cage battle arena is once you ascend the highest stairway. Luo Zhan smiled. Duan Lingtian nodded, and the movements of his feet sped up slightly. At this moment, the curiosity in his heart was successfully aroused by Luo Zhan and Chen Xiao Shui. Cage battle arena. Exactly what sort of place would it be? The depths of Duan Lingtian's gaze were filled with anticipation. He hadn't even stepped onto the highest stairway when numerous frenzied voices entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian, who was filled with curiosity, had finally ascended to the highest step of the stairway. With a single glance, he saw it. Presently, there were countless figures that were either sitting or standing with their backs facing him. Whereas these people were currently looking ahead, and many of them were even excited to the point of standing up from their seats and shouting loudly without end. Kill him! Kill him! The frenzied voices practically infected Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian raised his head and looked over. Only now did he notice that what appeared before his eyes was a large ring-shaped circle, and its area was extremely vast. Whereas within this large circle there were many gaps and there were numerous stairways there, and one could follow these stairways to walk in. Whereas at the two sides of these stairways were boundless spectating areas. The scene before his eyes caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but recall the bullfighting arena in Spain in his previous life. But the bullfighting arena was far less bustling than this place. This is the cage battle arena. Luo Zhan's voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Presently, Luo Zhan was pointing at the boundless sea of people before him as he introduced it to Duan Lingtian with a light smile. So many people. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be astounded. There were probably at least a few tens of thousands of people in the spectating area before him. Even if it was the most bustling trade market in the imperial city, Duan Lingtian wasn't able to see such a magnificent scene. I've been in the imperial city for almost a year, yet I actually don't know of such a place. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Of course, this was also related to him directly heading to the Weapons Craftsman Guild to guide Luo Rong in the Tao of Weapons Refinement every month when he left the academy. Luo Rong had practically occupied the only time he could leave the Dragon and Phoenix Academy every month. Otherwise, the entire Azure Forest Imperial City would have been explored by him long ago. It wouldn't be to the extent that he didn't know of the existence of the cage battle arena. This cage battle arena is so bustling every day. Chen Xiao Shui's brows raised as he suggested, "Let's go in and find a seat." Subsequently, under Chen Xiao Shui's lead, Duan Lingtian and Luo Zhan followed closely behind. After almost a year of time, Duan Lingtian and crazy young master Luo Zhan had become friends. As for sword young master Chen Xiao Shui, he had a straightforward character. Coupled with him cutting off his relationship with the Origin Convergence sect, he was extremely compatible with Duan Lingtian's temper. So he could be considered to be Duan Lingtian's friend now. Duan Lingtian had only gotten to know these two friends during the almost a year he'd been in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Duan Lingtian's group of three walked down the stairway between the spectating area. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian clearly saw the scene before him. What a large iron cage. The enormous iron cage that covered the entire spacious arena before him caused Duan Lingtian to be shocked. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian saw the man and beast fighting within the enormous iron cage. The man and beast were in a horrifying battle, and the man had already had an arm torn off. However, he still resisted with all his might. Cage battle arena, cage battle, so that's how it is. Now, Duan Lingtian could be considered to have completely understood the meaning of the words cage battle arena. Earlier, I thought this place was like the bullfighting arena of Spain in my previous life. Now it would seem that it's even more like the Colosseum of ancient Rome in my previous life. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and his gaze descended onto the crowd of spectators in the spectating area. Whereas these people are like the nobles of ancient Rome, and they watch to their heart's content as slaves and wild beasts fight in the Colosseum. Nobles would be excited so long as they see blood, just like these people are now. Duan Lingtian sighed slightly with emotion. Even though he'd merged into this world, it was still slightly difficult for him to adapt to the slave system. After all, the earth he lived on in his previous life was a world that advocated equality. However, he wasn't unfamiliar with the slaves of this world. That year, Xiongquan was the guardian of the Boundless sect and was pursued by the Black Fiend sect, causing him to be inflicted with the origin sealing goo, causing his origin energy to be completely sealed. He was captured and branded with the brand of a slave, becoming a slave. Later on, Xiongquan was rescued by Duan Lingtian and recovered his origin energy, becoming Duan Lingtian's follower. Even though Xiongquan was a slave, Duan Lingtian had never taken him to be a slave and gave him sufficient respect. This was also the reason why Xiongquan treated Duan Lingtian sincerely. Xiongquan. Chapter 536. I only hope that I can head to the foreign lands as soon as possible, and so long as I obtain the resurrection pill from the great treasure vault left behind by Emperor Wu of Samsara, I'll be able to help Xiongquan repair his Dantian. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. He'd always felt guilty towards Xiongquan. After all, it was because of him that Xiongquan had his Dantian crippled and his cultivation crippled. It was what he owed Xiongquan. Roar! A loud roar pulled Duan Lingtian's thoughts back to the present. Duan Lingtian saw it. In the cage battle arena, after the strong fierce beast bit the human martial artist to death, it was ceaselessly roaring in demonstration. He's dead. Duan Lingtian frowned as he looked at the incomplete body of the human martial artist. Seeming to have noticed Duan Lingtian's surprise, the nearby Luo Zhan explained. Once one enters the cage battle arena, no matter if it's a human or a beast, only one of them can survive in the end. Only when one of the two survives would the cage battle be considered to have ended. Only the victor can leave the cage. When he heard Luo Zhan, Duan Lingtian frowned. In this way, every battle in the cage battle arena is a battle to the death. You can say that. Chen Xiao Shui nodded and said slowly, to those with weak strengths, this place is hell, because they can be killed by humans or beasts at any moment. Duan Lingtian nodded. So this was the cage battle arena, a place filled with blood and slaughter. Of course, to those that wanted to ceaselessly become stronger, this was undoubtedly the best touchstone. A person that was able to survive in the caged battle arena was surely an outstanding expert. Once one stepped foot into the cage battle arena, there was only a single choice. Either live or die. I think that person that was killed by the fierce beast seems to be a slave? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Yes. Luo Zhan nodded. Not everyone dares to enter the cage battle arena every single time. So, when no one enters, the cage battle arena will arrange for the slaves, fierce beasts, and demon beasts they keep to enter the cage battle arena to kill each other. As for the cage battle arena, it will be the banker, open the gambling house and profit from it. Luo Zhan finished in one breath. Duan Lingtian nodded. Are there any rules in the cage battle arena? Duan Lingtian asked again. Chen Xiao Shui introduced. Ordinarily speaking, the slaves or demon beasts that the cage battle arena itself sends out to fight each other are all of equal strength, whereas the people on the spectator stands can only step into the arena with a cultivation that is equal to the slaves, fierce beasts, or demon beasts, and only those with a cultivation that is equal to the slaves, fierce beasts, or demon beasts are able to step into the arena and battle with the slaves, fierce beasts, or demon beasts. Otherwise, if people with cultivations that far surpass the slaves, fierce beasts, and demon beasts in the caged battle arena step into the caged battle arena, then it would be a one-sided slaughter that would be completely meaningless. The caged battle arena won't allow this to happen. Chen Xiaoshui continued. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. This rule was excusable. Otherwise, wouldn't the cage battle arena suffer a huge loss? Besides that, once a person that dares to step into the caged battle arena and has a cultivation that is similar to the slaves, fierce beasts, or demon beasts in the caged battle arena wins, the person will be able to obtain generous rewards. Luo Zhan added. Because these seats that are close to the caged battle arena are near the front, their field of vision is extremely good, so a single seat is worth 10,000 gold. Luo Zhan noticed Duan Lingtian's surprise and smiled as he explained. A single seat, 10,000 gold. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Gold and silver were actually so cheap in the caged battle arena of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City. Just to watch a death match, just the seating fee alone was already 10,000 gold taels. 10,000 gold was equivalent to 1 million silver. Moreover, the people that sit in the front row have the privilege of having priority to enter the caged battle arena. Chen Xiaoshui added. Right when Duan Lingtian's group of 3 sat down, the fierce beasts within the caged battle arena had already left. A slave with a cold expression and a brand branded on his face walked into the caged battle arena under the lead of an old man. This slave is a 7th-level nascent soul stage slave. Is there any guest that wants to battle him? The old man soared into the sky and stood above the slave, and his voice contained origin energy that spread out far and wide. So long as there's a guest that's able to kill him, the guest will be able to obtain the 500,000 gold reward of our caged battle arena. 500,000 gold. Instantly, many people in the spectating area went into an uproar. The temptation of 500,000 gold wasn't small. Duan Lingtian, if you were to enter the arena to battle a slave or demon beast with the same cultivation as you, would you choose the slave or the demon beast? Luo Zhan asked Duan Lingtian. Demon beast. Duan Lingtian spoke without the slightest hesitation. Luo Zhan looked at Chen Xiaoshui. Sword young master, what about you? I'm also a demon beast. Chen Xiaoshui similarly didn't hesitate, and then he slowly said, although slaves don't use spirit weapons and are inferior to fierce beasts and demon beasts with the same cultivation, however, no matter how strong fierce beasts and demon beasts are, they're still only animals. Even if they possess intelligence, there's still quite a gap between them and humans. So, normally speaking, slaves possess a will to survive that far surpasses fierce beasts and demon beasts. They're usually able to erupt with unbelievable potential when they're on the verge of death and launch a counterattack. I've seen too many similar scenes in the caged battle arena. Between fierce beasts and slaves with the same cultivation, the latter is even more terrifying. As he finished speaking, Chen Xiaoshui sighed with emotion. My thoughts are the same as yours. Luo Zhan smiled, and then he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, Duan Lingtian, you ought to be thinking like this as well, right? Under the gazes of Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshui, Duan Lingtian shook his head. No? Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshui couldn't help but be stunned. No. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he sighed. The reason I don't choose slaves isn't because they're able to bring forth great potential when they're on the verge of death, but it's because they're humans. Humans. Just like him, she was a person of flesh and blood. Humans? Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshui went silent. Even though these slaves don't have human rights, they're humans after all. They're of the same kind as us. Duan Lingtian continued. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's gaze became slightly dazed. He suddenly felt that, compared to his previous life, he'd really changed a lot. In his previous life, there were many times when he would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, and he was extremely ruthless. But in this life, he'd changed. Compared to his previous life, the current him was simply like a completely different person. In his previous life, he killed decisively regardless of right or wrong. In this life, if it wasn't necessary, he would kill and not implicate innocent people. Simply speaking, he'd become more humane. This was a change in mentality. Perhaps even Duan Lingtian himself didn't know. After he came to this world in this life, he was imperceptibly influenced and changed, whereas all these changes came from the people by his side. In this life, he had parents, a fiancé, numerous brothers, friends. He wasn't all alone like he was in his previous life. What a fellow of the same kind. I truly never imagined that there would be someone who bemoans the state of the universe and sympathizes with the fate of mankind that came to the cage battle arena to watch the show. Truly laughable. An ear-piercing voice entered into the ears of Duan Lingtian's group of 3. Subsequently, a young man in embroidered clothes sat near Duan Lingtian's group of 3 under the escort of an old man. The words from before were precisely spoken by the young man in embroidered clothes. If you really bemoan the state of the universe and sympathize with the fate of mankind, then why have you come to watch the slaves kill each other? Hypocrite! The tone of the young man in embroidered clothes was extremely infuriating. Duan Lingtian frowned and couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the young man. When they heard the ridicule of the young man in embroidered clothes, Lo Chang and Chen Xiaoshui frowned. Chapter 537. I'll do it! An explosive shout sounded out from the eastern spectating area. Subsequently, a robust middle-aged man left the spectating area and was brought into the caged battle arena by the staff of the caged battle arena. Looks like the temptation of 500,000 gold is extremely great. Duan Lingtian smiled. It isn't just 500,000 gold. To a martial artist, the death battle in the caged battle arena is an extremely good method to arouse one's potential. Crazy young master Luozhan said. His eyes seemed to be suffused with strands of burning battle intent. Luozhan, I think you're impatient, but you're at the 4th level of the void prying stage now, and you don't have many opponents. Sword young master, Chen Xiaoshui smiled. Duan Lingtian, if there's a 4th level void prying stage slave or demon beast, you can't compete with me. Luozhan said to Duan Lingtian. Demon beast mine, slave mine. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently. He naturally wouldn't come to the caged battle arena just to watch the show. He also wanted to experience the thrill of fighting with all his strength against a demon beast of the same cultivation level. Then it's settled. Luozhan nodded. Even though he was more afraid of demon beasts and slaves. But he wasn't afraid of ordinary 4th level void prying stage slaves. It could be seen from the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Luozhan. Duan Lingtian's cultivation was similar to Luozhan now, and he'd stepped into the 4th level of the void prying stage. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse that stood on Duan Lingtian's shoulder cried out, and her jade-green eyes flickered with a burning flowing light. What? Little gold, you want to join in the fun as well? Duan Lingtian looked at the little gold mouse and asked via voice transmission. Squeak squee. The little gold mouse nodded and was in high spirits as she said via voice transmission. Big brother Lingtian, if there's an 8th level void prying stage slave or demon beast, then I want to battle them. Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at the little gold mouse. Then he asked Luozhan and Chen Xiaoshui. Will there be 7th level void prying stage slaves and demon beasts appearing in this cage battle arena? The 7th level of the void prying stage? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the two of them were stunned for a moment before shaking their heads at the same time. It's impossible for a slave or demon beast at the 7th level of the void prying stage or above to appear. Luozhan said, even if the caged battle arena possesses a slave or demon beast at the 7th level of the void prying stage or above, the caged battle arena wouldn't allow them to enter the arena. Existences like this are usually kept within the prince's estate by Prince Sheng, and they're either auctioned off at a high price or kept to guard the estate. Exactly. If an existence at the 7th level of the void prying stage or above were to be placed in the cage battle arena, then it would absolutely be a waste of God's given gifts. Chen Xiaoshui spoke out as well. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. Then he looked at the little gold mouse and said via voice transmission, "Little gold. Looks like you don't have the chance to enter the arena." The little gold mouse instantly drooped her little head when she heard this, and she was dispirited. Duan Lingtian's gaze quickly descended onto the cage battle arena. Presently, the robust middle-aged man that entered the arena was already in battle with the slave. Both of them were similarly 7th-level nascent soul stage martial artists, and both of them were evenly matched. As the two of them fought, their fists and legs moved back and forth as origin energy raged, causing the spectators to be dazzled. Roar! Suddenly, the slave abruptly emitted a furious roar that was like a fierce beast, and he seemed to have gone mad as he pounced towards the robust middle-aged man. The situation was originally evenly matched. Now, when he saw the slave suddenly going all out, a wisp of terror appeared in the eyes of the robust middle-aged man. It was precisely because of this instant of hesitation. He'd lost, accompanied by shrill cries that stopped abruptly. He'd been forcefully torn into two by the slave. His incomplete body flew out to both sides before crashing onto the ground. This exceedingly bloody scene was like a fuse that completely lit up the atmosphere of the scene. Many spectators stood up excitedly as they waved their fists and cheered. "Man! Man!" Waves of voices spread out and enveloped the entire cage battle arena. "Man? That's the name of this slave?" Duan Lingtian's brows raised. His sharp gaze passed through the enormous iron cage before him and saw the words branded on the slave's face, "Man." Subsequently, the battles in the cage battle arena carried out like a raging fire. This is a first-level void-prying stage demon beast, the Flaming Lion. Is there a first-level void-prying stage guest that enters the arena to battle it? So long as you kill the Flaming Lion, you'll be able to obtain 3 million gold. The voice of the old man that floated in the sky above the cage battle arena sounded out. On the cage battle arena, a flaming lion that was completely covered in a fiery red mane stood there. The flaming lion was like a small mountain that occasionally opened its bloody mouth, and its pair of fierce eyes were suffused with scarlet red. It imperceptibly gave others an oppressive feeling. Supposedly, this flaming lion is a demon beast favored by the heavens. So long as one breaks through to the first level of the void-prying stage and becomes a demon beast, then one will be able to comprehend elementary fire force. Luo Zhan sighed with emotion. Very few first-level void-prying stage martial artists are able to defeat this flaming lion. Looks like there ought to be no one that'll enter the arena. Chen Xiaoshui said. Indeed. Duan Lingtian nodded. Even though he, Chen Xiaoshui, and Luo Zhan were all capable of going against the Flame Lion when they were at the first level of the void-prying stage. However, in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there were extremely few people that possessed natural talent and comprehension ability like theirs. Humph! A group of country bumpkins. Open your dog eyes wide and look properly. A first-level void-prying stage Flaming Lion is unable to withstand a single blow before a first-level void-prying stage martial artist like me. Suddenly, an ear-piercing voice entered into the ears of Duan Lingtian's group of three. Whoosh! Subsequently, Duan Lingtian's group of three noticed. The young man in embroidered clothes that sat nearby flew out to arrive outside the cage battle arena. The young man in embroidered clothes turned around and glanced provocatively at Duan Lingtian's group of three. After that, he entered the cage battle arena under the arrangement of the staff. Whereas the old man that followed the young man in embroidered clothes stood on the spot without moving in the slightest. He's a first-level void-prying stage martial artist? Duan Lingtian's brows raised. This young man in embroidered clothes couldn't be considered to be old, and was at most around 30 years old. Even in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, his natural talent could be considered to be first-rate with a cultivation at the first level of the void-prying stage at such an age. Sword Young Master, do you know of such a figure in the Imperial City? Luo Zhan frowned as he asked Chen Xiaoshui. Luo Zhan was extremely displeased in his heart towards the attitude of the young man in embroidered clothes. The corners of Chen Xiao Shuai's mouth curled into a smile as if he'd comprehended something. Luo Zhan. This person's relationship with the cage battle arena isn't shallow. Obviously, Chen Xiao Shuai had recognized the young man in embroidered clothes. His relationship with the cage battle arena isn't shallow? Luo Zhan frowned and was unable to guess it in the end, and he scolded. Fellow, speak frankly if you know. Why keep me in suspense? Alas, I originally wanted to say it, but with your current attitude, I don't want to say it. Chen Xiao Shuai pretended to sigh and had an expression of, "What can you do to me?" This caused Luo Zhan to gnash his teeth with hatred. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the cage battle arena. The young man in embroidered clothes was suffused with a layer of origin energy now, and his entire body seemed to be enveloped within a ball of white-colored flames. Within this white-colored flames, strands of blue-colored energy seemed to be leaping about. Water force? Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Even though this young man in embroidered clothes was arrogant, needless to say, he still had some strength. Whoosh! In the sky above the young man in embroidered clothes, 2,200 ancient mammoth silhouettes gradually condensed into form. First level of the void-prying stage. Elementary water force. Roar. When facing the young man in embroidered clothes, the flaming lion's eyes revealed slight fear. Water countered fire. What it had comprehended just happened to be elementary fire force. Die! Suddenly, the gaze of the young man in embroidered clothes went slightly cold, and his figure flashed out with extreme gentleness like an expanse of autumn water. Roar! The flaming lion naturally wouldn't sit there and wait for death, and it abruptly pounced out and opened its bloody mouth. Dense origin energy spilled out from its mouth and transformed into a beam of light that flashed out to fiercely collide with the young man in embroidered clothes. In the surroundings of the beam of light, strands of red-colored energy suffused it. It was precisely elementary fire force. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. The young man in embroidered clothes shouted out explosively, and the embroidered clothes on his body fluttered without wind. He raised his hand into a fist as his origin energy skyrocketed. Bang! The young man in embroidered clothes blasted out with his fist, and the fist formed from origin energy fiercely flashed out. It was suffused with strands of blue-colored energy. Origin energy that was on par with each other. Force that was on par with each other, finally. The fist formed from origin energy of the young man in embroidered clothes collided with the beam of light spilled out from the flaming lion's bloody mouth. A loud boom was heard. Swish! The airflow in the air flashed, and it seemed to have transformed into circle after circle of fluctuation that swept out horizontally. A wave of violent winds spread out from all directions. Roar! Suddenly, the flaming lion cried out once more. But this roar was slightly low and deep. The fist of the young man in embroidered clothes instantly shattered the beam of origin energy that was spat out from the flaming lion's mouth. That gentle elementary water force crushed the elementary fire force as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Coupled with the origin energy of the young man in embroidered clothes that wasn't inferior to the flaming lion. Bang! After the fist of the young man in embroidered clothes shattered the beam of origin energy, it didn't lose momentum in the slightest as it smashed onto the head of the flaming lion. Roar! Instantly, the flaming lion emitted a sorrowful roar as its body was blasted flying. The young man in embroidered clothes seized the opportunity to follow up with another punch. That gentle water force completely countered the flaming lion. Not long after, the flaming lion's head was blasted apart by a single punch of his, and it was directly blasted to death. Instantly, waves of cheers rose and fell from the surrounding spectating area. Some young women looked at the young man in embroidered clothes with gazes that were filled with burning desire, and they seemed as if they wished for nothing more than to swallow the young man in embroidered clothes. Humph! He does have some strength. Chen Xiao Shuai grunted coldly. But he has the advantage of water force. Otherwise, he might not be a match for the flaming lion. Luo Zhan grunted as well. No matter what, he's won in the end. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently. Eh? Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed. When the young man in embroidered clothes received his reward for killing the flaming lion, the old man that presided over the cage battle arena had actually bowed before the young man in embroidered clothes. It seemed more like he was bowing. Looks like this person's identity isn't simple, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Meanwhile, the young man in embroidered clothes returned after receiving the large stack of gold from his reward. At this moment, he looked at Duan Lingtian's group of 3 with an arrogant gaze. He's only a first-level void-prying stage martial artist. What's there to be complacent about? Presently, Little Gold was already an 8th-level void-prying stage demon beast, and it wasn't difficult for her to kill a 9th-level void-prying stage martial artist. Creak, cree! Little Gold glared at the old man as she bared her fangs and brandished her claws in provocation. But unfortunately, the old man didn't look at her. Who are you? The old man looked at Luozhan and asked with a low voice. Looks like some people in your Prince Shang's estate really don't pay attention to outside matters. You don't even recognize crazy young master, Luozhan, truly laughable. Luozhan hadn't spoken when the nearby Chen Xiaoshui couldn't help but laugh. Crazy young master, Luozhan. As soon as Chen Xiaoshui finished speaking, the old man's face went ghastly pale, and his eyes revealed deep fear. So he's crazy young master. Now he felt slightly fortunate. Fortunately, he didn't act rashly earlier and make a move against the young man before him. Otherwise, if anything were to happen to the young man before him, he would die for sure. Crazy young master Luozhan was the leader of the 5 great young masters, even though he'd never seen crazy young master himself. But even if he'd followed the young prince and wandered outside for many years, the reputation of crazy young master was like thunder to his ears. Supposedly, this crazy young master's background was even more shocking than his natural talent. He was the guild master of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild. The Weapons Craftsman Guild was an extremely aloof existence, and even the Emperor of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild's master was respectful and reverent. Not to mention they were mere members of a prince's estate. So it's crazy young master. I've been rude. This is my young prince. I hope you can forgive me for my lack of manners. The old man took a deep breath and cupped his hands to Luozhan as he admitted defeat. As expected, Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Earlier, when the young man in embroidered clothes received his rewards, he'd noticed that the old man that was in charge of presiding over the cage battle arena was extremely respectful to the young man in embroidered clothes. At that time, he'd already suspected it. When Luozhan made a move against the young man in embroidered clothes, the old man by the young man's side shouted out in shock. He noticed that the expression of the old man that was in charge of presiding over the cage battle arena had gone grim as well. Obviously, he was worried about the young man in embroidered clothes. At that time, he'd practically confirmed that the young man in embroidered clothes was a member of Prince Shang's estate. After all, the cage battle arena was opened by Prince Shang's estate. The people in the cage battle arena were all members of Prince Shang's estate. Young prince. The old man looked at the young man in embroidered clothes and gave a meaningful glance. Obviously, the old man wanted the young man to apologize to Luozhan. Unexpectedly. The young man in embroidered clothes looked at Luozhan and sneered. You're the publicly acknowledged leader of the 5 great young masters of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? You're only SOSO. Only at the 2nd level of the void-prying stage at such an age. So what if you're at the 2nd level of the void-prying stage? It's fine so long as I'm able to suppress you. Luozhan sneered. He didn't reveal his true strength at the 4th level of the void-prying stage to make the young man in embroidered clothes shut up. Perhaps, as far as he was concerned, there was utterly no need for this. He didn't take the young man in embroidered clothes seriously. The young prince of Prince Shang's estate? The son of Prince Shang? To him, the young man was no different than an ordinary person. You! The young man in embroidered clothes was enraged and wanted to continue ridiculing, yet he was restrained by the old man by his side. Young prince, if the prince were to find out that you had such a great conflict with crazy young master, I'm afraid the prince would be extremely angry. The pupils of the young man in embroidered clothes, the young prince of Prince Shang's estate, constricted when he heard the old man, and his face went grim. It was like his father, Prince Shang, was a scourge in his eyes. The young man glared fiercely at Luo Zhan before returning to his seat. Sword young master, you've seen through his identity since long ago? Luo Zhan looked at Chen Xiaoshui as he asked. Yes. Chen Xiaoshui nodded. When he sat down over there, I noticed that the people of the cage battle arena actually didn't charge him a seat fee. At that time, I felt it was slightly strange. Later on, I noticed that the space between his brows was slightly similar to Prince Shang, and I recalled that Prince Shang had a son that was training outside all year round, so I had some guesses. Chen Xiaoshui finished speaking slowly. You're quite good at guessing. Luo Zhan shook his head and smiled, and his eyes contained slight disdain mixed within. I heard a long time ago that Prince Shang's son's natural talent isn't bad. Now that I've seen it today, it's only so. His natural talent can indeed be considered to be not bad. Of course, if you compare him to us, then he's naturally much inferior. Sword young master smiled. Duan Lingtian, that kid is the illegitimate son of the owner of this cage battle arena, Prince Shang, and he's called Zhang Heng. Sword young master spoke to Duan Lingtian. Zhang Heng? Duan Lingtian nodded. The matter between Luo Zhan and Zhang Heng was only a farce, but it caused a stir in the surrounding spectating area, and it quickly went silent. The gazes of everyone descended onto the cage battle arena once again. The battles in the cage battle arena were still continuing. Meanwhile, nascent soul stage slaves and fierce beasts entered the arena. There seemed to be no pattern to the entire cage battle arena. Roar! A wave of shocking furious roars sounded out, and it was the old man that presided over the cage battle arena that stepped onto an enormous beast that was the size of a small mountain as he stepped into the cage battle arena. Everywhere the enormous beast passed, the cage battle arena and the surrounding spectating area shook, as if the earth was quaking and the mountains were swaying. Earth bear. It's an earth bear. Instantly, many spectators in the spectating area couldn't help but cry out sharply. Earth bear? Duan Lingtian's gaze couldn't help but descend onto the enormous beast. This enormous beast's body was enormous like a mountain. Compared to it, the flame lion from before was simply like a child. This enormous beast was a bear-type demon beast. But compared to ordinary bear-type demons, it was much more savage and terrifying. Its pair of crimson-red bloody eyes seemed to be hostile towards everything. Its pair of sharp fangs even seemed to be able to penetrate everything. On its 4 bare paws, the sharp claws flickered with frightening cold lights. Earth bear. A void-prying stage demon beast. An adult earth bear's strength is at least at the 4th level of the void-prying stage. The stronger ones are at the 5th level of the void-prying stage and 6th level of the void-prying stage. Within Duan Lingtian's mind, the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu flashed past, and he found records related to the void-prying stage demon beast, the Earth Bear. The Earth Bear was an extremely terrifying demon beast. Supposedly, the Earth Bear possesses unique comprehension towards Earth Force, just like the Flame Lion's comprehension towards Fire Force. No matter if it's the Flame Lion or the Earth Bear, they're both top figures amongst demon beasts in terms of comprehension towards force. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Roar! When the Earth Bear arrived at the cage battle arena and saw the gazes that descended onto it from all directions, it went completely berserk. On the surface of its body, milky white origin energy skyrocketed. Within the milky white origin energy, strands of earthen yellow-colored energy suffused within it. Presently, along with the Earth Bear's actions, the shaking of the earth intensified slightly. The seats before Duan Lingtian and the others were even shaken to the point of shaking. Whereas in the sky above the earth bear, 6,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes had appeared out of thin air. Fourth level void prying stage demon beast. Half-step advanced earth force. At this moment, Duan Lingtian confirmed the earth bear's strength. Crazy young master, are you confident? Chun Xiao Shui looked at Luozhan and asked with a smile. Luozhan had a serious expression as he shook his head, and then he seemed to have thought of something, causing the corners of his mouth to curl into a smile. I remember, Duan Lingtian said that the fourth level void prying stage demon beast is his. Chapter 539. Duan Lingtian sized up the earth bear with interest. Presently, the old man that presided over the caged battle arena seemed to be helpless against the earth bear, and he allowed the earth bear to move restlessly. He didn't dare strike a heavy blow against the earth bear. The earth bear still had to earn money for the caged battle arena. If the earth bear was injured by the earth bear, then the earth bear would surely be taken advantage of in the following caged battle arena. Guests, this is a fourth level void prying stage demon beast, the earth bear. If there's a fourth level void prying stage guest that's interested, feel free to enter the arena and battle the earth bear. The old man's voice sounded out with a clear voice. Not only is this earth bear a fourth level void prying stage demon beast, it has even comprehended half-step advanced earth force. It's extremely difficult for a fourth level void prying stage martial artist to kill it without relying on an external force. Yeah, a fourth level void prying stage martial artist would have a slim chance of survival when encountering this earth bear. I'm afraid no one dares enter the arena. Many spectators discussed animatedly. If no one enters the arena, would the caged battle arena send out a fourth level void prying stage slave to enter a caged battle with this earth bear? Duan Lingtian asked Luozhan and Chun Xiao Shui curiously. How could that be possible? Luozhan shook his head. You're thinking too much. Once a demon beast or slave at the first level of the void prying stage or above enters the arena and no one challenges it, it would directly leave the arena. After that, it would be exchanged for a nascent soul stage slave or fierce beast to enter the arena. Chun Xiao Shui nodded as well. Exactly. No matter if it's a slave or demon beast, an existence at the void prying stage or above is an extremely great fortune to the caged battle arena. The caged battle arena normally wouldn't allow void prying stage slaves and demon beasts to kill each other. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. Just like now, if no fourth level void prying stage martial artist challenges the earth bear, then the earth bear would be taken away by the people of the caged battle arena, and not look for a fourth level void prying stage slave to enter the arena to give his life away. Luozhan added. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian, unless you're holding back your strength, otherwise it wasn't difficult for you to kill this earth bear. Chun Xiao Shui smiled. Luozhan nodded deeply. They were very clear about Duan Lingtian's strength. It was one thing for his cultivation to be at the fourth level of the void prying stage. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian had even comprehended two half-step advanced forces. An ordinary fourth-level void prying stage martial artist or demon beast that was able to comprehend half-step advanced force could already be considered to have shocking comprehension ability. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, had directly comprehended two of them. His comprehension was monstrous. There's no rush. Let's see what kind of reward the person who kills the earth bear will get from the arena first. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly as his gaze landed on the old man in the cage battle arena. At this moment, the old man raised his hand and a drop of fiery red liquid appeared in his hand. The fiery red liquid flickered with light, appearing exceptionally dazzling. It was like a red star in the night sky. If a customer at the fourth level of the void prying stage kills this earth bear, then the customer will be able to obtain this drop of mysterious blood. The old man's voice was slowly heard. Mysterious blood? The old man's words aroused the interest of the crowd of spectators. What's this mysterious blood? What use does it have? Instantly, many spectators asked loudly. Good question. The old man smiled. This drop of mysterious blood was obtained by Prince Shang by chance all those years ago. Even the pill flame of a grade 5 alchemist is unable to do anything to this drop of mysterious blood in the slightest. As soon as the old man finished speaking, hiss, 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 hiss. In the surroundings of the cage battle arena, sounds of gasping rose and fell without end. Even the pill flame of a grade 5 alchemist is unable to do anything to a mere drop of blood? Is it true? Many spectators were doubtful. After all, the pill flame of a grade 5 alchemist was practically able to melt anything that they knew of. That was a grade 5 pill flame, unless it was those rare materials of legend. Otherwise, there were very few things that a grade 5 pill flame was unable to melt. Even if everyone doesn't believe in our cage battle arena, you ought to believe in Prince Shang's estate, right? The old man smiled lightly and continued. Not only is the grade 5 pill flame of a grade 5 alchemist unable to do anything to this drop of mysterious blood, even if it's the spiritual force of a void initiation stage inscription master, it would be dispersed by it before it even approached. The old man's words caused the spectating area to go deathly silent. Exactly what demon beast's blood is this? It's actually so miraculous. Many people couldn't help but sigh with emotion. They naturally wouldn't think that this was human blood. What a joke. It was practically impossible for human blood to be so abnormal. Our Prince Shang's estate has researched this drop of mysterious blood for many years, and we've paid an extremely great price for it. However, we came up empty-handed in the end. So, our Prince Shang's estate is taking it out today as the reward for the 4th level void prying stage guest that killed the Earth Bear. The old man said with a sonorous voice. No matter who it is, so long as they kill the Earth Bear, they'll be able to obtain this drop of mysterious blood. I presume everyone already has an idea in their hearts of how extraordinary this mysterious blood is. If someone uncovers the secret within it, perhaps he'll be able to soar into the sky. Needless to say, the old man's words were extremely infectious. For a time, many 4th level void prying stage martial artists were eager to make a move. However, when they thought of how the Earth Bear had comprehended half-step advanced Earth Force, they were slightly hesitant. When facing the Earth Bear that had comprehended half-step advanced Earth Force, even if it was a 4th level void prying stage martial artist that had similarly comprehended half-step advanced Earth Force, if they didn't rely on external forces, they similarly wouldn't dare battle the Earth Bear. Earth Force belonged to a type of force of nature. Once one stood on the ground and executed it, one's strength would be able to increase by a certain amount by relying on the energy of the earth. Roar! Right at this moment, the Earth Bear emitted an enormous roar once more. The ground shook once more. This time, ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form once more in the sky above the Earth Bear. But this time, it wasn't 6,500. It was 6,800. 6,800 ancient mammoth silhouettes. The strength of a 4th level void prying stage demon beast was comparable to the strength of 6,000 ancient mammoths. Half-step advanced earth force was comparable to the strength of 500 ancient mammoths. As for the extra strength of 300 ancient mammoths that the Earth Bear possessed, it instead relied on the amplification of the energy of the Earth. Earth Force was able to merge into one with the Earth and rely on the energy of the Earth. As for how much it could be relied on, it would depend on the degree of comprehension of Earth Force. At this moment, they'd witnessed the Earth Bear display its might with their own 2 eyes, drawing upon the energy of heaven and earth to develop 6,800 ancient mammoth silhouettes. All the 4th level void prying stage martial artists that were eager to make a move were completely terrified. Those that stood up sat back down. Those that were just about to stand moved their butts back down. All of them secretly wiped off their cold sweat. The Earth Bear is too terrifying, unless it's a 4th level void prying stage martial artist that has comprehended advanced force. Otherwise, it's practically impossible to defeat the Earth Bear. Many spectators sighed with emotion. They all felt that this round of the cage battle would probably have a bye. I heard long ago that executing earth force while stepping on the ground allows one to rely on the energy of the earth. Today, I can be considered to have witnessed it. Chun Xiao Shui sighed with emotion. If it was an open space, then so long as one soars into the sky, one would be completely able to leave the earth far away, causing the human martial artist or demon beast that has comprehended earth force to be unable to rely on the energy of the earth. But the cage battle arena is restricted by the enormous iron cage, and it's utterly impossible to avoid the area of attack of the earth bear that steps on the ground. Luo Zhan took a deep breath, and his eyes were filled with fear. It was precisely because he'd thought of this since long ago that he didn't have the courage to battle the earth bear. Duan Ling Tian? In next to no time, Luo Zhan and Chan Xiao Shui looked at Duan Ling Tian, and they both wanted to understand Duan Ling Tian's plans. But they quickly noticed. Unknowingly, Duan Ling Tian was sitting there blankly, and his dumbstruck gaze was looking at the old man that was in charge of presiding over the cage battle. More precisely speaking, he was looking at the drop of fiery red mysterious blood in the old man's hand. Red Luan's blood. It's the Red Luan's blood. Duan Ling Tian, who had a dumbstruck expression, felt as if tempestuous waves had arisen in his heart. Heavens! What have I seen? I've actually seen the Red Luan's blood here. The Red Luan was an exceedingly formidable demon beast. In terms of natural talent, it was even more formidable than the jade-eyed heavenly mouse. There were rumors in Cloud Continent. The Red Luan was a descendant of the phoenix, whereas the phoenix was a divine beast of legend. It was an existence that was comparable to a true dragon, and its strength was exceedingly formidable. Of course, no matter if it was the phoenix or the dragon that was equally famous as the phoenix, they were all existences of legend. At least, such an existence hadn't appeared in Cloud Continent. Even if the so-called dragons that appeared occasionally, they were only some fellows that were half flood dragon and half dragon, and they weren't true dragons. Moreover, even these fellows that were half flood dragon and half dragon possessed extremely terrifying strength. The reason for that was because the blood of the dragon flowed in their bodies, just like how the blood of a phoenix flowed within the Red Luan's body. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, during his first lifetime, he'd once obtained an ancient pill formula, and at the side of the pill formula was a bottle that was refined from unknown materials. Within that bottle was a drop of Red Luan's blood. Duan Lingtian's mood surged to the extreme. Moreover, that pill formula recorded a type of medicinal pill, refined with the blood of the Red Luan as the guiding ingredient. That medicinal pill was called the rebirth pill. Rebirth pill. Rebirth from the ashes had always been the patent of the phoenix of legend. Whereas using the blood of a Red Luan that had the blood of a phoenix flowing within its body as the guiding ingredient, it was instead capable of refining the rebirth pill. Of course, the rebirth pill couldn't really allow one to be reborn from the ashes. The place where Samsara Emperor Wu obtained the rebirth pill formula and the blood of a Red Luan was a mysterious ruin. The 3 lives rebirth technique that Samsara Emperor Wu cultivated came from that ruin as well. Duan Lingtian searched through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu and found out about many things. Even if Samsara Emperor Wu experienced 2 lifetimes and was at his prime, he was still unable to discern who left behind that ruin. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses. The blood of a Red Luan. Chapter 540. Are there any guests that have entered the arena to battle the Earth Bear? In the cage battle arena, the old man confirmed once more. Half-step advanced earth force that draws support from the energy of the earth. The strength of 6,800 ancient mammoths. Slightly interesting. Duan Lingtian calmed his surging feelings from the Red Luan's blood, and the corners of his mouth curled into a thought-provoking arc. In the next moment, swoosh! Duan Lingtian left his seat and seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that shot towards the enormous iron cage that enveloped the entire cage battle arena. In the sky, 6,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Squeak squee! The little gold mouse stayed on her seat and looked excitedly at Duan Lingtian, who dashed towards the cage battle arena, as if she was cheering for Duan Lingtian. Fourth level of the void prying stage. The expression of the nearby young prince of Prince Shang's estate, Zhang Heng, who was filled with rage and hatred, was extremely unsightly. Never had he imagined that the young man he'd ridiculed earlier would actually possess such a terrifying strength. Most importantly, the age of this young man was obviously a few years younger than him. Based on his age, he's only around the age of 25. His cultivation is at the 4th level of the void prying stage. Who exactly is he? The crowd of spectators in the spectating area Duan Lingtian was at were all curious. He came with the crazy young master. Could it be that he's from the Dragon and Phoenix Academy? In the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, there seems to be only the former 7-star sword sect's genius disciple, Duan Lingtian. Could it be that he's Duan Lingtian? It's possible. Besides Duan Lingtian, how could our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom have such a monstrous genius martial artist? In next to no time, the spectators guessed Duan Lingtian's identity amidst their discussions. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Along with the passage of time, practically all the tens of thousands of spectators in the entire cage battle arena knew that the young man that entered the arena was Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, the former genius disciple of the 7-star sword sect. A few years ago, he'd once defeated the Saber Young Master, Long Yun, and Zither Young Master, Zishang, and his name shook the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Later on, when the 7-star sword sect was annihilated, Duan Lingtian entered the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, and he revealed natural talent and comprehension ability that was even more monstrous than the rumors. From then on, Duan Lingtian had become a legend in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Now, Duan Lingtian wanted to enter the cage battle arena and battle the Earth Bear? For a moment, their hearts were filled with anticipation. He is that Duan Lingtian. Zhang Heng's face darkened. Although he had been traveling outside for many years, he had only recently returned. However, the name of Duan Lingtian resounded like thunder in their ears. Duan Lingtian was a peerless genius that suddenly rose abruptly a few years ago, and as soon as he rose abruptly, he seemed to have suppressed the limelight of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. He was called the unprecedented genius martial artist of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The old man that stood behind Zhang Heng had a serious expression. When Duan Lingtian arrived outside the enormous iron cage, the worker of the cage battle arena moved forward with reverence and opened the door that led to the cage battle arena. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian watched with a calm expression. In the next moment, whirlwind, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out, and he seemed to have transformed into a gale that flashed into the death arena. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian stood in midair, and he calmly looked at the earth bear that was beneath the old man's feet. Roar! The earth bear seemed to know why Duan Lingtian had come, and its scarlet-red eyes revealed icy coldness. Not only that, bang, 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 bang. The earth bear continued to struggle beneath the old man's feet, and the origin energy on its body and half-step advanced earth force shot out, causing the entire cage battle arena to shake. Duan Lingtian, the old man that was in charge of presiding over the cage battle arena, looked at Duan Lingtian, and his eyes revealed slight surprise. The peerless genius of the former 7-star sword sect really deserves his reputation. But, are you sure you want to enter into a cage battle with the Earth Bear? After all, with your natural talent and strength, it isn't difficult to win one of the 5 positions to head to the Darkstone Empire in the Genius competition half a month from now. If I was you, I would surely not take the risk. The old man spoke word by word. His words seemed to have the intention of persuading Duan Lingtian. Thank you for your concern, Senior, but I've already decided. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Very good. The old man nodded. Since you've already decided, then it would seem to be slightly annoying if this old man were to say anything more. Prepare yourself. I'll leave the Earth Bear in 10 breaths of time. At that time, only one of you can survive. Duan Lingtian nodded. The time of 10 breaths of time couldn't be considered to be long. However, at this moment, the crowd of spectators in the spectating area had instead held their breaths. After a short moment, they once again went into an uproar. Duan Lingtian is too rash. Yeah, his future is limitless. Why take the risk in the cage battle arena? Although I heard he's comprehended 2 types of half-step advanced force, he's only 200 ancient mammoths stronger than the Earth Bear that's able to draw support from the energy of the Earth. Not only is the Earth Bear able to draw support from the energy of the Earth, it even possesses extremely tough fur. If it's combined with the energy of the Earth, it's able to form an extremely terrifying defense. I hope he's able to kill the Earth Bear and escape this calamity. Otherwise, our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom will lose a pillar of support. The hearts of many spectators rose to their throats for Duan Lingtian. As far as they were concerned, Duan Lingtian's situation was extremely bad. Overestimating your ability. Zhang Heng sneered, and his eyes contained slight ridicule mixed within. Daring to enter into a cage battle with the Earth Bear, he's simply courting death. No matter if he's courting death or not, it's still better than some people. Some people might not even have the courage to enter the arena and battle the Earth Bear. Chun Xiao Shui spoke indifferently as he ridiculed. His words weren't courteous in the slightest. Just like Luo Zhan, he didn't take Zhang Heng seriously. What did you say? Zhang Heng's face went grim, and the origin energy on his body roiled as if he wanted to attack Chun Xiao Shui. Whereas Chun Xiao Shui wasn't worried in the slightest, and he had a calm expression. His eyes instead flickered with a fierce sheen. His gaze was like a sword, ready to shoot out at any moment. Young Prince. Zhang Heng had just wanted to leave his seat when he was stopped by the old man behind him. Elder Ping, what are you doing? Zhang Heng's expression was unsightly to the extreme as he asked with a low voice. The old man paid no attention to Zhang Heng, and instead looked at Chun Xiao Shui with a burning gaze. If I'm not wrong, you ought to be the sword young master, right? Chun Xiao Shui's gaze that was like a sword swept past the old man, and he said indifferently, the members of Prince Shang's estate aren't simple as expected. At this moment, Chun Xiao Shui had undoubtedly admitted his identity. Sword young master? After Zhang Heng heard the old man by his side, his face went grim. Now that he heard Chun Xiao Shui confirm it, he only felt his back go cold. He felt a wave of powerlessness and shame in his heart. These 3 fellows that he didn't take seriously earlier actually caused fear to arise from the bottom of his heart now. This feeling caused him to feel extremely uncomfortable. 10 breaths of time is up. Right at this moment, a sonorous voice sounded out from the cage battle arena. Subsequently, the spectators present were able to clearly see it. The old man that was originally standing on the back of the Earth Bear with the intention of restraining the Earth Bear soared up into the sky. Roar! After the old man left, the Earth Bear recovered its freedom and roared explosively, and its bloody and fierce eyes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian stood in the sky with a calm expression. Bang! Finally, the Earth Bear moved. Its enormous body abruptly took large strides forward, and its thick bare paws fiercely descended onto the ground. Rumble! The ground quaked and the mountains swayed. Whoosh! The Earth Bear abruptly raised one of its paws, and origin energy condensed on its sharp claws as half-step advanced Earth force suffused it. In the sky, 6,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form and accumulated force while waiting to attack. Instantly, hiss! Along with the Earth Bear's claw flashing out, the vast and boundless origin energy instantly transformed into a material claw that flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian. It seemed as if it wanted to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. Duan Lingtian looked at the scene before him with a calm gaze, and he didn't have any intention of dodging. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian made a move. Tempest Point. With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian pointed out with his finger. Swish! The finger force condensed into form from origin energy was accompanied by half-step advanced wind force and half-step advanced lightning force as it swept out. In the sky, 7,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. The Tempest Point descended like a meteor, and it descended towards the origin energy claw print. Bang! The Tempest Point easily shattered the origin energy claw, and it didn't lose momentum in the slightest as it descended and blasted onto the Earth Bear. Roar! Practically at the instant the Tempest Point shattered the origin energy claw, a layer of material origin energy light barrier appeared on the surface of the Earth Bear's body. Not only that, the half-step advanced Earth force followed like a shadow on the origin energy light barrier. Besides that, the Earth Bear even borrowed the energy of the Earth. In the sky above the Earth Bear, another 300 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 6,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes. It was precisely the strength bestowed to the Earth Bear by the energy of the Earth. Bang! At the same time, the Tempest Point blasted onto the Earth Bear and shattered the origin energy light barrier on the surface of the Earth Bear's body. The finger force dispersed along with it. On the other hand, the Earth Bear's body only swayed slightly, and it wasn't injured in the slightest. What a strong defense! Duan Lingtian's brows raised. The battle between Duan Lingtian and the Earth Bear had only occurred in the blink of an eye, however. Merely a single move had caused the atmosphere of the scene to be stirred up. Today, the atmosphere in the cage battle arena had practically arrived at its peak at this moment. Duan Lingtian! Duan Lingtian! Many spectators cried out Duan Lingtian's name with sharp voices. Of course, some people were happy and some were worried. This Duan Lingtian is actually really as the rumors say, and he has comprehended two types of half-step advanced force. Zhang Heng's expression was unsightly to the extreme, and strands of flames of envy leaped about in the depths of his eyes. He's a few years younger than me. On what basis does he have such high comprehension ability? Zhang Heng's heart was slightly warped, and he was extremely unwilling. He felt that his natural talent and comprehension ability could already be considered to be not bad, and it was even to the extent that it wasn't much inferior to the 5 great young masters. However, before Duan Lingtian, he seemed to be extremely ordinary. Chapter 541. Looks like even if it's Duan Lingtian, it wouldn't be an easy matter to defeat this Earth Bear. Crazy young master, Luo Zhan, sighed. Yeah, I never imagined that the Earth Bear's defense would actually be so terrifying. Sword young master Chun Shaoshui deeply agreed. In the sky above the cage battle arena, the old man that was in charge of presiding over the cage battle arena revealed slight astonishment in his eyes. This Duan Lingtian is really as terrifying as the rumors say. At such a young age, his cultivation has stepped into the 4th level of the void prying stage, and he's even comprehended 2 types of half-step advanced force. It's truly shocking. The old man's heart shook. Roar! Although Duan Lingtian's Tempest Point wasn't able to injure the Earth Bear, it had succeeded in infuriating it. The Earth Bear raised its head to look at Duan Lingtian and emitted an extremely enraged roar. The scarlet-red eyes didn't contain any feelings. Bang! Under the gazes of everyone present, the Earth Bear's 4 paws abruptly pushed off from the ground, and its body that was enormous like a mountain charged into the sky. Whoosh! Although the Earth Bear's body was enormous, its speed wasn't slow in the slightest, and it seemed to have transformed into an enormous cannonball that fiercely smashed towards Duan Lingtian. Its pair of sharp fangs even flickered with a ghastly sheen. It seemed as if it was capable of penetrating everything. Could be imagined. If Duan Lingtian was struck by the Earth Bear's fangs, his body would surely be pierced with 2 hideous bloody holes. Humph! When faced with the Earth Bear's pair of fangs that were suffused with half-step advanced Earth Force and raging origin energy, Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and he wasn't afraid in the slightest. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian's body moved with the wind, and accompanied by a wave of muffled thunder, he moved to intercept the Earth Bear. The Earth Bear has left the ground, and it's equivalent to giving up the advantage of Earth Force, and it's unable to rely on the energy of the earth any longer. Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart. Once the earth bear left the ground, it was equivalent to giving up the strength of 300 ancient mammoths. Now it was charging towards them. In the sky, there were only 6,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes charging over. Tempest Finger. Duan Lingtian reached out with both hands, pointing 2 fingers at the earth bear's fangs. Whoosh! Whoosh! The tempest point coiled around Duan Lingtian's 2 fingers, and as if it had the help of the gods, it intended to clash head-on with the earth bear's fangs. Roar! The earth bear once again let out a furious roar, and on its body, the elemental energy light barrier reappeared. Along with this, half-step advanced earth force had appeared as well. Obviously, it wanted to repeat the same trick and block Duan Lingtian's tempest point. Do you think you'll be as lucky as before? A sneer appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. As he pointed out with 2 fingers, the tempest point that was coiled within it suddenly started to tremble intensely. The frequency of his trembling became faster and faster. Extreme tremor power. Earlier, if I used quake energy to the limit, then the defensive light barrier you activated with the strength of 6,800 ancient mammoths might not even be able to withstand it, let alone now. Disdain arose in Duan Lingtian's heart. Disdain towards the earth bear. The terror of extreme tremor power was something only he and those that had personally experienced it knew clearly. OM. OM. The frequency of the tempest point's trembling rose to the limit. Finally, Duan Lingtian's 2 fingers collided with the earth bear's pair of fangs. As far as outsiders were concerned, the sizes of Duan Lingtian and the earth bear were utterly unable to be compared. The length of the earth bear's fangs was comparable to Duan Lingtian's height. Has this Duan Lingtian gone mad? Many spectators couldn't help but shake their heads when they saw Duan Lingtian wanting to clash head-on with the earth bear that was charging over. All of them felt that Duan Lingtian was overestimating his ability. This fellow Duan Lingtian is really a madman. Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshui glanced at each other, and both of them could see the shock in each other's eyes. You're courting death. The corners of Heng's mouth revealed a wisp of a ridiculing smile that was filled with delight when he saw this scene. At this moment, he seemed to have already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian's body being penetrated by the earth bear's pair of fangs. Bang! Bang! 2 ear-piercing sounds suddenly sounded out, and it entered into the ears of everyone in the cage battle arena. How could this be possible? He actually broke through the earth bear's defense. Waves of shocked voices sounded out in the cage battle arena. They rose and fell. In the sky above the cage battle arena, Duan Lingtian's 2 fingers pointed out, and the 2 tempest points actually directly broke the earth bear's pair of fangs. Not only that, everyone clearly saw it. Along with Duan Lingtian's 2 fingers continuing forward, the earth bear's pair of fangs shattered into pieces before transforming into nothingness in the end. Pooh! Pooh! In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's 2 fingers fiercely pierced into the earth bear's head. Ow! The earth bear emitted a wave of deafening shrill cries, and its enormous body started trembling intensely. Crack! 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 The clear sound of bones cracking and shattering sounded out without end. The earth bear's sorrowful roars gradually became softer before completely vanishing in the end. Under the gazes of everyone present, the earth bear's scarlet red eyes stared wide open as its enormous body crashed down, fiercely smashing onto the cage battle arena. Subsequently, the ground in the cage battle arena shook. The earth bear had completely lost all signs of life. Dead. The surroundings of the cage battle arena were deathly silent. The gazes of everyone occasionally descended onto the enormous body of the dead earth bear, and occasionally descended onto the sky above the cage battle arena. In the sky above the cage battle arena, a violet-clothed young man stood proudly in the sky. Drip! Drip! Drops of dazzling fresh blood slowly dripped down from the index fingers of his hands that were casually placed by his side. That was the blood of the earth bear. At this moment, everyone present felt a chill run down their spines. How did he do it? In the sky above the cage battle arena, The old man that was in charge of presiding over the cage battle arena was completely dumbstruck. The scene from before was something that even he hadn't expected. He originally thought that even if the Earth Bear didn't rely on the energy of the Earth, Duan Lingtian would surely be unable to break through its defense. But the facts proved that he'd overestimated the Earth Bear. No, it should be said that he'd underestimated Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's strength had exceeded his imagination. Freak! Luo Zhan's hand that held the armrest of his chair trembled, and the armrest was forcefully broken by him. Freak! Chen Xiao Shuai's figure stiffened. Even though the two of them were filled with confidence towards Duan Lingtian since the beginning. But after they saw the terrifying defense of the Earth Bear, they were slightly lacking confidence and doubtful. They doubted if Duan Lingtian would really be able to kill the Earth Bear and win this cage battle. The facts proved that they'd thought too much. To Duan Lingtian, the Earth Bear was nothing. No, impossible. How could this be possible? Hung ceaselessly shook his head, unwilling to believe that the scene before his eyes was real. The strength of this Duan Lingtian was actually so terrifying. The Earth Bear was actually like a piece of paper before him. It was unbelievable. As expected of a figure that's capable of suppressing the 5 great young masters, he's really not simple. The old man behind Hung gasped, and his eyes that looked at Duan Lingtian were filled with fear. Duan Lingtian has won. Haha, I bet on Duan Lingtian. I've made a killing this time. F***K. I was wondering how formidable that Earth Bear was, but I never imagined that Duan Lingtian would kill it the second time he made a move. To think that I even bet so much money on it. I almost bet on the Earth Bear as well. In the crowd of spectators, some were happy, while some were sad. Of course, even more people stood up excitedly and cheered for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, amazing. As expected of the most monstrous genius martial artist in the history of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, his reputation is well-deserved. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom having Duan Lingtian is truly the fortune of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The crowd of spectators weren't stingy with their praises in the slightest. Yet Duan Lingtian didn't care about all this. What he cared about was the Red Luan's blood. It was the mysterious blood that the old man that presided over the cage battle spoke of. Senior. Duan Lingtian looked at the old man who was still in a daze and took the initiative to remind him. The old man recovered from his shock and glanced at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. Then he raised his hand and passed the drop of fiery red blood to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, congratulations. Thank you, Senior. Duan Lingtian received the drop of fiery red blood and put it away in his spatial ring, as if he'd obtained a precious treasure. He tried hard to suppress the excitement in his heart. After he obtained the Red Luan's blood, Duan Lingtian left the cage battle arena and returned to his seat. Everywhere he passed, the crowd of spectators saluted with their gazes. Humph! Only Zhang Heng's expression was extremely gloomy, and a vicious sheen flashed within his eyes from time to time. Squeak squeak! The little gold mouse transformed into a golden light that descended onto Duan Lingtian's shoulder when she saw Duan Lingtian return, and she was incomparably overjoyed. She seemed to be happy that Duan Lingtian had won this cage battle. Duan Lingtian, you're really skilled. That Earth Bear's defensive strength was so terrifying, yet it was directly broken by you. Luo Zhan sighed with emotion. Looks like you still held back when sparring with us. Chen Xiaoshui glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly and didn't say anything. Now, his thoughts were completely on the drop of Red Luan's blood. The Red Luan's blood could be refined into a rebirth pill. As for the rebirth pill, it was an extremely overbearing medicinal pill. A single drop of Red Luan's blood could only refine a single rebirth pill. During Emperor Wu's first lifetime, he consumed the rebirth pill, and only then was he able to possess the strength to look down upon the numerous Emperor Wus of Cloud Continent. Most importantly, consuming the rebirth pill doesn't have any restrictions on one's cultivation. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and his feelings surged to the extreme. If I'm able to successfully refine the rebirth pill before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties begins and consume it, why would I have to worry about being unable to compete with the young geniuses of the various dynasties? Duan Lingtian's eyes were suffused with a burning sheen that was filled with yearning. In the cage battle arena, the cage battles continued. Numerous fierce beasts, demon beasts, and slaves entered the arena successively, and they either killed each other or fought with the people that entered the arena, causing it to be peerlessly brilliant. Amongst them, there was a third-level void-prying stage slave that entered the arena. Sword Young Master, Chen Xiao Shui, entered the arena to fight. Presently, Sword Young Master's cultivation had already broken through to the third level of the void-prying stage, and he was only slightly inferior to Duan Lingtian and Crazy Young Master. Although he was unable to utilize a spirit weapon, the 3-foot-long sword light condensed from Sword Young Master's sword finger combined with the half-step advanced sword force he'd comprehended was all-powerful. The third-level void-prying stage slave was killed by him in a single move. Not to mention Luo Zhan's true cultivation was at the 4th level of the void-prying stage. Even if Luo Zhan was only a 2nd-level void-prying stage martial artist, he wasn't someone he could go against. Coward! Luo Zhan slowly spat out these 2 words before returning to the side of Duan Lingtian and Chen Xiao Shui. Zhang Heng was angered to the point he almost exploded. Duan Lingtian and Chen Xiao Shui couldn't help but laugh when they saw this scene. They didn't have a good impression of Zhang Heng. On the cage battle arena, the caged battles continued. This slave has a natural bearing. Looks like before he was reduced to a slave, he wasn't an ordinary person. Suddenly, Chen Xiao Shui looked at the slave that appeared in the cage battle arena and spoke with slight surprise. Indeed, this person's background is surely extraordinary. Luo Zhan nodded as well as he spoke. What the 2 of them said caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to refrain from looking over curiously. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted abruptly. In the cage battle arena, the slave with a slightly tall figure stood there. This was a young slave with disheveled hair that hung loosely on his shoulders, a pair of lifeless eyes, and the brand that belonged to a slave on his face was obvious. On the brand was the word, Song. Slap. Duan Lingtian's hand trembled, and the armrest of his chair was directly broken by him. Duan Lingtian, what's wrong? Meanwhile, Luo Zhan and Chen Xiao Shui noticed that something was wrong with Duan Lingtian. They noticed. Duan Lingtian's gaze was staring fixedly at the slave, and his face revealed an excited expression that had lost his composure. Duan Lingtian, you know him? Chen Xiao Shui was stunned and asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded, and his body lightly trembled as he was excited to the limit. He never imagined that he would be able to see him here. Right at this moment, a wave of ridicule sounded out. It was Zhang Heng who'd heard the conversation between Duan Lingtian and said with ridicule, I truly never imagined that you, Duan Lingtian, would have such a trash slave as a friend. Birds of a feather really do flock together. Trash slave? Zhang Heng's words were like a fuse that completely lit up Duan Lingtian's flames of rage. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian instantly stood up from his seat. Bang! Because of the strength exerted by his legs, he forcefully cracked the floor tiles. The rage of Duan Lingtian could be seen from this. Whoosh! In an instant, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind and arrived in front of Zhang Heng. Duan Lingtian's hand stretched out like lightning, and before Zhang Heng could react, he grabbed his neck like an eagle grabbing a chick and lifted him up forcefully. I dare you to say that again. Duan Lingtian's eyes were bloodshot and filled with murderous intent, as if he was about to devour someone. At this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a bloodthirsty beast. His entire being was completely deranged. Zhang Heng was dumbfounded. He never imagined that his words would cause Duan Lingtian to have such a reaction. What did he say wrong? At this moment, Zhang Heng's neck was being choked by Duan Lingtian. He wanted to resist, but as soon as his elemental energy rose, it was suppressed by Duan Lingtian's elemental energy. Zhang Heng's face gradually flushed red. Elder Ping, save me. Zhang Heng asked the old man by his side for help. Meanwhile, the old man recovered from his shock, and his face went grim as he shouted with a grim voice. Duan Lingtian, put down the young prince. Otherwise, don't blame this old man for not showing mercy. However, Duan Lingtian seemed as if he didn't hear the old man at all, and he paid no attention to the old man. Listen carefully. He's not a trash slave. Duan Lingtian's bloodshot eyes were beautiful and evil as he spoke word by word. Now, no matter if it was Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshui who rushed over or Zhang Heng and the old man by Zhang Heng's side, they finally understood why Duan Lingtian would be so agitated. It turned out that Duan Lingtian was because of the way Zhang Heng addressed that slave in the cage battle arena. Duan Lingtian, I don't care what relationship you have with that slave, but if you dare do anything to the young prince, then that slave will die for sure. The old man threatened with a cold voice. What did you say? Duan Lingtian slowly turned around to look at the old man, and the killing intent on his body shot into the sky and couldn't be any stronger. The old man was enveloped by Duan Lingtian's killing intent, and he felt a chill run down his spine. It was difficult for him to imagine. Where did such a young man get such terrifying killing intent from? But he still took a deep breath and said in a low voice, I said, if you still don't let go of the young prince, then that slave will die for sure. Little Gold. Duan Lingtian suddenly shouted with a grim voice. I want him dead. I want him dead. Duan Lingtian's voice didn't conceal it in the slightest, and it clearly spread throughout the entire cage battle arena. It drew the gazes of everyone. Subsequently, everyone present only saw a golden light flash out, and it was accompanied by an extremely fine sword light that flashed past. In the next moment, the throat of the old man that was still holding his head high a moment ago split open. Ear-piercing fresh blood sprayed out. Chapter 543. Silence. Deathly silence. The entire cage battle arena was perfectly silent. The gazes of everyone converged onto the same place, the spectating area at the south. There, an old man lay in a pool of blood, and he was completely devoid of life. What's going on? Many people didn't see clearly what had happened. Only some people in the south spectating area knew the sequence of events. Squeak squee! A gold figure slowly descended onto Duan Lingtian's shoulder. It was precisely the little gold mouse. Presently, the little gold mouse held a pocket-sized spirit sword in her hand, and drops of blood dripped down from it, dazzling and resplendent. Hiss! 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 The group of people in the south spectating area couldn't help but gasp. The one that killed the old man earlier was this little gold mouse? Before this, they'd seen the crazy young master Luo Zhan, who sat in the spectating area at the front, enter into conflict with the old man that was killed. At that time, the old man revealed a cultivation at the 9th level of the void prying stage. At that time, they knew that the old man was a member of Prince Shang's estate, whereas the young man in embroidered clothes by the old man's side was the young prince of Prince Shang's estate, Zhang Heng. Earlier, the scene of Duan Lingtian suddenly making a move to choke Zhang Heng's neck and lift him up had already caused them to be dumbstruck. Later on, they found out that the reason Duan Lingtian made a move was because Zhang Heng had insulted the slave in the death arena. Duan Lingtian seemed to know that slave. Moreover, based on Duan Lingtian's current loss of composure, the slave's relationship with him obviously wasn't shallow. The most unbelievable thing to them was the death of the old man from Prince Shang's estate. Duan Lingtian shouted out explosively. Subsequently, the old man died. What demon beast is this? Too terrifying. I utterly didn't see clearly how many ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky at the instant it made a move. It attacked too quickly. I didn't see clearly as well. I truly never imagined that such a harmless-looking little gold mouse would actually possess such a terrifying strength. This little gold mouse is obviously a powerful demonic beast. It's even to the extent that it might be a void initiation stage demon beast. In the southern spectator stands, a single stone stirred up 1,000 ripples, completely stirring up a commotion. On the other hand, the news of Duan Lingtian possessing a void initiation stage demon beast by his side spread out and spread throughout the entire cage battle arena. For a moment, most people looked at Duan Lingtian with eyes full of awe. You dare to kill Elder Ping. A hoarse voice came from Zhang Heng, who was lifted up by the neck by Duan Lingtian. If you say another word, I'll kill you too. Duan Lingtian's scarlet eyes stared at Zhang Heng, causing Zhang Heng to shut his mouth, and a look of fear appeared on his face. At this time, Duan Lingtian's hairband had been broken at an unknown time. His long hair fluttered in the wind. Just by standing there, he gave off an invisible sense of oppression. Trash! Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Heng and spat out 2 words in disdain. Following that, he threw Zhang Heng out with force. Bang! Zhang Heng fell to the ground in a sorry state and fell flat on his face. You! Zhang Heng struggled to stand up, and he was angered to the point his eyes went crimson red. Yet he didn't dare say anything and hurriedly soared into the sky to leave the spectating area. No one knew where he went. Duan Lingtian couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him, and he brought along the little gold mouse to walk step by step towards the cage battle arena. At this moment, the gazes of most people present had converged onto Duan Lingtian, and their gazes followed Duan Lingtian as he moved step by step. Duan Lingtian seemed as if he'd been bewitched. Let's follow him and take a look. Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshui glanced at each other before following up with slight worry. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian arrived outside the enormous iron cage in the cage battle arena. Open it! Duan Lingtian's icy-cold gaze descended onto the nearby worker that was in charge of opening the iron cage. But, even though this worker was afraid of Duan Lingtian, he didn't dare act rashly. Because he knew that if he opened the iron cage without permission, then he would surely be unable to escape the punishment of the cage battle arena. Little gold! Duan Lingtian's face sank slightly as he shouted out coldly. This cold shout caused the expression of the worker in the cage battle arena to go pale. Earlier, before the old man from Prince Shang's estate died, Duan Lingtian had precisely called out this name. He was in charge of opening the iron cage on the side of the southern spectating area, and he'd clearly seen the scene from before. Swish! The little gold mouse on Duan Lingtian's shoulder moved. An exceedingly swift sword light flashed by, and the little gold mouse's figure stopped moving. On the other hand, a door was forcefully cut open on the iron cage before Duan Lingtian, and it was able to accommodate Duan Lingtian's entry and exit. Even though the iron cage that enveloped the cage battle arena was made from Millennium Dark Iron, and was capable of imprisoning void-prying stage martial artists and demon beasts that didn't possess spirit weapons to rely on. But once a void-prying stage martial artist or demon beast utilized a spirit weapon, they would similarly be able to destroy this iron cage made from Millennium Dark Iron. At this moment, only the sound of Duan Lingtian's footsteps could be heard in the quiet cage battle arena. His heavy footsteps walked step by step into the cage battle arena. In the cage battle arena, the gaze of the slave with disheveled hair descended onto Duan Lingtian. Even though his face under his disheveled hair was slightly dirty, it was unable to conceal his heroic spirit. As this slave stood there, he faintly revealed a trace of an extraordinary bearing. This 7th-level nascent soul stage slave obviously had an extraordinary background. Finally, the slave opened his mouth and spoke. Duan, junior brother Duan Lingtian. The slave's voice was hoarse and excited. Senior brother Zheng Song. Duan Lingtian took a few steps forward and opened his arms to embrace the slave, and his eyes were suffused with crimson red. Zheng Song. Exactly. The slave that stood before Duan Lingtian now was none other than Duan Lingtian. It was precisely the son of the former seven-star sword sect's Mizar Peak's master, Zhang Fan, and the inner court disciple that had a good relationship with Duan Lingtian, Zhang Song. Good. Zhang Song tightly embraced Duan Lingtian, and his body started trembling intensely as he was indescribably excited. Senior brother Zhang Song, you didn't die. Duan Lingtian's voice was filled with excitement. Meanwhile, Luo Zhan and Chan Xiaoshui, who followed up, roughly guessed Zhang Song's identity. A person that was able to be called senior brother by Duan Lingtian was most probably a former seven-star sword sect disciple. Moreover, based on Zhang Song's bearing, he obviously had an extraordinary background. That slave is called junior brother Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian called him senior brother? Meanwhile, some spectators with comparatively higher cultivations heard the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Zhang Song. No wonder Duan Lingtian is so furious. So it turns out that this slave is his senior brother. Looks like that slave is a former seven-star sword sect disciple. In next to no time, many people guessed Zhang Song's origins. Senior brother Zhang Song, let's go. I'll bring you to find a place to wash up and change your clothes. Duan Lingtian grabbed Zhang Song's hand with the intention of bringing him away. Zhang Song, the son of the Mizar Peak's master, Zhang Fan. In the past, Zhang Fan had given him no lack of help. Zhang Fan had similarly given him a great deal of help, and he'd even risked his life to escort him away when the seven-star sword sect was annihilated. This friendship was something he would never forget in his lifetime. Today, when he saw Zhang Song didn't die, he was inexplicably excited in his heart. Junior brother Duan Lingtian. I'm only a slave now. Zhang Song had a bitter expression as he slowly said, this cage battle arena is an estate under the name of the Prince Shang's estate, and it's inextricably linked with the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family. Don't offend the Prince Shang's estate for me. I've already offended them earlier. It doesn't matter. Duan Lingtian shrugged with an indifferent expression as he pulled Zhang Song along and turned around, intending to leave. Duan Lingtian. Finally, in the sky above the cage battle arena, the old man that was in charge of presiding over the cage battle arena recovered from his shock, and he shouted out with a grim voice to stop Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian raised his head to look at the old man with a calm gaze. Senior, this is my senior brother, a disciple of the seven-star sword sect. I want to take him away today, and you ought to not obstruct me, right? Presumptuous, the old man shouted out coldly. Duan Lingtian, what do you take our cage battle arena for? I don't care what identity he had before, but since he's become a slave of our cage battle arena, then he's a member of the cage battle arena in life, and a ghost of the cage battle arena in death. Earlier, you killed a revered elder of our Prince Shang's estate, and someone from our Prince Shang's estate will naturally look for you for an explanation, but at this moment, it's impossible for you to take away a slave of our cage battle arena. As the old man spoke, the origin energy on his body raged. A terrifying, imposing aura swept out. Whoosh! Two enormous figures condensed into form in the sky above the old man, and they coiled down. It was precisely two ancient horned dragon silhouettes. First level of the Void initiation stage. Instantly, the expressions of Luo Zhan and Chan Xiaoshui, who followed behind Duan Lingtian, went grim. They never imagined that this old man that was in charge of presiding over the cage battle arena actually possessed such a terrifying strength. Although the 9th level of the Void prying stage was only a step away from the first level of the Void initiation stage. But in terms of strength, it was like the difference between the heavens and the earth. When compared to the 9th level of the Void prying stage, besides the origin energy in the body undergoing a qualitative change, the first level of the Void initiation stage had even completely comprehended concept. Concept was the extension and transformation of force, and it wasn't something that force could compare to. Even if it was the highest level of force, the advanced force, it was only comparable to the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths. Whereas even if it was the lowest level of concept, the first level of concept, it was comparable to the strength of an ancient horned dragon. The strength of a single horned dragon was the strength of 10,000 ancient mammoths. First-level concept was a few times stronger than advanced force. Within the cage battle arena, the atmosphere was tense and would erupt at any moment. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, leave. The current you is unable to win against the cage battle arena, and you're unable to win against Prince Shang's estate. Zhang Song laughed bitterly. Even though he really wanted to leave and really wanted to escape this life that was worse than death. But if it would harm Duan Lingtian because of this, he would rather maintain the current situation. Senior brother Zhang Song, no matter what, I'll take you away today. No matter who it is, don't even think of stopping me. Those that stop me die. Duan Lingtian's gaze went icy cold as he spoke with a cold voice. Duan Lingtian's voice wasn't soft, and it entered into the ears of everyone present. These words were peerlessly overbearing, and it caused the hot blood of many people to boil. This was a true iron-blooded man, heroic spirit that shot into the clouds. Right at this moment, the old man in the cage battle arena didn't have the time to speak. What high-sounding sentiments! Chapter 544. In an instant, the gazes of everyone present turned toward the source of the voice. Over there, two people were flying over. A gray-clothed old man and a brocade-clothed youth. That cold snort just now was clearly from this gray-robed old man. Sir Steward. The gray-robed old man appeared, and the old man in charge of the battle bowed respectfully. Manager? Instantly, the spectating area in the surroundings of the cage battle arena was in an uproar. He's the manager of the cage battle arena? I've never seen him appear before. I didn't expect him to appear in person today. A group of spectators discussed animatedly. Duan Lingtian raised his head and glanced at the gray-robed old man indifferently. He could not be bothered with him and walked out with Zhang Song. This scene caused everyone present to tremble with fear. This Duan Lingtian still dares to do as he pleases after the appearance of the manager of the cage battle arena? Was he really not afraid of death? How dare you? Right at this moment, the young man in embroidered clothes by the side of the gray-clothed old man looked down at Duan Lingtian and shouted with a grim voice. Duan Lingtian, do you really think that because you're a student of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, our Prince Shang's estate wouldn't dare touch you? You have to understand that the Dragon and Phoenix Academy was established by the imperial family, and the relationship between the imperial family and our Prince Shang Manor is even more closely connected. If you know what's good for you, leave the slave behind and kowtow to me 10 times. Perhaps I will spare your life. The young man in embroidered clothes was none other than Zhang Heng, whom Duan Lingtian had strangled earlier. He was also the little prince of Prince Shang's residence. 10 kowtows? Duan Lingtian's body stiffened as he looked up at the young man, as if to confirm something. Yes, 10 kowtows. If you don't kowtow these 10 kowtows, I'll let you die without a burial place. Zhang Heng stood beside the gray-robed old man, who was also the manager of the arena, and used his connections to intimidate others. At this moment, when the crowd of spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena looked at Duan Lingtian, their eyes contained slight pity. In their opinion, today, if Duan Lingtian didn't do as the young prince of Prince Shang's estate said, it would be difficult for him to escape this calamity. It was just as the young prince of Prince Shang's mansion had said. The Dragon Phoenix Academy Duan Lingtian was currently relying on was nothing more than an academy established by the imperial family. It was impossible for the royal family to punish a clan member for the sake of a dead genius. Heng! Luo Zhan took a step forward and looked at Zhang Heng. His gaze was extremely cold. Only he knew that Duan Lingtian didn't only have the Dragon Phoenix Academy to rely on. He believed it. If his grandfather was here, he would have gone berserk and killed Zhang Heng. He was extremely clear about Duan Lingtian's position in his grandfather's heart. even to the extent that his grandfather was able to become a grade 5 weapons craftsman a few months ago. It was all thanks to Duan Lingtian. To his grandfather, Duan Lingtian was a teacher he respected the most. Now, Prince Shang's residence was targeting Duan Lingtian, using their power to suppress him. One could imagine, if he were to stand idly by, then he would surely be beaten to death by his grandfather when he returned. Crazy young master. This is a matter between our Prince Shang's estate and Duan Lingtian. Please don't interfere. The manager of the cage battle arena glanced indifferently at Luozhan. There was slight fear in the depths of his gaze. After all, behind Luozhan was a colossus that the Prince Shang's estate couldn't afford to offend. Humph! Luozhan grunted coldly, and he just opened his mouth when he was interrupted by Duan Lingtian via voice transmission. Luozhan, don't interfere in this matter. These were Duan Lingtian's exact words. Luozhan was stunned when he saw the confidence that Duan Lingtian's eyes revealed. Even though he didn't know what Duan Lingtian wanted to do, he didn't say anything further. Whereas when Luozhan's reaction entered into the eyes of the people present, it caused many people to sigh with emotion. Looks like the relationship between Duan Lingtian and Crazy Young Master isn't very good. Yeah, if Crazy Young Master interferes, then Duan Lingtian would be able to easily escape this calamity. Now Duan Lingtian is surely sighing with emotion in his heart that he's not careful in making friends, right? Many spectators whispered in discussion. Luozhan was slightly embarrassed when he heard these words. Is it because I'm unwilling to help Duan Lingtian? Besides Duan Lingtian and Luozhan, only the sword young master, Chen Xiaoshui, had discerned some clues. He couldn't be any clearer about the relationship between Duan Lingtian and Luozhan. Luozhan suddenly stopping his outburst caused him to realize that the matter wasn't so simple. Haha! Zhang Heng stood in the sky as he laughed arrogantly. Duan Lingtian, do you see this? This is your friend. Quickly kowtow. 10 kowtows in exchange for your worthless life. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Heng with a calm expression, and he was carefree. Duan Lingtian, didn't you hear what the young prince said? The gray-clothed old man by Zhang Heng's side, the manager of the cage battle arena, swept out with an imposing aura that enveloped Duan Lingtian. He wanted to bend Duan Lingtian's backbone. But Duan Lingtian stood there without moving like a mountain, and he remained unmoved. Humph! The gray-clothed old man shouted lightly as his imposing aura rose abruptly. Origin energy raged like flames on his body. In the sky, 3 enormous silhouettes condensed into form, and they were 3 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Second level of the Void Initiation stage. All of a sudden, many of the spectators gasped. The manager of the cage battle arena was a second-level Void Initiation stage expert. For a time, many people glanced at the people at the cage battle arena, then looked at Duan Lingtian, and they couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. There were 2 Void Initiation stage experts at the cage battle arena. There seemed to only be a single Void Initiation stage demon beast at Duan Lingtian's side. Idiot! Duan Lingtian's gaze swept past the manager of the cage battle arena and Zhang Heng as he indifferently spat out 2 words. Senior brother Zheng Song. Let's go! Duan Lingtian continued to lead Zheng Song out. This scene caused many people to feel their scalps go numb. Has this Duan Lingtian gone mad? He's treating 2 great Void Initiation stage experts as nothing and really thinks they don't dare touch him? You're courting death. The manager's face went grim as he swooped down like a rock that had unfolded its wings that covered the sky, and he pounced towards Duan Lingtian. When he approached the iron cage in the sky above the cage battle arena, he raised his hand and actually directly tore the iron cage apart. The strength of a Void Initiation stage expert was clearly displayed. The corners of Zhang Heng's mouth curled into a cold smile as he looked at the scene before him. It was as if he'd seen the scene of Duan Lingtian being killed. Little gold. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian shouted out coldly. Squeak! Instantly, A sharp cry resounded out in the entire cage battle arena. Subsequently, everyone present saw it. The origin energy on the manager's body raged, and when he approached Duan Lingtian, his body suddenly stopped, and the origin energy on his body dispersed completely. People that observed carefully were able to notice that the eyes of the manager were dim and without light at this moment. His entire body revealed a state of being in a daze. It was at this moment that Yi Zichen's eyes widened. Swish! A sword light that was swift to the extreme flashed before vanishing. Bang! Everyone present only reacted to what had happened when the manager's body fell to the ground, while blood sprayed out violently. The gazes of everyone present swept past the manager that was killed before descending onto the little gold mouse that stood in the sky, and they felt a chill run down their spines. Drip! Drip! The pocket spirit sword in the little gold mouse's hand was slowly dripping with gorgeous and resplendent fresh blood. That was the blood of the manager. It was as if this scene was telling everyone, "Don't worry. So what if you're at the second level of the void initiation stage? I'll kill you all the same." Squeak squeak. After killing the manager, the little gold mouse transformed into a golden light that descended onto Duan Lingtian's shoulder, and she cried out a few times as if she was asking for credit. Meanwhile, everyone present reacted to what had happened, and their faces went pale. Firstly, it was Zhang Song who was by Duan Lingtian's side. Zhang Song looked at the little gold mouse that was almost within reach, and he felt a chill run down his spine. Such a harmless-looking little fellow actually possessed such a terrifying strength. Killing a second-level void initiation stage expert was as simple as killing a chicken. Sword young master, did you see it clearly? Luo Zhan looked at Chen Xiaoshui and asked via voice transmission. Chen Xiaoshui's expression was slightly stiff as he nodded. The actions of the manager of the cage battle arena earlier were no different than the actions of the first leader of the bandits. But isn't that Duan Lingtian's demonic technique? Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshui clearly saw the scene of the manager being in a daze before he was killed. At that moment, the manager wasn't on guard at all. If they were able to make a move at that moment, then the manager would die for sure. Not to mention the little gold mouse that was stronger than them. What a terrifying demon beast! Not long ago, a 9th-level void prying stage martial artist was killed by it. Now, a 2nd-level void initiation stage expert is similarly unable to escape death before it. Where did Duan Lingtian obtain this demon beast? If I possess such a demon beast, then wouldn't I be able to do whatever I want? Stop dreaming. Do you think that demon beast would be willing to follow you with that little bit of natural talent and strength of yours? The spectating area in the surroundings of the cage battle arena was bustling once again. The old man that was in charge of presiding over the cage battle arena stood in the sky with a shivering body, and his expression was ghastly pale to the extreme. The manager of their cage battle arena was an existence that was even stronger than him. In the blink of an eye, he was killed by the little gold mouse by Duan Lingtian's side. At this moment, his heart was filled with terror. Even a 2nd-level void initiation stage expert had died at the hands of the little gold mouse, let alone a 1st-level void initiation stage expert like him. No, impossible. How could this be possible? In the sky above the cage battle arena, Zhang Heng ceaselessly shook his head and was unwilling to believe that all this was true. Zhang Heng. Right at this moment, a cold shout sounded out and jolted Zhang Heng awake, causing Zhang Heng's face to go grim. I'll return the words you said earlier to you. 10 kowtows in exchange for your life. Otherwise, you'll die for sure. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Heng with an extremely icy cold gaze as he spoke word by word. Zhang Heng's body trembled when he heard this. Ask me to kowtow and beg for mercy? His body abruptly trembled as he swept the tens of thousands of spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena with his gaze. His pride didn't allow him to do this. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to consider. After 10 breaths of time, if you don't kneel before me and kowtow and beg for mercy, then I'll surely kill you. Duan Lingtian's voice contained icy cold killing intent mixed within. Squeak squeak. On the other hand, The little gold mouse that stood on Duan Lingtian's shoulder looked at Zhang Heng now and cried out a few times, seeming to be cheering for Duan Lingtian. The little gold mouse's cry caused the old man that was in charge of presiding over the cage battle arena that intended to interfere stopped moving. Chapter 545. This little gold mouse was even capable of killing a second-level void initiation stage expert, let alone him, even though he was a member of Prince Shang's estate. He had the responsibility to protect the young prince. But when he thought of the consequences, he was afraid. He was afraid of following in the footsteps of the manager of the cage battle arena. There's still 7 breaths of time. Duan Lingtian slowly spoke out, and his voice seemed to transform into a talisman that hastened Zhang Heng's life, causing Zhang Heng's face to go grim. You, kill him, kill them. Zhang Heng looked at the old man that presided over the cage battle arena with a fierce gaze as he shouted out with a grim voice. The old man laughed bitterly. Kill Duan Lingtian? Did he have the strength? When he saw Duan Lingtian's gaze sweep over, the old man took a deep breath and made a decision. From today onwards, I've officially left Prince Shang's estate and become a free man. The old man spoke slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a flowing light that vanished before the eyes of everyone. This scene was unexpected by most of the people present. The void initiation stage expert of the cage battle arena fled. Many people guessed the thoughts in the old man's heart at this moment. They could imagine. Today, if the old man made a move against Duan Lingtian, then he would die for sure. After all, even the manager of the cage battle arena, an existence at the second level of the void initiation stage, had died at the hands of the demon beast by Duan Lingtian's side. As a first-level void initiation stage martial artist, how could he possibly succeed? Whereas once the old man stood by idly and allowed the young prince, Zhang Heng, to be humiliated, he would surely have no place in Prince Shang's estate. So he made the best choice: leave Prince Shang's estate. In this way, he wouldn't be stuck in the middle and be in a difficult position. The old man's departure caused Zhang Heng's face to be livid. There's still 3 breaths of time. Duan Lingtian's cold and indifferent voice sounded out in a timely manner, caused Zhang Heng's heart to tremble greatly. The approach of death caused him to feel despair. Before death, he suddenly felt that dignity seemed to be unimportant. Only surviving was the most important. Duan Lingtian, I'll surely return today's humiliation 100 times. 1,000 times in the future. Zhang Heng roared furiously in his heart. However, his body still fell to the ground and knelt in front of Duan Lingtian. His head hit the ground hard. Dong! He kowtowed. Dong! 2 kowtows. Dong! Dong! After a total of 10 kowtows, Zhang Heng gritted his teeth and finished. After kowtowing, Zhang Heng stood up, stepped into the air, and disappeared into the clouds in the blink of an eye. He didn't want to stay here for even a moment longer. After Zhang Heng left, the sounds of booing in the surroundings of the cage battle arena rose and fell without end. What an eye-opener today! When faced with the threat of death, the little prince of Prince Shang's mansion resolutely kowtowed 10 times. Prince Shang Manor has really lost a lot of face this time. Everyone in the audience knew that it wouldn't be long before today's matter would spread throughout the entire imperial city. Senior brother Zheng Song, let's go. Duan Lingtian smiled at Zheng Song and left with him. This time, there was no one that obstructed him. The group of workers in the cage battle arena stared blankly at Duan Lingtian as he left with Zheng Song, and they didn't dare make a single sound. What a joke! Before this, Duan Lingtian, the strongest manager and vice manager of their cage battle arena, had either died or fled. How could they dare offend Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian led the way in front. Zheng Song followed closely behind, and his gaze was extremely complicated. He never imagined that in less than 3 years of time, the little fellow from all those years ago had already grown to such an extent. There was even an extremely formidable existence that seemed to be a void initiation stage demon beast by Duan Lingtian's side. With Duan Lingtian here, why would my 7-star sword sect worry about not prospering? Zhang Song's eyes were filled with burning desire. Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshui followed at the back, and their expressions were extremely complicated. Squeak squeak. After leaving the cage battle arena, the little gold mouse that was originally in high spirits suddenly lay down on Duan Lingtian's shoulder, and she weakly sent a voice transmission. Big brother Lingtian, I'm going to sleep. Okay, you go rest. Duan Lingtian replied. He knew that executing the soul skill, Soul Shaker, and combining it with the spirit sword in her hand to kill the manager of the cage battle arena had practically emptied the little gold mouse's spiritual force. Earlier, she'd always been forcefully holding on. After all, she still had to deter the old man that was in charge of presiding over the cage battle arena. Although that old man was inferior to the manager of the cage battle arena, he was still a first-level void initiation stage expert. The little gold mouse that was unable to execute her soul skill, Soul Shaker, wasn't a match for him. Presently, the little gold mouse's cultivation had improved a step further compared to before, and she'd broken through to the 8th level of the void prying stage. Moreover, her spiritual force had broken through to the 2nd level of the void initiation stage along with this. So long as a 2nd-level void initiation stage martial artist wasn't an inscription master, the martial artist's mind would be affected by her soul skill, Soul Shaker. Fortunately, that old fellow didn't notice, otherwise it wouldn't be easy to deal with today. Earlier, if the old man that presided over the cage battle arena wasn't afraid and directly made a move, it would be impossible for Little Gold to stop him. After all, Little Gold's spiritual force had already been completely exhausted when she executed her soul skill, Soul Shaker, against the manager of the cage battle arena. She could only wait for half a month before being able to execute her soul skill, Soul Shaker, once more. If she didn't possess her soul skill, Soul Shaker, it would be impossible for her to be a match for a void initiation stage martial artist, even if she possessed a grade 4 spirit sword. So, when he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian felt slightly fortunate. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian found an inn. He asked Zheng Song to wash up, whereas he instead sat in the guest room of the inn with Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshui as they chatted. Duan Lingtian, that's... Luo Zhan looked at Duan Lingtian and asked curiously. He was rather curious towards Zheng Song's specific identity. Up until now, he only knew that Zheng Song was a 7-star sword sect disciple. He's the son of our 7-star sword sect's Mizar Peak's master, and he's always had a good relationship with me. That day, when our 7-star sword sect was annihilated, I originally thought that he was killed by the members of the Azure Forest Trisect, yet I never imagined that I would be able to see him again in the Imperial City. Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered with cold lights. Now it would seem that it was the members of the Azure Forest Trisect that humiliated him and reduced him to a slave. The Azure Forest Trisect has indeed gone slightly too far. Luo Zhan frowned. A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. I presume that Zheng Song didn't have a good time during these past 2 years. He's already been reduced to a slave. How could he possibly have a good time? Duan Lingtian spoke with a low voice. Those fellows have indeed gone too far. Looks like I should find a time to make a statement and completely cut off all ties with the Azure Forest Trisect. Chen Xiaoshui grunted coldly. Even though he didn't admit that he was a disciple of the Azure Forest Trisect since the moment the Origin Convergence sect merged into the Azure Forest Trisect. But not many outsiders knew of it. After all, he hadn't made a statement. I wonder if any of the remaining 7-star sword sect disciples are lucky enough to survive. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and his eyes revealed slight worry. Junior brother Duan Lingtian. In next to no time, Zheng Song finished washing up and came out. He wore a mask on half of his face, and it covered the slave brand. Senior brother Zheng Song, I'll help you remove the brand on your face later. I'm confident that I'll be able to make your face recover to its original state, Duan Lingtian said to Zheng Song. Presently, he was already a grade 4 alchemist. He was able to refine numerous healing medicinal pills that healed skin injuries, and amongst them was a grade 4 medicinal pill that was even able to allow skin to regrow perfectly. No need. However, Zhang Song instead refused Duan Lingtian's good intentions. No need? Zhang Song's words caused Duan Lingtian to be stunned. Luo Zhan and Chan Xiaoshui felt disbelief towards Zhang Song's answer. There are people that like to live with a slave brand? No need for now, Zhang Song said with a low voice. I don't want to touch it before the Azure Forest Trisect is annihilated. It's my humiliation. My lifetime's humiliation. I want it to remind me at all times to not forget the enmity of the sect. Zhang Song's tone was extremely heavy. It caused the atmosphere at the scene to become slightly oppressive. I understand. Duan Lingtian nodded. And then he said, once the Azure Forest Trisect is annihilated and the 7-Star Sword Sect is rebuilt, I'll help senior brother Zhang Song remove the slave brand on your face. Thank you, junior brother Duan Lingtian. Zhang Song nodded. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian introduced Luo Zhan and Chan Xiaoshui to Zhang Song. Luo Zhan was fine as Zhang Song greeted him in a friendly manner. But Chan Xiaoshui, you're the sword young master? A member of the Origin Convergence sect? Zhang Song looked at Chan Xiaoshui, and rage and hostility appeared on his face. The Origin Convergence sect was one of the main culprits that annihilated the 7-Star Sword sect. Zhang Song, after the Azure Forest Trisect appeared, it meant that the Origin Convergence sect didn't exist any longer, and I'm no longer a member of the Origin Convergence sect. I disdain to be associated with the Azure Forest Trisect. Chun Xiaoshui explained. Meanwhile, Zhang Song's expression eased up. Senior brother Zhang Song, how did you survive? What exactly happened after I was sent away that day? Why did Zhao Ming join the Azure Forest Trisect? Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Song and asked curiously. He had too many questions in his heart towards what happened that day. At that time, besides Zhao Ming, practically all the higher-ups of our 7-Star Sword Sect had died. Not many 7-Star Sword Sect disciples remained. Amongst them, even though the 7-Star Sword Sect disciples, including me, survived, they were placed under house arrest by the Azure Forest Trisect. After an unknown period of time, we were branded with a slave brand and reduced to slaves. Later on, we were sent to the cage battle arena. When he spoke up to hear, Zhang Song's body started trembling, and his face was filled with boundless resentment. Besides me, some of the senior brothers that were lucky enough to survive were killed in the cage battle arena. Only I survived with great difficulty all the way. Slap! Duan Lingtian's face sank, and under his extreme rage, he abruptly raised his hand and smashed the table beside him into pieces. The entire table shattered into pieces, causing wood shavings to swirl in the air. Qing, Lin, San, Sect. Duan Lingtian gnashed his teeth as killing intent flickered within his eyes. Originally, after you left that day, so long as Elder Peng returned, the experts of our 7-Star Sword Sect might not be unable to persist until the end and survive. But because of Zhao Ming's betrayal, it caused all the experts of our 7-Star Sword Sect to die not long after you left. Zhang Song said with a low voice. Zhao Ming first launched a sneak attack on Elder Xian and joined forces with the members of the Azure Forest Trisect to kill Elder Xian. After that, he joined forces with the members of the Azure Forest Trisect to attack the sect leader and kill the sect leader. Chapter 546. What? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Elder Xian and the sect leader were both killed by the joint forces of Zhao Ming and the members of the Azure Forest Trisect. That day in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, when he saw Zhao Ming had actually become a guardian elder of the Azure Forest Trisect, he only thought that Zhao Ming had rebelled after becoming a prisoner of the Azure Forest Trisect. So, even though Zhao Ming had betrayed the 7-Star Sword Sect, everyone had their own ambitions, and he didn't really hate Zhao Ming on this. But now, his eyes went completely red when he heard Zhang Song. Elder Xian has comprehended 7th level sword concept and is the strongest sword cultivator in our 7-star sword sect. With his strength, if it wasn't for Zhao Ming's surprise attack, he might have been able to survive. Zhang Song spoke furiously. Elder Xian. Duan Lingtian closed his eyes. Although it was the first time he'd met Elder Xian when the 7-star sword sect suffered a calamity, Elder Xian's graceful bearing was still unforgettable to him. Going against the 3 great experts of the Azure Forest Trisect by himself. How high-spirited and vigorous. But it was precisely such an old man that commanded respect that was killed by Zhao Ming's surprise attack. Zhao Ming! Duan Lingtian's figure lightly trembled, and the killing intent in his eyes couldn't be any stronger. He'd already made a decision in his heart. Once he possessed sufficient strength, he was surely going to enter the Darkstone Empire's inscription formation and kill Zhao Ming once more. Zhao Ming deserves death. After catching up with Zhang Song for a while, Duan Lingtian bid his farewells with Luo Zhan and Chun Xiao Shuai and left deep into the night. He'd discussed it with Zhang Song before leaving. The little gold mouse would send Zhang Song back to the 7-star sword sect tomorrow. Even though the 7-star sword sect didn't exist anymore, the Alcade Peak's master, Qin Xiang, and the sect leader's personal disciple, Mou, were cultivating in the 10,000-year stalactite cave. After Duan Lingtian returned to the academy, he started to get busy, mainly to refine some medicinal pills for Zhang Song, and he asked Little Gold to bring it to Zhang Song tomorrow. For the entire night, Duan Lingtian silently refined medicinal pills in his room. Yet he didn't know. Practically everyone in the academy was discussing his actions in the cage battle arena today. Duan Lingtian is too awesome. The manager of the cage battle arena, an existence at the 2nd level of the Void Initiation stage, was killed by the demon beast by his side in a single move. I can't believe that the little mouse that looks like a pet mouse by Duan Lingtian's side is actually a Void Initiation stage demon beast. That's why you can't judge a rat by its appearance, and you can't measure the sea with a pint pot. I heard that Duan Lingtian even made the young prince of Prince Shang's estate, Zhang Heng, kowtow to him 10 times in front of a few tens of thousands of people. It seems like Zhang Heng was the one who was aggressive first, and Duan Lingtian was just giving him a taste of his own medicine. He can only blame his bad luck for provoking the Duan Lingtian. The Dragon Phoenix Academy students were filled with worship for Duan Lingtian's talent and strength. Now, after hearing about Duan Lingtian's tyrannical behavior, he was shocked. He felt his hot blood boil. Zhang Heng? Flame young master frowned when he received the news. That fellow actually went to offend Duan Lingtian. But that Duan Lingtian actually caused Prince Shang's estate to lose so much face. I wonder how Uncle Wang will react. Zhang Heng was Zhang Yan's cousin brother, Duan Lingtian. Within the quiet room, a beauty that seemed to have walked out of a painting sighed lightly. Brother, that Duan Lingtian is already a 4th level void prying stage martial artist now. Only she was alone within the room, and she spoke to the air. The atmosphere was slightly strange. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would surely be able to recognize this woman. It was precisely Flute Fairy Ziyen. Whereas Flute Fairy's words were precisely spoken to Zither Young Master that was in the distant place. Zither Young Master had taken Duan Lingtian to be his lifelong enemy. It caused her, his younger sister, to be extremely worried. Duan Lingtian's improvement caused her to be shocked. An entire night passed quickly. Dawn. Duan Lingtian withdrew his hand and put away the cauldron, then yawned. It's about time. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a smile as he looked at the bottles of medicinal pills before him. Squeak, squeak. The little gold mouse's voice sounded out in a timely manner. After a night of rest, the little gold mouse was refreshed. Little gold. Duan Lingtian looked at the little gold mouse and said, I'll give you a mission today. Send senior brother Zhang Song back to the 10,000-year stalactite cave on Migres Peak. Remember, don't cause trouble. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian had a serious expression. Squeak, squeak. The little gold mouse was instantly slightly excited when she heard she could leave the imperial city. Duan Lingtian smiled when he saw the little gold mouse put away the medicinal pills into the spatial ring on her neck. Go on. Come back early. Got it, big brother Lingtian. The little gold mouse replied via voice transmission, then transformed into a golden light that left the room and left the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. In the blink of an eye, she vanished into the clouds. Between the outer court and inner court, outside the exquisite little house that was like a sentry tower, an old man stood there and looked at the direction the little gold mouse left towards. I truly never imagined that this little gold mouse by Duan Lingtian's side was even able to kill a second-level void initiation stage martial artist. The old man was precisely the vice dean of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, Qi Ming. With Prince Shang's fiery temper, he's probably already entered the Imperial Palace now. Qi Ming muttered to himself, yet seemed to not be worried in the slightest. Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Imperial City, Imperial Palace. The Imperial Palace of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was extremely vast, and couldn't be compared to the Imperial Palace of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Presently, outside a palace in the depths of the Imperial Palace, a middle-aged man in embroidered clothes with a hurried expression stood there and said respectfully, Imperial brother requests an audience. Meanwhile, a eunuch walked out from the palace and looked at the middle-aged man in embroidered clothes before lightly smiling. Prince Shang, His Majesty invites you in. The middle-aged man in embroidered clothes, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Prince Shang and the younger brother of the Emperor, nodded and walked in with large strides. After walking into the palace, what appeared before his eyes was a magnificent hall. Presently, a dignified middle-aged man in a dragon robe sat upright at the head of the hall, and he emitted a dignified aura without being angry. Behind the dignified middle-aged man, an old man with an emaciated appearance stood there like a shadow, with an expressionless face and a restrained aura. The identity of the dignified middle-aged man was obvious. The Emperor of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Imperial brother. Prince Shang bowed respectfully to the Emperor. Imperial brother, there's no need to be so courteous. The Emperor raised his hand to stop Prince Shang. Then his eyes narrowed as he asked, Imperial brother hastily entered the Imperial Palace to see me early in the morning. Is there something important? Imperial brother, you have to uphold justice for that nephew of yours. Prince Shang bowed and spoke with an angry expression. The Emperor's gaze flashed as he asked slowly, what exactly happened? Prince Shang said in a low voice, Imperial brother, a student from the Dragon and Phoenix Academy came to cause trouble in Imperial brother's caged battle arena yesterday. Not only did he allow the demon beast by his side to kill a 9th-level void-prying stage revered elder of my Prince Shang estate, he even killed a 2nd-level void initiation stage manager of my caged battle arena. Besides that, he even asked Tang to kowtow 10 times to him. When he spoke up to hear, Prince Shang was filled with righteous indignation. Imperial brother, no matter how wrong Hang is, the bloodline of the imperial family flows within his body. Suffering such humiliation didn't only bring shame to my Prince Shang estate, it similarly brought shame to the imperial family. So, Imperial brother earnestly requests Imperial brother to allow Imperial brother to personally lead people to the Dragon and Phoenix Academy and denounce that student. Prince Shang spoke with a clear voice. There's such a thing? The Emperor's brows raised when he heard this, and he asked, Who's that Dragon and Phoenix Academy student? Imperial brother, it's precisely that surviving bastard of the 7-star sword sect, Duan Lingtian. As Prince Shang finished speaking, he spoke word by word with extreme indignation. Duan Lingtian. The Emperor's brows raised, and he emitted a dignified aura. Are you sure it's him? I'm sure. Prince Shang nodded. Imperial brother, if it's anyone else, then I can make the decision and allow you to go get back at them. But this Duan Lingtian is out of the question. The Emperor shook his head. Out of the question. Prince Shang was stunned, and he revealed an unwilling expression. Imperial brother, why is that so? The Emperor said indifferently, Imperial brother, I presume you've heard of this Duan Lingtian and know of this Duan Lingtian's natural talent. Presently, the imperial selection of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties is imminent, and he possesses extraordinary significance to my Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Prince Shang took a deep breath and said with a clear voice, Imperial brother, could it be that the humiliation of my Prince Shang estate is to be suffered for nothing? Prince Shang. The emperor's face sank slightly when he saw Prince Shang being overbearing, and even the way he addressed Prince Shang had changed. I don't know the exact details of this matter for now, but according to my understanding of that son of yours, he isn't someone easy to deal with. Let's drop this matter at this point. There's no need to speak any further. You can leave. As he finished speaking, the emperor's attitude was resolute. Yes, imperial brother. Presently, Prince Shang was able to feel the emperor's resoluteness, and he took a deep breath before bidding his farewells and leaving. At the instant he turned around, Prince Shang's eyes flickered with extremely cold lights. Duan Lingtian, you killed an expert of my Prince Shang estate, humiliated my son, humiliated my Prince Shang estate. I'll surely make you die a graveless death. Imperial brother can protect you for now, but I can't protect you forever. Boundless killing intent was brewing in Prince Shang's heart. Perhaps I should discuss this with the 3 great sect leaders of the Azure Forest Trisect. With me cooperating with them from the inside, it's surely not difficult to kill that Duan Lingtian. A crazy thought arose in Prince Shang's heart. When this thought arose, it was difficult to restrain it any longer. After leaving the imperial palace, Prince Shang left the imperial city and headed directly north. In the north, the former Snow Moon sect was situated within a cluster of mountains, and it was covered in snow all year round, and it was a world of ice and snow. Today, this world welcomed an uninvited guest. Sect leader Shui. A sonorous voice sounded out, and it shook the snow in the cluster of mountains to the point it shook. Swoosh! A figure soared into the sky. It was precisely a middle-aged man that wore a silk scarf and held a feather fan in his hand. Prince Shang? The person that arrived was precisely the former sect leader of the Snow Moon sect, Shui Rui, and one of the 3 great sect leaders of the Azure Forest Trisect today. He was slightly surprised when he saw the uninvited guest before him. Prince Shang, Zhang Sheng, the younger brother of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's emperor, had no contact with him. The visit today caused him to be deeply surprised. Sect leader Shui, aren't you going to invite me in? Zhang Sheng asked. Prince Shang, please. If the demon beast by Duan Lingtian's side possessed the strength to kill 6th-level Void Initiation Stage experts, then it would surely not let the Azure Forest Trisect off. Could it be that your Azure Forest Trisect won't make a move against Duan Lingtian until the day you're unable to find those 2 guardian elders? Zhang Sheng guessed as he spoke. According to my guess, the 2 guardian elders might have temporarily gone into hiding because of something. It's impossible for it to be related to Duan Lingtian. I think so as well, but the other 2 sect leaders instead advocated for safety. Shui Rui continued. Safety indeed should be taken, but the method of allowing Duan Lingtian to grow freely isn't desirable. Zhang Sheng said. Prince Shang, you said earlier that you want to work together with us to eliminate Duan Lingtian. I presume you have a mature idea. I'm willing to hear the details. Shui Rui asked Zhang Sheng. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know that a great scheme was assaulting him now. Presently, he was silently cultivating in the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. He was waiting for the arrival of the genius competition half a month from now. The genius competition would decide on the strongest 5 people in the end, and they would obtain 5 positions to head to the Darkstone Empire. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, it wasn't difficult for him to seize one of the 5 positions. But Duan Lingtian's current target wasn't the position in the genius competition. There was no suspense in obtaining that position to him. He didn't even think about it. His current target was to break through to the Void initiation stage as soon as possible. At that time, he would be able to open the Sword Monarch's treasure with the owners of the other 8 Jade Swords. The Sword Monarch's treasure was a treasure trove left behind by a sword cultivator martial monarch. Perhaps there would be something useful to him within it. But unfortunately, even though the rebirth pill can be said to be heaven-defying and capable of greatly increasing one's cultivation, I only have one main ingredient now. Duan Ling Tian sighed. The most important material for the rebirth pill was the blood of the red phoenix. However, besides the blood of the red luan that was the main medicinal ingredient, the rebirth pill still required 2 other auxiliary medicinal ingredients. Even though those 2 auxiliary ingredients couldn't be considered to be rare in the foreign lands. But within the territory of the Darkhan dynasty, they were extremely rare. All those years ago, after Samsara Emperor Wu consumed the rebirth pill, he spent many years before completely digesting the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill, and he broke through from the first level of the Emperor Wu stage to the 4th level of the Emperor Wu stage in one go, suppressing the other Emperor Wus of Cloud Continent. When he thought of the terrifying medicinal strength contained within the rebirth pill, Duan Ling Tian felt a wave of terror in his heart. That medicinal strength could be said to be heaven-defying. Most importantly, the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill was extremely gentle. Any person or demon beast with a cultivation could consume it. I can only wait until I go to the Darkstone Empire and take a look at the Darkhan dynasty. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. The other medicinal materials were nothing. He'd already obtained the most difficult ingredient, the blood of the red phoenix, and he only lacked those 2 auxiliary ingredients. So long as he obtained those 2 auxiliary ingredients, he would be able to refine the rebirth pill. Now, Duan Ling Tian only hoped to be able to find those 2 medicinal materials in the Darkhan dynasty. Perhaps, I can ask City Governor Feng for help once I arrive at the Darkhan dynasty. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but recall the Feng Wu Dao and the others he'd met in the Darkstone Empire's Phoenix Nest City. Feng Wu Dao had said that he should come look for him at the Feng clan in the Darkhan dynasty's capital in the future. There's also Tian Wu. Now, she's another step closer to the age of 30. I hope I'll be able to find a way to help her before she's 30. Feng Tianwu possessed the rare fire spirit body. If she didn't have a way to deal with it before the age of 30, then Feng Tianwu would surely explode and die. Although the relationship between him and Feng Tianwu hadn't progressed to the extent of developing feelings for a man. But he'd always felt pity towards that beautiful and passionate young woman in his heart. If it was possible, he wasn't willing to see her perish like this. Half a month of time passed in the blink of an eye. During this period of time, Little Gold had returned after sending Zheng Song to the 10,000-year stalactite cave on Migres Peak. Today, early in the morning after eating breakfast, a group of Dragon and Phoenix Academy students gathered together. Everyone, from today onwards, the Dragon and Phoenix Academy will be disbanded. All of you can return to your respective powers. Tomorrow, all of you can rely on the Dragon and Phoenix Academy command token in your possession to lead the seniors of your respective powers to enter the Imperial Palace to observe the competition between geniuses. At that time, someone will take the command token in your possession. Now all of you can disperse. The Vice Dean of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, Qi Ming, spoke slowly. Instantly, all the Dragon and Phoenix Academy students present went silent, especially some outer hall students. They'd formed quite deep friendships with each other. After today, they'd go their separate ways. All of them felt reluctant. However, all good things must come to an end. No matter how reluctant they were, they had to part in the end. Vice Dean Qi, farewell. Duan Ling Tian nodded to Qi Ming, then turned around and left with Luo Zhan and Chan Xiao Shuai. See you tomorrow. Qi Ming's voice transmission entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears as well. After Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 left, the group of Dragon and Phoenix Academy students left successively. Ziyan, the flame young master, Zhang Yan, shamelessly followed behind the flute fairy, Ziyan. Zhang Yan, I'm warning you, don't follow me again. Flute fairy's beautiful brows raised. and she was like a tigress that had revealed its might. But Zhang Yan utterly didn't fall for this. Perhaps, so long as Flute Fairy wasn't married, he wouldn't give up pursuing Flute Fairy. After Duan Lingtian, Luo Zhan, and Chun Xiao Shuai left the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. They went to have a meal together. After the meal, Duan Lingtian, do you want to go to the Spring Night Pavilion with me? Chun Xiao Shuai looked at Duan Lingtian with a dubious expression. No! Duan Lingtian shook his head, and his tone was resolute and decisive. Truly boring. Sometimes, I wonder if all of you aren't interested in women. Chun Xiao Shuai shook his head, then glanced at Duan Lingtian before looking at Luo Zhan and sighing with emotion. Sword young master, I'm more interested in sparring with you. Duan Lingtian spoke word by word. Exactly. I'm interested in sparring with Sword young master as well. Luo Zhan looked at Chun Xiao Shuai as battle intent arose in his eyes. Chun Xiao Shuai rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian and Luo Zhan. I can't be bothered with the both of you. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly jumped out of the window and went to the Spring Night Pavilion to find some fun. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian and Luo Zhan left the restaurant after they finished their meal and headed to the Alchemist Guild's headquarters. The Alchemist Guild's headquarters had a total of 5 floors. The first floor was the hall where one issued and received assignments. The second floor was the place to verify one's grade and issue the weapons craftsman badge. The third floor was the equipment refinement room exclusive to the guild master Luo Rong. The fourth floor was the place where the staff of the Alchemist Guild's headquarters rested. The fifth floor was where Luo Rong rested. When he heard Duan Lingtian wanted to stay the night here, Luo Rong immediately instructed someone to clean up a room on the 5th floor for Duan Lingtian to stay in, even though Duan Lingtian wasn't willing to be Luo Rong's teacher. Duan Lingtian? Luo Zhan? The gaze of the person in charge of registration was filled with reverence as he looked at Duan Lingtian and Luo Zhan. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 entered the Imperial Palace and followed the flow of people to arrive before a vast drill ground. This is the place the Imperial Guards usually train. Luo Zhan spoke to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. Looks like the genius competition is going to be carried out on this drill ground. Meanwhile, more and more people had arrived at the drill ground. Duan Lingtian, Luo Zhan, both of you really came early. The sword young master, Chun Xiao Shuai, had come as well, but he was all alone. Only when he arrived before Duan Lingtian and Luo Zhan did he notice Luo Rong, who stood at the side, and he hurriedly smiled as he bowed. Greetings, Guild Master Luo. Sword young master, how have you been? Luo Rong nodded to Chun Xiao Shuai, and he was obviously familiar with Chun Xiao Shuai. Guild Master Luo, you know as well that since that old fellow passed away, no one cared about me anymore. I've lived a carefree life these past few years. Chun Xiao Shuai smiled. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. He naturally knew who the old fellow sword young master spoke of was. That was the sword young master's master, the former guardian elder of the Origin Convergence sect. It was precisely he who tricked the sword young master into entering the Origin Convergence sect that day. However, later on, that guardian elder died due to chi deviation. Since then, the sword young master had been lingering in the brothels of the imperial city all day long. Of course, Duan Lingtian was able to discern this. The sword young master, Chun Xiao Shuai, still had some feelings for the guardian elder of the Gue Yuan sect. Not long after, more and more people arrived at the drill ground. Many people even took the initiative to greet Duan Lingtian, Luo Zhan, and Chun Xiao Shuai. These people were practically all the Dragon and Phoenix Academy students and seniors of the powers they belonged to. Young Master Lingtian is worthy of being the former #1 genius of the 7-star sword sect. No matter where he goes, he's able to shine brilliantly. Young Master Lingtian, if you're free in the future, you can come to our clan and disturb us. We'll surely take young Master Ling Tian as a guest of honor." Crazy young master's reputation reverberated like thunder in my ears since long ago. Now that I've seen you today, you deserve your reputation. Sword young master. I heard your sword is swift like a bolt of lightning. It's impossible for this useless son of mine to compare with you. If sword young master is free, I want to have a spar with you. Waves of flattery entered into the ears of Duan Lingtian's group of three. The three of them responded with light smiles. Not long after, practically all the students of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy had arrived. Amongst them, there was no lack of members of the Z clan that followed Flute Fairy, Z Yen, over. The flame young master, Zhang Yen, was chatting enthusiastically with the higher-ups of the Z clan by Flute Fairy's side. But his gaze never left Flute Fairy from the beginning until the end. He's really a romantic. Duan Lingtian sighed with emotion. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian saw two figures flying over from the distant sky. These were two old men. One of the old men was precisely the vice dean of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, Qi Ming. As for the other person, he'd never seen him before. He ought to be one of the 5 great revered elders of the imperial family as well. Duan Lingtian thought to himself when he saw Qi Ming and the old man chatting and laughing. Humph! Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed a cold gaze descending onto him. Subsequently, he saw a familiar figure. Zhang Heng, the little prince of Prince Shang's estate. Presently, there was a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes by Zhang Heng's side. The middle-aged man had an imposing appearance, and his surroundings were filled with people that flattered him. "He's Prince Shang." Luo Rong's voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian nodded. "It's about time," Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, and then his gaze descended into the distance. There were 3 black-clothed people standing there, members of the Black Fiend sect. Right at this moment, the members of the Black Fiend sect, including Chai Jin, noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze as well. Chai Jin had a dark expression as he said a few words to the old man and middle-aged man by his side. This caused the two of them to reveal surprised expressions. Humph! Duan Lingtian let out a low snort, his eyes suffused with coldness. Bringing along the little golden mouse, he strode over. Duan Lingtian's actions gave Chai Jin a fright. What does this Duan Lingtian want to do? Chai Jin asked himself. Although he wished that he could completely return the humiliation that Duan Lingtian had given him back then to Duan Lingtian, because the distance between him and Duan Lingtian was growing larger and larger, it caused him to almost dispel this thought. He knew that he and Duan Lingtian were simply not on the same level. Moreover, he discovered that at this moment, Duan Lingtian's gaze actually flickered with a dense coldness. This caused his heart to skip a beat. Soon, Chai Jin discovered that Duan Lingtian's gaze was not on him. It was on the person beside him. "Senior brother, do you know this Duan Lingtian?" Chai Jin looked at the black-clothed middle-aged man with an ugly appearance and asked curiously. The black-clothed middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian and shook his head. "I don't know him. Wait, why do I feel that he's coming for you, senior brother?" Chai Jin's expression changed, and at this moment, as Duan Lingtian strode out, it was as if the black-clothed middle-aged man was the only thing left in the world in his eyes. This black-clothed middle-aged man with an ugly appearance was something that he would never forget in his lifetime. 8 years ago, in the misty forest outside Aurora City, the person from the Black Fiend sect that used a powerful aura to suppress him and humiliate him was this person. "Kid, remember, in front of me you're just an ant. If I wanted to kill you, it would be no different from trampling an ant to death. I disdain to kill you." Now, Duan Lingtian still remembered these words that the other party said at that time. At that moment, it was as if the reason he was able to survive was all because of the other party's disdain. "Sun Rue." Duan Lingtian walked in front of the 3 people from the Black Fiend sect and stared fixedly at the black-clothed middle-aged man as he slowly spoke. "Sun Rue." Duan Lingtian had only just finished speaking. Chai Jin's pupils constricted as he looked at the black-clothed middle-aged man with a bewildered expression. Duan Lingtian even knew his senior brother's name. How could his senior brother not recognize Duan Lingtian? "You know me?" Sun Rue frowned as he sized up the violet-clothed young man before him, yet didn't have the slightest impression of him. Now, he found out about the identity of the person before him from his junior brother, Chai Jin. Duan Lingtian. This person was the former #1 genius of the Seven-Star Sword sect. Moreover, he was a figure that suppressed the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. He'd heard of him, but he could be sure that he ought to have no relationship with Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to forget such a genius martial artist. "Ha-ha!" Duan Lingtian noticed the bewilderment in Sun Rue's eyes and suddenly started laughing. "Right, in front of the high and mighty you in the past, I was only a lowly ant that could be ignored. It's not surprising that you don't remember me." Duan Lingtian's voice contained slight ridicule mixed within. If it wasn't for the imperial family suffering a great calamity or a top expert descending to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, that expert had rarely made an appearance in the past many years. Normally, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family was managed by the current emperor and the 5 great revered elders. Qi Ming was one of the 5 great revered elders. "It's only a small matter. There's no need to trouble Vice Dean Qi." Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission and declined Qi Ming's good intentions. "You think you're worthy?" Duan Lingtian's words caused Sun Rue's face to go gloomy, and he said in a low voice, "Duan Lingtian, it's my first time meeting you. Why are you so overbearing?" "First time meeting?" Sun Rue's words caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to refrain from laughing. He laughed to the point the surrounding spectators were muddled. Has this Duan Lingtian gone mad? Many people thought in their hearts. Finally, Duan Lingtian restrained his laughter, and his eyes flickered with cold lights as he said word by word, "High and mighty void stage expert of the Black Fiends sect, do you still remember the forest that was covered in mist all year long at the southern side of the Crimson Sky Kingdom 8 years ago?" Crimson Sky Kingdom? Sun Rue frowned as he recalled. In the end, he recalled it. 8 years ago, he'd indeed gone to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. At that time, he'd received the orders of the sect leader to pursue and kill the remaining members of the Boundless sect and seize the key to open the Sword Monarch's treasure. But unfortunately, he'd failed the mission that time. A forest that was covered in mist all year long? Sun Rue recalled, yet was unable to recall it for a time. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian continued. "Do you still remember the pair of young man and young woman you met in that forest that day? Do you still remember what sort of gaze you used to be disrespectful to that young woman that day? Do you still remember how you used your origin energy at the void-prying stage to injure and humiliate that young man with a voice transmission?" Duan Lingtian asked 3 questions successively. "If you've forgotten all this, then do you still remember what you said to that young man?" Duan Lingtian stared at Sun Rue, and his gaze abruptly became fierce. "Brat, remember this. In front of me, you're just an ant. If I want to kill you, it's no different than trampling an ant to death. I disdain to kill you." Duan Lingtian slowly spoke word by word of what Sun Rue had said to him all those years ago. Whoosh! The surrounding crowd of spectators burst into an uproar. Now, they finally understood what was going on. So it turned out that it was the Sun Rue of the Black Fiend sect that humiliated Duan Lingtian 8 years ago. Moreover, he'd called Duan Lingtian an ant, and wantonly trampled on the dignity of Duan Lingtian. In this world where the strong were respected, to a certain extent, dignity was even more important than life. If a person didn't even have dignity, then he was only a walking corpse. Now, they were able to understand Duan Lingtian's feelings. 8 years. That was the humiliation that pressed down on Duan Lingtian's heart for 8 years. How many 8 years could there be in one's life? They could imagine. During these 8 years, every time Duan Lingtian thought of this, he would surely be ashamed and resentful to the extreme. This Sun Rue is really unlucky. The root of the calamity that was planted 8 years ago has come to settle the score with him today. As the saying goes, the river flows east 30 years, and the river flows west 30 years later. Don't bully a poor youth. The youth from 8 years ago has now grown up and is able to refute Sun Rue's humiliation with his current strength. This Sun Rue probably never imagined even in his dreams that the youth that he viewed as an ant in the past, and even disdained to kill, would grow to such an extent today. The surrounding crowd of spectators sighed with emotion, and all felt that Sun Rue was too lucky. But this luck wasn't something that anyone could enjoy. You? Sun Rue shuddered when he was reminded by Duan Lingtian, and his pupils constricted as if he'd seen a ghost. You're that violet-clothed youth from all those years ago? Duan Lingtian didn't answer Sun Rue. His gaze gradually went cold and flickered with killing intent. Sun Rue's humiliation all those years ago was one of the driving forces that urged him to cultivate bitterly all these years. He cultivated so bitterly because he harbored the thought of looking for Sun Rue to wash away his humiliation. Today, he finally had the strength to wash away his humiliation. Sun Rue knew that Duan Lingtian had tacitly agreed. Coldness couldn't help but arise in his heart. Being reminded step by step by Duan Lingtian, he very easily recalled the scene from all those years ago. At that time, he and another elder of the Black Fiend sect chased after the Boundless sect's young sect leader and entered the forest that was enshrouded in mist. Within the forest, he encountered an extremely beautiful young girl, as well as an arrogant and unruly youth. At that time, he only took a few more glances at the young girl, and the youth forcefully stood out and blocked in front of the young girl, and even blocked his gaze. The youth's actions infuriated him. He only casually condensed his origin energy into sound, and with a cold snort, he injured the youth. In his eyes, a youth from a remote place in a tiny kingdom was only an ant, and not worth mentioning. At that time, he even disdained to kill the youth. That incident, he quickly forgot about it. However, he'd never imagined that the youth that was like an ant in his eyes all those years ago and disdained to kill had actually grown to such an extent now. A monstrous genius that could be said to be unprecedented in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. If he knew earlier that there would be such a day, he would absolutely not let the youth off that day. It was imaginable. If he killed the youth that day, everything that happened now wouldn't have happened. Earlier, he'd obtained a great deal of understanding of the violet-clothed young man before him, Duan Lingtian, from his junior brother, Chai Jin. He knew that this Duan Lingtian had a cultivation that had stepped into the 4th level of the void-prying stage at such a young age. Not only that, the little gold mouse that stood on Duan Lingtian's shoulder was even a formidable demon beast that was capable of killing a 2nd-level void initiation stage expert. He wasn't afraid of Duan Lingtian himself. Even if Duan Lingtian had comprehended 2 types of half-step advanced force. As far as he was concerned, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to be a match for him, a 6th-level void-prying stage martial artist. Whereas, what he was afraid of now was the little gold mouse by Duan Lingtian's side. This little gold mouse was capable of killing a 2nd-level void initiation stage martial artist. In other words, the strength of this little gold mouse wasn't even inferior to his master, the supreme elder of the Black Fiend sect. Duan Lingtian, what do you want to do now? Sun Rue took a deep breath and asked with a low voice. What do I want to do? Duan Lingtian started laughing. I naturally want to kill you and trample you beneath my feet to be my stepping stone. During these 8 years, Sun Rue had always been a thorn in his heart. Only by completely eradicating Sun Rue would he be able to disperse the resentment from these 8 years. Duan Lingtian's voice was extremely flat, but the killing intent within it caused one to shudder with fear. Many people observed a moment of silence for Sun Rue. Not to mention the network of relationships around Duan Lingtian, like the crazy young master Luozhan, and the background behind Luozhan. Even the mouse-type demon beast by Duan Lingtian's side was sufficient to suppress the entire Black Fiend sect. The Black Fiend sect only had 3 Void Initiation Stage experts. Chapter 550. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Sun Rui's face completely went pale. Chai Jin's face went pale as well, and he said furiously, Duan Lingtian, my senior brother spared your life that year. Not only do you not know how to repay kindness, you actually repay kindness with enmity. Spare my life? Repay kindness with enmity? Chai Jin's words caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but be stunned, and then he couldn't help but laugh. The surrounding crowd of spectators looked at Chai Jin as if they were looking at an idiot. The matter between Duan Lingtian and Sun Rui was clearly stated by Duan Lingtian earlier. It was obviously Sun Rui who relied on his formidable strength to bully Duan Lingtian, and after humiliating Duan Lingtian multiple times, he disdained to kill Duan Lingtian. What did this have to do with repaying kindness with enmity? Chai Jin. Duan Lingtian's gaze was fierce as he stared at Chai Jin and said coldly, Then I'll break your limbs for no reason now and leave you alive. When you lie on the bed in the future, will you still be deeply grateful to me and thank me for showing mercy today and sparing your life? Duan Lingtian asked word by word. Chai Jin was instantly stunned when he heard this, and his face flushed red, yet he had nothing to say. If such a thing really happened, would he be deeply grateful to Duan Lingtian? No, he would only hate Duan Lingtian to the bone. When he saw Chai Jin shut his mouth, Duan Lingtian's gaze that was filled with killing intent once again descended onto Sun Rui, and it was filled with ruthlessness. Duan Lingtian. Finally, the black-clothed old man by Sun Rui's side, the supreme elder of the Black Fiend sect, Qiu Cheng, spoke. The matter that year was due to my lack of guidance. I hope you can give me some face and spare the life of this worthless disciple of mine. Due to the network of relationships around Duan Lingtian and the terrifying strength of the little gold mouse by Duan Lingtian's side, Qiu Cheng admitted defeat. Right when everyone was curious if Duan Lingtian would give Qiu Cheng some face. For your sake? Duan Lingtian looked Qiu Cheng up and down. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, he said slowly, Do I know you? Why should I give you face? Who do you think you are? Duan Lingtian's words caused the surrounding crowd to be stunned. These words were too harsh, right? You. Qiu Cheng, on the other hand, was so angry that his face turned red. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets as his body trembled. As the supreme elder of the Black Fiend sect, he was in existence at the 2nd level of the Void Initiation stage. When had he ever been humiliated like this? Duan Lingtian, how dare you humiliate my master? Chai Jin was a young man after all, full of vigor and vitality. His figure flashed out, pouncing towards Duan Lingtian. Scram! However, before he could get close to Duan Lingtian, he was kicked away by Luozhan and fell to the ground. You dare touch my disciple? Qiu Cheng's face went grim as he looked at Luozhan, and his fierce eyes were filled with killing intent. The imposing aura of a Void Initiation stage expert swept out from his body and pressed down onto Luozhan, causing Luozhan's face to go grim. Right at this moment, so long as the surrounding people knew Luozhan, they looked at Qiu Cheng as if they were looking at an idiot. They knew that Qiu Cheng was going to suffer. Was the crazy young master Luozhan someone he could bully? Right at this moment, a deafening cold grunt suddenly sounded out. It shook most of the people present to the point their vital blood roiled. You dare touch my grandson? Subsequently, most of the people present felt a strong wind blow past, and it blew past to the point their faces hurt. Bang! Accompanied by an enormous bang. The supreme elder of the Black Fiend sect, Qiu Cheng, who had an overbearing aura a moment ago, flew out like an arrow that left the bow and fiercely collided with the nearby stone tablet. Bang! The stone tablet shattered into pieces and was on the verge of collapse. On the other hand, Cho Cheng's face was ghastly pale as he repeatedly spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. After consuming a few healing medicinal pills, he was barely able to stand up. But his body that stood up was still on the verge of collapse. His gaze descended onto the old man that attacked him, and there was an extra sense of terror in his eyes. "You? Who are you? You aren't worthy of knowing my name." The old man glanced at Xiao Chang with disdain before turning around and returning to Luo Zhan's side. "Luo Rong, you old fellow, you've come as well?" Right at this moment, Qi Ming, who stood in the sky, seemed as if he discovered a new continent, and he descended to the old man's side. "Luo Rong?" Qi Ming's words caused Xiao Chang to be dumbstruck. "Luo Rong? The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Weapons Craftsman Guild's Guild Master?" Xiao Chang was greatly shocked in his heart. Subsequently, his gaze descended onto Luo Zhan. "Then this young man is the head of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Crazy young master?" Xiao Cheng's face was covered in bitterness. If he knew earlier that this was crazy young master, Luo Zhan, even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare bully Luo Zhan. These people from the Black Fiend sect are really formidable. Yeah, like master, like disciple. Today, I can be considered to have comprehended the true meaning of these words. The older one offended Duan Lingtian, the younger one offended crazy young master, and this old one is even more formidable. He directly offended Guild Master Luo. Guild Master Luo is in existence at the 6th level of the Void Initiation stage. Supposedly, in terms of strength, he isn't even inferior to any one of the 5 great revered elders of the imperial family. The surrounding crowd of spectators sighed with emotion. When these words entered into the ears of the 3 Black Fiend sect members, it caused their expressions to become unsightly. Especially Qiu Chang and Chai Jin, who were already injured, they were angered to the point of spitting out a mouthful of blood. Duan Lingtian. Sun Rue knew that he had lost the upper hand when he saw his master being injured. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said coldly, "You said repeatedly that you want to kill me and take me as a stepping stone to step on. Do you dare to fight me without relying on the strength of another to prove that you can step on me? If you don't dare, then to me you're still that ant from all those years ago." Sun Rue's words were filled with ridicule. At this moment, everyone present was able to discern it. Sun Rue was trying to goad Duan Lingtian into action. He wanted to infuriate Duan Lingtian and cause Duan Lingtian to get hot-headed and really intend to fight him himself. One was the peerless genius that was renowned in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom in the recent few years. The other was the Black Fiend sect's elder. In next to no time, the surrounding crowd of spectators either retreated or soared into the sky, and they looked from afar at Duan Lingtian and Sun Rue, who were in confrontation. "This fellow Duan Lingtian actually disregarded me." Luo Zhan frowned. Earlier, he used a voice transmission to dissuade Duan Lingtian, but was directly disregarded by Duan Lingtian. "I hope this fellow is really able to defeat this Sun Rue." Luo Zhan thought to himself. Squeak, squeak. The little gold mouse stood on Luo Zhan's shoulder, and her jade-green eyes looked excitedly at Duan Lingtian. "Big brother Lingtian, go for it. Kill him. Kill him." The devilish voice of a young girl sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian was able to discern that this was the little gold mouse's voice. "Duan Lingtian." Sun Rue looked at Duan Lingtian, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. "If you have another life, remember to grow some brains. Today I'll send you on your way." Obviously, Sun Rue felt that Duan Lingtian had agreed to his challenge because of his impulse, because of his goading. "I'll return the same words to you." Chapter 551. Shameless Boasting. Sun Rue glanced at Duan Lingtian with disdain and sneered. One move, I only need one move, and I'll be able to send you to hell. As soon as Sun Rue finished speaking, his entire body flashed out as if transforming into a bolt of lightning. The bolt of lightning flashed past and gave rise to a wave of explosive sounds that were like thunderclaps that swept towards Duan Lingtian. Swish! A spirit sword appeared out of thin air in Sun Rue's hand. The spirit sword shot out directly with raging origin energy, and it seemed to have transformed into an exploding venomous snake that fiercely bit towards Duan Lingtian. In the surroundings of this venomous snake, fierce azure-colored energy followed like a shadow. In the sky, an ancient horned dragon silhouette condensed into form and flashed out. Whereas in the surroundings of this ancient horned dragon silhouette, there were another 740 ancient mammoth silhouettes that followed behind it. Sixth level of the void prying stage. At practically this instant, Luo Rong and Qi Ming reacted at the first possible moment, and their faces went ghastly pale. They were able to discern. Sun Rue's cultivation was at the sixth level of the void prying stage, whereas the spirit sword in Sun Rue's hand was a grade 7 spirit sword. As for the force Sun Rue comprehended, it was half-step advanced wind force. Die! Zhang Heng's face revealed an insane smile, and his eyes were filled with extreme hatred. Half a month ago, the humiliation Duan Lingtian gave him in the cage battle arena was something he'd never forget for his entire lifetime. Witnessing Duan Lingtian being killed with his own two eyes was undoubtedly the happiest thing in his entire lifetime. Duan Lingtian. Whereas Luo Zhan and Chun Xiaoshui, who were concerned about Duan Lingtian, went grim now. They never imagined that this Sun Rue of the Black Fiend sect was actually a 6th-level void-prying stage martial artist. If they knew earlier, they would surely stop at nothing to dissuade Duan Lingtian from avoiding the battle. After all, a wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. But unfortunately, what was done couldn't be undone now. But they weren't really worried about Duan Lingtian's safety, only because they knew, if Duan Lingtian's life was in danger, Luo Rong would absolutely not stand idly by. In Luo Rong's heart, Duan Lingtian was his teacher on the path of refining, and his position in his heart was transcendent. And that was indeed the case. Presently, Luo Rong's eyes had already concentrated, his origin energy accumulating, ready to make a move at any moment. To him, as long as he could save Duan Lingtian, nothing else mattered. However, he was soon dumbfounded. Heavens! What did he see? Luo Rong saw it. Just as Sun Rue's sword swept out like a venomous snake, biting towards Duan Lingtian, and was only a short distance away from Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Sun Rue abruptly turned around. The sword in his hand drew a beautiful sword flower and actually swept through the air beside Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! The sword pierced through the air. This scene caused everyone present to be dumbfounded. In their opinion, Sun Rue seemed to be deliberately avoiding Duan Lingtian and stabbing at the air beside him. Why would Sun Rue show mercy to Duan Lingtian? Many people found it difficult to understand. Amongst them included Cho Chang and Chai Jin from the Black Fiend sect. What's senior brother doing? Chai Jin's face went grim. Why didn't he directly kill Duan Lingtian? With his strength, that sword strike from before was sufficient to kill Duan Lingtian. Cho Chang frowned. He naturally hoped that his disciple would be able to kill Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian being alive would undoubtedly be a potential threat to the Black Fiend sect. This threat might not be considered much now. But in a few years, even if Duan Lingtian didn't rely on the strength of others, he would probably be able to annihilate the Black Fiend sect by himself. Just when everyone felt that Sun Rue was showing mercy. Ha 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 ha! Sun Rue's sword flashed out and pierced towards the air beside Duan Lingtian. Subsequently, he stood on the spot and stared at the ground beside Duan Lingtian before laughing wildly. Duan Lingtian, I've said it before, I only need a single move to kill you. You can't even block a single sword strike of mine, you're really useless. In the eyes of others, Sun Rue was speaking to the air. This scene caused everyone present to feel a chill run down their spines. Has Sun Rui gone mad? Many people were stunned. Could it be that Duan Lingtian used demonic techniques? There were also some Dragon and Phoenix Academy students that couldn't help but tremble in their hearts as they guessed in their hearts. Demonic techniques. Flute Fairy Ziyan's beautiful face instantly went grim. She'd always firmly believed that Duan Lingtian knew demonic techniques, because her brother Zither Young Master was a victim, whereas she was a victim as well. I almost forgot that this fellow knows demonic techniques. Luo Zhan and Chen Xiao Shui couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. What's going on? Prince Shang and his son had dumbstruck expressions now. They utterly didn't know what was happening before their eyes. Senior brother, Sun Rui. On the other hand, the Black Fiend sects Chai Jin and Xiao Chang sent voice transmissions into Sun Rui's ears with the intention of waking him up. However, Sun Rui seemed as if he'd been bewitched and remained unmoved. Humph, I allowed you to escape calamity 8 years ago. Killing you today will be the same as well. Sun Rui looked at the empty area with a cold expression. This scene caused most of the people present to be speechless. Has the Sun Rui lost his mind? Many people had strange gazes. Presently, amongst the people present, probably only Duan Lingtian knew what was going on. Early on, when Sun Rui made a move against him, he'd successfully executed the soul skill 1,000 illusions through the soul brand in the depths of his soul. Now, Sun Rui had killed him within the illusory space he constructed, right when Sun Rui was enjoying the pleasure of killing him. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian moved and instantly arrived by Sun Rui's side. At this moment, Duan Lingtian didn't even have the intention of utilizing a spirit weapon, and with a raise of his hand, he pointed towards Sun Rui's throat. Tempest Finger. Origin Energy Finger Force flashed out from the tip of Duan Lingtian's finger, and it gave rise to a wave of ear-piercing howls as if assisted by the gods. Sun Rui. The Black Fiend sect's Supreme Elder Cho Cheng's face went ghastly pale when he saw he was unable to wake Sun Rui up with a voice transmission, and he hurriedly shouted out in alarm. He wanted to use this to wake Sun Rui up. However, the current Sun Rui was still unmoved. Under the disbelieving gazes of the surrounding crowd. Swish! Duan Lingtian's pure origin energy finger force that contained the strength of 6,000 ancient mammoths easily penetrated Sun Rui's throat. Pooh! Fresh blood sprayed out. A hideous bloody hole appeared on Sun Rui's throat. Subsequently, Sun Rui's originally dim eyes recovered their luster at this moment. At this moment, the effect of the soul skill Duan Lingtian executed had completely vanished. After Sun Rui left the illusory space, he saw Duan Lingtian who stood before him at the first glance. His pupils constricted abruptly. Sun Rui was still unable to wrap his head around it at the moment of his death. How could a person that had clearly died at his hand suddenly come back to life? Bang! Sun Rui fell to the ground as blood gushed out from his throat like a pillar, and his eyes stared wide open as he completely lost all signs of life. Sun Rui, 6th level void prying stage martial artist. Killed by Duan Lingtian with a single strike. No matter what happened, Sun Rui had indeed died at the hands of Duan Lingtian. The scene was deathly silent. The scene before their eyes gave them a feeling as if they were dreaming. Sun Rui, senior brother. The Black Fiend sects Cho Chang and Chai Jin went grim when they saw Sun Rui being killed, and their eyes were dyed with a wisp of blood red. They were enraged to the point their bodies started trembling intensely, yet they didn't dare make a move, only because they knew that if they dared make a move, they would die without a doubt. This place wasn't their Black Fiend sect. Duan Lingtian stood there with a carefree expression as he calmly looked at Sun Rui's corpse. After a long time, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. The resentment that he'd accumulated because of Sun Rui during these past 8 years had vanished without a trace. The person that had once wantonly trampled on his dignity was dead. Completely dead. At this moment, it was like an enormous rock that pressed down on his heart had been shattered by him. The surroundings were deathly silent, terrifyingly silent. The gazes of everyone descended onto Sun Rui's corpse. Even if it was Luo Zhan, Chun Xiaoshui, and the others that knew that Duan Lingtian knew demonic techniques. Even though they were filled with confidence towards Duan Lingtian. But when they saw Sun Rui was really killed by Duan Lingtian, they still couldn't help but feel a wave of shock. This was a 6th-level void-prying stage martial artist. A 6th-level void-prying stage martial artist was killed by Duan Lingtian in the blink of an eye. As for the other people that didn't know of Duan Lingtian's ability, they were even more shocked. Of course, even more people felt that Duan Lingtian was lucky. After all, the soul skill 1000 illusions was too difficult to understand to them. Duan Lingtian's luck is really good. He just happened to encounter Sun Rui who'd gone mad. Yeah. This luck is simply heaven-defying. Sun Rui was unlucky as well. He didn't go mad earlier or later, but just happened to go mad at the most critical moment and lost his life. The surrounding spectators all along the way. I never imagined that this Duan Lingtian's luck was actually so good. Zhang Heng's expression was incomparably gloomy. He originally thought that Sun Rui would be able to kill Duan Lingtian. Unexpectedly, Sun Rui actually went mad and was killed by Duan Lingtian instead. This caused the happiness in his heart to vanish without a trace. That Sun Rui is truly useless. Prince Shang's expression was extremely unsightly as well. Since the moment Duan Lingtian offended Prince Shang's estate, he wished for nothing more than to kill Duan Lingtian as soon as possible. Luck, Duan Lingtian naturally heard the whispers in the surroundings. He didn't have any reaction to this, nor did he have any intention of explaining. Presently, my cultivation is at the 4th level of the void-prying stage, and my spiritual force has been pushed to the 6th level of the void-prying stage. So long as it isn't a 6th-level void-prying stage inscription master or a martial artist at the 7th level of the void-prying stage or above, it would be difficult for them to resist my soul skill. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Almost 1 year ago, during the first training mission in the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, Duan Lingtian obtained a soul pearl from a bandit leader in Blackwind Ridge, and it increased his spiritual force to the point of being 2 levels higher than his cultivation. At that time, his cultivation was at the 1st level of the void-prying stage, and his spiritual force was increased to the 3rd level of the void-prying stage. Could be said that he was able to kill Sun Rui today because of the soul pearl. All of this was also the reason he dared accept Sun Rui's challenge. Sun Rui's cultivation was at the 6th level of the void-prying stage. He wasn't an inscription master. Chapter 552. Demonic Technique. Demonic Technique. Whereas the Black Fiend sex Chai Jin suddenly couldn't help but recall Flute Fairy Zi Yan's loss of composure in the Dragon and Phoenix Academy's inner court 1 year ago. At that time, Flute Fairy repeatedly said that Duan Lingtian knew demonic techniques. But the group of people including him didn't believe her at that time. Now that he recalled it, all of this was so coincidental. Went mad? He naturally knew that his senior brother didn't go mad, and it was precisely because of this that his gaze was filled with terror when he looked at Duan Lingtian once more. Demonic technique? The Black Fiend's sex supreme elder, Cho Chang, who was supported by Chai Jin, went grim when he heard Chai Jin, and he hurriedly asked in a low voice, "Jin, what actually happened?" Chai Jin spoke of his guest to Cho Chang in a low voice. Cho Chang's pupils constricted. Looks like Sun Rui's death wasn't unjust. Cho Chang gasped, and his gaze was filled with fear when he looked at the violet-clothed young man in the distance. Unfortunately, I'm useless. I'm afraid I'm unable to take revenge for senior brother. Chai Jin said bitterly. Jin! Cho Chang's gaze abruptly became fierce, and he shouted coldly in a low voice. You must completely forget what happened today. In the future, this Duan Lingtian must not be offended. Otherwise, it will only bring disaster to you and our Black Fiend sect. Qiu Cheng's voice contained boundless fear mixed within. Cai Jin's body trembled, and although he was filled with unwillingness, he still nodded honestly. He knew that his master wasn't exaggerating things to scare him. Duan Lingtian was indeed so terrifying. As expected of a master, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Alchemist Guild's guildmaster, Luo Rong, looked at the distant Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. He originally planned to save Duan Lingtian when Duan Lingtian was unable to defeat the Black Fiend sect's Sun Rue, even if he had to sacrifice his reputation. But he never imagined that Duan Lingtian would actually kill Sun Rue so easily. Of course, he did not think that Sun Rue was killed by Duan Lingtian because he had lost his mind. From beginning to end, Duan Lingtian was calm and collected, which allowed him to see some clues. This Grandmaster had unimaginable means. Duan Lingtian, you really gave me a surprise. Qi Ming glanced at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression. Then, he announced the start of the Battle of Geniuses. For a moment, everyone's attention was diverted. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Genius Competition was one of the selections on the way to the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. It was a selection at the imperial level. As long as one was able to obtain one of the top 5 spots in this genius competition, one would be able to advance to the imperial selection. The 5 young geniuses that advanced from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom would head to the Darkstone Empire to undergo the selection. Today, the most outstanding group of young geniuses of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom had gathered here precisely for the sake of those 5 positions. Duan Lingtian will surely occupy one of the 5 positions. Besides that, there's also Crazy Young Master, Sword Young Master, and Flame Young Master. In other words, there's only a single position that has fallen onto us. Many people whispered in discussion. Fortunately, Zither Young Master and Saber Young Master aren't present. Otherwise, I'm afraid we wouldn't even have the chance to compete for this final position. Even if Zither Young Master and Saber Young Master aren't present, do you think you can compete for that position? Don't forget, there's still Cai Jin, Jifeng, and Sima Yang. Besides Cai Jin's group of 3, there's also the young prince of Prince Shang's estate, Zhang Heng, and flute fairy Zi Yan. They're both void-prying stage martial artists. Looks like so long as it's a person that hasn't stepped into the void-prying stage today, there's practically no need to enter the arena. It's indeed so. The crowd of young geniuses couldn't help but sigh. Never mind, we'll just take it as watching the show. A person in the crowd spoke. His words quickly resonated with most of the people present. Jin, you must try your best to obtain that final position. The Black Fiend sect's supreme elder, Qiu Cheng, looked at Cai Jin who was by his side and said with a serious expression, if you're able to obtain this position, then our Black Fiend sect, as the recommendation party, will be able to obtain the reward of the imperial family. Don't worry, Master. So long as Zither Young Master and Saber Young Master don't come, I'm confident. Cai Jin hurriedly nodded with a face full of confidence. For the sake of efficiency, young geniuses below the void-prying stage are considered to have automatically forfeited. If anyone has objections, you can challenge a void-prying stage martial artist, and so long as you're able to defeat your opponent, you can continue with the following selections. Qi Ming's gaze swept past the crowd of young geniuses present. No one had objections towards Qi Ming's words. There was indeed no need for martial artists below the void-prying stage to participate. Even if they participated, it would be impossible for them to obtain those 5 positions. Very good. When he saw no one had objections, Qi Ming nodded, and then said, young geniuses at the void-prying stage or above, step out. Instantly, the few people including Duan Lingtian moved forward successively. A total of 9 people. Duan Lingtian, Luo Zhan, Chen Xiaoshui, Zhang Yan, Cai Jin, Zi Yan, Jifeng, Sima Yang, and Zhang Heng. Qi Ming stood before the 9 of them and spoke slowly. Qi Ming didn't finish speaking in the end, because the people present were all attracted by the howling of the wind that sounded out from high above in the sky. The howling of the wind was exceedingly ear-piercing, and it was accompanied by a swift figure descending from the sky. This was a young man that emitted waves of peerlessly fierce aura from head to toe. It's the Saber Young Master. In next to no time, someone cried out in surprise. It's really the Saber Young Master, Long Yun. He actually rushed over at this moment. Subsequently, many people recognized the person that had arrived. Long Yun. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the person that had arrived, and his gaze was fierce. Besides being one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the Saber Young Master, he was even the foster son of the former demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader. The demonic Lotus Blade sect was one of the main culprits in annihilating the 7-Star Sword sect. Even though Long Yun wasn't present when the 7-Star Sword sect was annihilated all those years ago. But because of the relationship between Long Yun and the former demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader, Duan Lingtian didn't have the slightest good impression of him. Swoosh! Long Yun descended from the sky and firmly descended onto the empty ground at the side. After not seeing him for a few years, Long Yun was even more mature than before. His pair of sharp eyes had an additional sense of age. In next to no time, when Duan Lingtian's spiritual force enveloped Long Yun, his expression instantly went pale. It was as if he'd seen something unbelievable. I'm probably not late, right? Long Yun looked at Qi Ming and spoke indifferently. Qi Ming shook his head. Saber Young Master. Meanwhile, the gazes of Luo Zhan, Chen Xiaoshui, and Zhang Yan descended onto Long Yun. But Long Yun seemed to not have the slightest interest towards the 3 of them. His gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and his gaze was sharp. Duan Lingtian, I lost at your hands in the past. Today, I'll wash away my humiliation. Duan Lingtian looked at Long Yun and said indifferently, Looks like Saber Young Master has had a fortuitous encounter in these past few years. Long Yun frowned as his heart sank. Could it be that this Duan Lingtian has noticed something? Saber Young Master. Chai Jin's expression was unsightly to the extreme when he saw Long Yun. He originally thought that he would be able to obtain the last position today. But the arrival of Saber Young Master caused him to feel powerless. Chai Jin took a deep breath, and his eyes emitted a sheen of confidence. Saber Young Master is only ranked at the bottom of the 5 great young masters. He might not be a match for me. Even Saber Young Master has come. Looks like there's no suspense about the 5 positions to head to the Darkstone Empire. Many people sighed with emotion. Yeah, these 5 positions will surely be obtained by Duan Lingtian and 4 of the 5 great young masters. Many people approved of this. But in next to no time, the people present couldn't help but raise their heads. Whoosh! High above in the sky, another ear-piercing howl of the wind swept over. This was a red-colored figure. The person that arrived was completely enveloped in red clothes as he descended from the sky. The handsome young man in red clothes with slanted brows and starry eyes stood there like a sharp sword, and his sword chi was oppressive. Looks like I'm not late. The red-clothed young man was around the age of 27, and he muttered to himself, Who's he? I don't recognize him. I've never seen him before. The people present were all dumbstruck when they saw the red-clothed young man that suddenly descended. There's such a figure in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? A void-prying stage martial artist at such an age. In terms of natural talent, he's probably only inferior to Duan Lingtian in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Sword. The sword young master, Chen Xiaoshui, looked at the red-clothed young man, and his eyes emitted a fervent battle intent. He was able to discern that the red-clothed young man was a sword cultivator as well. Moreover, the red-clothed young man's attainments in sword force wasn't low. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the red-clothed young man to reveal such shocking sword chi. As for the older generation experts present, their expressions turned solemn. They'd all discerned that the red-clothed young man wasn't simple. In terms of strength, this red-clothed young man is probably not inferior to the 5 great young masters. Many people thought in their hearts, another young expert has arrived. Chai Jin's face sank. The expressions of Zhang Heng and the others were unsightly as well. After all, Duan Lingtian and 4 of the 5 great young masters were already existences that were difficult to surpass to them. Now, another young expert with shocking strength had arrived. Moreover, in terms of natural talent and comprehension ability, he seemed to not be inferior to the 5 great young masters. "It's you!" Right at this moment, the saber young master, Long Yun, looked at the red-clothed young man and frowned. "Martial Uncle Sword asked you to come?" As soon as Long Yun said this, the people present went into an uproar. Saber young master knows him? Martial Uncle Sword? Could it be that he's from the Azure Forest Trisect? Wait, I've never heard of a figure with the name Sword in the Azure Forest Trisect. Who exactly is he? Most of the people present were completely unable to wrap their heads around it. Didn't Martial Uncle Saber ask you to come as well? Junior brother Long. The red-clothed young man looked at Long Yun and spoke indifferently. The way the red-clothed young man addressed Long Yun caused everyone present to be astounded. He's the senior brother of the saber young master? His age is obviously a few years younger than the saber young master. How could he? Many people were astounded. In next to no time, everyone noticed that the red-clothed young man's gaze had descended onto Duan Lingtian. The red-clothed young man's face that was originally tranquil revealed a rare wisp of a smile, and he looked at Duan Lingtian as if he'd seen an acquaintance. "Duan Lingtian, long time no see." Chapter 553. Yeah, long time no see. Duan Lingtian recovered from his shock, and although his expression was calm, his eyes contained traces of excitement mixed within. "Su Li, I truly never imagined that we would meet again here." After a long time, Duan Lingtian faintly sighed. Su Li, the red-clothed young man that appeared now wasn't someone else. It was precisely the friend that Duan Lingtian had made all those years ago in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Duan Lingtian still remembered that the first time he met Su Li was at the Iron Blood Army's campsite in Iron Blood City. At that time, Su Li could be said to be the strongest young genius beneath him. Later on, Su Li entered the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Paladin Academy with him, and they formed a deep friendship. After that, Su Li was forced to leave by the Su clan's Grand Elder, and there was no news of him since then. Never had Duan Lingtian imagined that, when he met Su Li again, it would actually be in the Imperial Palace of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Moreover, the current Su Li actually possessed such a shocking cultivation. This was something that Duan Lingtian had never imagined. Duan Lingtian was able to guess it. Su Li surely had a great fortuitous encounter in these past few years. Otherwise, it would be impossible for there to be such a great change. Su Li. When they saw Duan Lingtian and the red-clothed young man being extremely familiar and seemed to have a good relationship, the people present were astounded. At the same time, they found out the name of the red-clothed young man. So it turned out that this young expert's name was Su Li. Su Li? Have all of you heard of this figure? I don't know him. I've never heard of him before today. When did such a figure appear in our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Not only does Saber Young Master know him, even Duan Lingtian knows him. Duan Lingtian seems to be extremely familiar with him. The surrounding crowd of spectators whispered in discussion. Subsequently, the people present saw this in astonishment. Swish! With a raise of his hand, a gold bill with a value of 10,000 appeared in Su Li's hand. Along with Su Li raising his hand, the gold bill flashed out to descend where Duan Lingtian stood. What's Su Li doing? The crowd was stunned. Why did Su Li give Duan Lingtian money? Haha. Duan Lingtian smiled and took the gold notes. He put them away and sighed. Su Li, so many years have passed. I didn't expect you to still remember. At that time, Su Li was pressured by the Su clan's Grand Elder. Before he left, he had borrowed 1,000,000 taels of silver from him. 1,000,000 taels of silver was equivalent to 10,000 taels of gold. Now Su Li had returned what he owed back then. Of course I remember. Su Li smiled as he spoke, and there seemed to be slight excitement in the depths of his eyes. Duan Lingtian, have you been well all these years? All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. What about you? I'm fine. Su Li nodded and then he sighed. I guessed that I might be able to encounter you in the genius competition of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial Palace today, as expected. Duan Lingtian smiled. Your appearance is somewhat out of my expectations. Duan Lingtian, this is? Qi Ming looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in bewilderment. Qi Ming's question was also the question of everyone present. For a time, numerous gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian. Even the saber young master, Long Yun, frowned slightly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. How does this Duan Lingtian know this fellow, Su Li? In the eyes of Long Yun, Su Li had always been arrogant. Even if it was him, Su Li would presumably be disdainful. But before Duan Lingtian, this cold-faced Su Li seemed to have become a completely different person. Vice Dean Qi, this is my friend, and he's from the same kingdom as me. Duan Lingtian said to Qi Ming. So that's how it is. Suddenly, Prince Shang took a step forward and looked at Qi Ming as he said with a low voice, This saber young master and Su Li haven't passed through the threshold of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, and I'm afraid it's slightly inappropriate to directly participate in the genius competition now, right? Prince Shang's words caused Chai Jin and the others to heave a sigh of relief. On the other hand, those young geniuses that wanted to watch the show frowned and were slightly worried. They were really worried that the imperial family would expel Saber Young Master and Su Li and not allow them to participate in the genius competition. In that way, they would undoubtedly be slightly disappointed. For a time, the gazes of everyone descended onto Qi Ming. Shinxiai, what do you think? Qi Ming looked at the old man by his side and asked. This old man had come with Qi Ming, and he'd always stood silently by Qi Ming's side with his eyes closed in meditation and didn't speak. Now, Qi Ming's question caused the old man to slowly open his eyes. The old man glanced indifferently at Prince Shang before saying, The Dragon and Phoenix Academy is actually only a formality. The genius competition this time is intended to unearth the most outstanding young geniuses of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and fight on the path to the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. This is the original intention of the genius competition as well. So long as the two of them have the ability to seize those 5 positions, I presume even His Majesty the Emperor wouldn't say anything. The old man's words were reasonable. It caused most of the people present to sigh with admiration. Prince Shang frowned. Revered Elder Chun, shouldn't we ask my imperial brother's opinion on this matter? There's no need. Practically at the instant Prince Shang finished speaking, a sonorous voice sounded out abruptly from afar. Everyone present saw it. In the distant sky, a middle-aged man in dragon robes was flying over. Behind the middle-aged man in dragon robes was an old man that followed like a shadow, and the old man emitted an unfathomable aura as he stood there. 5th level of the Void Initiation Stage. 6th level of the Void Initiation Stage. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. His spiritual force detected the cultivations of the two people at the first possible moment. The middle-aged man in dragon robes in the lead was a 5th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist. The old man behind him was instead an existence at the 6th level of the Void Initiation Stage. Presumably, he was one of the 5 great revered elders of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family. As for the middle-aged man in dragon robes, Your Majesty! Everyone present bowed to the middle-aged man in dragon robes, and many people even bowed and bent their knees to the point their heads almost touched the ground. Only Duan Lingtian, Su Li, and Luo Rong stood ramrod straight, and they stood like cranes amongst chickens. The Emperor of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Duan Lingtian sized up the middle-aged man in dragon robes before him, and flowing lights flickered within his eyes. He was still slightly curious towards the emperor of a dignified imperial kingdom. In terms of strength, that person from the Crimson Sky Kingdom is greatly inferior to this person. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom was only an ordinary void-prying stage martial artist, whereas the emperor of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was instead a formidable existence at the 5th level of the void initiation stage. The difference in strength between the two was like the difference between the heavens and the earth. Audacious! Right at this moment, a voice that was like a thunderclap sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. It was Prince Shang who glared angrily at Duan Lingtian and Su Li, and he said with a cold voice, Duan Lingtian, Su Li, why aren't you bowing when you see His Majesty the Emperor? Could it be that the two of you think that His Majesty doesn't have the qualifications to make the two of you bow? Needless to say, Prince Shang was indeed ruthless when he placed such a crime on Duan Lingtian and Su Li. Duan Lingtian frowned, and then he said indifferently, Prince Shang, His Majesty hasn't said anything yet you're shouting loudly here. Aren't you slightly looking down on His Majesty? You! Prince Shang's face sank as he shouted out angrily, Duan Lingtian, don't try to change the topic. I'm changing the topic. Duan Lingtian started laughing and wanted to continue refuting. Right at this moment, Luo Rong, who stood at the side, spoke out. Prince Shang, I think Brother Lingtian is right. His Majesty the Emperor hasn't said anything. What are you getting anxious for? Are you trying to use your position to avenge a private grudge? Because Duan Lingtian had instructed him beforehand. So, Luo Rong didn't address Duan Lingtian as master before outsiders. Luo Rong speaking out to protect Duan Lingtian caused Prince Shang to be slightly surprised. He was fearful and reverent towards Luo Rong. Now he didn't dare say anything. Guild Master Luo. Cho Chang said. Obviously, when he saw the appearance of Saber Young Master and Su Li now, Cho Chang didn't place his hopes on Chai Jin any longer. He was extremely clear about Chai Jin's strength. It was impossible for Chai Jin to compare to Duan Lingtian, Su Li, and the other 4 of the 5 great young masters. Go on. The emperor nodded indifferently. To him, the members of the Black Fiend sect were dispensable. Yes. Cho Chang nodded respectfully and instructed Chai Jin to carry Sun Rue's corpse before hastily leaving the imperial palace. His figure seemed to be lonely and in a sorry state. The Black Fiend sect's Chai Jin had officially withdrawn from the genius competition. Once Chai Jin left, the remaining Ji Feng and the others were slightly restless. I withdraw. Ji Feng knew his limits and retreated to the side. I withdraw as well. Sima Yang followed closely behind. Although the two of them had broken through to the first level of the void-prying stage now, they hadn't completely comprehended force. Therefore, they were very self-aware and withdrew from the competition. As far as they were concerned, if they were to stay, it would purely be looking for abuse and discomfort. I withdraw. The young prince of Prince Shang's estate, Zhang Heng, spoke with a gloomy expression. For a time, besides Duan Lingtian's group of 6, only Flute Fairy remained. Flute Fairy didn't speak, but she'd instead retreated to the side. She'd used her actions to explain everything. She withdrew as well. Brother, will you return? Flute Fairy looked up into the sky with slight anticipation when she saw Saber Young Master had appeared. But, up until Qi Ming announced the start of the genius competition, she didn't see Zither Young Master's figure. Today's genius competition will decide on the strongest 5 people amongst the 6 of you, and they'll obtain 5 quotas to head to the Darkstone Empire. Qi Ming looked at Duan Lingtian's group of 6 and said slowly, This is your chance to make a name for yourself in the Darkstone Empire. I hope all of you don't miss it. Subsequently, Qi Ming started announcing the rules. Every single one of the 6 of you will face 5 battles. Now, all of you can draw lots and obtain a lot that belongs to you. As Qi Ming spoke, a box with a small gap appeared in his hand. The small gap on this box only allowed an adult's arm to stretch in. It was precisely the lottery box. There are lots 1 to 6 within it. The person that draws lot 1 can choose any one of the people after lot 1 as their first target and undergo the first battle of the genius competition. Besides being unable to choose the person that drew lot 1 and the person that drew lot 1 challenged, the person that drew lot 2 can choose any one of the remaining 3 people. Besides being unable to choose the person that drew lot 2 and the person that drew lot 2 challenged, the person that drew lot 3 can choose any one of the remaining 3 people. The people behind you will be deduced in this way. The specific rules are that you can't challenge the 2 people that have fought in the previous battle, and leave room for those 2 people to rest. Qi Ming slowly finished speaking. These rules weren't complicated. Duan Lingtian's group of 6 quickly understood. Subsequently, it was time to draw lots. Duan Lingtian drew lot 3. Chen Xiaoshui drew lot 1. Zhang Yan drew lot number 2. Long Yun drew lot number 4. Luo Zhan drew lot 5. Su Li drew lot number 6. The first battle was started by the person that drew lot 1, Sword Young Master, Chen Xiaoshui. Under the numerous gazes, Chen Xiaoshui's gaze flashed past Duan Lingtian and the others. His gaze didn't stop on Duan Lingtian and Luo Zhan. In the end, Chen Xiaoshui chose his target. I challenged the person that drew lot 2, Flame Young Master. Chen Xiaoshui's gaze descended onto Zhang Yan, and his body was filled with battle intent. Flame Young Master was ranked 2nd amongst the 5 great young masters. Besides Luo Zhan, he was the other person that was ranked before him amongst the 4 of the 5 great young masters present. Humph! Sword Young Master, wanting to step on me to rise isn't an easy matter. Zhang Yan grunted coldly as he spoke. Whether it's an easy matter or not, you'll only know after you try. Chen Xiaoshui glanced indifferently at Zhang Yan as he spoke with a calm tone. Since you want to seek humiliation, then I'll fulfill your wish. Zhang Yan took a step forward, and the origin energy on his body raged as he stood out to stand in confrontation with Chen Xiaoshui. For a time, the gazes of everyone present descended onto the 2 of them. Sword Young Master against Flame Young Master. Most people held their breaths. Whoosh! Along with the origin energy on Zhang Yan's body skyrocketing, 6,000 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky. 4th level of the void prying stage? Duan Lingtian frowned. He still remembered that half a month ago, he'd once used his spiritual force to detect Zhang Yan's cultivation. At that time, Zhang Yan was only at the 3rd level of the void prying stage. It had only been half a month and Zhang Yan had broken through? Duan Lingtian was able to notice that even the Emperor of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the Imperial Father of Flame Young Master, had a surprised expression now. Obviously, he just found out that his son had broken through to the 4th level of the void prying stage. 4th level of the void prying stage. Luo Zhan's face went slightly serious, and his heart shook. Sword Young Master is in danger. Sword Young Master, I'll let you know that even if you've comprehended half-step advanced sword force and I haven't comprehended half-step advanced water force, I'm similarly able to crush a 3rd level void prying stage martial artist like you with a cultivation at the 4th level of the void prying stage. Zhang Yan's words were extremely arrogant. Obviously, he knew Chen Xiaoshui's ability very well. 3rd level of the void prying stage. Unexpectedly, Chen Xiaoshui started laughing when he heard Zhang Yan. Whoosh! Along with Chen Xiaoshui laughing, the origin energy on his body raged. 6,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the sky as well. Sword Young Master has broken through to the 4th level of the void prying stage as well. Instantly, the surrounding crowd of spectators were in an uproar. This fellow? Duan Lingtian and Luo Zhan were slightly dazed when they saw this scene. They never imagined that sword young master had actually broken through as well. He was still at the 3rd level of the void prying stage yesterday. Could it be that he broke through overnight? Duan Lingtian was shocked in his heart. He still remembered that his spiritual force had imperceptibly flashed past Chen Xiaoshui yesterday, and he confirmed that Chen Xiaoshui was still a 3rd level void prying stage martial artist. It had only been a single night, yet Chen Xiaoshui had already broken through to the 4th level of the void prying stage. It was shocking. You've actually broken through as well. Zhang Yan's face went grim. Sword Young Master breaking through meant that he was unable to suppress Sword Young Master in terms of origin energy any longer. Not only that, Sword Young Master had comprehended half-step advanced sword force long ago. In terms of comprehension towards force, he was inferior to Sword Young Master. Whoosh! No matter how unsightly Zhang Yan's expression was, Sword Young Master had made the first move in the end. His figure flashed out like the wind, and he arrived before Zhang Yan in the blink of an eye. Swish! His sword stabbed out menacingly as if it had the help of the gods. Humph! Zhang Yan grunted angrily, and he'd already made a decision in his heart. He wanted to use a grade 5 spirit weapon to defeat Sword Young Master. As far as he was concerned. Chapter 555. Along with a spirit weapon glove appearing out of thin air on Zhang Yan's right hand, origin energy raged within it. In the sky, 2,200 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air at the side of the 6,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Swish! Instantly, Zhang Yan pointed out with his finger, and the condensed origin energy finger force shot out. A piercing howl exploded out. In the surroundings of the origin energy finger force, there was a strand of strange aura. That was the aura of elementary force. Meanwhile, another 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air in the sky above Zhang Yan. This finger force contained the strength of 8,400 ancient mammoths. Bang! Zhang Yan's finger force instantly annihilated the origin energy on the spirit sword in Chen Xiaoshui's hand. Terrifying energy gushed into the sword. Instantly, Chen Xiaoshui's hand that held the sword trembled, and the web between his thumb and index fingers split open and dripped with fresh blood. Even if he'd comprehended half-step advanced sword force, the spirit sword in his hand was only a grade 6 spirit sword after all. Compared to the grade 5 spirit weapon in Zhang Yan's hand, it lacked an entire 10% amplification. When the origin energy of a 4th level void prying stage martial artist exploded out, it was comparable to the strength of 6,000 ancient mammoths. Whereas a 10% amplification was equivalent to the strength of 600 ancient mammoths. Flame Young Master, Zhang Yan, relied on a grade 5 spirit weapon, elementary force, and his strength to surpass Sword Young Master's ability. Of course, all of this was because Zhang Yan had an advantage in terms of spirit weapon. Otherwise, it wouldn't be Sword Young Master that lost. Sword Young Master, thank you for letting me win. Zhang Yan smiled indifferently. As far as he was concerned, unless Chen Xiaoshui possessed a grade 5 spirit weapon as well. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Chen Xiaoshui to be a match for him. Chen Xiaoshui had a grim expression, and although he was unwilling, he intended to withdraw. Right when Duan Lingtian intended to lend his sword to Chen Xiaoshui. Sword Young Master. With a raise of his hand, a spirit sword flew out from Luo Rong's hand and flashed directly towards Chen Xiaoshui. Chen Xiaoshui stretched out his hand to catch it, then looked at Luo Rong with a bewildered expression. Guild Master Luo, This grade 5 spirit sword is the second work of mine after I became a grade 5 weapons craftsman. I'll give it to you. Luo Rong's tone was casual, as if he was giving away something of no importance. Grade 5 weapons craftsman? Luo Rong's words caused an uproar as expected. Except for Duan Lingtian and Luo Zhan, who had already known about it, the others, except for Su Li, who was relatively calm, were all dumbfounded. Oh, President Luo, you're a grade 5 weapons craftsman now? The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's emperor lost his composure as he asked. Luo Rong nodded. I broke through not long ago. Congratulations, President Luo. Hearing Luo Rong's confirmation, the emperor hurriedly congratulated him. Congratulations, President Luo. The others followed suit and congratulated him. A grade 5 weapons craftsman that belonged to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom had finally been born. Some people looked at Luo Rong with burning eyes, as if they wanted to swallow him whole. They were well aware of what it meant to be a 5th-grade blacksmith. So long as a grade 5 weapons craftsman was willing, he could refine numerous grade 5 spirit weapons. Thank you, President Luo. Chen Xiaoshuai's eyes lit up, and when he realized that Luo Rong had given him a grade 5 spirit sword, his mood surged. As for Zhang Yan, his expression changed greatly. Whoosh! Zhang Yan's figure moved like a bolt of lightning as he shot towards Chen Xiaoshuai. Swish! Another origin energy point force whistled out. Piercing howl sounded out. This point force had exhausted the strength in his entire body. Obviously, Zhang Yan wanted to catch Chen Xiaoshuai off guard and heavily injure him before he could react. Only in this way would he have a chance to obtain victory. Otherwise, the sword young master who possessed a grade 5 spirit sword to rely on was absolutely not someone he could go against now. A wisp of worry flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes when he saw this scene. Humph! At practically the instant Zhang Yan attacked, Chen Xiaoshuai grunted lightly and moved instantly. Swoosh! His figure was the first to flash to the side. Whereas Zhang Yan's origin energy point force flashed past his sleeve and left behind a hole on it. The force of the origin energy point force didn't reduce in the slightest as it fiercely smashed onto the ground, causing the limestone tiles on the ground to shatter into pieces, causing stone fragments to flutter in the air. Zhang Yan's reaction was extremely swift, and at practically the instant Chen Xiaoshuai dodged, he pointed out once more. Swish! The origin energy point force flashed out once more. It seemed as if it wouldn't stop until it suppressed Chen Xiaoshuai. Zhang Yan, I'll let you have a taste of the might of a grade 5 spirit weapon as well. Chen Xiaoshuai shouted out coldly, and the grade 5 spirit sword in his hand instantly struck out. Instantly, 2,900 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air beside the 6,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky above him. This amplification strength even surpassed the amplification strength of Zhang Yan's grade 5 spirit weapon, coupled with the half-step advanced sword force he'd comprehended. Not to mention his strength and the amplification strength of his spirit weapon. Merely in terms of force, he was stronger than Zhang Yan by the strength of 300 ancient mammoths. Now, when the amplification strength of his spirit weapon was added with the difference of the strength of 100 ancient mammoths, the strength of the sword in Chen Xiaoshuai's hand was an entire 400 ancient mammoths, more than the strength of Chen Xiaoshuai's finger, a difference of 400 ancient mammoths. This difference was like a chasm. The battle experience of both of them were almost on par. The difference in strength caused this battle to have no suspense. Sword young master, Chen Xiaoshuai, relied on his strength that surpassed flame young master, Zhang Yan, to defeat Zhang Yan, turning defeat into victory. The might of the grade 5 spirit sword was clearly visible. I've lost. Zhang Yan was slightly dazed, whereas the attention of the other people wasn't on the outcome of this battle. Besides Duan Lingtian, Luo Rong and Luo Zhan, including the emperor of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the gazes of everyone else descended onto the grade 5 spirit sword in Chen Xiaoshuai's hand in unison. Sword Young Master's grade 5 spirit sword seems to be able to amplify strength by 49%. Someone suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. This voice caused everyone that was dazed to return to their senses. A grade 5 spirit sword that provides an amplification of 49% is undoubtedly a top-grade grade 5 spirit weapon. This grade 5 spirit sword was refined by Guild Master Luo? Even if it's the grade 5 weapons craftsman of the Darkstone Empire or Darkhan Dynasty, they might not be able to refine a grade 5 spirit weapon that possesses such a strong amplification strength. Guild Master Luo's attainments in the Tao of weapons refinement are truly terrifying. He's only just become a grade 5 weapons craftsman, yet he's able to refine such an outstanding grade 5 spirit sword. Numerous burning gazes descended onto Luo Rong as expected. This was a weapons craftsman that was able to refine a grade 5 spirit weapon that provided an amplification of 49%. Guild Master Luo. Even the Emperor of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom had slightly lost his composure now. When he felt the numerous respectful gazes from the surroundings, Luo Rong inadvertently glanced at Duan Ling Tian, and he had a complicated gaze. Who would have imagined that? The reason he was able to become a grade 5 weapons craftsman in such a short period of time and had great confidence in being able to refine a grade 5 spirit weapon that provided an amplification of 49%. All of this was due to this young man's contribution. Before this young man, the respect of the surrounding people, he was undeserving of it. Guild Master Luo, our He clan wishes to ask you to refine a grade 5 spirit weapon for us. In the future, if Guild Master Luo has any orders, our He clan will surely not hesitate to go through water or tread on fire. Our Tong clan as well. And our Wu clan as well. For a time, the drill grounds were completely bustling with noise and excitement. For the sake of making Luo Rong refine a grade 5 spirit weapon for them, the various powers were willing to pay an extremely great price. But Luo Rong utterly looked down upon them. As the Guild Master of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Weapons Craftsman Guild, would he lack lackeys? Everyone. Suddenly, Luo Rong spoke out. So long as you're able to find any one of these 2 medicinal materials, I'm willing to refine a grade 5 spirit weapon as thanks. As Luo Rong spoke, he raised his hand. Along with Luo Rong's origin energy, numerous milky white threads formed in the air, and in the end they weaved into 2 diagrams. The first diagram was an oval-shaped leaf. The surroundings of the leaf had a distinct outline, and it was extremely similar to the wings of the legendary divine beast, the phoenix. This is the phoenix wing herb, an extremely rare medicinal material. Luo Rong introduced. Subsequently, Luo Rong introduced the second medicinal material. This is the ageless root, and it's similar to the sharp claw of the phoenix of legend. The other diagram was in the shape of a tree root and was similar to the claw of a phoenix. Guild Master Luo, so long as we find any one of these 2 medicinal materials, are you really willing to refine a grade 5 spirit weapon for us? A patriarch of a reputable clan in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom asked with slight excitement. Of course, Luo Rong, keep my word. Luo Rong nodded. Instantly, the gazes of many people present lit up. Guild Master Luo, may I know why you're looking for these 2 medicinal materials? The Emperor of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom asked curiously. The others looked at Luo Rong as well. Even the dignified Guild Master of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Weapons Craftsman Guild was unable to find these 2 medicinal materials, and they were obviously not ordinary things. I was only entrusted with it by someone. Luo Rong spoke indifferently. Entrusted with it by someone? Many people were dumbstruck when they heard Luo Rong, who possessed such great honor to make the dignified Guild Master of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Weapons Craftsman Guild not hesitate to use a grade 5 spirit weapon as the price to exchange for those 2 medicinal materials. Presently, even Luo Zhan had a bewildered expression. He didn't know about this matter. Presently, only Duan Ling Tian maintained his composure amongst the people present, and he had a carefree expression. Because the phoenix wing herb and ageless root were precisely what he'd asked Luo Rong to help him find. The phoenix wing herb and ageless root were precisely the 2 auxiliary medicinal catalysts required to refine the rebirth pill. But now that Luo Rong spoke of this matter here, it was slightly unexpected to him. With a quick thought, he guessed Luo Rong's intentions. Today, Luo Rong had made such a promise before the members of the various powers of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. It probably wouldn't be long before this matter would spread throughout the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. At that time, there would be a group of people in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that would madly search for these two medicinal materials for the sake of obtaining a Grade 5 spirit weapon. As expected, the older the wiser. Duan Lingtian was sincerely convinced. Next, because the possessor of lot number 2 has just been challenged, it's the turn of the possessor of lot number 3. Qi Ming's voice sounded out abruptly. The possessor of lot number 2 was precisely Zhang Yan, and he'd just fought with Qian Shaoshuai, whereas the possessor of lot number 3 was precisely Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian stood out and became the center of attention. Who will Duan Lingtian challenge? You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.